From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Well, that one's not coming back either. A deep drive to right, and Hayward has hit a monster home run into the Rangers bullpen. Poor Grant Anderson. The Rangers clearly are in a position where they just want him to eat the inning, but he's unable to do so. That's the fourth home run he's allowed in the inning. Hayward with his third of the year, and it's 14-1 Dodgers.
Peyton, you are not lying. A very defeated Jared Sandler to start off the Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ here on your home of Texas Rangers baseball. And I do not say that enthusiastically this morning after they lose to the Dodgers late last night, 15-2.
Yeah, that's
Jared beat down like the Rangers staff.
Not a close one.
You know what?
Not a close one at all. You could have very easily clicked when you saw the back of Wyatt Langford's jersey in the fourth inning. When Mookie,
Which time?
When Mookie Betts laces a 2-out, bases loaded, bases clearing double down the left field line, that Wyatt takes a aggressive yet poor angle at, and the ball goes right by him, and then he makes the turn towards the wall, and you see the name on his jersey, and then at that moment, you easily could have clicked and seen everything you needed to see for that night. That was not good.
Yeah, Sandler said my Hayward home run call encapsulates this inning. That's what he texted at 11 o'clock last night. With the 4 home runs hitting the 6, Ohtani hits number 16. 5 home runs for the Dodgers, season high in runs with 15. And then James Paxton improves to 6-1 on the year. 2 hits. Had to bring in the catcher for the Rangers to go ahead and eat up some pitches. Pepe, what time did you turn this one off?
Let's see. First pitch was 9:10, 9:12, I believe I turned it off.
Oh, my gosh.
I mean, it just was what a quick night. And I mean, 3 runs in the first inning. You knew the long ball was going to be an issue. It's time we have the conversation. You know, this team, we're in the middle of the June now. They're 6.5 out, and they have a tough June schedule. I don't want to count it's not even the All-Star break. I don't want to say it's a sell team right now for the trade deadline, but man, it's
6.5 out.
It's tough, man. That wild card isn't easy either. You know, you got the entire American League East in that wild card as well. It's tough.
So the entire American League East has a better record than the Rangers do right now.
And
the entire division.
And every team in the Central has more wins except for Chicago.
Yeah.
Every team in the Central.
Yeah. Stunning. The American League is tough. It is tough right now. You've got 8 teams that are not in the Rangers division. So 8 teams in the East and the Central that are 2 games below 500 or better. It's insane.
You're 3.5 games back of the second wild card spot. The Orioles have the top wild card spot, followed by Kansas City. The Royals are 10 games over 500. Then Minnesota, Toronto, Boston, Detroit, Tampa, Rangers, a game up on the Astros for the wild card.
Yeah, and Baltimore is so clear.
Yeah.
They would be in first place, but they're in the same division as the Yankees, who just are running through everybody, except for the Dodgers, where the Dodgers took 2 or 3 from them. And you're in a real tough spot. You've got, the rest of the sport is fighting for 2 spots, 2 wild card spots, and Kansas City doesn't seem like they're going away very easily, even though they lost the last 3 games, excuse me. They're in a good spot too. So it's basically your fight with the Twins, the Blue Jays, the Sox, the Tigers, the Rays.
What would you sell? Because the other day we were all agreeing that they're not going to be sellers. They are going to be buyers. But when you look at that grim wildcard situation, a lot of times in these spots, you look at a bullpen piece that you have. That's the first thing that comes to my mind. What bullpen piece do I have to give to a true contender?
Well, you would sell. There's 3 ways to go about it. You could sell Yates and Robertson. Robertson might have more value. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe Yates does. But those are 2 guys, if you wanted to sell, that you could absolutely go on to. Michael Lorenzen's another one you could sell. I think, and I thought this in the offseason.
We brought up the outfield logjam the other day.
Well, that's the thing. You get the outfield logjam. The guy I would sell is Adolis. You could get. He has value.
Yeah,
and he's old.
And that postseason magic.
The postseason magic. You know, it's not that he's selling it. Selling it doesn't mean you want to get rid of it. But you have to make tough decisions as a team that wants to advance. And he doesn't hit for average. He hits for power.
Banged up.
But he's older too, right? He's 31 years old. You're not going to sign him to a long-term deal. And if you look at some of his peripheral, his OPS,
690.
It's a 690. But even last year, there was a time during the season it was like 742.
It was 836 last year.
But for the year, it was 836. His career OPS is not exceptional.
760.
Not exceptional. That's not exceptional at all. I think he has more trade value than, obviously, definitely has more trade value than Tavares, right? Definitely has more trade value. He'd be a guy that you could sell off and recoup some of your prospects.
Chris Young, Rangers GM, weekly spot on the G-Bag Nation, and they asked him, how did the Rangers fall out of their championship habits?
Well, look, I mean, in fairness to the recent performance, we went through this last year in a championship season. I mean, we really had a struggle last year for about 6 weeks, in the second half of the season when we had injuries. And so I'm not saying that, all teams go through this. They all go through periods where you play exceptionally well, periods where you play below your standards, and then it's kind of that in-between period of what you do that defines your season. And so I think that we need to, we're still close to 500. The season hasn't slipped away from us, but as we start playing our best baseball, which I believe is still ahead of us, I think the best is yet to come. And so that part excites me. That said, it's not fun to underachieve to some degree and not play as well as we possibly can. So, I'm not going to say that we've, all good teams go through these periods, and we got to just make sure this is our only down part of the season, that we play good baseball moving forward. And I think we will as we get our guys back.
So they're putting all the chips into the guys returning.
Well, and that's fair. There is that, and I think as the organization, you've got to weigh, what do we owe the fans and the players to repeat? If they're not performing, that you've given them a chance. It's not like they haven't given them a chance to repeat. They brought basically everybody back. Now, I think Mitch Garver not being here is a loss. I think they do miss Mitch. They miss some of those guys that gave them quality at bats. They're not the same team as last year. Like, they're not. Now, they're injured. That's a big part of it. And they were not at this time last year. They had already, they were 40-20 when DeGrom went down, right? 40-20, which if you look at the standings, that's basically right around now, right? It's about 6 games ago.
60 games.
Yeah, I mean, they're at 66 games. So that's not long ago that they lose DeGrom. Now, they had lost him prior to that, too. He had some injuries. He had that hurt. He got hurt in the Kansas City game. But listen, I mean, they're in a much different spot than they were last year. They have 15 more losses basically this time than the last year.
What did you take from Sandler's update on the show about DeGrom and the way we were talking about his return yesterday?
I think it sounds like he's more optimistic than we are. I don't know why. I think everybody locally at least, outside of the national guys, thought that this was like more likely than not that he would return next year out of either rehab, setbacks, or an abundance of caution. Like, you've got him for 3 more years after this year. Why push it? Now, if you're in a situation where you can win another title, go for it, right? Go for it. But he sounded more optimistic than we were.
Corey Seager still out, so that whole, we don't even need an MRI. That's not looking legit. Again, The Rangers with not misinformation, but no reason to trust any injury updates that they give. I remember Chris Young, when I was picking up Ollie at school weeks ago, talking about Josh Young. He made it sound like he was around the corner. So all teams do it, but the Rangers in particular, as Bobby has pointed out multiple times, tap the brakes before trusting. 15-2, Dodgers last night
Dodgers.
On this radio station. We're going to tell you how you can hang out with us on Friday in Allen. Apparently, records are being set for travel. Everyone is making their plans. We have some tips. We have some travel hacks for you as well. And be careful of the snakes and alligators out there. Yes, the alligators in Texas. We're just getting started with the Hump Day edition.
Okay.
How serious is the Porzingis injury? Is Kyrie taking all the blame? Game 3 of the finals is tonight. Just getting started on the Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag.
Story according to Sports Center. What was the headline, Choppy?
Joey Chestnut out of the Nathan's hot dog eating contest over beef.
A beef
in vegan Franks.
over vegan Franks. That is the headline, as Joey Chestnut has been banned. There you
Banned.
go. About time we got some of that good music for the developing situation. The 16-time champion will not compete in the annual 4th of July event because he has another spot. I do not understand this story whatsoever. Now, I don't care whatsoever either because I can't watch this.
I can't watch it either. It's disgusting.
I cannot look at it. It is so
wet bun all over his face.
It is so disgusting. But because he set up a sponsorship deal with another company,
a rival.
So what? It's just I'm going to participate in a contest.
Yeah, I guess Nathan's like, this is our company, and you're a rival. You're now sponsoring a rival company. We can't have you here. It's like living PJ Tour. Like you're playing for them. I can't. It's kind of the same thing. It's kind of like
show me your meat.
Except some of the live guys play right on the in the PGA Tour events.
No,
none of the majors.
The majors are not PGA Tour events. Yeah, they're not PGA. It'd be like one of us, going on another radio station and doing a show.
I don't think so. I don't look at it the same. These people have sponsorships with so many other. Like I'm sure some have wing deals.
Right, but I guess they're saying wings are not a competitor of Nathan's hot dogs. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe they do have wing deals.
Like all types of other deals. Joey Chestnut has pistachio commercials.
Mm-hmm. Yes, he does. Yeah, it's very strange that they're.
I don't remember Kobayashi just doing TV commercials for Nathan's and the hot dogs. So you have to do advertising for Nathan's. Did Nathan's offer those same exact advertising deals? Was it as good as the Impossible Foods deal that Joey Chestnut has? But he is not allowed to compete. So the door's open for everybody else.
It's gonna be a tainted victory.
Yes, asterisk.
If you win this thing, it's gonna be an asterisk. Just like if you won the Triple Crown this year in horse racing, there would have been a little asterisk after that one.
Someone won't be able to relish it.
No. Well, Peyton didn't even get it.
I don't like relish.
Yeah, I'm not a fan. It's
mustard ketchup.
What else can relish be used for?
I bet you it could be used as like
Is that the most singular, one-dimensional condiment that there is?
Maybe.
Sauerkraut I can use for different things.
You could at least put a sauerkraut on a Reuben.
Horseradish I can use for different things.
Absolutely.
What else can I use relish for, y'all? Let me know. Who has a bottle of relish in their fridge, actually? And I'm not opposed to it. It's a nice little refreshing tang every once in a while.
I don't think I've ever owned one.
You never owned a bottle of relish?
Yeah, my parents were never relish people, so obviously I didn't do it.
I don't know what else you can put it on.
Yeah, unless you could put it in a dip of some kind, like where you chop it up even finer, or puree it or whatever you want to do. I can't think of anything else that you would use relish for. It's very, very one-dimensional.
Very one-dimensional.
So yeah, this is interesting though. He's he's out unless this is his choice. They say. It's okay to experiment with a new dog. Meat eaters shouldn't have to be exclusive to just one wiener. That's what the Impossible Foods spokesman said.
682 says tuna. 214 says deviled eggs. Potato salad. 972.
Oh, you can use relish of those things. I thought you said they were trying to say tuna was one-dimensional.
The record that Joey Chestnut had in 2021 was how many dollars?
76.
76. Right on the dot. So James Webb is your new favorite at minus 150.
Big Jim, as we call him in the hot dog world.
Is he a big man?
I have no idea.
That would surprise me if a big guy won it.
I know big guys don't win this thing. Kobayashi had abs. Joey Chestnut is a lean dude. We call him Big Jim though. At least I do.
The Sean and RJ show is going to be out on the road in just a few days. We are hitting the Allen Firehouse with you, 5:30 to 10. 310 Century Parkway. We have a special Tolo giveaway with a fan cooling towel with these hot temperatures. And we're sponsored by Palmer's Hot Chicken. Amazing meal that you're going to get out there. Firehouse Heating and Air and the Chill Boys. So that's this Friday, Allen Firehouse. If you can stop by, 5:30 to 10, 310 Century Parkway. All right, we got Snakes and Gators.
Real quick, we have a very special surprise for you.
You gonna give me a clue?
He is a longtime Tolo who we haven't heard from in a while, who has a gift for you. Or two. And I'm going to die laughing.
It better not be a live animal or anything.
It's not a live animal.
Okay.
It is
It's
not a live. It's not a. It's not Peyton's snake voice either.
Yeah.
It's not a live animal.
Yeah.
I cannot wait. This is a very special surprise that we have for you.
Am I going to like it?
I don't. No. No, you're not gonna like it.
You don't know or no?
It's not. It's meant to. It's meant to make you. It's meant to make fun of you. But I think you will. You know, you'll hate it.
Yeah.
But you'll. It's a surprise.
What time is this person dropping by, and why isn't this person, been consistently listening?
There were some family issues that they had to deal with. But yeah, he's come by before 8:00.
Okay.
Before 8:00.
So that's happening on Friday.
That's happening on Friday,
They
baby.
reached out to you.
Yes, sir.
Stop by and say what's up. Snakes and gators. I'll handle the gators. You handle the snakes.
Okay.
Whole human bodies are being found inside of the reptiles.
This is the 5th time since 2017. The 5th time that a person in Indonesia has been eaten by a snake.
My God.
This was a woman.
I won't watch the video.
Oh, it's terrifying.
Ryan, don't even put it up. Don't even put it up.
This is a woman. Her name is Farida. She's 50 years old.
Was.
She was walking through this woodland area to sell food at a local market near her home. The python, they're estimated at 20 feet, which is very, very large. I bet it's large for a anaconda, to be honest with you. But a python at 20 feet, which the largest anaconda on record, I believe, is 18. So a 20-footer, they say the most likely scenario is this thing just ambushed her. Like it was, they're ambush predators. It was sitting in an area where she walked by, grabbed her foot, wrapped around.
Oh my God!
And when it wraps around, it doesn't strangle you like that. What it does is it makes your blood rush to the top and bottom of your body.
Gosh!
And then your heart just stops. You have a heart attack. So you pass out in a few seconds, and then your heart just stops, and then it swallows you from the head.
And there was video?
There's video of them cutting it open.
Cutting it open.
They found this snake with this massive thing in it. Nobody could find her. And they're like,
so eating her killed it?
Oh, yeah. She died before.
No, the snake. Killed the snake?
No, he was just, the snake was just resting. And then they finally, I guess they killed it and cut it open. And there she is, clothes and all.
Oh, my.
It's terrifying.
And then 2 alligators seen in Eagle Mountain Lake.
Eagle Mountain Lake in Fort Worth, kind of like the Fort Worth area.
People are like, this is not new. There are gators in lakes around here.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, I did not know that.
Yeah. Now, in the Everglades in Florida, there's been gators, obviously, but they've got a big snake problem because people have exotic pets. They just dump them in there, and now they reproduce 60 babies a year. They can't keep up with it, right? They can't keep up with the snake population. Raccoons gone. Foxes gone. Opossums gone. They've eradicated all those species of the ecosystem in the Everglades. And now, I don't know how gators got to these lakes. I mean, maybe they went up.
Eagle Mountain Lake something that people jump in and just swim?
Oh, yeah.
They usually swim?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. It's a big boating lake.
Have we heard reports of a gator attack ever there?
I have not seen one. I just wonder, were these exotic pets that people just released? Who has a gator as an exotic pet?
Yeah.
Or did it swim up through the Brazos and then, find its way through estuaries? I have no idea how it got up here because I don't think they're native.
They're dinosaurs, man. You can call them a little, amphibian, whatever. They're dinosaurs, dude.
Speaking of, did you see that the reports are the last time in 2015, last time we had this massive storm, they found dinosaur tracks in Lake Grapevine after the waters receded because the erosion brought back new levels of area that they hadn't seen in a while. And they're wondering if they're going to find dinosaur footprints again in Grapevine.
What type of dinosaur print?
I don't know. I don't remember what type it was. But there you go.
Did you grow up swimming in many lakes around here?
I actually have a video of me jumping in Lake Whitney when I was in high school. So we went cliff jumping there, but that's the only lake really that I went to.
And out in the water in Rockwall?
Never been that water yet.
Have not.
I'm still looking for my boat connection.
Yes, definitely need a boat connection. Will the Kristaps Porzingis injury open things back up for the Mavericks tonight and the rest of the series? And is Kyrie raising his hand the highest to take the blame for 0-2? That's next as Bobby joins the show with Sean and RJ after this.
get something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. It's game day, game 3 at the AA seed tonight of the NBA Finals. Mike Green joined us yesterday. This is Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, joined by Bobby Belt. We got Peyton and Rai in the back. We are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. I don't know if I've ever been more confused over an injury description than the one for Kristaps Porzingis yesterday. Someone's tweet blew up and said, "This is a lot of big words. Someone break it down to me like I am dumb." Dr. Choppy, what are we dealing with here for KP?
Layman's terms, there's two injuries. There's a tear, and not quite the MCL, but kind of the MCL. It's the MPFL, which basically keeps the kneecap in place. One of the tendons that keeps the kneecap in place.
The exact medical terminology is a torn medial retinaculum.
Medial reticular column or whatever.
Torn medial. What did I say?
Medical.
Oh, sorry.
We'll call her Vita from now on.
A torn medial retinaculum, allowing dislocation of the posterior tibialis tendon in his left leg.
Exactly.
Right. So your anterior tibialis is like your it's like your shin splint kind of thing. It's like if you were to flex your foot upwards, it's like right on top of your shin, and the posterior is on the back of the leg. But that little tendon thing is down near the Achilles, like on the heel. So it's like two injuries. Somehow the MPFL on his
MFFL?
Yeah, the MPFL, which connects the quad to, or the femur, I should say, to the kneecap,
The MPFL.
somehow caused his, like, a rupture of a tendon in his heel.
So
I have no idea how.
Brian Sutterer, who is a doctor who's getting a lot of play on Twitter yesterday, said the medial retinaculum is like a seat belt that keeps the tendons in place as they course around the inside of the ankle bone. There are 3 tendons that travel along the inside of the ankle, and the seat belt keeps them secured in place. The posterior tibialis tendon is one of those tendons. So when that went, it kind of allowed for the rest of it to go.
You know what?
How the hell does a knee thing hurt your ankle? I have no idea.
The knee bone's connected to the ankle bone.
Let's let Porzingis talk about it.
What happened? I mean, the tweet that we put out was pretty explanatory.
No, it wasn't.
It's kind of a random situation, and I felt something, and now I have to deal with it. As we said, it's going to be day to day, and see how I am tomorrow. And obviously, I'm going to do everything I can to be out there tomorrow, and we'll see.
Are you optimistic?
I am, of course. I have to be. I'm optimistic. As I said, I will do everything I can to be out there tomorrow, and yeah, we'll see.
So a way to boil it down, a rare left leg injury.
Yeah, Brian had texted a couple of his NFL doctor friends, was like, "Hey, what does this injury sound like?" And they both texted back, were like, "Never dealt with it. Never heard of this. Like, I mean, I'm familiar with it sort of, but." He's like, if they played it, like, absolutely no idea. No experience with it. I doubt it, but I don't know.
All the Twitter docs were out, and one of them is a Tolo, Dr. Evan Jeffries at Game Injury Doc. The posterior tibialis tendon does not dislocate, so needs some working clarification here, but essentially the medical R word will support the patella when torn, blah, 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 blah. Regardless, no way he is playing the rest of the series. That is from a Tolo doctor.
Okay, because I saw some doctors say this is pain management on social media. Like if he can,
then he's not playing.
Yeah, it's all about pain management. I have no idea. I mean, because haven't we heard that like with the plantar fascia, if you rupture it, you could just play, and if you tear it, right, if it's gone, you could play. If it's torn,
what the pain is when it's completely torn is when the pain is gone.
Look, let's just say he's out. Yeah. All right, let's move forward.
Huge.
We could have said that at the beginning of the series, to be honest.
Well, how huge is it for tonight? It affects your thoughts on the Mavericks winning Game 3 to what degree, Bob?
It helps. I mean, there's no doubt about that. I don't know that I'm gonna make quite the jump that Bassick was when he heard it live yesterday. And Bassick goes, I was at 15% for them winning the series. I'm now at 33.
For the series or the game?
The series. That Bassick now thinks there is a 33% chance they win the series, up from 15%. So
wow.
I don't know. I'll bump it up to winning the series around maybe 25.
So
I think
you're going to go 15 to 25%.
I mean, it completely changes the way Boston defends the paint.
Yes.
And that's where Kyrie's had a lot of issues trying to get inside and
the
create
lob
shots.
is back, baby.
The lob could be back, and if the lob is back, the corner three gets back to Kyrie's able to finish at the rim. It does help. It does open things up. It's definitely a bigger boost for the Mavericks offense than I think the Mavericks defense. Everybody on Boston can shoot. Everybody can move the ball. Everybody can create. Everybody can contribute on the offensive end of the floor. Porzingis is a luxury on the offensive the floor. He does provide certain necessities on the defensive end of the floor that they don't have now.
It real quick, like it brings now they can't just now they got to bring Cornette into the game. They want to, you know what I mean, like defensively. It just brings a whole other element to their game. I never thought we'd be talking about KP's defense as like the whole man. Like I think it's huge. This is huge for them to win the series, though. This.
Well, I'm going to start one game at a time.
Yeah, one game. Like this
I'm
becomes
not assuming he's out for the series. Like, no, I'm just saying. Doctor prognosticating like is it mean he's going to be out all the games. I'm just talking about for winning tonight. I'm not trying to be one game at a time person, but the assumption of, I mean, I'm just hoping he's out for tonight versus the entire series. But here's the rim protection stat. He has allowed the league's lowest field goal percentage at 44% in the paint as a contesting defender.
Wow.
That Bobby got from Second Spectrum. Dallas's offense ranks second in field goal percentage on dunks and layups after the trade deadline. So that is irresistible force, and movable object.
Yeah, this is big. I can't believe that he is that impactful defensively, but he apparently is.
It makes sense.
And he has been this series. I mean, he's blocked a lot of shots this series.
But I mean, length, athleticism. He's got solid defensive IQ. It does make sense that he provides something that they don't have otherwise, and how he can click into place with the rest of that defense. But I mean, the number that was out there that was getting passed around the other day was that Dallas during this playoff run had averaged 3.2 lob dunks converted, not even attempted, converted per game. They have 1 through 2 games.
Ooh.
I mean, that's and 2 corner threes through 2 games.
Yeah, and that's it's obviously the the analytics are like hey, corner threes, or you've got to take them. It's the shortest 3-pointer, yada yada yada.
Well, they're not taking them because Boston feels like they can single up everybody.
They can. They do single up everybody. And that's a big problem, and that's why you're not getting as many open looks as you may have gotten in other series. Let's just say,
and of course the Tolos are coming in on the Franklin Franco injury attorney text line saying just a matter of time with him. It was just a matter of time.
Of course. I mean, look, he was already compromised, and they say this is not a related injury because it's obviously it's the other leg, but it's all related.
One Twitter doc was saying thought he was compensating.
That's the thing. Yeah, you get an injury. We've seen guys. Let's say you see pitchers, they have a foot injury. Well, all of a sudden, no surprise, 2 weeks later they get a shoulder injury because they're compensating with the way they land. They throw different.
Sandler told me that pitcher was going to be back in 10 days. I don't know what you're talking about.
So, yeah, I mean, I think everything is when you're hurt, when you're compromised.
Drop another S-bomb on you.
When you're compromised, I think, and you compensate, everything is in play.
What type of crowd response does Porzingis expect if he plays at the AAC?
I mean, the first time I came back, I was not playing that game. I was with Washington. I had a warm welcome here. They even did a tribute video, which was very unexpected for me, but that was very nice. I think the organization and the people on the inside appreciated my time here, and that was very nice. And obviously, I have completely no bad feeling about this place. I love the city, I love the fans, and it just didn't work out, So I definitely don't expect a comeback like I had in New York, but we'll see tomorrow.
A tribute video? They gave him a tribute video? I don't remember that.
He hadn't played here.
They
He didn't play, but he was here, and so that's what he just said. He said, I didn't play, but he's like, when I came back with Washington, there was a nice tribute video before the game. He was in a suit, but...
Dude, they hand out tribute videos in sports, especially in the NBA. What a joke.
Where was Kyrie's?
In Boston?
The only thing they threw up there was a picture of him with a quote. That's all I saw.
All right. Given what the Boston crowd was, and Kyrie called it out. They put it on the video board for motivation. Will there be more boos for Porzingis now that we saw what the Boston crowd was for Kyrie? It will not be, it's a fact, it will not be consistent boos every time he touches it, as the front runners in Boston love to start chanting Kyrie sucks when they were up 20. But in the beginning of the game, first quarter, how will it compare to what Boston did to Kyrie?
I don't know. Are they gonna feel bad booing a guy who's hurt with a rare leg injury? Is it gonna be like, well, that's like booing Jerry Krause's widow? We're not gonna do that. We have some class here in Dallas. He gets, like, if he doesn't get introduced, he's not gonna get introduced in the starting lineup. I don't think he gets. Yeah. So if he plays, he'll get booed at the introduction, and that'll be it.
Yeah, he'll get booed. I mean, honestly, I wonder. The way the glitterati is, how many of you even know he has an injury?
Oh, no, I think
he's coming off the bench.
Yeah, but I don't think.
I think that more than the glitterati, he'll be booed more because the media has hyped up. What about Porzingis' return? He came back for just a regular season game. It's like he didn't do anything to give the middle fingers on the way out of town.
He did. Yeah, he wasn't a villain here.
Yeah.
It's just like he said. He even said it didn't work out. It's more. I'm more disappointed that it didn't work out than I'm angry at Porzingis.
Yeah.
The closest, the most villainous thing about him potentially was the ego and how it clashed with Luka, and people were frustrated by that.
Yeah.
My father-in-law is asking already, early shout-out Rudy, how many games was he hurt for the Mavs? He never played more than 57 games here. He played 57, 43, and then 34 games for the Mavericks. Did you think of him as often injured here?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Same old thing.
I mean, the one that stands out to me wasn't it the Clippers series in the bubble where it's like, oh, KP's all of a sudden not available for game 2.
Yeah.
KP's not available. Like, he missed games in that Clippers series.
Kyrie Irving was asked about his fault, his responsibility, and what has he been talking about with Luka after trailing 0-2?
Yeah, well, it started with me. Just telling my hermano, I got to play better for him alongside him. And, in order for us to, accomplish our goal, we both have to be playing well, and we both have to be doing the little things and doing whatever it takes to win. So easy conversation, but it started with me reaching out, just letting him know that, it's my fault, taking accountability for not playing particularly well. But also I got to continue to trust my guys around us or around me and, have fun in the process. We've gotten this far because we've been a great team, not because we've just put it on me and Luka. It's been a total team effort, total organizational effort to get this far. So we just got to keep trusting in that.
Mi hermano. Was it you the other day who was like, you wanted to see Kyrie raise his hand a little bit higher for fault?
Yeah, there's a little too much. We got to stop turning the ball over. We got to stop doing that, which is fine. Those are all true things, but he also needs to take ownership for what his part has been. I was a little distracted by the WNBA highlights they were throwing up during 12 minutes into Sports Center.
Kelsey Plum.
Tried really hard. Yeah, these are not Caitlin Clark highlights. They're tried really hard over there on ESPN now. So that threw me off a little while I was trying to listen to Kyrie. But, in general, I wanted him to take more ownership. And I like what he said there. Other than the mi hermanos. That's
my hermanos.
Stop it. Stop it.
My hermanos? Mi hermanos.
Yeah, exactly.
877-881-1053 is the way to hit us up. Let us know if you are heading to Game 3 tonight, and where are your seats? Any final last-second luck trying to get into the building?
We got we got a lot of baseball today. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen.
Did you have tickets available?
I started to work on it, and then I realized it wasn't going to happen from a scheduling standpoint. I just kind of gave up. I'll try for Game 6.
Zach Martin said he'll be there on Friday for Game 4. Game 6.
Don't bring any Cowboys bad luck in the building.
That's right.
That'll be next Thursday, I think, is Game 6.
Next Thursday. Do we have some Jalen Hurts leadership beef in Philadelphia? Where is this quarterback not showing up to off-season workouts? And they really chose this guy for the cover of Madden. Take cover, G-Bag. Be careful of this NFL player's mom and family coming after you again. Around the rest of the NFL for the 6 a.m. Club right after this. And this is the...
By Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Wow.
Best fans in the sport,
Yeah, they are losers.
Look at
these losers. God, I hate St. Louis.
Explain what happened.
Paul Skenes, who's a dude, man.
He feels like the pitching story of the first half. Aaron Judge offensively, Skenes on the mound.
Yeah, Skenes has been great. I mean, so last night he goes into the seventh. So 6+. I don't think he recorded it out. 6+ innings, no runs.
8 strikeouts.
It was all right, so 6 in the third, no runs, 8 strikeouts. It was scoreless when he left. In his first 6 games, he's got a 2.43 earned run average and 46 strikeouts.
I mean, it's like when Strasburg came up. That's who he's like.
Yeah, and because Strasburg in his first 6 games, 2.45, 53 strikeouts. So 6 in the third, he leaves the game. It's in St. Louis. And those sanctimonious, self-righteous, self-appointed best fans of the sport who think they invented the game, who never boo, gave him a standing ovation.
We respect good baseball.
After 6 and a third.
After 6 and a third. This wasn't no-hit ball where he left in the 8th and he got hurt and he ripped his hammy. Okay, that's when you give a standing ovation, right?
You can maybe give a standing ovation to if he ties some consecutive inning streak,
sure,
all time, or breaks it.
Yeah, you know when you give a standing ovation to him? When it's the year 2045, and he's 20 years into his career, and he walks off the mound for the last time, like Nolan Ryan did in Seattle, and they gave him a standing ovation.
The best shot is from behind some Arenado jersey wearer, and they're like this.
Tipping the cap and leaning forward like
holding it out.
The little Jeter
holding
kid.
It out.
My cap to you, sir.
That is amazing.
God, I hate those people.
Right there, that shot. That's the first thing RJ was talking about this morning. We were talking about the Rangers getting their ass kicked by the Dodgers 15-2.
I would rather be forced to live the rest of my life in Mississippi than be given and have to go to every Cardinal game for the rest of my life.
Yeah, Mississippi's rough.
Northeast Mississippi.
You drive through Mississippi and you...
Oh, baby.
When we drove through Mississippi to get to Florida, I was like, let me look something up. I was like, what's the economy like here? Oh, poorest state in the country? It looks like it. It's a rough looking state.
It's tough, man. You live live on that Mississippi, Alabama, Tennessee kind of area border there where you have to deal with 3 different state people that are all there, and you got to deal with all the fans, Mississippi State fans, Mississippi Ole Miss fans, and you got to deal with Alabama. No, absolutely not. There's zero chance. I'd rather live there than live in or have to sit there and watch Cardinal games.
The New York Post has the guy with his hat off as the picture.
It's so bad.
Just tipping the cap after 6 1/3. And they interviewed him afterwards, talking about getting the ovation from the opposing crowd. All right, let's go around the NFL on your home of the Dallas Cowboys. We'll try to keep the Cowboys out of it as long as we can keep Bobby from bringing them up. Jalen Hurts. Really long commentary from our boy, John Kincaid in Philadelphia, who hosts the show there.
He hosts the show there. He was...
you don't have to read the whole thing, but just kind of summarize it.
He was sitting right next to us at the Super Bowl, 2 years ago?
Yeah, went through some cancer treatments.
Yes.
Hopefully he's doing fantastic. Brought us cigars and salt and vinegar chips.
Gave you a charger. We actually like him.
Yeah.
Yes. So he said what he has seen multiple times is Nick has fallen on the sword publicly for Hurts because Hurts refused to stand up and take responsibility for his own actions. He says that the relationship between the two needs to be nurtured. Hurts goes out of his way to not show grace or kindness to Nick, and that Sirianni shows him the ultimate respect, stands up at our NFL games, that Hurts blew for his teammates and he takes the bullet for him publicly, and Hurts does not return the favor. It's a bad, first of all, I thought Jalen Hurts was supposed to be like this Dak-like leader. This is a terrible look for him. This is what a coach is supposed to do, right? You're supposed to take the bullets for your players, take the pressure off them. Nick's doing everything right, it seems. Now, there's probably another side of the story. I bet you John's source is someone maybe in the coaching department that's close to Nick.
Well, we had a lot of X's and O's conversations about them. I remember us questioning some things like throwing go routes or things that were happening in the Sirianni offense that maybe weren't playing to Jalen's strengths.
Hurts took shots. Hurts definitely during the season talking about, they were veiled talking about concepts and things that Sirianni was doing that it just sounds like he's generically criticizing schematic stuff, but it naturally ties back to Sirianni. But we talk about you mentioned there that he's supposed to be this Dak-like leader. My impression of Hurts has always been that people go, look at him. He's such a politician and shows you no emotion sitting up there, and he's a steady presence. My take on that is always, it's because he's awkward. He strikes me as awkward when he sits up there and talks to the media.
Well, he's awkward in front of a microphone, but I agree with Choppy on what the stereotype has been about his strength.
Definitely been the narrative. I'm just saying, I think the narrative comes from a confusion of why he is the way that he is.
Go back to Alabama, right?
Yep.
He gets benched in the middle of the national championship game, is rooting hard for his teammate, and then he came back the next year.
He's like a Cardinals fan as a quarterback.
He is. He's a Cardinals. Then he comes back the next year because he's like, it's the best decision for me. And then he eventually goes to Oklahoma. But he's that is nails right there. He's a Cardinals fan and a football player.
Well, this is good. I'm happy about this.
All the toxicity.
Yeah, Fat Dom can't fix this, or cousin Dom, whatever his name is.
Tessio.
Let's see if he can go ahead and.
Tessio. Peyton.
I'm proud of you for that reference.
Who's Tessio? I'll take the actor or the character.
And I'll jump off the 11th floor if you name it right.
Oh, okay. Let me look it up real quick.
Come on. Look what happened to Ryan.
You're back at the dinner, Ryan.
Look what happened to me yesterday. To Ryan yesterday when he checked me. I had to call him out on the headline. It wasn't his fault. It was Josh Clark's fault. Web team. But I wanted it to be Ryan's fault so bad. I put Ryan. What was it? So they tweeted Bobby Carella joined Sean and RJ, and I texted Ryan and Josh, and I'm like, wrong show, guys. And I wanted it to be Ryan so bad after he came at me yesterday, and Josh is like, actually, that was my fault. And I was like, damn.
Come for the king, best not miss.
Yeah, and there's Peyton running his mouth.
Godfather, by the way.
Godfather. That's right. You should know that, Mr. Italy.
Abe Vigoda.
All right. That story didn't shock me or anything. I was pleasantly surprised. What shocked me is Aaron Rodgers did not show up to Jets practices. He was not there.
He was there for the voluntary portion of camp, but he was not there, and neither was Hassan Reddick for the mandatory minicamp.
What do mandatory mean?
What do mandatory mean?
Are they calling this excuse?
No. So Saleh said, now before this clip, he had talked about the absences of when he was given attendance. And he said, Reddick, they had a good conversation, inexcused, kind of bad. Rodgers, inexcused. We're cool with it.
No, it's, again, selfishly, I want all our guys here all the time. But, when you get to these mandatory things, it's, you make the best decision for yourself. And obviously, selfishly, want all of them here all the time. But he made a decision, and that's what he went with.
I think you got it backwards, Coach.
Yeah.
But, when it comes to these mandatory things, you got to do what's best for you.
Yeah.
So not the
Forget Hassan Reddick's money, by the way. I don't appreciate you not being here. But look,
If you ain't got no haters, you ain't popping.
If Rodgers needs to go smoke peyote in a deprivation tank or whatever it is.
Listen, I tried to. I had a call in last night to America's favorite hippie. Now that Bill Walton has passed, Eric Chiafalo.
He needs it for his glaucoma.
Yeah. Here's what I think.
Not since his eye treatment.
Here's what I think.
That was my reference, Bobby.
I think
topped you.
I think Rodgers is
on the top.
There's an underground convention this weekend. It's above ground, but it's an underground convention this week. It's there's a bunch of people going to a mountaintop, backdoor sunning. I think Aaron Rodgers is sunning his butt.
So you approve of this?
Why isn't he there?
I think he's sunning his butt.
They legitimately have said he's got something that he's doing with a close group of friends.
Yeah.
It's very vague, the reason why they're saying he's not there. But this just shows they have.
So he's a fake leader?
Yes.
He's a voluntary. He was a voluntary.
That organization, they're a bunch of cowards.
They're the Mets.
They're terrified of
It
him.
really is the Jets and the Mets.
The Jets and the Mets.
They will let him do whatever he wants.
Yes.
Whenever he wants. And if Robert Saleh really is like, I support him, do it to why is it unexcused? Why are you saying it's an unexcused absence then?
Yeah.
How could they have handled this in a not very Jets way? This seems like there's
They could have said it's
accountability.
It's excused.
Or a not very Jets way would say he needs to be here.
Yeah.
That's a not Jets way that it probably should be.
Yeah.
Anybody else who's not there, they will say, he needs to be here.
Yes.
So they could have said it is excused, but they would have had to do the same for Reddick, right?
No, Bobby's right. The most non-Jets way would have been like he should be here, and that would have just totally imploded the entire season because God knows what he would have done in reaction to that.
They had to do it this
But if you
way.
wanted to cover it up better, just say it's excused.
Yeah.
But the locker room better know that it's legit excused. Versus going on the campaign trail with RFK.
As much as the Packers would piss him off at times, it would be a Packers thing to say Aaron needs to be here. For Matt LaFleur to say, Aaron needed to be here, and we're disappointed he's not here.
The GM would have said it.
Yeah, and it would have caused tension, and people would have been mad. But you know what? He would have showed up, and he would have been bitter about it, and then he would have gotten over it. He would have played great, and that's the way that Aaron typically handled things in Green Bay. This is no discipline. This is, I'd rather them drink at home. Like, that's the whole Jets philosophy in handling Aaron Rodgers. I
cannot believe he's not there. Like, everything feels like it's on the brink of collapsing.
Mm-hmm.
You got a bunch of new personnel. You weren't even there last year. I gotta try to find the possible small benefit of the doubt for what he's actually doing.
My favorite tweet I saw yesterday was somebody quote tweeted the headline from January of Aaron Rodgers saying we need distractions out of the building.
Yeah.
And they're like, I don't think that's what they meant, Aaron, was for you to leave the building.
Yeah, exactly.
He is the distraction.
He is.
877-881-1053 is the Franklin Frankel injury attorney text line to hit us up here. It is a game day at the AAC, and there's a story yesterday that the Dallas Mavericks have an owner. The new governor is someone they didn't intend to be. What? How did we end up with an accidental Mark Cuban takeover? And how do we end up with some possible beef on the G-Bag Nation? The audio for you to hear and judge is next.
Let's get you over to Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep. It is a Stephen Gilchrist-owned store. Gilchrist Automotive, they're going to hook you up with a brand new Chrysler Dodge Ram or Jeep. PlatinumCDRJTexas.com.
brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
What is going to happen with Kristaps Porzingis tonight? The rare left leg injury. One of the storylines. What type of reception, if he plays, will he get from the AAC crowd? 7:30 tip-off this evening on ABC. What is the spread for the game right now? Yes.
Ooh, let's see. Mavs by 1.5 still.
Updated post Porzingis.
Yep.
3.5.
2.5. So I think it went 1.5 to 2.5, basically.
Well, you got an attitude this morning, Peyton.
Yep.
Kristaps Porzingis is worth more points than any non-quarterback in the NFL.
What's going on with this governor thing?
Okay, so this is I don't know how much you trust Pablo Torre as like a source. I mean, he's somebody who was connected at ESPN, had NBA connections, has covered the NBA, done some.
All I know about him, he filled in on PTI.
So he is no longer at ESPN. He's now doing I think it's with DraftKings or FanDuel, one of them. And so he was doing his Pablo Torre show yesterday, and he was talking about where the Mavericks are and their the changing of the guard to where Mark Cuban is kind of stepping off into the background. And he said something that I don't think sounds too outrageous in terms of believability, but this is the first time I think we've heard anybody say this very directly, that Miriam Adelson or Adelson, whichever way you want to say, Edelweiss, whatever it is. Miriam is she is apparently was blocked by the NBA from being the face of the franchise when she purchased the team.
Yeah, because when they went up for the Western Conference Finals trophy, it was not her.
No, it was Dumont. It was her son-in-law, right? Dumont.
Yeah.
Patrick Dumont.
Yep, Patrick Dumont was up there.
Much to the delight of many Mavs fans, that Cuban was off to the side.
He has become sort of the face in terms of ownership, and Miriam is the money. And that's what the setup is. But this was apparently not a coincidence. This was not the initial plan. This was something that the NBA blocked the Mavericks from doing.
Why?
Because she had said that it's all about the political money, the connections that she has, that Adam Silver specifically got involved, said, nope, we're not doing this. We are not going to have somebody this politically connected, specifically to Donald Trump and the tenor of our league and the political leanings of a lot of our league. We're not putting this person up here as a face of the franchise.
Wow.
And you're not going to do that. So she can buy it. She can be involved, but she absolutely cannot be the face of it. And so the default backup play was, okay, well then Patrick Dumont is the governor. So she initially was going to be the person sitting in on these league meetings and doing these sort of things. And the NBA was like, nope, if you want this deal to go through, cannot be her.
And do we know about the son-in-law? Like chances are, I don't know.
Loud
He's probably the same.
Right.
There's not campaign finance records with his names on them in similar ways.
So that just must be an unwritten owner law about not being loud about your political support, not being too loud.
Unless you're Cuban.
I mean, Mark was.
Mark was.
You just got to have the right political support for them.
Or the left.
Very good.
Well done. All right, so that's Pablo Torre. It makes sense.
That's the opposite of the NFL.
Oh,
the NFL.
I 100% believe it. I 100% believe it. And I understand the NBA from an optics standpoint being like...
Because all we heard about during the ownership takeover story was her name, not his.
Yeah, and it's no different to me than...
Now, is there a chance that she is like trying to be like, hey, you go, Stephen Jones, Charlotte, you be the face of it here, that she's giving that up versus an NBA mandate?
I don't know, because to me, I definitely could see her wanting to sit in on league meetings and move forward certain policies relating to gambling or other things. And so I could definitely see that she'd want to be involved in that aspect, and she's not allowed to.
Old Penny Marshall walking in to the league.
She does look like Penny Marshall.
Who's Penny Marshall, Peyton? Okay.
He didn't know RFK.
I know. That's true.
You know, JFK. Yeah, because so she can't even have any say in a team, in a league meeting. That's
just like they can't. It's just like it doesn't matter that Cuban is essentially the face. Cuban could not stand up there and take the trophy. He's not.
Oh, I get
it's
you.
same sort of thing. You're not allowed in those areas.
Yeah, because with the gambling aspect, the league and her probably already are on the same page on gambling. I would imagine.
Yes. But I would also imagine that she would find it beneficial to be involved in strategizing as a league to get gambling in every city.
All right, let's hear the actual report from Pablo himself.
Her political reputation was apparently so radioactive that the NBA and Commissioner Adam Silver would not allow her to be the governor of the team, the controlling owner, in other words, the face of the Mavericks, the person who would show up to these board of governors meetings, even though, of course, the league would happily take the money of the 5th richest woman in America, who is now the 3rd richest owner in all of American sports, right behind Steve Ballmer, who owns the Clippers, and Rob Walton of the Walmart Waltons, who owns the Denver Broncos. And so Miriam's son-in-law, Patrick Dumont, an executive at her casino company, was appointed governor of the Mavericks instead. And the reason why the ostensibly left-leaning NBA insisted on this is obvious once you step just a foot outside of sports, because nobody donated more money to Donald Trump in 2020 than Miriam Adelson, it turns out. And few people in right-wing politics, period, are as powerful as she is. And she also happens to be one of the most powerful pro-Israel extremists alive today by any standard, even though everyone in sports seems to be ignoring Miriam Adelson right now, including, by the way, the aforementioned Kyrie Irving, who is the athlete most associated with anti-Semitic conspiracy theories and his positions on Israel and Palestine.
In New York, it's a perfect example of our media. In New York, he's already been asked about that 10 times.
Oh, yeah.
Has he been asked about Miriam once?
No, absolutely
that would have been blown up and maybe blown up the Mavericks.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
In New York City.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right?
Absolutely would have been.
That just occurred to me. That's where our mindset is. Like, Kyrie and her. Opposite, maybe.
This is strange, though, because I just Googled it. Like, 75% of the real quick, 75% of those contributions in the last election cycle from the NBA owners went to Republican candidates. Why are they signaling her out?
Well,
because she surely is not the only right-leaning NBA owner.
Is she the loudest? That's what it sounds like.
Verbally or with the money? With the money, it seems that she is. I mean, she just donated $100 million.
Yeah, right.
That's financially pretty loud.
I do also wonder. I don't know. I'm gonna not say it. Never mind. I don't love his wording of a few things in there, but I
imagine though going as extreme left to extreme right as a team did with ownership. I don't know the history of everyone's beliefs, but anyway, just touching on that. All right, set up this G-Bag audio.
Okay, so yesterday, Zach Wolchuk was not on the G-Bag Nation because he had jury duty. He was excused for jury duty because you don't know.
What are the odds? Wolchuk and I both having girls and then jury duty summons.
We don't know how long. When you get jury
difference
duty
between us.
We don't know.
When it comes to someone in this room.
We don't know.
There is.
That's not the only difference. But there's you don't know how long you're going to be stuck on jury duty when you get first brought in. And so because of that, Wolchuk had to take a day. Well, Wolchuk got released early from jury duty. And Brian Broaddus,
I wonder how he got out.
Brian Broaddus was really trying to rally the rest of the G-Bag Nation to how awful is Zach for not coming in to do the show after he was cut early from jury duty.
My man has figured out how to take advantage of jury duty, I believe, right? You think
bully?
Yeah, I'm watchdogging this jury duty thing.
Well, I don't think he got called. He doesn't have that. He doesn't have that trustworthy sort of face, does he?
No,
I mean, I don't think any of us really do.
No,
but what Brian is saying is, if you get excused from jury duty at 10 a.m. and your show starts at 2, what do you do as a team player?
Yeah,
it's a good question.
Do you just sit at home and celebrate Porzingis maybe not playing?
Oh yeah, he's he's definitely.
I think he's into that. He might already be into the Tito's.
Yeah.
Who knows?
3-finger limit.
Giving that 6-week-old some swimming lessons. Who knows?
Yeah, he's probably taking a day at the pool.
I believe they excused him by 9.
Sure.
He had a chance to go to the Waffle House, grab a meal.
But as a new dad, you know how your priorities can shift. In one day, your priorities are your career and getting drunk, and the next day, everything is about that sweet baby girl and trying to make things easier on mama. So he is turning his back on his team.
2 weeks of that?
He did very recently, Brian.
Yeah.
Very recently.
So that sounded
some paternity leave shots there.
Yeah.
That's like some ball busting. Well, maybe that's why Broadus is not married. I don't know. Judging paternity leave and being home and being there for the child and everything. I don't know.
I think it's another reason.
I think Bennett turned out well. But that sounded like good-natured ball busting. But Broadus's tone maybe sounded a little bit more serious.
That was the first segment of the show. And he jumps right into that. That's the first thing Broadus has to say. So they move on.
By the way, for the record, if I'm supposed to have jury duty that day and I've taken off of work and they dismiss me, ain't no chance and freaking you know what that I'm coming in here.
Nope. I could be doing the get right and I'm still not coming in if I've called in for it. I don't care that it's 10 hours away. But no, so that was the first segment. They move on, start talking about Porzingis. They get into 220. You got G-Bag of the Day coming up. Brian wanted to circle back around to Zach Wolchuk's jury duty in segment 2.
And I know Woolie's probably listening to us right now. He might be floating his big ass around in the pool.
He probably
Even
is,
with the
man.
thunderstorms looming outside, Hey, enjoy your day off, bro.
Brian's mad because he didn't get jury duty too. I mean, that is, maybe accurate 206. I don't know. You'd have to ask Brian, but I've always just checked the box. I can't make it because I'm a radio host.
It works.
It didn't work for Wolchuk.
Yeah, essential personnel, they call us.
I guess they didn't. I guess they thought Wolchuk wasn't essential. I don't know because
essential personnel.
He filed the paperwork, and they said, "Sorry, man."
Now, did you notice what time the message came this morning about jury duty for him? 8:38 this morning. Got jury duty, boys. Have a great show. Knock it out of the park.
Yeah, that was good.
That's the text
Appreciate
we got
that
today.
encouragement.
It was some good motivation.
Hey, thanks, bro. Good luck. I hope you don't get on a murder case. He's out of there in 7 minutes. Big woolly bully ass walking out of the courtroom.
I've heard of Gen Z
swaggering out.
Yeah, I know.
Finger guns.
He's living. He's living great right now.
Yeah.
Sayonara, suckers.
Yeah, don't call me for a couple of years. Ha ha ha.
Boy,
Wow,
Brian,
he's so salty.
Brian wants team players, man.
Man, he's spicy.
Broadus pressures.
He just called him Rondo, basically.
Broadus
with
pressures us to work more than Spittle does.
Yes.
Broadus has not used.
He's the third APD up here.
Does he even use a third of his allotted vacation for the year?
No. He's one of those that messes it up for the rest of us.
Yep.
Like TMP with expenses on the road.
Yeah.
We're all turning in, what are we allotted? 35, 25, 70, 80,
$70 a day,
$70
whatever.
a day, and TMP is like $17 because he gets the 7-Eleven sushi every single day and turns it in, and they're like, we don't need to give you guys more per diem. Look, TMP is doing it correctly.
This is you.
And now look at Ted.
He's oh my gosh.
Jesus, John. Oh my gosh. Oh my God.
He would appreciate that.
Brian started.
He would.
Brian started that, I think, as a bit.
That's what 7-Eleven sushi get you.
And I think the longer he went into the bit, the more Brian realized, I actually agree with this bit that I'm doing. Where the hell is he? He needs to be here, right? And I think it built up to where then he started out his big ass in the pool, walking his big ass out of the jury room.
Speaking of some confrontation, shots return fired amongst NBA insiders. G-Bag needs to be worried not about Broadus and Wolchuk. They need to be worried about the new Madden cover boy. That's all on the way, along with an NBA Finals true or false right here on The Fan. But let me go ahead and get you the perfect Father's Day gift. Make sure to get it.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
The pitch, swinging a high fly ball. This one deep out into left center field. Leote getting back there, so too is Langford. He makes a leap, and it is gone. Langford had his glove over the wall out there in left center, but that one carried well for Will Smith, his 10th home run. And here in the bottom of the first, the Dodgers lead it 3-0.
Pixie with the call of the destruction of the Texas Rangers, Dane Dunning, and everyone else, including a catcher that they had to throw out there. 15-2, Dodgers. A season high in runs scored, 5 home runs, overall 4 in the 6th inning. Ohtani hit number 16, and James Paxton gave up 2 hits.
The Rangers have lost the last 3 times the day of or day after we've had Jared Sandler on the air.
And what does this mean for Kevin Hagelin's stats? Or we have to
It would have to be same day. Yeah, it'd have to be today. But they will lose today, so.
And we don't know.
Go home, Dodgers.
We won't know the outcome of the Ranger game today until after the Maverick game is over.
You don't have to.
Right.
That's Hagee's whole point, is just it can't happen on the same day.
Oh, gotcha. Look, basically, everybody but Robbie Grossman was terrible.
Yeah.
That's kind of how it is. He's the only one that kind of even showed up that knew there was a game scheduled. That's it. You could have turned the game off when Wyatt Langford turned his back to the camera and was running after the ball down the left field line that Mookie Betts hit in the 4th. And you'd have been fine turning it off there because you would have seen everything you needed to see.
Yeah, it was not in like a Willie Mays way of turning it back.
No, it was not. No.
They'll do it again tonight, 8:30 pregame on the Fan, 9
Hope
o'clock.
they don't do it again tonight.
Yeah, so let's hope not.
John Gray against Walker Buehler, 2-1-2 versus a 4-8-2, and John Gray has the 2-1-2.
Has the 2-1-2. Walker has been, he's a guy that has had multiple arm injuries throughout his career, trying to get back into form. So Rangers do have the pitching advantage in tonight's game.
You guys mentioned earlier today, because Peyton was already like, season's over. We're dead. We're nothing left. Time to go to sell mode. And I heard you guys mentioning Lorenzen, Robertson, Yates. Is there at any point like this season could get to an extent where you start saying, what if we talk about John Gray or Evaldi if teams call?
Well, look, if teams do call, I think all bets are off then because this team does have.
Would Evaldi bring you? Evaldi would bring you the biggest potential return, right?
From the pitcher standpoint?
Yeah,
for sure. Yeah, he's got. People would love to have him in a postseason series. He's proven over the last couple of postseasons he's been in that this dude is an absolute savage on the mound. Like, you would absolutely want him. There are other guys, Robertson, relievers are always, you're going to get high value for relievers at the deadline. That's why you see the teams like the Pirates and the Royals historically, get decent relievers in the offseason, knowing they're just going to trade them and flip them for prospects. It's a great idea. It's a good way to build your team without spending a whole lot of money. And then, you can make a decision if you want to move on from an outfield logjam. Have we seen the best that we're going to – have you seen the best that we're going to see from Adolis Garcia in his career?
Probably.
All right, and if the answer is yes, as much of a fan favorite as he is, it's a chance to move on, and because they're not going to give him the long-term deal. Sandler even said that, like, in the offseason, right? They were going to give him 5 years.
And what about the pitching help? Chris Young was on the G-Bag Nation yesterday, asked if Max Scherzer, take this for what it's worth, Bobby, is Max Scherzer trending in the right direction?
Oh, yeah, Max is doing great. He it was a great rehab outing for him on Sunday. I watched it. He looked great. Came out of it feeling great. He threw a bullpen today. Came out of that feeling well. So he'll make another rehab start at the end of the week. And then we'll determine what the next steps are and whether he's ready for the big leagues or if he needs another outing. But I think based on what I saw, where we got his pitch count, assuming he recovers well after his next one, we're in a good spot with Max.
I believe that was 3 greats in 7 seconds, which feels like overselling a little bit.
Just like Seager. Seager doesn't even need an MRI the next day. He'll be fine. Just a day off his feet. That's a day off his feet. Give the legs a rest. Corey Seager, still out. Didn't play yesterday against his former team.
DeGrom's just a little sore. Well, he'll be back any day now.
The NBA insider pettiness continues between Woj and Shams Charania, as Dan Hurley, of course, staying at UConn, and Shams, who said it was going to be J.J. Redick, was on the run it back, giving the updated reality of what happened.
My sources have said that J.J. Redick has been the front runner for this job. James Borrego has also, been among the leaders for this job as well with J.J. Redick. But when you think about the process so far, right? Rob Pelinka has met, before this Dan Hurley situation, he had met twice with two candidates. He met with J.J. Redick once. He met with James Borrego a separate time solo. And then James Borrego came into the facility, met with everyone, met with ownership. And then they, last week on Wednesday, turned their attention, I'm told, to Dan Hurley. And he was not the number one candidate, the number one guy to go pursue from the start, from the beginning. But they felt like there was an opening there for him. He was in contract negotiations with UConn. He was discussing a deal to go back. And they felt like there was an opening. And they threw what really people around the league believe was a Hail Mary offer at him. 6 years, $70 million. And at the end of the day, Dan Hurley chose not to leave. He chose to stay for $20 million less at UConn.
All right, nobody around the league thinks this is a Hail Mary offer. It's 6 for $70 million. Jim Harbaugh, that's a Hail Mary offer what he got. He got $16 million a year from the Chargers. He became the second highest head coach in the NFL behind Sean Payton. All right, that's a Hail Mary offer. Not making him less paid than Monty Williams. I don't know if Sham's trying to save face here or whatever.
None of this makes sense.
But there are people that are close to Hurley who say, no, they've been talking to him for a while. The reason they didn't interview him, and it makes perfect sense, what's been going on for Dan Hurley since the middle of April? It's transfer portal window. That's how you build your team in college basketball. He's not leaving to go take interviews with the Lakers in the middle of trying to build his team for next year. I mean, there are still, as of 3 days ago, you still have guys that are trying to find new teams. Most of them have found teams. Their team is set for next year, but the transfer portal has been a real major reason why this didn't happen until now.
If J.J. Redick was the number one candidate all along, where's the Redick offer, and why did they make the Hurley offer?
Right.
So someone's getting played. It sounds like it's Shams trying to save face.
Respecting the league, respecting the NBA Finals. You got to let Redick get through the finals, calling the games before you give him a firm offer. The Dan Hurley thing, that was just that was bait for Woj.
You imagine if they go from J.J. Redick and Dan Hurley to James Borrego, whatever it is, Prego. Imagine if they go from those two guys to that.
You may get people saying, "Bring me Darvin Ham back,"
because some people are saying Anthony Davis. He wants the unknown guy. JJ is too arrogant, and Dan Hurley is the college guy. What a mess that sounds like. All right, the Madden cover boy. I couldn't believe this. You talk about deflating. G-Bag should be very, very afraid. It is Christian McCaffrey. And as soon as you are named as the Madden cover guy, the curse is going to be brought up.
I'm not superstitious at all about it. I was so excited, man. I mean, this was such an honor to be able to, when I first got the call, I was in shock. It's something that I just never thought would happen to me. I never thought that somebody would call and tell me I'm on the cover of Madden. So when I got the call, I wasn't thinking about any curse. I was just excited. And I think that stuff is kind of myth, and whatever happens. But I'm excited to be on the cover.
Be careful. His mom was probably stalking social media yesterday for anyone who was bringing up injury, just like G-Bag got as they found out at the Super Bowl. Christian McCaffrey, really? We got to come up. We got to come up with something else here.
It's a miss. This is a miss. Another miss, because they put Jazz Chisholm on the cover of the MLB The Show game, and then Vlad Jr. And if you want to describe both those players, the best description in one word would be disappointment. And then if you wanted to use two words to describe this one, it would be doesn't matter. Because he's a running back.
White.
Who puts a run? let me ask you this: Who goes and plays? Now I haven't played Madden a ton, but I can tell you this: every time I've never said, "Man, you know what? Let me go play with this running back."
Here
in today's game.
Okay, here are the previous cover guys. You know the rule on the show. We're going to bitch about it. We got to come up with a solution. All right, so these guys eliminated because they were recently on. Mahomes was on 2020.
Okay.
Lamar was 2021. Mahomes and Brady, MVP edition. John Madden, 2023. So give me the name that it should have been instead of C-Mac.
Mahomes, every year.
No, and I don't.
I thought Josh Allen was on one of these.
I mean,
He was
Josh Allen.
He was last year. He was on last year, Madden 23.
Okay.
24 was Allen.
So previously it was Allen. All right. So we got to come up with a different name.
So I don't know because I don't follow it in this sort of way, but there's got to be one of the more popular players in the leagues that has a popular Twitch stream.
Kyle Yeomans.
Who streams playing Madden or other things. That's what they need to do. They need to partner up with somebody who is in this world and popular.
You play video games. Who could the Madden cover guy have been instead?
I mean, you very well could have put Dak second MVP. I don't think it would have been a bad idea.
Ninja. If you're looking for a quarterback, you're limited on the amount of quarterbacks that have been worthy or had
that or Jalen Hurts.
He's coming off a really good year. Justin Jefferson is an easy answer for me. I mean, when was the last time you had a wide receiver? Obviously not since 2020 have we had a wide receiver.
Did they make
on
the
there.
playoffs? No.
No, they didn't. But I mean, they lost Kirk in the middle of the year.
TJ?
Taylor Swift?
Hushmanzada?
Taylor Swift.
I mean, I guess they probably don't want to because
that would have been awesome.
I guess they don't want to.
That would have been brilliant.
What about
Taylor
like
Swift.
Tyreek Hill plays it?
Yes,
a bunch, and he's on a stream. I get there's probably connections to why you can't do it, but I mean, Tyreek Hill's a big name.
Form your own team with all Tyreek's kids.
Oh God!
Create your own players.
Oh, yeah.
Create your own hills.
Him and Cromartie literally could have a team together.
I mean, honestly, Micah would make sense.
Yeah.
All right, I need y'all's Madden cover guy instead of CMC. Franco injury attorney text line 877-881-1053.
A lot of Tyreek Hill, CJ Stroud, Kelsey and Taylor Swift, CD.
Stroud may have been the answer.
Yeah.
I like that as the best suggestion so far.
Jefferson and Jamar Chase, Burrow.
Not Jamar.
Not
Burrow.
Micah,
Burrow just got hurt.
Micah. So
got to put Burrow on before he retires.
I do genuinely wonder because of just the direction that everything's going with these, like, just different Twitch streams and, stream groups and everything else. Like, I do wonder if we are going to eventually head to a day where they put somebody, like a big streamer on there. Like, I was joking earlier when I said Ninja, but I genuinely wonder if at some point they just throw a streamer on the cover with a player.
Who's that streamer that he's a YouTuber that was at the Cowboy game with Jerry a couple years ago? Gosh.
First Take has been putting
Tim the Tap Man.
R. Kelly.
Tim the Tap Man. That's it. Put him on there.
What'd you say?
R. Kelly. He was talking about streamers. I
Bobby.
misunderstood.
Read my text. 877-881-1053. Franco injury attorney text line. Bobby should read it more from within the room. Let's go commercial free with the Expressway. On your home of the Cowboys and Rangers, Choppy has put together an NBA Finals version of True or False. And Porzingis, not the only injury story. Luka getting the painkillers. Should Luka still be the Finals MVP? Porzingis going to be even more of a villain if he plays? And will this mark the end of the super teams? Awesome questions for you to answer with an NBA Finals version of True or False next on The Fan. But happy birthday to Skenes. and Expressway means that we are commercial free here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. It's DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan with Game 3 tonight. Of course, we're trying to figure out the mysterious left leg injury, the rare injury for Kristaps Porzingis. But how about Luka receiving the pain-killing injection to numb the chest area before the Game 2 loss? Of course, he doesn't want to acknowledge it. Yesterday at practice, he said, I feel good. I don't want to get into any more details, but I feel good. So that is Luka Doncic gutting it out with the injection.
The thoracic contusion, a broken heart. That's what it is, a thoracic contusion.
If your chest is numb, like I would think that would make things a little odd for your arms and being able to actually shoot. So is it like that just sounds painful to even get an injection in that area?
Well, it didn't bother him too much. He was dropping 30. Thought he was going to carry them to the victory since he's the only offensive player that's out there.
You heard Mike Breen yesterday, Sean. He's a warrior working through this.
And that leads us into an NBA Finals version of True or False from RJ Choppy before we chop it up on a hump day.
Hump day?
Hot day?
The Dallas Mavericks, true or false, are more of a product of attrition of the West than they are the second best team in the NBA.
More of a product of attrition versus being the second best team in the NBA? I'll say true. I don't believe that they're the second best team in the NBA. I think now look, I knew that a couple years ago that was a fluky run. I agree with Charles Barkley when they made it to the West Finals against Golden State. Nothing about this has been fluky. Like, in my opinion, it's not even the same galaxy of conversation. They did get fortunate to get a banged-up Clippers team who's aging. They were fortunate to get a young OKC team before they're truly ready, and they were fortunate to get Minnesota. I'm not calling it, though, like, lucky. They just got fortunate with some matchups. The Denver Nuggets are still a better team to me than the Dallas Mavericks, so I don't think they're the second best team in the NBA.
I mean, they were, if you want to talk about attrition, they were the most banged up team in the matchup against the Thunder and the Timberwolves, and the Thunder and the Timberwolves consistently throughout the year were better, so I don't think attrition's the right word. I'll say false because, I mean, they were, if you look at post-trade, they were the second best team in the NBA behind the Celtics. Ultimately,
yes.
Post-trade deadline, these were the two best teams in the NBA that made it.
Yeah, I don't think they're a part of attrition necessarily. I don't believe they're the second best team in the league either. It's probably somewhere in the middle, but I guess I'd lean more closely to the product of attrition than the second best. Luka can and should win Series MVP even if the Mavs lose.
No.
It will happen.
He definitely won't. What will happen?
Will it happen? Ever? Because we've seen the
it would have to be Boston having this spreading of the production amongst the guys that they have so far, but on the other side, guys gonna have to average like 38, or 40.
Because we've seen
and it goes 7.
Yeah,
it's never gonna happen with a sweep of 5.
We've seen guys like in hockey win the Conn Smythe, like J.S. Shiger won it when he did not win the cup. Super Bowl MVP
Thurman Thomas
has happened on a losing.
Did
on a losing
Thurman
team.
win it in the Giant game? Or
No,
that was Otis.
Otis
won
did.
it. But people were trying to make the case for Thurman.
Yeah, so it's happened in sports. Should it happen here this year? Like, let's say the Mavs lose. Yeah, it won't. You're right, it won't.
Yeah.
But, I mean, he's clearly the best player on the floor and the most valuable.
No, because, I mean, like, the betting odds have told you it doesn't even matter if it's not even the best player. It's the most prominent
but he's
player.
asking should.
I know, but I'm saying that should. No, probably not. The last time this happened in the NBA Finals where somebody lost and won the MVP was Jerry West. Did it in 69, and that was going into Game 7. The Celtics were massive underdogs, and stupidly, I don't know why, they had the writers vote for Series MVP before Game 7. And so West won the MVP, and then Boston surprisingly won the game. And it was like, oh, well, West wins MVP. But in the NBA, just doesn't happen. And no, I don't. If you can't will the team to it, I don't think he should have won it.
Ugh. We're getting this lack of help, though.
It's tough.
Yeah.
I mean,
he's getting nothing.
Nothing.
He's getting nothing.
Zero. I'd like to actually see throughout the history of the finals the second highest leading score separation or top 3 for your team compared to what Luka is dealing with right now. Yeah, that would be interesting. A lack of help study.
Yeah, I mean, and beyond that, the gap not just between your team, but in everybody else in the series on both teams. Like he's 10 points per game higher almost than anybody else in this series. Anybody on either team. It's crazy the different level that he is versus what everybody else has.
And those guys are also hurt. Of course, Luka's stats are aided by him being top 2, the only option right now. And those guys' stats are harmed because they have 5 guys.
They have a bunch of guys. Yeah, they could spread the ball around. Speaking of which, Boston is, I can't think of a better word. I'll say generationally good. That's not the right word.
Are they an all-time team?
That's the question. They're generationally good, but is their lack of a single star going to prevent them from being remembered?
Great question.
Thank you.
I
just don't know how to word it.
I would lean towards, I found that out with the attrition one.
Yeah.
I would say yes, they're going to be forgotten because of Jason Tatum not being the true superstar. Not enough separation between Tatum and Brown.
Yeah, I mean, do we forget?
And they're not splashy. Like when Steph and Clay were coming on the scene, they don't have a cool nickname like the Splash Brothers or a style of play that is so different that we're like, okay, this can take over the league from an entertainment standpoint. Like you're not watching the Boston Celtics and going, whoa, kids are gonna get addicted to this style.
I'm trying to think of the team basketball winners that we've had over the last 20, 25 years. So it would be Toronto,
Milwaukee,
Dallas, Detroit. Probably. I mean, we'll remember to I don't know. It's tough because they do have 2 big star players, whereas like Detroit, Billups doesn't rank as a star even on the level to me of Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum. And I think when you look at Dallas had Dirk, Giannis, Kawhi, but those were generally viewed as they were doing it all by themselves. So this is a little different, but yeah, probably they'll be forgotten to some extent.
You could make an argument they are going to be like one of the future disrespected or underappreciated great teams.
Yeah.
When you put down all the analytical numbers and the 67 wins and number 1 defense and shooting and all that.
Is part of it too that people have just been waiting on them? You should have already done this.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
We forget.
Absolutely.
Think of other title teams. A lack of a single star.
Detroit.
Yeah, the Pistons.
Yeah.
We largely.
Detroit did not have a superstar.
Yeah, now we remember. Now the one thing we remember about them.
Their PA guy.
Their PA guy, yes, Mason.
Billups.
And their opponent. That's to me.
Yes, they beat the Lakers.
They ended those. There was 3 in a row, right? They had won 3 straight.
No, San Antonio won in between them.
You said it, man. But still,
that's when they added Gary Payton and Malone.
Yeah, they beat the Lakers. No, people don't beat the Lakers, and that was to me with that super team, one of the first super teams that changed it for them.
Nobody, part of the Dirk title is beating the Heatles, the super team Heat.
Yeah, nobody the 04 White Sox. They're just a really good team. They have a super duper star.
Yeah, they'll be remembered. They will be remembered in the future as a reference point for anybody who's trying to argue why they can win the finals without they'll just be used as a factor of Boston did it, Milwaukee did it, Detroit did it. That's how they'll.
But
be
if
discussed.
if you just read what they are on paper, it sounds like an all-time great team. The best offensive team in the league, individual defenders that could lock down Kyrie Irving.
Mm-hmm.
You never take that statement lightly. The best three-point shooting team in the league.
Mm-hmm. Taking the most threes, making the most threes.
Yes. 5 deep, and I mean legitimately deep with Porzingis or Holiday after your top big 2.
Yep.
2 guys that had little separation. We couldn't decide who was better between Jaylen Brown and Tatum, both averaging 26 or 30, whatever it was in the Eastern Conference Finals. all that on paper is a great team.
Yeah, it is. It is. So, knowing that.
That team on paper is better than the Mavs. Reading those things, that's better than the 2011 Mavs team.
And they have 5 guys who have made all-star teams in their career.
Wow.
On their roster.
Yeah, the 2011 Mavs team had.
And it doesn't feel like an old Clippers achievement of,
right.
Yeah. Well, we got 4 Hall of Famers right now that are playing, or the Cowboys offensive line. We got Tyron and Zach, and we got these old Hall of Famers that are on there. No, these guys can still make all-star teams, it feels like.
Yeah, and Drew Holiday, he's on pace for 50, 40, 95 in percentages from field, 3-point, and free throw. He'd be the first player ever in the playoffs to do that.
Wow.
That's
wow.
He's having a great year. Yeah, the 2011 Mavs had obviously a better singular player in Dirk. Yes. And they were deep. I mean, they were very deep. And I wonder, if they had Caron Butler, for the postseason run, would that have changed things? This is a really good team.
Mavericks version of True or False during the Expressway. Franco injury attorney text line. Pepe, let's answer some of the questions from the tolls before we move on.
Yeah, just that last question there. 469 says some Spurs teams were forgotten.
Yes.
And the 817 says Boston's had the easiest path to the finals ever, so they will be forgotten.
No one will remember or care.
No, they won't.
Especially if they beat us down in 4 or 5.
Yep.
No one's going to remember or care.
All right, let me ask you this about the path. If they win, should this end the rest versus rust / too easy of a path, never challenged debate? Or not debate, talking point?
Should it? That's the interesting part of the question.
Yeah,
it will never die.
It will never die because it's content. I mean, people are looking for content for one. And
I mean, both teams, the rest versus rust, no impact because Dallas was off for a week too. So like some people are like, they had it too easy during the regular season. They were never challenged. And then they get to a tight game and they collapse, that kind of thing.
Right.
I mean, it won't kill it. It'll be.
Plus, we haven't had a tight game for them to be tested in the first 2.
Right.
Yeah. No, it won't kill the narrative moving forward at all. People still have the discussion about it. It'll be used as a reference point of here's evidence.
And I don't think it should because, like, a humongous victory for the show, us was talking about the Minnesota Vikings and the New York Giants. Yeah. We just knew during that season that they were frauds. Like the Pittsburgh Steelers undefeated. We knew that they were frauds. So sometimes it does matter.
A lot of it depends on who you have on your team. Look, if the Patriots dynasty never had us,
East.
I mean, the AFC East was awful. Awful. And they lost their fair share of playoff games. But they they went to like 9 Super Bowls. Like, that's not a recipe that you would think would get you there by not having any kind of resistance. If they win, will this be a nail in the super team coffin?
That's another great question because the Hoops Collective was talking about the other day, super team is not the way to go. So we're already trending away from it. Will it be the nail?
Or
no.
It'll be a nail.
It will be a nail. It will not be the nail, as people will still try to, I think, collect. Like, are the Suns? Yeah. Are the Suns a nail in this? The Brooklyn Nets. When's the last super team that has been great? Made it there.
Ooh.
Not the Nets.
Warriors, yeah, after they went. But I mean, even still, they made it just as building the team before Durant got there.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, I think if you want to change the super team era to me, it's that's going to end with the CBA. Nothing else.
There are people who still, and I'm not saying it's accurate, but like there are people who will talk about, they say Boston still qualifies as one. You went out and got Drew Holiday, one of the best defensive players in the NBA. You went out and got Porzingis to be your 3rd. You have Derek White as the 5th player, who's a former first-round pick, who's considered one of the better contributors. They still have a ton of big-name players on there that they've gone out and acquired who were already veterans.
Yeah, but just not, they lack the blockbuster appeal.
Yeah, they don't have like the Bosch acquisition, but they've got big guys that they've added.
How would you guys approach it if you're running a team in terms of adding Kevin Durant and Bradley Beal to Devin Booker? Would you be able to say no to it?
Nope. I wouldn't be able to say no to it. I mean, a lot of it, I would have to, I mean, a lot of it matters where you are. There are some cities that can't build super teams. Like Sacramento's never going to be able to get play, or you know what I mean?
City aside.
Dallas. City aside, it's going to be very difficult for me to say no to players that are great players, superstars that want to come here. Because it does, first of all, it gives you
You can have LeBron James, but lose, hypothetical, I don't know the contracts that are up. You lose Gafford, you lose Derek Jones, and you lose, give me one more depth guy.
Josh Green.
Josh Green. I mean, Josh Green barely.
Oh,
barely.
yeah. I'll
You're
take
losing
LeBron.
Gafford,
Yeah.
and you're losing PJ and Josh Green.
It's an entertainment business. It's a
No, I'm not talking about for winning. To win.
Oh, to win. I mean, look, they're in the NBA Finals. LeBron. What did LeBron?
But they're
LeBron
in the,
didn't even.
But they're in
make
the,
the playoffs.
they're in the NBA
What?
Finals for a major reason because of Gafford.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like I would, if I was in the Mavs situation, the way they are currently, I would keep the current roster.
What we found with super teams, though, generally over time is you will get every veteran buyout player who can be a solid rotational piece to go, I'll go play for the minimum there.
Well, not in Phoenix.
Well, yeah, not there, but that's Kevin Durant. Nobody wants to play Kevin Durant.
That's right.
If Porzingis plays through pain, let's say he plays tonight.
Yeah.
And plays well, that will make him a bigger villain in DFW even than Kyrie is in Boston.
No.
No.
Make him an even bigger villain in DFW? Yes. I thought the sentence may have stopped there. Then Kyrie in Boston? No. Because we're also not capable of that as a fan base.
I think the mindset from the Dallas fan tends to lean towards, I don't know that they would villainize him. I think they would villainize people here in Dallas. Why can't you even slow down Hurt Guy? Why can't you defend Hurt? Like, I think it would turn towards criticism of the team and sort of self-loathing more than hatred of Porzingis.
That's it.
Well done.
Thank you.
NBA Finals version. Okay. Andrea Carter, CJ McCollum, Mike Greenberg all picking the Mavericks to win tonight. Of course, they want that at that network desperately, so the NBA Finals ratings don't totally plummet and disappear. I haven't seen numbers for Game 2. Anyone else?
Somebody sent me something that said it was the highest rated or most watched Game 2 ever.
One of Bobby's rare wins is that ratings mean nothing. I've never seen highest rated and lowest rated
more
often than this.
Yeah, the
ridiculous.
A lot because let's see, Game 2 was a Sunday night. What was Game 1? Thursday. Yeah, it makes no sense because like the way they're judging ratings now is way different than they ever did. They're able to count them, I think, more accurately now.
Here's a headline says Game 2 rebounds. The Game 2 ratings were the best in 5 years. Is what this
for like an NBA Finals Game 2.
Yes.
Okay. All right, back to the finals a little bit later on here on Sean and RJ. It's DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Wednesday, commercial free. Expressway means more RJ Choppy.
All right, here we go, fellas. Let's have a little fun today.
Sean, do you wash your feet in the shower?
The exact same practice as Jason Kelsey. Every once in a while.
Every once in a while.
Every once in a while. Would you guys prefer a bench? What percentage of people have a bench in their shower? My brother made this like a.
We do.
You do.
It's it was a built-in. You know,
Wow.
like it's not like it's a ceramic or whatever the tile is.
Yeah.
It was just the way they built the shower.
And do you always wash your feet while sitting on that? Because that's.
Oh, I never sit on that.
You don't?
I was going to say, God only knows what he uses that bench
I
for.
never
sit on that?
I never sit on that.
Oh, baby.
No.
Sarah
it's very
sits
small.
on it, knowing Choppy's
it's a very
kinks. I wanted to see if you all could go there.
No, I never sit on that thing.
Really?
It's too cold. It's
Too cold?
Yeah, it's too cold. It's cold. You know, it's just like.
Is it not get hit by the water? The hot water?
It does, but I feel like just water, like tile and water is always cold.
Because I would have to sit on that to wash my feet. Trying to do the balance, the one leg balance of washing the feet is a pain.
I will stick my foot up on there to wash.
And also, Brian Baldinger told G-Bag like he doesn't like wash his legs. He just lets the water run
that's
down it
disgusting.
and doesn't do the scrubbing.
That's disgusting. You have to wash your legs.
Do you guys though scrub your legs every day?
Every day.
Okay.
Yeah, I will go ankle up.
I'll go to the kneecap.
Peyton, you don't wash your calves every day?
You see?
Not every day.
You see?
I go to the kneecap. The soap will take care of the rest.
You see?
How do you get the dead skin off?
It falls off.
We're men. We don't care about dead skin like that.
Ankle up, and then what you do is you take some body wash and you just squeeze it onto the bottom of the bathtub and then just kind of rub your foot over it. And then that we don't have to worry about the balance. Telling you.
So somebody posted
Shut
on
up, dirty calves.
Somebody posted on Twitter, and this has been going on for a few days now. Jason Kelce looks like he doesn't wash his legs or his feet. And Jason Kelce responds, "What
That's
kind
a
of
facial hair stereotype?"
Yeah, it is. He says, "What kind of weirdo washes their feet?" And then
Let us know the shower practices. Take us inside the shower with you on the bench too.
So this actually comes, and somebody responds. A fun fact: there was a study done where they measured the amount of bacteria between those who actively scrub and wash their legs or feet versus those who didn't, and there was more bacteria on those who actively washed their legs or feet. And Kelce responds, "Let them know from the rooftop." So Kelce is coming out as a he's an anti-feet washer.
Pepe, what are the Tolos saying?
They all wash their feet and legs every single time.
No,
I
they
wash them every
don't.
time from the 3-2-5.
You guys are
You have to
liars,
wash
just
your
like
feet.
not peeing in the pool. You lie. There's two types of people. You pee in the pool, you lie about peeing in the pool.
I wash my legs every day, feet most of the time. But I also am
Hey, but because you shower once every 4 days.
No, that's only on the weekends. It's only on the weekends. I mow the lawn a couple times a week, but I also mow the lawn barefoot.
Okay.
I have to wash my feet.
You don't
they've got
you never
constant
get
mud.
ant bites?
No, I put down a lot of stuff to make sure that there's no bugs in the yard. So my yard's pretty fine. My yard's got no grass on it right now because I gave it a disease in the off season.
Yeah.
So that's kind of ruined it for me. But yeah. So I do when I mow the lawn and there's mud all over them, I will absolutely scrub them, but not all the time
With the mud.
Yeah, not all the time. So that's Jason Kelce. Would you go on a cruise that lasts 3.5 years? This cruise, it's called Villa V Odyssey, is a residential cruise ship setting sail on a groundbreaking journey that will last 3.5 years. It's $95,000. And there's an additional fee ranging about $1,000 per month per person.
What? $95K and then $1,000 a month?
Yeah, basically
So an additional $36K.
Yeah, the 95. Yeah, right.
$130,000.
So it's basically $130,000 for 3 years. $130,000 for 3 years. So that's all your living expenses, all your food.
Okay,
right.
All you can drink.
Yep. It will go to 425 ports across 147 countries. I mean, there's only how many countries are there? 190. You're basically going every country out there. An unparalleled opportunity for passengers for this endless summer and diverse global experience.
No. Bobby would be the first one that would be unable to do it.
Yep.
Crying about the water and the bumps. I'm sicky.
No, not because sicky, because it's the same reason why I wouldn't ever go live in a rural area that's super isolated. I would just go nuts being that removed from the rest of society.
Well, you can get off of the ports.
Yeah, you're going to go to ports. You're going to have 425 stops. So you're going to have, what is that? A stop every 3 days over the course of the 3 years?
I mean, I love staying at home and not leaving the bed, but I mean,
I don't even think you could do. I think a 2-week cruise you would get sick of.
Yes.
Look, 3 years at sea.
No,
I what?
Do I have to work still? I guess you have to make that decision whether you would quit your job.
Well, you would be able to you would be able to work theoretically on the ship. You could go to your your room and work from there.
I'm
if you
saying
wanted
no.
to. I don't know. I could do 3.5 years. My gosh, you want to talk about cabin fever? And then the amount of
you'd be miserable.
Seasickness you would get just rocking back and forth.
Out of anybody sitting here right now, he's the one that I think would do it. Is
Yes.
Peyton.
3.5 years? Yeah, I think I would. I'd love it too.
The money part would be his problem.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'd have mom to pay for it again.
Him and his neck pillow on the boat.
Oh my gosh, could you imagine? All right, next one. Did you have when you picked out baby names?
She picked out baby names.
Oh, she picked them out. Okay. So there is a new trend out there that people are claiming rights to baby names.
This is great.
Without even being pregnant.
This is great.
So you're in a friend group and you're all married, or some people who aren't even married yet.
Yeah,
and
like
saying,
me, Chicoline, and Matt Pitman.
Y'all have the same name for your daughter.
Yes. Matt Pitman, 8:20 this morning, brought to you by Mr. Electric.
So was that a discussion at all? That, hey, can we really name her this? We have two friends that have the same.
No offense to the other guys. I should have known Chicolines because his daughter has come over to the pool a couple times. But I have no idea what Pitman's kids' names were.
Sure.
I didn't know that. Chicoline is too cool. He doesn't hang out often enough for it to be a problem. Now, if he hung out as many times as I've invited him and accepted it versus being Mr. Big Dog, could have been a slight issue, but probably would not have stopped it.
Okay.
It depends how much you hang out with that person or family. You know?
Yeah, and like, look, relationships change. I mean, you might not be friends with them in 10 years. There's 2 years.
There was much more of a discussion, zero discussion of, is this the same name as somebody else's kid that we know? Much more of a discussion of, does this name remind me of someone I hate and I don't want to call that name all the time?
1,000,000%.
Yeah.
Yes.
An ex?
Yes.
You know, what if you have an ex and your girl wants to name your baby after that?
Yes.
Or not after it, but the same name. It's, oh.
What was your number one? We're not naming the baby that name. Just a first name. Just give me a first name.
For the boy or girl?
Either.
Jeff. And that was the least dangerous answer because I'm for damn sure not giving a girl.
Cassandra was ours.
Who?
Cassandra was ours.
Cassandra. What? One night at Baby Dolls? You didn't want to get reminded of that? Cassandra? You want to elaborate?
I can't. I don't think Kristen will let me.
Okay, good. Smart. Did you rule out Eddie?
Broke my headphones.
Zach?
You just topped mine.
Now, you know, when
look, for real, I am joking. I didn't have a guy name that I thought of.
Yeah.
Where I was like, no, it can't be this person. I was just I was busting balls. All the other times I make jokes, I'm not busting balls. I was busting balls.
Yeah. When I had,
but there definitely there's.
This happens.
10 times more female names.
Absolutely. 10
times.
Absolutely. I didn't love the name Julian when he named him that. It wasn't like my first choice. I grew on me, and now I think it's a great name. But no, there was never any real like hardcore discussion. But this is apparently a thing where couples and even non-couples in their friend group are just claiming names years in advance, and people are like, "Hey, I'm pregnant. I like the name. You're not even married yet. Can I at least use this name?" And it's creating divide. Thank goodness.
Pay, you have one, by the way. More importantly, do you have one you would not allow Mackenzie to name after? Is there like a hated ex-boyfriend that would work you up? A name that you know of, where you guys kind of haven't gone there? And she seems chill, like she wouldn't be bitter about that stuff.
I mean, we've talked about exes. I mean, it's common sense not to name a baby after either an ex of mine or an ex of hers. I mean, I really like the name Calvin. That was one that I threw the name to her.
Calvin.
Yeah, I like that. That's a cool name. But she has a whole list of baby names that she won't even let me see yet. So
okay,
Calvin Russell.
Okay, but is there a ex of hers that's off the table? You know a name? Is there a villain?
I mean, I haven't met any. I know the names, but like I haven't met any of them. Yeah.
Yeah, I would hope you haven't met him.
Jeez.
Calvin Russell.
I like Cal, the nickname Cal.
Cal? Yeah, it's a good name.
Cal,
Good name.
right after the guy who doesn't know your name, Mike Bassick.
Right, absolutely.
Calvin
This kid, Cal.
Phillip Russell.
Calvin Phillip.
Oh, yeah.
Calvin Phil Russell.
You've got to name your son Phillip.
Phil Calvin
You have to
Russell.
name your son Phil.
Philip Calvin Russell.
Philip
Calvin.
Russell Jr.
Philip Russell Jr. Listen, I think
That was a good top, Bobby.
I think
Thank
this
you.
next one's a great idea. I had an idea years ago, me and the late, great Mark Friedman, about a realty company catering just to divorces. All right, you're just going after divorces because they got to sell the house.
Oh.
But now people are creating divorce gift registries, so you can get rid of household items.
Oh.
So you get divorced, you're splitting up, you want to make some cash, or that you took everything in the divorce, but this reminds you of that person, you want to get rid of it. they're creating
a divorce version of the estate sale.
An estate sale, right? It's a gift registry for divorces. So you create a website and people go and purchase all your goods that you don't want.
Love it.
What an idea.
I mean, why don't you just have a yard sale?
Why don't you have a yard sale, garage sale,
I guess
tag sale,
that's a
whatever.
problem in terms of dividing it.
Well, no, you got to get a permit now for garage sales half the time.
Yes.
It's insane.
And people lie. They put down your address. We tried to apply with the city of Dallas, and they're like, no, you guys have met your quota for the year. And it turns out people just throw out the random addresses so that they can have their third, fourth, fifth garage sale, and you can't have yours.
Yeah, it's like when he got his social claimed for taxes. Like, it's the same sort of thing where people just claim the address. I think there should be a registry for people to, like, for guys after divorces to collect the things they lost rather than sell them. Like, put up a registry where friends can buy you the things that you lost around your home.
You don't have to answer this. What was like the biggest divorce battle, possession-wise, between you and the ex?
I'm
not talking about important things like, kid
Children.
time and children.
Right.
She
You're
actually-
talking about superficial stuff.
Yeah, superficial stuff. Like, I want that gaming chair.
Honestly, I did want. There was a desk I had. It was a good looking desk. I really liked the desk. I wish I wanted it. She was like, I need it for the kids for homework and everything. I was like, of course you did.
Homework.
But no,
Did you buy the
honestly,
desk?
what's that?
Who bought the desk? Or both?
We were married when we got it. I probably paid for it.
Yeah, you are the man.
All right, absolutely. That's actually how I met.
I'm kidding.
It's funny. That desk is how I met the guy who introduced me to Sarah. Is me buying that desk.
What?
Yeah, I bought that desk. The Great West.
Was it Sean Young?
No.
Wilson Bauhaus?
No, it was not. I got it.
He's like, let me give you these chairs in the studio to make up for RJ's divorce.
He was working at Pottery Barn, and I bought the desk, and he calls me up to schedule delivery. He's like, by the way, are you RJ from the radio? I'm like, yeah, man, it's me. And I was like, he's like, listen, I was like, appreciate it.
I have this girl that you made?
No, we go like 10 years out talking. He shows up at a softball game that I was playing in on the same team. He was a pickup player. We became friends that way. But I met him at, when I bought
Pottery Barn.
the Pottery Barn. So it's actually
pimp.
kind of ironic how it comes full
Pimp in
circle.
a Pottery Barn.
But the house is what I really want.
Hooks him up with a desk, hooks him up with Sarah. He won't pay for buns for a trip to Oklahoma.
Yeah. That's the same guy?
Same guy.
You have no shame. Chopping it up every hump day. What a perfect way to end it here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Bobby has all the Game 3 adjustments. He still thinks that the Mavs should dare Jason Tatum to beat them. How the Mavs can get back in the series from Roberto next. Let's get you healthy.
Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour, hump day edition. It's a Meat Church Wednesday brought to you by Mr. Electric with Matt Pitman with some pretty big Dallas Cowboys cooking up some crawfish. So we'll talk to Meat Church Matt Pitman at 8:20. Below the belt coming up at 8:40. But Roberto, you have the Game 3 adjustments for the Mavs to try to get back in the series tonight.
Yeah, so we were looking at just different ways. We've talked about how much can you actually adjust rotation or scheme or whatever else. And so I wanted to look at it and go like, where's an area they can make an adjustment on offense? Where's an area they can make an adjustment on defense? And where's an adjustment they can make in the rotation? And so these are the three that I came up with after thinking about it for a little bit. So on offense, I want Kyrie in this game putting up threes like immediately. You know how Boston has gotten into this function of Missoula's basically entire strategy is I don't care if they're falling or not, put up the threes. Like just throw them up and we're going to hit enough
like
of them
us
at a rate.
A couple years ago against the Warriors and everybody else.
Just get Kyrie like in a rhythm, knock out that first 3-pointer of the series, have him like just that's what I want to get early going on. You know how we have games where Luka sets out to I'm looking for my shot early. I want that to be the game for Kyrie early on and see if he can hit those.
JJ Redick was talking about what he liked about the Mavs offense and how it can involve Kyrie.
They ran some off-ball stuff last night for Luka that was really interesting. It's a little bit like that old Dirk play. You know, Luka's on the right block. He gets a pin down from the foul line area and he can pop up top, or he gets the baseline screen on the left side and can pop out to the corner. He had a corner three in the first half. They ran it in game one as well. Boston f***ed up the switch. Luka missed a wide open three at the top of the key. Maybe I want some more of that for Kyrie off the ball.
I think that would work well. And like I said, if Kyrie can look for his shot a little bit more early and specifically from the perimeter and get a three knockdown, I think that would be huge for the Mavericks offense to get him going. So to me, get Kyrie in a rhythm by saying, hey, we're going to look for Kyrie's shot early on here, even over Luka's, because it's important that he gets going because we know Luka will get going at some point. He doesn't need that jump start, it feels like at times, like Kyrie does.
Yes.
Defensively, I'm done trying to just swarm Jason Tatum. It's, you know how there have been times.
I don't know, man. It's working.
Is it?
Right. You're not shooting well.
But I mean,
30%.
like, but if you want to talk about taking away the Derek Whites and the Drew Holidays and these guys who just start hitting volume threes, they're going to knock those threes down. They're getting good looks. I feel like if you live with, there's two modes of thought. I can't let Tatum beat me. Everybody else has to beat me. Or the thought is Tatum can get his. No one else is going to get anything outside of that. And we will live with it. Whatever Jason Tatum is able to put up against us, we'll do it.
Yeah.
Now, the blow-by rate with Tatum is high. So the extra coverage has mattered in terms of like being able to take away him shooting very effectively because he's getting by the first defender pretty easily.
Okay, so is his blow-by rate high for him the regular season, or is it just in the series?
No, it's up. Like he's blown by the defender pretty frequently right now, the first one. More so than he does on average.
I would right now go along with that strategy of, are they swarming versus single coverage of him?
Yeah, he's getting 2-3 guys. He talked about it the other day. They were saying, why are you struggling? He's like, wherever I go with the ball, there's 2 or 3 people around me.
I would play him straight up and let him beat you.
You're not now, if you're going to play him straight up, who's on him? PJ?
Yes.
Lively, maybe? Lively's athletic and long.
No, not Lively.
PJ's 6'7". Tatum's got 3 inches on him.
Not Lively.
So it's just that you got to figure out who you want on him. Definitely, I know I saw some people suggesting Mavericks should switch to a zone defense. I like the way Boston shoots; they would cook zone.
Yeah, no.
Like I don't have any trust in that at all. So to me, it's you know what? Tatum can put up 50, and he might with the way he's been blowing by people. If you just say we're gonna cover him one-on-one.
Tatum is 3 inches on.
He's 6'10", 6'9", 6'10". Tatum's big.
6'8".
6'10"?
He's 6'8".
No way.
He's not 6'10".
Regardless,
6'10".
He's bigger than PJ. Now, to me, so let him put up his 50. I don't care. Like if he's gonna do that, that's fine. I'm not gonna get beat. Just like Luka, Boston seems completely content with Luka. Put up your shots, get your points. Fine.
Jason Tatum's highest scoring points of the playoffs. He averaged 21.8 against Miami. He scored 28 once in that series. That was his series high. He scored 33 twice against Cleveland and averaging 27. He scored 36 twice against Indiana and averaging 30. He has not scored more than 18 in these first 2 games.
PJ's listed as 6'7". I think PJ and him is a good.
Yeah,
PJ's. I don't think that's the default thought. Yeah. I do think that Lively gives him. Lively is like. I mean, McMahon talked about this the other day. Lively is arguably the best athlete on the team. Like that's how big of a freak he is in terms of his size. And so he's somebody who can guard on the perimeter and do some different things. And so Tatum, just with his ability to play inside out, I wonder about. But we know that PJ had success guarding Cat too, and Cat was much bigger than PJ. The other thing, the rotation that. Derrick Jones Jr. has been getting lit up in this series defensively. He has been the worst defender statistically of anybody on the team.
Wow.
If you look at it, he has given up
shocking
57% shooting. And it's inside, it's outside, and it's not just on 10 shots that they put up. It's like 16 of 27 shooting for the series. He has just not been very good. And offensively, the shots aren't falling right now. To me, the one that I would swap out now is I would be fine giving Exum some of Derrick Jones Jr.'s minutes. Now, Exum is not as long as Derrick Jones Jr., but he has length. He's strong. He's shown himself to be, he was a bad defender in Utah. He's grown into a good defender, and he's somebody who can handle the ball. If you want to try and get some stuff going for Kyrie and Luka off the ball and generate some stuff off them, Exum can bring the ball up. Exum can play point. He's done it in the NBA. He's done it in Australia. So Exum is a ball handler. Exum is a guy who shot, 48% from 3 this year? He was very efficient, didn't put up a ton of shots, but he was really efficient. If you're looking for threes to go down, somebody to handle the ball to get Kyrie and Luka off of it at times, and somebody who can play with strength, play tough defense, and still has size, I think Exum is a decent changeup. In the 10 minutes he played the other night, he was the only guy on the team who had a positive plus-minus.
Speaking of plus-minus, I mean, dude, that stat that they flashed on the screen where the Celtics are plus 25 with Porzingis on the floor and even without him.
Yep.
I mean, that is...
Well, how much of that was the first quarter?
Yeah,
that's why plus
probably
minus,
about 17 of it. Probably about 17 of it.
We all agree plus minus. It's
It's overrated
stat.
in an individual game. They say over the course of the year it's much better. But so I mean, like there's been, a lot of times since that.
Like what was the score after the first quarter, game one?
39-20 or something. Now that's a great point as to why his plus minus would be so high with him on the court. But 52 minutes of game time for it to be even with him off the court, that does mean that over the course of 2 games when he's not been on the floor, they have played him pretty tight.
The Maverick, and of course, if he's not playing tonight or if he's very, very limited with the rare left leg injury, you're driving more, maybe you're having to help more, and you get those corner threes. They've only made 2 corner threes in the series. JJ Redick on his pod talked about the Mavs from outside.
Dallas has to be able to make someone outside of Luka has to be able to make an above the break 3. I'm not sure you can win this series unless you start making above the break 3s. And of course we want Kyrie to be that guy. He hasn't shot well so far. But Josh Green, PJ Washington, Derrick Jones Jr. Think about the very first offensive possession Dallas had of this series in game 1. Derrick Jones Jr. made an above the break 3. We haven't seen a lot of that. We haven't seen a lot of that from anybody on Dallas. And so, Jason Kidd, when he was talking about when they get into their rotations, he was talking about that first pass out. They want
to actually funnel the ball to the corner. So then the swing pass is to the above the break. Boston's just saying, no, just catch it above the break and just shoot it, have it. We're just not giving. We are committed to not giving up this corner.
And that's a different take than we've heard from pretty much every other analyst who has just said, got to find a way to get those corner threes off. Redick is saying, say goodbye to those. You're not getting them. What you need to do is you've got to start making stuff from the wing. You got to start making stuff head on. Those shots they're giving you above the arc, you need to knock them down.
Those pregame over-unders where Charles Barkley can't ever get them right, or DraftKings or FanDuel. I need 2 Derrick Jones Jr. threes tonight. I need 2. Got to have it. I'm not even going to throw it out there for Maxey.
Well, I don't think any Maverick other than Luka has more than 1 in the entire series.
Wow.
Yeah, in terms of a 3,
Kyrie doesn't have any.
I think every Maverick has that. Not a single. Luka's the only Maverick that has a more than 1 free 3-pointer made the entire series.
Right. It's like it's Luka, most threes made in the series, and then it's 7 Celtics, and then you get down to the Mavericks who have made 1.
And then the X factor of the West Finals and the X factor many of us were relying on and picking the Mavericks was crunch time. We trust our big 2 over their big 2. Finally, JJ Redick says they got to be close final 5 minutes.
You know, you bring up the sort of end game stuff. Can we get to that portion of the game and have some semblance of whether it's control because you have the lead or you're within striking distance because it's a 1-possession game? Think about when Drew and Derek get that steal. Drew hits the 3. Right after that, Derek White hit his 3, and it felt like curtains, right? And Boston goes to the stagnant, let's try to find Tatum, let's get him the ball, and it's like 2 or 3 really bad possessions in a row, and then all of a sudden, again, it becomes like a 5-point game. So I think Dallas has to feel good, like if we can get to the last 5 minutes and have Luka and Kyrie close it, they have to feel like they have an advantage. And look, Jalen, you know, he had the big lefty lay. Of course, Derek White gets the block on PJ Washington. But I do think Dallas still feels comfortable in that setting, particularly after the way those last few minutes went offensively for Boston.
So there's JJ Redick with his breakdown.
They just haven't gotten the opportunity late yet. And I mean, I think Luka would come through in a big way in that moment if it was presented to him, because I think when Smoltz sat down with us when we were at the golf event, Smoltz talked about you would be stunned to know the number of guys on a team who don't want the moment. Like he's like, I like actively wish, please don't come to me. It's most guys, the vast majority of guys. Luka really feels like he wants that moment so bad right now on this stage to make an impact. And if he gets that opportunity, I trust that he's going to be the advantage late. And so it's just like, play him even for 43 minutes.
You got to get
there. And the last 5, close it.
Still got to get there. They got to get more production from everybody else. You can't have 1 3 through 2 games from every player not named Luka. You can't have 23 ISOs for Kyrie that yield 12 points.
I need them to shoot badly from 3 and Tatum to be off again.
Yeah, a lot of factors go into it. Now, I mean, look, this is obviously Vegas favors them tonight. This historically is the biggest lock. You know, down 2-0 coming home. That's if you're going to get one, this is it.
Well, that's what I felt about game 2.
That's if you're going to steal one.
The finals right now are lost in game 2. Let's head on out to the beach house with Dak Prescott and Zeke Elliott and get you a Father's Day menu for this weekend. It's a Meet Church Wednesday with Matt Pitman, brought to you by Mr. Electric next.
Let's get you over to A number 1 Air. That's right, boys and girls. A number 1 Air, dominating DFW customer service.
CRV products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Fan segment here brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
It is a Meat Church Wednesday with the barbecue superstar Matt Pitman, sponsored by our Tolo friends at Mr. Electric, who have the power to make things better. And joining us from the Beach House, the Beach House is Matt Pitman. Are you inside? You can't even give us a view of the lake or anything?
I mean, the beach is an ocean, but yeah, I'm inside.
Ooh, you just got sun. You got sun.
Wow.
He said, we have waves out here, sir.
Put some salt, pepper, garlic in a can, and now you're a diva all of a sudden, just like that. So where is it? Where's your proximity or location?
We have a house in Miramar Beach, which is just kind of, call it Destin, just outside of Destin.
Okay. So where did the Dallas Cowboys gather for the big crawfish cookout with the video that just dropped today?
That was at Dak's house, actually, in his backyard. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, again.
Okay, how did that happen?
Man, you know, it is the coolest thing. I was doing a private class for players that were participating in OTAs over at his house, and because it was the week of the ACMs, and so the Star was completely booked with that. So Dak offered up his house, and he was eating a plate of barbecue, and he and I were just talking, and he was like, "Hey, how are you doing your crawfish lately?" And as I started to tell him, I started to say, well, last year I evolved into this new two-pot method, and he kind of interjected before I said two-pot, and he asked, "Have you tried the two-pot method?" And I said, "That's what I was about to say." And so I told him about it, and he said his buddy was with him, and he said, we've been talking about that method. You know, he's obviously from Louisiana. And I mean, before I could even get my thoughts completely out, he said, "Man, you want to bring your video crew up here?" And I grabbed my dad, and we shoot a video on it for Father's Day. And I was like, "Wait, what?"
Wow.
Yeah, he is so gracious. And so I was like, heck yeah. So we rallied the troops, and we actually shot it like a week and a half later. We flew guys in from all over the country, like high production value, because this sort of opportunity, we wanted it to be really good. So yeah, we actually we cooked it, shot it at the house, and then he invited over a bunch of guys. There was probably 24 players there eating it. I boiled about 120 pounds, and it was a good time.
As good of a man as he is a quarterback is what it sounds like, Matt.
He is he's the best human I have met. I tell everybody, everybody wants 5 minutes of the Dallas Cowboys quarterback's time, and he'll give you 20 without you asking. So pretty good dude.
And I saw some Zeke stuff. Zeke was out there as well.
Yeah, Zeke showed up, and I always try to do my intro after the food is cooked so I can do the intro over what we're making. And I'm sitting there trying to do the intro, and we had dumped one batch of crawfish on the table for the guys to eat, and they mowed through it so quick. He jumps down while I'm doing the intro and starts eating crawfish off the intro table. He's a little goofy, to say the least.
How many guys did you have to teach on how to get in the bad boys?
What do you mean? Like how to eat crawfish?
Yeah.
I actually didn't have to teach any of them. Dak and his buddies are hardcore crawfish eaters, like big time. And so they showed a couple. So some of the guys looked kind of slow at first, but then they got into it. But he handled all that. Him, and he's got just a crew of friends that aren't, don't play for the team, that they were up there getting at it and kind of showed the guys their technique. And so I didn't have to do anything as far as that goes.
Is that a difficult food to cook?
Well, it's so I say in the video, it's very polarizing. It reminds me of chili. It's kind of like anytime. It's when I put it out on social media, it's one of those foods that you'll get a ton of comments like, you're not from Louisiana, you don't know what you're doing. It was the first thing I ever cooked outside. I started doing that way before barbecue, and I actually told the nutritionist Scott there that my crawfish is probably better than my barbecue, and I actually don't. I mean that, but there's a lot of different ways to do it and so many different opinions. And the deal with this video, traditionally people boil crawfish in one pot. And this two-pot method is a concept where you boil the crawfish in a clean pot, just straight water, or you can season it if you want. But as soon as it comes to a boil, you pull the crawfish out of that hot water and you put it over in a soak pot that's filled with flavor that's about 140 degrees, so the crawfish won't overcook. And the longer you leave it, the more seasoned they get, the hotter they get, depending if you've, added stuff like that, like cayenne and whatnot. But back to your question, in the original method, are they hard to cook? Not really, but the challenge is once they're cooked, are you going to cool the water off? Are you going to use a device to spray the pot down and cool it down so the crawfish don't overcook? What I find when people start cooking crawfish, they just think, well, I'll boil them and they'll be great. But what they don't realize, if they sit in really hot water, they become mushy. You can't peel them as easy. So there's kind of some advanced stuff you can do to get a better result. And that's what we do in this video. It's kind of a newer method that's only been around the last couple years. So we'll see what people say.
We're talking with Matt Pitman from Meat Church. Okay, Matt, so I have a rule when I go out to restaurants. If when the server walks up to the table and says, "Have you been here before? Let me tell you how to order." If you're telling me how to order, you've already made the process too complicated and I'm out. So when Sean says, did they know how to eat the crawfish? I have the same approach to food. If you have to tell me how to eat it and it's not just as easy as that, I'm generally out. So dissuade me of this notion of why I'm missing out on crawfish by being that narrow-minded.
Or lobster.
Yeah, or anything else with a hammer. Yeah, if you have to hammer something to eat it, we probably shouldn't be eating it.
Yeah, you're not wrong, man. That's what I hear so many people say, it's too much work. But in this case, if they're cooked properly, which if I go to a boil, it's probably 50-50 on if they're cooked properly as far as what I'm about to tell you. But, you pop the tail off the body, you suck the head to get the flavor. But then on the tail, if you just slightly peel the very first shell, you should be able to pinch the back of the tail and pop the meat right out if they were cooked right. Then it's quite easy. I think where people struggle is you go over to your buddy's crawfish boil and you've got to sit there and try to hand peel this entire tail, and it takes about 4 times as long as it should. And so I think that's what dissuades people. But step back before we even talk about the food. crawfish is what got me into outdoor cooking because a buddy in the late 90s invited me to his crawfish boil. They weren't nearly as popular then in Texas, in my opinion. I didn't know what it was. I walked in the backyard and I saw this table with guys gathered around, guys, gals, families gathered around eating. And I'll never forget it. I was immediately taken back by the communal aspect of what they were doing. I was like, this is awesome. And that's what drew me in, was just sharing that food and everybody being around the table. There's nothing better than that.
If someone calls it a crayfish, do you dismiss everything they say from that point forward?
Y'all know that I teach barbecue in Sweden, and over there they call it crayfish. And it's prepared a little different. It's sweet and with dill, but that's what they call it. But yes, to your point, if someone around here says it, I'm like, that sounds like something you just got out of the ditch.
So the Dak crawfish boil video drops at 10 o'clock today on all the Meat Church platforms.
Yeah.
It's Matt Pitman, brought to you by Mr. Electric on 105.3 The Fan. Other Father's Day ideas. We have different barbecue for different events. You got prime rib for your Christmas and all that. We obviously know about turkey. Other Father's Day ideas that people can work on this weekend.
Yeah, I'm hearing a lot of people just it's May was National Barbecue Month. People are all in the swing of barbecuing now. I know it's June and it's getting hot, but I feel like a lot of people are doing like traditional barbecue this weekend. Bobby, was talking to our mutual friend, PR.
Scott Golnick.
Wow. From the Cowboys, yeah. And he said he was doing barbecue for his dad. He was doing brisket and like 6 racks of ribs. And when he said that, I was like, that's what I think most people are doing. People are throwing down ribs this time of year, things like that. So obviously I'm a big rib fan, and for Father's Day, easy cook. We got so many ways to do it. So I think traditional barbecue.
Okay, so when I first started cooking ribs, everyone's like 3, 2, 1, 3, 2, 1. So that means
3, 2, 1, go.
3, 2, 1, wait for 6 hours. So what is the 3, 2, 1 method? And I feel like I'm seeing more and more people cook ribs in 3 or 4 hours instead.
Yeah, 100%. 3, 2, 1 meant 3 hours for the ribs in the smoker, just seasoned, just in the smoker, and then 2 hours wrapped in foil with things in the foil like butter, brown sugar, honey, hot sauce, pepper jelly, and then open back up out of the foil for the last hour. It's definitely, and that's like at 250. That is too long. You don't need to go that long. So what I do is I'm usually about, depending on temperature, I like to cook ribs at 250, even 275, get them done quicker. You're going to put your ribs in the smoker for more like 2.5 hours. You're looking for just beautiful mahogany color. And once you get the color you want, then I get out heavy duty aluminum foil, lay it out, put the ribs on it, and I will put in, like I said, like 5 pats of a really good butter, a very small handful of brown sugar, maybe a little agave nectar. I like pepper jelly. Some people add a little apple juice, wrap it up tight, put it back in the smoker. I go meat side up back in the smoker, but that's a preference thing. And then, so in the second stage, I don't normally go 2 hours. I go until the bones pop out about 1/4 inch, which is usually about 1.5 hours. And then I open it up and I glaze or sauce with, my favorite sauce. And I will just leave those ribs in the smoker for about 10, 15 minutes, let the sauce tack up. So I'm more like just over 4 hours, maybe call it 4.5 for budget
and
time sake. How
much do the cooking times differ with like St. Louis versus baby backs if I'm going to pick out what type of ribs I want in the store?
Baby backs cook a hair quicker because they're usually a little smaller. I mean, it's not more than 30 minutes generally, but I'm a St. Louis cut rib man myself, and so the description I just gave you was based on that. But you could save a little bit of time maybe with baby backs because they usually are a little slower. I don't think taste is good, but yeah, there's your tip for that.
But you're not a St. Louis baseball fan.
I am not. Although I do have a nice Ozzie Smith autograph.
Yeah, if he was a St. Louis baseball fan, he'd talk about how great all the other barbecue people were. And like how
I applaud everybody's
generous
barbecue. I never boo barbecue.
Yeah, exactly. I never booze barbecue. All right, Matt. So you mentioned Cowboys PR with Scott Golnick, and I did know that he had gone to a barbecue class, a barbecue school that you put on this week, and I heard you cooked brisket, pork belly burnt ends. Scott said it was the best beef rib he's ever had in his life. But he threw in another note there that it sounded like you were flexing a little bit from what I heard, is that he said that you cooked wild salmon and that you threw in there that you caught that wild salmon yourself that you brought up there to prepare. So were you flexing on them a little bit with not only your barbecuing but your cooking or your fishing skills?
No, I didn't. It wasn't meant to be a flex. Actually, I did it because I thought it was special. I had, obviously last time I talked to you guys, I was in the airport heading out, but I went, you guys know, we talked about, I went fishing in Haida Gwa, British Columbia. And I thought it was cool that when these fish come off the boat, they get cut into 3 pieces. One is a whole slab with a tail on, and the other side they cut in half. So I brought them the biggest salmon I caught with the tail on. It presents really cool. And to me, it's just special to share that stuff with friends. So I thought it was neat. So like, hey man, I caught this on Tuesday of last week and I'm cooking it for you guys. So I held it up and with the tail on, I mean, it was right out of the bag that came right off the dock. It smelled like British Columbia. So it was pretty cool.
Yeah, they all thought it was cool. I just, when I saw the note, he said he demoed this wild salmon that he himself caught. I was like, oh, Matt was having to flex with his fishing skills too. Like, guys, I caught this.
I just want to know, I destroyed our spring training house by spilling fish in the oven.
Oh, that was terrible.
It was
the
awful.
Smell.
It was awful.
Matt, you have no idea.
How do you bring the salmon back on the plane? That's what I would be terrified of.
Oh, it's frozen.
Yeah,
So
but you pack in like you check in a bag with salmon ice?
Yeah, they put it in a cooler and it's frozen, and so it's taped up, and yeah, you don't smell it.
Matt Pitman, a.k.a. Meat Church, not at the lake, but at the beach with the ocean, with the correction.
Hey, by the way, a lot of guys at the Cowboys facility said they are Tolos and listen to this. So how cool is that?
Well, it's not cool. Sometimes it's cool. Sometimes it's not.
Yeah.
Depending on how critical we are. Thank you, brother. Keep killing it. The Dak crawfish video, probably my most anticipated one in a long, long time, drops at 10 o'clock this morning. Keep killing it. We'll do it again next time. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
It's Meat Church Wednesday with Matt Pitman, brought to you by Mr. Electric, who have the power to make things better. And I'm setting up my generator appointment with them as we speak with the Loomis boys. Why you're going to be hearing a lot about AI commentary during Cowboy games this year. Below the belt after this.
Let's get you over to Platinum.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
The great Bobby Belt.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt. Don't make me
take off my belt. We're not. I hate to say it, but maybe RJ Choppy's been right all along.
Well, I'll hit every now and then. My hit rate as I've gotten older. You get older, you're not the same kind of hitter you were. I hit more back in the day.
This is a 20-year take of yours, though, that might be right. Maybe Tom Brady doesn't know what the hell he's doing, and he lucked into all of it. So this is ripe for a RJ Choppy takedown. This is from Awful Announcing this week. Tom Brady was being interviewed at Cisco Live last week, which is a tech presentation, and the topic of which, by the way, I would think that he would not want to be around any tech sector stuff or some of the discussions about FTX investment and all the other stuff that he got in trouble for, but he was there and he was being asked about AI, and he gave kind of an interesting quote. So you remember a couple weeks back, we heard that he's asking Greg Olson for advice on how to replace him. He's like, hey, Greg, will you tell me how to do your job as well as you did that they're just handing over to me?
Oh, no.
He's now using ChatGPT or AI.
Yeah.
He told this panel, I'm about to start my broadcasting career on Fox, and I'm using AI in the preparation for that so I can better understand the matchups, the plays, and different situations that come up in the game. What?
Yeah. We got some breaking news.
Uh-oh.
On 105 through the Fan, presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. The great Zach Rowe, Zero, sent me the tweet from Shams Charania that the logo has passed away.
Oh, no.
Oh.
Jerry West passing away at the age of 86 years old. Let's go ahead and give Jerry West some time at 9 o'clock when we continue to preview the NBA Finals. I disrupted Below the Belt yesterday, so I won't do it 2 days in a row.
That is a bummer. Somebody we referenced just an hour ago talking about the Finals MVP and a losing effort. So this is why wasn't that the whole talk of Romo coming off of his career? Was that he was just prepared to step in and talk about all the trends and everything else because it's all fresh in his mind? Brady just came off the football field, and he needs AI to help him understand matchups, plays, and situations that come up in the game.
Is this a deal though?
Yeah. Is he invested in an
Or did they
AI?
pay him to be there? Or is he? Is he
maybe so? But
okay. Well, then you take it with less credence.
But this also, the fact that he's asking Olsen for advice already, and some of the general clunkiness of the way that Brady speaks sometimes to me, I think is indicative of a guy who probably actually is going, well, let me, just like I would in the game, let me find every competitive edge I can. I'll use AI to help me understand this better. I think this is going to be Jason Witten 2.0.
Whoa.
In the broadcast. I don't think Brady is going to be good at all. And I think ultimately their bailout on this is the league will say, well, he doesn't want to give up his Raiders ownership, and we've determined he can't properly navigate this. And so because of that, he's going to walk away after a year of not doing this very well. But I don't think Brady's going to be good at this.
Isn't he getting $37 million a year or something like that?
Yeah.
Some insane number.
Did you have a feeling on Witten going in?
No, I mean, if you would have asked me, I probably would have thought he would have been good at it. I had no anticipation that he was going to be as clunky as he was.
You have a feeling about Tom?
I don't have a feeling. I mean, I think he's got a pretty decent personality more the further he gets away from it. I think he'll be, I don't see why he wouldn't be good. I have no idea. I don't know. This sounds like it's something that he's invested in, but also like, even if he wasn't, there is a work smarter thing. I mean, it's you get an advantage. I mean, there's a lot of is ChatGPT not writing a lot of
now to be clear, he did not.
Stories?
I said ChatGPT is just like there is nothing. There's no specific business group or tech that he was just talking generally about AI. There was no like sales pitch here.
But like, does AI not write game stories already? from
it's tied into
media.
Apple. Apple's stock went up 7% yesterday. I think it's up 2.5% this morning, based upon AI, and Elon Musk is like, if you all go through with this, Apple, I'm not allowing this inside Tesla.
Yeah, he's saying there's a security issue with that.
Yeah, giving up your information.
Yeah, I have
But
no
why
idea.
would it-
I have no idea what the hell AI is.
Dumb
man.
generic counterpoint. Why would it not be smart to try to utilize everything angle, including the future, for your job?
Because I would say this is that given the level that he reached, and
some people would say Romo should look into it if he doesn't watch film anymore.
Because he doesn't watch film anymore, right? Like that.
That's what they say.
But he's supposed to be coming right off of the field like he did in 2016. He knew everything. He knew all these things from just getting out there. He knew tendencies. He had all of that just up in his head and was able to recall it right there on the broadcasts. Brady, this feels like I got to have an advantage, almost perfectionism. And so, let me use this tool and make sure that I've got it. I
think it's a sponsor thing.
I think it strikes me, the Olsen and the AI angle both strike me as probably a little bit of self-doubt in his ability to do this perfectly. And he wants to do it perfectly. And I think that's going to sound wooden. Olsen doesn't have to, one of the things that makes Olsen great is he's not trying too hard. He's natural and he's conversational. And this sounds like Brady is, I am terrified, not terrified. This is going to be Brady is going to sound incredibly wooden in the booth, I bet. Is that he's going to sound too rigid and too technical, and there's going to be no personality behind it because he's such a perfectionist. And it's going to go.
I finally watched that roast, the first half of it, and
it's long.
He's a cheese ball. I thought he had this undercover kind of grimy personality, or more not grimy, but more regular dude personality. And this is the stuff he was saying to his friends. And I was like, this is cheesy. I thought Tom was cooler than that.
Yeah,
and he definitely didn't realize what he was going into. But that girl, she was the star of it, the blonde.
Nikki Glaser.
Oh, my gosh. I was
hilarious.
in tears.
Yeah,
the whole time
funny.
I was in tears. But Tom was a little cheesier than I thought, with his off-mic moments.
Okay.
He's not as quick or sharp. Like I said, there's some robotic nature to him that I don't think we hit on enough with him. We got about 4 or 5 minutes here, Sean. You want to do the 49ers discussion, or would you rather talk about Joe Burrow's football mortality?
Let's do San Fran, since we're so obsessed with them.
So this was something that we had talked about during the break yesterday. When we played that clip from Dan Campbell, I don't even remember what it was in reference to, but we played this clip of Campbell, and Campbell just out of nowhere makes some reference to essentially chasing San Francisco, or trying to correct what we couldn't do against San Francisco. And we know Dallas has chased San Francisco and held them up as this big idealistic thing. Good Morning Football, I think it was, or NFL Network, one of them did a sit down with Jed York last week, and it was all about help us relive that legendary comeback in the NFC Championship game. How do you guys do things over there? And it was just this glowing discussion about the 49ers, and the 49ers have done a really good job. But it made me think, and we were talking about it during the break, of has there ever been a team more held up league-wide as this is the standard that hasn't won a title than the 49ers are right now?
Great question.
And I think the reason why they do is
the
because
NFC standard.
I think the NFL. I think a lot of people view it as Kansas City is Mahomes. Kansas City is Mahomes, but you can't replicate Kansas City because Kansas City has the best quarterback on earth.
Yeah.
If not for Mahomes, San Francisco would have won 3 titles by now or something.
Yeah.
Is that it feels like teams go, be that. Now, I think people have talked similarly before about Baltimore. As Baltimore as being a great team builder, and yet they have never, they won 12 years ago, but more consistently now. But who is it? Is there a parallel right now? If you want to go outside of the NFL, is there a parallel right now to the Celtics? Everybody talks about this Celtics team as the model, and yet they have not performed on the biggest stage yet.
Because Philadelphia is I think looked upon as not as highly as San Francisco, but right there.
Yeah, they did win.
They got 2. They've been to 2 in 7 years, and they've got 1.
Yeah, they won 1, and that was without their starting quarterback.
Right.
So that one, I think you could lean on a little more. But San Francisco had they're one of the only teams out there that's their banners are older than Dallas's.
Yeah, they haven't won the century either.
And so for them to it just maybe reflect as why are they held up as, and who's similar to that?
Tampa, the Rays.
That's a good one. where the Rays for a while were considered this is the model organization for building.
Oakland from a front office stand. All the garbage aside with their owner and their fans.
Well,
what they did, it was impressive.
It was influential.
It was very influential. I mean, it changed sports. The Oakland A's did more to change sports from a front office standpoint, I think, than anybody since Branch Rickey.
I don't know that anybody.
They got the young, innovative face. Okay, so people are like trying to copy that. It gives you hope if you don't have Mahomes. You've done it with these different quarterbacks in Garoppolo and Purdy.
Yeah,
you failed with the Trey Lance pick. You've relied on lesser names at quarterback, and feels like they have an absolutely loaded roster all the time.
Yeah, and that makes me wonder. Okay, do we feel like it's a matter of time before San Francisco wins a Super Bowl?
Yes.
Like, does that feel like an inevitability?
Yeah, it feels that way.
Yeah.
And I mean, the rest of the league seems to feel like it's some sort of an inevitability.
Right.
That it's just.
We all know runs come to an end real quick in this league.
Yeah, and it's probably to show. Sean's probably got it right that the point is that they've held up the sustainability without the Mahomes type factor. It's just been, well, they've consistently competed and arguably should have won their Super Bowls even against Mahomes without having that guy. How do we replicate that? How do we duplicate that? And that's a team that's missed on a lot of draft picks and missed on a lot of big areas that I don't know how easy it is to duplicate. It makes me wonder if people just do ultimately come to the recognition of, we need the Shanahans. We got to find the Shanahans who are going to be complete schematic advantages, and that needs to be the top priority over everything else.
Below the belt here on your home of the Dallas Cowboys and the World Series champion Texas Rangers. But we're all about Game 3 tonight of the NBA Finals, and the breaking news, the logo, the Hall of Famer, the absolute legend Jerry West has died at the age of 86. We will cover it. Final hour of Sean and RJ next.
Let's get you over to the greatness of Zerez. Get that carpet professionally clean way.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
O'Reilly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
2 seconds, 1 second. West throws it up. He makes it. West threw it up and makes it. Jerry West made it from the other side of the midcourt stripe.
Final hour. Starting off with a sad note with the breaking news presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com. Today, the absolute legend, the logo of the NBA, Jerry West, former Laker, dies at the age of 86. NBA champ, 14-time All-Star, 10-time All-NBA first team. And I can give some history lessons on this with my obsession with Sports Century, watching all the Lakers stuff. I don't know where to start, though. All-time best combo of a player and general manager in sports history. Bobby was bringing that up during the break. Top 2 NBA executive of all time, if you want to give Red all of his credit for building the Celtics. The logo of the sport.
Riley.
Pat Riley. Yes. But Pat Riley couldn't sniff Jerry as a player.
Not a player. I think Riley's the best coach exec combo. You know, you want to throw Red in there. Yeah, Red in there. But Riley had like two distinct careers, right?
Yeah, and how much credit you want to give Pop as the GM
yep, absolutely.
there.
But West, like there's, last couple weeks ago we were talking about, is Kyrie and Luka the best backcourt ever? I mean, West and Goodrich are right up there with the best backcourts ever.
Yeah, Jerry West is like, before Kobe, he was the two-guard discussion with Mike. Mm-hmm. This was a bad man from West Virginia.
Somehow, 1-7 in the finals.
Tortured soul.
Wild.
Absolute tortured soul because of the Boston Celtics. And you could see it in his interviews. You could see it on his face. It just, it ate him up and made him miserable continuing to lose to Boston because he was viewed kind of as like that generation's choker. He was the one who, could not get it done and only had one championship. But when we talk about the two-guard discussion, how watered down and weak it is, Jerry West is not a part of that. It's like it was Jerry West and Michael before you get into the Kobe discussion. But he is going to be remembered by Pepe's generation and others a little bit older as the general manager. Maybe the greatest general manager in sports history.
Acquired Kobe,
the Shaq Kobe stuff, right? He stole Shaq from the Orlando Magic, bet the house on Kobe by getting rid of Vlade Divac and having the famous workout with Michael Cooper because the toughest Jerry West, maybe the number one Jerry West clip that I can ever remember is him breaking out when Kobe died. That was tough. That was tough for me to watch and get through and not get emotional.
Man, I've looked at some stats here.
You interrupt my death.
I said, man, you keep going. I'm just...
But putting together the Shaq Kobe Lakers in order to start building that dynasty. And him and Phil had the respect from Shaq, right, when they were feuding and fighting to kind of give Shaq like the reality or Kobe the reality of like, come on, grow the hell up. Y'all got to get it done. And they had the cachet and, of course, all the winning to back up what they were lecturing those two about.
His ability to spot and recognize talent, his ability to convince talent to come play for him, his ability to find a coach that would work with the players.
And I'll never forget where I was for his last great deal that everyone gave him credit for. We were vacationing in Mexico somewhere at some all-inclusive, and the news broke that he got Kawhi and Paul George. And the fact that he did it for the Clippers, like there's some Laker fans who have a Tom Landry type feel towards the Lakers for ever letting Jerry West do it for someone else. I think he got blamed for the Paul Gasol trade. Many people thought the fix was in when he was in Memphis.
Yeah.
Everyone's going to forget that he was in Memphis. I think he traded Gasol to the Lakers.
He did.
I think he was that
part of that
exact.
trade.
But a lot of Laker fans are like, screw you guys for ever letting him work for the other LA stepchild.
I'm going to give you Jerry West's Game 7 numbers.
I think was his nickname Mr. Clutch?
So which is wild for a guy who was 1-7 in the NBA Finals.
Right. It was. I think it was Mr. Clutch.
It was.
Game 7, losses. 29 points in 1961. 1962, 35 points in a Game 7 loss to the Celtics. 1963, 32 points in a Game 7 loss to the Celtics. 33 points in the Game 5 final loss to the Celtics. In Game 7 in 1966, in the Game 7 loss, they lost by 2. He had 36 points. Let's see, 22 points in the next one. You keep going. 42 points in a Game 7 loss to the Celtics.
Wow.
A Game 7 loss to the Knicks, 28 points. You are absolutely right when you say a tortured soul. Finally, in the one they won against the Knicks in 72, he only had 23 points. So, who knows? You keep going to unreal numbers. Those are Game 7 losses. And he's putting up 30-something every single night.
Yeah, and the player to executive changeover that he went through, like we were just talking about in terms of his reputation as a player and then his reputation as an executive, there's really, it doesn't even have to be basketball. There's just really nobody in sports that I think comes close. Maybe the closest is probably Ozzie Newsome going from as a tight end into executive.
Yes.
And if you want to
like Ozzie Guillen.
If you want to make it manager, then like coaching, then you could probably go Joe Torre, the way that he was as a player. He's a 9-time All-Star, and then he becomes one of the best managers in baseball. But really built a dynasty for the Lakers with Shaq and Kobe. Gets to Memphis, and they go from never having a winning season in their entire franchise history to like the first offseason after he's there, they win 50 games. And then he has an impact. He was at Golden State during their whole run. Now, was he one of the biggest decision makers? No, but he was there advising part of that from the early stretch, like 2011 before they went on their run. He was part of that involvement. And then the Clippers, like you mentioned with Kawhi and Paul George, he was as great at both things as really you can be.
Jerry West passing away at the age of 86. I think he hated being the logo. I think he was not the biggest fan of it. Didn't like that type of attention. Although I don't know with Jerry West if he kind of did like it but didn't like it. You know what I mean?
Tough to say.
I know he hated Winning Time. The portrayal of him in the HBO Lakers show, he despised to the point, I think, of threatening litigation because they made him look like a complete unhinged psychopath.
Was that the Jeff Pearlman book?
Yes.
That was the one. That right
I
there.
accidentally texted on our group text the other day.
Oh, yeah. That was awkward.
What was awkward about it?
Because at first I thought you were texting the person you were talking about. The other Jeff. Was the Van Gundy
Was
people.
this the day that I wasn't on the text chain because my phone had broke or whatever?
This was a couple weeks ago.
Oh, I was probably out of town then.
So the
Jeff Pearlman should be happy someone's texting him. After Winning Time got canceled.
There were a couple of depictions like Norm Nixon. A couple of people had issues with the Norm Nixon depiction, and then there were other people that were like, no, that was accurate. There were a couple different ones like that. Okay, Kareem, that's extreme, and other people go, no, that was right. Pretty much universally, the West depiction was the one where people went, that's not fair. That's not, like, he was not that way. He cared a lot.
Yes.
But this has made him out to be some jerk that he wasn't.
Peyton has a clip of, this is Jerry West. I talk about the Lakers-Clippers thing. A clip of Jerry West at Kobe's memorial talking about how he told Kobe he could never go play for the other side.
I remember when he was going to leave the Lakers, and I've never really mentioned this to anyone. He was going to come and sign with the Clippers, who I'm now involved with as a consultant. And I told him, Kobe, under no circumstances can you do this. And he was mad at everyone at the Lakers, the owner, everyone else. I said, Kobe, you can't go play with the Clippers. You can't play for that owner, period. We had 2 conversations about it. And he supposedly made a commitment to the Clippers, and after the last one we talked last time. But there's so many things that we talked about as he was just seeking information. His parents were with him for a while, and honestly, I felt like he's father for 2 years. I don't know if I can get over this. I really don't.
That was the clip. That was actually not during the memorial. That was the TNT sit down when they were all on the Staples Center floor. And if you're watching what I mentioned the other day, that Clippers show Clipped, you know what he's referring to when he said, I told Kobe, you cannot go play for that owner. You cannot go play for Donald Sterling. So that is the breaking news this morning of the logo. And what a badass nickname. Let's do that for the nicknames. The great one is up there. Air Jordan. The logo. You're known as the logo?
Yeah.
That's badass.
That's
Ali.
Pretty impressive. Yeah, well, yeah, because what is he, the greatest?
The greatest. But the greatest isn't even as good as the great one or the logo.
The great one, I think, is better than the great. Yeah, the logo, I think, is the best. That just stops the room.
Right?
NBA nicknames are all the best. Like the best nicknames seem to come from it because the mailman's always been great. Like that's always been a fantastic nickname. So the NBA comes up with Air Jordan, the logo, the mailman. That's all, and maybe it's because it's more of an individualized sport. But when you talk about like he was the guy that was there in the discussion before Kobe, it was him and Michael. Like if you go back and look at the numbers, this is a guy who pre 3-point shooting era was taking jump shots still, was taking shots from the outside, was not just laying it up. He was shooting like 50%. In seasons, as like if there was a 3-point shot, there's no telling how ridiculous his numbers would have been because he was somebody who, when you look at the field goal percentage leaders from his era, it's centers, power forwards, Jerry West, centers, power forward, and then you get some other guards. He was shooting at an absolutely unreal rate. He was a sniper.
It was, I mean, look, even we go back to the beginning of Jordan's time when we watched the Jordan documentaries and, you know, everything they said when he drafted him, well, he's great, but he's not 7 feet tall. You know, Jerry West truly played in the, boy, if you're not big era, right? Like Bobby's right. It was Wilt and Bill Russell and all them, but then there's Jerry West. You know, Kuzi was a facilitator, all the things, but Jerry West was like that other big top player that wasn't a big, that was able to change the game.
877-881-1053 is the Franklin Franco injury attorney text line, live on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. The logo, Jerry West, gone at the age of 86.
Other nicknames, the big ticket. King James is a better nickname than the logo.
No.
Mamba
Especially
is the greatest NBA nickname.
Self-appointed King James.
Let's see.
Mamba's pretty good.
Mamba's good. The Intimidator, Dale Sr.
The Big Fundamental.
Big Fundamental, yep. Primetime.
Oh.
The Big Hurt's a good one.
Yeah.
The Salt to SWAT's a good one, yep. There's some of them that are out there.
The logo. You're the
great.
Logo of the league.
Yeah. There's.
And why haven't any of the other leagues ever thought about a player type silhouette?
The NFL is the shield, right?
Yep.
That's NHL is very, very similar. Baseball, so I've always heard that
baseball has the John Doe silhouette.
The arms not bending in the batting stance.
I thought I read that people said it was Harmon Killebrew.
Let's look.
Probably Ty Cobb.
I know it's not enough to have Harmon Killebrew with the nickname the logo, though. It says it may be. Some people believe it's Harmon Killebrew or it was modeled after him, but it's not exact.
My Ty Cobb joke just went over everyone's head.
Because it's white, or
yeah, it was a racist joke.
Oh, okay. I missed it. I didn't hear it.
Yeah, because you weren't making the joke. Couldn't react to anyone else's.
Exactly.
877.
I've reacted to plenty of your jokes today.
Yeah, I know. I have been very funny. It's true. All right, so the breaking news with Jerry West pushes back a preview of NBA Finals Game 3. The rare Porzingis injury, Luka getting chest injections, and Kyrie raising his hand the highest for being down 0-2. We'll get you ready for tonight after this.
Let's get you over to the greatness of
products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
They're brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Breaking news this morning, the logo, the absolute player and general manager legend Jerry West passes away at the age of 86. We'll crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece at 9:40 here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Little dedication and tribute to the logo at 9. Pushback Mavs Game 3 preview, as a lot of the focus, Dr. Choppy, is on Kristaps Porzingis and this rare injury.
Very rare injury. Let's just kind of say it's a knee issue that caused an ankle issue. Very weird. I've never seen this happen before, where you have something that's called the NPFL, and basically it keeps the kneecap in place. All right, it's like a seat belt for the kneecap, connecting it to the femur, which is your upper leg. Well, that somehow got injured, and that caused a dislocation to a tendon that basically connects a muscle to the foot.
So sort of not the exact same like mapping of the anatomy, but sort of how like if you have a calf injury, how that can make your Achilles vulnerable and create an Achilles injury.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, because like so the stabilization of the knee caused something to go haywire in the foot, right around the Achilles. It's the posterior tibialis tendon that is like right around the bottom of the heel, wrapping up towards like the tendon in that the Achilles in that same area. And so it's that injury and the knee. So if it's some people said this on social media, it's a pain management thing. And if he can manage the pain, then he can play. Others are saying it's a stabilization thing. And if they can manage the stabilization, he could play. I've seen people say there's no chance he plays the rest of the series. Other people say, I don't know why people are saying he can't play. He absolutely can play. And he will play if he can manage the pain. I have no idea.
1 through 10 significance factor if he does not play tonight on the scale of importance.
Oh,
is it at least a
7.5?
Yeah, I mean it's a 8, 9, 10. I mean it's big. Like this, he's huge for them to win. If they want to win, if they started the series,
if I told you they don't, go ahead. You were about to.
If they started the series and he was unavailable for the entire series, I think the Mavs would be at least tied, probably up 2 games to none right now.
It's a 9 defensively. It's a 6 offensively for them. So to me, settle it in the middle. It's 7.5.
Okay. ESPN roundtable on the effect of this.
Yeah, and they all think that this is a big deal. They had a roundtable, like an emergency roundtable discussion with Tim Bontemps.
And by the way, I didn't call myself out for being wrong about this. I got totally fooled by his pre-finals press conference when he was giving 10-second pauses, asked if he was healthy and fine and whether he could run 100%, because all of his answers indicated no, I'm nowhere near close. And then he came out like a banshee and did that.
So is he playing coy again?
I don't know if he's playing. I don't know. I don't know.
Who do you trust more talking about injuries, Porzingis or the Rangers?
Porzingis.
That is the question. All right, so they had Tim Bontemps, Tim McMahon, and Dave McMenamin all weigh in on 3 questions in the wake of the Porzingis news. So it was fill in the blank. The news on Kristaps Porzingis injury was, Bontemps said it's concerning. He said the Celtics have put themselves in a strong position to close out the finals. The stat we referenced earlier, Boston is plus 25 in 44 minutes. They're even in 52 minutes that he's not on the floor. Already going to be a challenge to control this series on the road the way Boston did in the first 2 games at the Garden, but the difficulty just went up. McMahon said perplexing. He said maybe that's because the Celtics announcement used a bunch of big words I didn't learn in my 8-year college tenure. He said he was confused by Mazzulla calling it a serious injury, but Porzingis being listed as day-to-day. I think that is just a function of nobody really understands. Like, I don't think they have a clue, and so they're still trying to figure out what it means. Dave McMenamin said it's a reminder that as bleak as things seem for the Mavericks right now, coming off of those 2 games, they're still in this series realistically. They still have an ability to be in it. Now, if he's limited or out, how does that change the series? McMahon says it puts a major emphasis on Dallas attacking the paint. Rim protection is a strength for Boston with Porzingis on the floor. He has allowed the league's lowest field goal percentage in the paint as a contesting defender in the NBA this season.
Wow.
44.3%. Dallas's offense ranked second in field goal percentage. He said the Mavs also had 54 lob dunks through the first 3 rounds. Porzingis and the Celtics have nullified that threat in the first 2 games. And across the board, McMenamin, Bontemps, all of them talking about this is big. This is significant for them. And McMenamin and McMahon think that there's 0 chance that the Celtics can sweep Dallas without Porzingis. That was the thing to them, is that, well, for sure what you're not going to get now is a sweep if he's out.
And then, of course, the storyline of the reception for KP at the AAC. He was asked yesterday what he expects from the crowd.
I mean, the first time I came back, I was not playing that game. I was with Washington. I had a warm welcome here. They even did a tribute video, which was very unexpected for me, but that was very nice. I think the organization and the people on the inside appreciated my time here, and that was very nice. And obviously, I have completely no bad feeling about this place. I love the city, I love the fans, and it just didn't work out, So I definitely don't expect a comeback like I had in New York, So, but we'll see tomorrow.
I'll do another scale, 1 through 10, that my wife loves me doing. If the Kyrie reception was like a 7 on the rough scale, would you all agree with around a 7? It wasn't that bad.
It wasn't that bad. I mean, I could go even lower.
6, 6.5?
Yeah.
6. What will this be for Porzingis tonight?
You might get an initial first-time boo that's louder, but they're not committed enough to do it on every possession.
Have we? I mean,
is he hated enough.
No, he's not hated enough either. And hey, look, I mean,
not justifiably hated either.
If the dude's gonna play, let's say he plays through this tonight. It sounds like it's a painful injury. Let's just say he plays. It's admirable.
Oh my gosh, shut up!
It's stupid. It's super.
No one's going to give him claps.
No one's
going to
give him claps. No, you're not going to give him claps. We're not Cardinal fans, but it's admirable, for sure.
Here's the thing that I had to look it up because we didn't remember that Porzingis had a tribute video in Dallas. I didn't remember that anyway. I just went and looked up to see if there was a news story about it.
Soft.
There was a news story about it, about the tribute video playing, and it said that Mavericks fans greeted him warmly during the tribute video. So if it's different,
like I said, Mavs fans are Dallas fans are reactionary. Wait, they did that to Kyrie, and we're supposed to do that on the other end. So we'll do that, just to show we're fans like that, and then it'll be forgotten about for the most part. I think.
But I do think that you're right that they are reactionary to the point that I wonder if they feel there's an expectation of us to do this. We have to do it, and so we've got to be, not just that, we got to be vile. We're going to have to, this has to be contentious in here. I do wonder if there are going to be some people trying to go over the top and say, well, we'll do it worse than you did to Kyrie.
Speaking of Kyrie, what has he been talking about with Luka after being down 0-2?
Yeah, well, it started with me. Just telling my hermano, I got to play better for him alongside him. And, in order for us to, accomplish our goal, we both have to be playing well, and we both have to be doing the little things and doing whatever it takes to win. So easy conversation, but it started with me reaching out, just letting him know that, it's my fault, taking accountability for not playing particularly well. But also I got to continue to trust my guys around us or around me and, have fun in the process. We've gotten this far because we've been a great team, not because we've just put it on me and Luka. It's been a total team effort, total organizational effort to get this far. So we just got to keep trusting in that.
Computer stutter right there. Who has a strong feeling about tonight?
I don't.
I mean, does Porzingis play?
No,
it's. I mean, I do think it's. I would not heavily. I'm favoring the Mavericks in this one.
You're not betting it though tonight.
I'm not betting it tonight.
Mavs are favored by 2.5.
I'm not betting it tonight, but I'm favoring them.
I don't have a strong feel whether Porzingis plays or not. I have no strong feeling on the outcome of the game. I really don't know what they're going to do. What I do have a strong feeling on is I do think Kyrie looks more like Kyrie tonight. I don't think that he's going to look as bad as he did the first 2 games. Now, is that enough for them to win? I don't know. But I do think that Kyrie's going to look a lot better tonight.
Pepe, do you have any strong feeling?
I mean,
that's a no.
Stuttering like
10-point Mavericks win. I mean, I think they can win by double digits.
What'd you say, Bossy?
He's stuttering like the computer back there.
All right. Storeful up against me. So you're saying 10-point Mavs win, but you weren't feeling that great about it, right?
No, but I can just feel like it's one of those games that the Mavericks, if they're going to take one, it's going to be tonight, and it'll be by a lot.
Luka was talking about not their defense. He's like, the problem is we can't score.
What are some of the things that you really can look at from those first two games and say, that's going to work for us? Like, what are some of the things you can look at from 1 and 2 and say we're confident in this?
Just trying to keep getting open looks. I think our defense has not been bad, but just we can't really score. That's our main problem right now. But I think we're getting some great looks. And like I said, we have confidence that everybody can make a shot that's shooting the ball in our team. So we just got to keep believing it.
And, of course, Luka getting the chest injections while KP is dealing with his leg issue.
Sounds pretty painful. Sounds like he's pretty hobbled. And certainly not something I would wish on anyone. But look, you can have confidence in everyone making shots. Like you said, we have confidence that everybody can make shots. Fine. I only have confidence right now in Luka. That's the only one I have confidence in consistently making shots. So somebody's going to have to step up. And
who's the non-Big Two X factor that you need to see it from tonight?
If Porzingis is out, you need Lively.
No. Okay.
If Porzingis is out, Lively and Gafford need to take advantage of that, and they need to be big.
They do. They absolutely have to. You can't have them be what they've been in the first two games. And again, they haven't been god awful.
Gafford was good in the second half the other night.
You need them. You need them to really step. You need PJ to have the same kind of game he had in game 2. What do you have, like 17 in that
17.
game? So you need something like that, and then you need those two guys to step up.
It's just none of PJ's points to me have mattered in any moment. I don't know where he's getting them when he.
I swear to God, I don't know where the 17 were from. I didn't see a single one of them.
Stat patter. He's a stat patter,
right? Just like Tatum in a game 1. If
he could jump, he would have had 2 more.
If I gave you, if he wasn't fouled, pushed to the back,
he would have been rejected by the rim anyway.
If I told you tonight over under 23.5 for Tatum.
I would probably take the under. He's been under in every. I mean, yeah, I would probably take. Even if he tried, he's not shooting the ball well for one. He's in a shooting slump. I also don't think he needs to, so I'm going to take the under.
Under, for sure.
Let's cross-talk with the fellas. The KMC Masterpiece joins the morning show, Hump Day edition. Continuing with a strong closeout with KMC after this. But we were just
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Well, that one's not coming back either. A deep drive to right, and Hayward has hit a monster home run into the Rangers bullpen. Poor Grant Anderson. The Rangers clearly are in a position where they just want him to eat the inning. But he's unable to do so. That's the 4th home run he's allowed in the inning. Hayward with his 3rd of the year, and it's 14-1 Dodgers.
Listen to that dejection.
I mean, it makes sense, right? Grant Anderson, we should probably be done with that for now, maybe forever. And
remember that debut?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It was in Chicago, right?
I
Red
remember
Sox?
because I believe Choppy tweeted he's K-Rod was the take on Grant Anderson the first time.
It was.
Well,
it's also
in that
like
moment.
the like his delivery was a little unorthodox.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like K-Rod too.
And now he's just been really tough. And they're probably going to bring up Brock Burke and thought they were done with him. We got a lot of struggle busing happening in the bullpen.
I think they should bring up Brooke Burke.
Oh, she still got it?
Yeah. I would think so. Did she ever lose it?
Did she ever have it or lose it, Bobby? Don't say something dumb. I don't have a mic. Go ahead.
Yeah, she's fine.
Oh my
Tell
God.
me 100 women more attractive than Brock Burke.
And
list every single one of them.
Name everyone.
15-2 Dodgers over the Rangers. Brooke Burke? So-so? She's fine?
She's fine.
Yeah, she is fine.
Fine.
Corey,
She's
what's
fine.
coming up?
Guys, today at 11 o'clock, our friend and 3rd guest ever on the show, Sean Heath, joins us today. PA man for the Dallas Mavericks.
What's up, man?
Yes. And we are making a list of things for him to say tonight. We'll see if he lists off some of them.
From Boston.
Yeah.
That's what I really want him to do.
Like this one right here. No one's dying. No one's dying. No one's. You think he'll do that for us? So that's an option tonight. And also Bruce Bochy joins us at 12:20. I'm not. I mean, he's got a lot of work to do.
He wants to come back with a home run call and be like, "Boach, your thought."
How is his mood? Has it dropped off here recently or stayed the same?
Yeah, and are you looking at pictures of Brooke Burke right now? Okay.
Yeah, let's see if Bobby's correct or not.
No, I think she pretty much looks the same. Maybe her upper lip's not the same as it used to be. I don't know. But other than that, everything looks kind of the same. And didn't she battle cancer and win? I'm pretty sure that I remember something like, let me go check the notes on that one. Yeah.
But he's
Google
been
image that.
He's been pretty upbeat. We've kind of decided. I've decided I'm going to stop asking him about all the injuries because he's usually like, yeah, it's
about what?
About injuries, because it feels like every time he's like, yeah, it's tough. We feel like every time we get somebody back, we lose another person. And
CY makes it sound like they're all right around the corner.
Yeah, which is great.
I thought Josh Young was back 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, he's batting practice today.
Oh.
So.
Okay.
Thyroid cancer, by the way. She overcame thyroid cancer. Still crushing.
Bobby, you're an idiot.
What up, Michael?
Hello.
Did you hear Phil today say he wants to name his son after your family?
Oh,
really?
Yeah, he wants to name him Bassick.
Yep.
The whole, just the first name, Bassick?
Cal.
Oh, C-A-L?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, well, what was the
Calvin? He wants Calvin.
He wants Calvin.
Is
but
his
he
name
makes
Calvin
Cal.
or is it just Cal?
It's just Cal. I told Sue, my wife, at the time, I was like, well, Cal's name,
Still
Cal
your
Ripken, or Cal Ripken Jr. is Calvin. She's like, I just like Cal. I don't need it to be Calvin. I was like, all right, Cal.
Yeah. So
The only thing is that people get mixed up, and I get it, with the Texan accent, is
Kale.
people think it's Kyle. K-Y-L-E when people say it. So when you say Cal, they think we're saying Kyle.
Cal.
Hey, Cal.
Cal.
Cal Field.
But
Cal
I'm like, no,
Field.
we don't talk like that.
Oh, Bobby, the Tolos are asking for an update on your living situation yesterday. What happened?
Oh, yeah. We ended up going to a hotel over by the Galleria, and so that was nice.
You don't live anywhere near the Galleria.
Right, exactly. But I knew I was going to have to drive in, so I said I will buy myself 20 minutes extra of sleep by staying at the Galleria. Okay. So, yeah, that's called a heady play chop.
Did you think
but it
about
wasn't
going
that heady
ice skating while you were there?
No, we
Saved myself 20 minutes for coming in 30 minutes late.
As soon as we walked into the hotel room, we got the notification that your power's back on. So that's the way things work. And so,
Did you
of
still
course,
stay at the hotel though?
yeah, it was already paid for. Kristen was in a great mood that we had paid for something that we ultimately didn't need, though. So,
well, what was her solution? Sit in the house and sweat?
Wait it out. Yeah.
How uncomfortable was it in that? What
Have a
time did you
friend?
make the call? 3?
3. I told you it was going to be 3 o'clock when I made the call.
It was that was going to work out that way either way. The moment you stepped foot in the hotel, the power was going to be back on, and if you didn't go to a hotel, it would still be off.
Yep.
It wasn't even that it was so hot. It was just humid. It was like walking into, like, you could feel
science, Kevin.
water in the air.
That's analytics.
Okay.
That's analytics right
All
there.
right.
So it was fine. I got a good night's sleep. Got to wake up at 5:20 just in time to turn you boys on. It was great.
But the power is back on and restored.
Allegedly, I'm sure when I walk in the door, I'll hear the thing explode again, and I'll have to go get another hotel room.
Oh no. I hope that does not happen.
We have checkout at noon, though, so I am going to go back and nap for 2 hours in this hotel room until checkout.
Have you heard a transformer like that go out? It sounds like gunshots.
Twice in the last week. I have.
So you literally heard? Okay,
Yeah,
so
I've
it's that
heard
close.
it pop.
Yeah, it's loud, man.
Yeah, I love staying in hotel rooms. Decent hotel rooms. Decent to nice hotel rooms.
What do you qualify as decent to nice? Do you have fancy taste?
No. I mean, I'm fine with a Holiday Inn. Is that uppity? I'm totally fine with that. I asked,
not the one in Oxnard.
I asked Bassick the other day. I was fine with that one too, Tim. I asked Bassick the other day if I closed your eyes and put you inside a Hilton room, a Ritz-Carlton room, a so-and-so whatever room, would you be able to tell inside the room I'm in a Ritz-Carlton? I don't think people would be able to notice that much of a difference. That's my theory.
I think you'd be able to tell if you're laying on the bed.
Okay.
Why?
I could see
I
that.
assume
maybe.
comfort?
I assume the bed at the Ritz-Carlton is far more comfortable, newer, better quality.
Yeah, it just
than
matters how new the Holiday Inn. Hilton's in between, right? Hilton can be 5-star. Hilton can be 2.5 stars. But you're going to notice at a Ritz-Carlton or
Especially
a premium hotel, you're going to notice when you're saying just in the room.
Yeah.
But let's just say Holiday Inn, let's just say
Downstairs.
their theory is downstairs you're going to notice a major difference.
Yeah.
But Holiday Inn seems to have a 20-year policy. Every 20 years we think about changing the carpet. Where Ritz-Carlton probably every 2 years in the rooms, maybe 5, like, and I'm being honest here, 5 at most. If the room is a carpeted room, they're going to change the carpet to a brand new carpet. Where Holiday Inn, like for Oxnard, for instance, whenever that was built, I'm going to guess 1980. They haven't changed the carpet or painted since 1980. Like they're just, it's like, it's carpet. It's fine.
And the Cowboys on the road, would you stay in
Oh, yeah,
those
those are good.
facilities?
Yeah.
Can you say what the brand name hotel is? Is it a deal
It's
setup?
not like a consistent one. They, based on the city, will change it up.
But they're all like next level 5-star.
I don't know if they're 5-star, but I mean, they're all really nice. All the ones that they've stayed in are really nice.
MLB has to be 5-star, right?
Yes, it has to.
The only bad thing about staying in a hotel is getting out of the shower and walking. I'm not going to put on socks or anything or sandals or slippers. I'm walking on the floor with the feet right out of the shower. That grosses me out a little
You ever
bit.
put a towel down there?
No, I mean like even
On
after
the
walking
carpet.
out of the bathroom dry, just walking on the carpet to the
okay.
bed. I feel like I could like bunny hop.
Are you a slippers guy? Do you have house shoes or anything like at home? No.
Barefoot.
Barefoot.
My problem is not.
I have them for the winter time. I mean, because it gets cold, so I'll wear my slippers.
So you
I have like
mow barefoot, but put on shoes inside.
Yeah.
My issue with the hotel
Look at
showers.
Mike's face.
Don't try to make sense of anything that I've got going on.
Agreed.
over here.
You mow barefoot?
That's for tan lines.
Aren't you afraid of mowing your
I'm a little bit
toes off or
nervous
something?
about mowing barefoot.
Yeah.
And
Still be nervous.
What about ants?
Yeah, and stepping on, I don't know, a thorn or something.
In your grass?
You can't really pierce the bottom of my foot.
I mean,
okay?
like a stick,
I got
that.
inch
What's that?
thick calluses, man. You
Okay.
can't really pierce my foot.
All right.
Sounds like
That, I mean, having callous feet is real, Sean. You with the pool.
My feet are awful.
The first time you get in the pool, whenever it's summertime, your feet get shredded,
Cut you up.
and then whenever you've calloused them up, you can run through a fire if you want.
Ask them the Jason Kelsey question. We'll
So,
see.
how often do you wash your feet
yes,
in the
this
shower?
has been quite the
Zero.
debate because Reggie gets furious and he's like,
Reggie looks like he's so clean.
you need to wash your feet
So fresh and so
every single time.
Yes.
And your answer?
I think I agree with him. I understand.
So
that-
that means you do it, or you
Yeah.
just think you agree?
No, I do. I know the water trickles down.
The water
but does
runs
that
down
mean
your
it
body.
clears?
It pools in a little soap
Yeah.
puddle at the bottom for a
So
second.
you
and
do
then
the 1 foot balance and bring the.
Well, we have like a little. There's like a little
bench.
seat.
Oh, Mr.
yeah.
Fancy
Everyone has
Pants over
benches in
here.
their
Yeah.
showers.
I mean, I have one too.
Oh, wow! All
In
right.
Plano, they have to.
It's
part of code.
Part of the code.
Like
yeah.
they have to stay at 5-star hotels. You have to have the benches in your.
And
Unless
you-
you're at Plano East, right? Then the codes go out.
True.
Yeah.
And you for the feet?
Yeah, I don't even wash my legs. You
don't wash your legs?
The water runs down the body, down the legs.
The
Does
only
the
part of
dirt go down there
So
too?
and then it rinses off at the bottom. The shower rinses me. The
But you
soap
got to
runs
get the
down.
you got to get the loofah or the poof, whatever.
Smell my leg right now. Does my leg
What?
smell?
He's gonna do it. Oh my lord!
No smell.
I mean, it smells like skin. It
yeah,
smells
exactly.
like skin.
It doesn't smell bad. It smells fine.
The only part of
Let's
my
go
body
Mavs.
I don't generally wash is my back because you can't get
it's
it.
tough to get that
You can't get your back.
unless you get that.
You know.
that
So you
razor.
put her in there.
Oh my
Gotta
god!
get her. I will. I'll have her like once a week. Scrub my back and get the dead skin off.
Really?
I can't get to it. Yeah. I
What's
have.
up with you and all this dead skin?
Is she pumped about that? She's like, great.
Because dead skin make itchy, right? It makes you itchy if you have dead skin.
She doesn't.
What are
want
you? What are you preoccupied with over here?
Well, my son might have broke his thumb in his baseball game this morning,
Oh,
so
no.
I'm trying to get X-rays and stuff like that scheduled.
Is this the World Series?
Yeah.
What is this?
So this is crazy here. Name Sean. I had Kevin do
Yeah.
this. All right, so there's a big World Series. RJ, don't answer because you might actually know this already because you're following select baseball.
I think we were in it last week.
Name the 5 most hated players in DFW that are baseball players. 5 most hated baseball players.
Like from DFW fans?
Yeah, from Texas
Major
Ranger
League play-
fans.
yeah.
Major League players. that
Current
you-
or historical?
Let's
current.
do current.
Current?
Bregman.
It's the Alex Bregman tournament. I just think that's interesting. I'm like, out of all the things in
Wait, are you
DFW,
saying it's called that?
It's called
Yes!
yes,
The
it's
Alex
called
Bregman
the
World Series.
Alex Bregman 5-tool World Series baseball tournament. And there's this is
Last
one
week was
thing
Max
about,
Muncy. We had the Max Muncy World Series.
but
last
that makes sense. He's from here. Alex
Right.
Bregman's not from here, and then he's a Houston guy who's somewhat hated in
Is he
DFW.
sponsoring it?
Yeah, like just like how you hear that instead of these guys in baseball having teams, you know how Trey Young or all of these Damian Lillard, all these guys have these AAU teams where they make another 6 figures off of, and they're also, trying to get the premium players on their AAU team. Baseball players, a few of them, not a lot, but they will sponsor a tournament, but they're making money off of that tournament. They're putting their name on it, stuff like that. So
The Josh Donaldson Classic.
but
Come on out.
this is the other thing about baseball, and I know we're out of time, is it's
The
always
Rondo
interesting to me
Invitational.
when they're like, hey, baseball's dying. There are 94 teams in this tournament for 15-year-olds. That's it. Not another age, not like 15 and 16, 14 through 18. There are 94 teams in this one tournament, and I'd like to let you know there's other tournaments going on too around the Metroplex. So now it's not just Metroplex teams. It's obviously a regional tournament, But I mean, when you start thinking about, is baseball dying? Is it a sport that people are playing less? And there might be numbers to back that up. But when you look at it, you go, there's 94 teams with approximately 15-year-olds per team. You just start doing the math and going
1,410.
It doesn't sound like
Wish you tipped that fast in Oxnard
doesn't
at our
sound
dinner.
like baseball's dying.
Dude, there was like 28 different people. I tried.
The K. Don't worry, we won't be going. back
And
there
nobody
anyway.
took credit for. I sent the receipt around, and there was like
You're not
8
gonna
things
catch
missing. Okay, we gotta go. We gotta go.
I'll see you in Oxnard, sir.
The KMC masterpiece is coming up next.
How about some commercials? O'Reilly Mazda of Arlington and her studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors, Mike Bassick, famous Mike Bassick, and the return after a one-day absence of Alec Medford. And if you want to text in something nice about Alec, 877-881-1053, Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line. I think you should. Corey, you can tell him or you can text him to follow the rules.
Alec, you have longer hair than the first time we met.
Yeah, this is true. I was a buzz cut guy whenever I started here.
Your hair is glorious.
Well, thank you. Put a lot of work into it.
That was nicer. What you said was nicer than what I said, I feel like.
I'm sorry.
I feel like I like you took my thing.
I'm sorry.
And then you just kind of stacked on top of it.
That's fair.
And tried to one-up me on this. And I feel like now I got to say something else.
Okay, hold on. Wait. Hold
Alec,
on.
You have diamond earrings like an NFL player.
That's strong.
Corey.
I wish I felt like one.
You look like one physically.
Corey, I'm really proud of you for still having hair at this age.
Look,
I could not pull it off.
My son Carter is always like, Dad, you don't have dreams, you have movies. Your hairline's way back here. You're always saluting back here.
He said, rude.
Dad, are you the McDonald's logo? And I'm like, good God, son, as long as it's mostly there, I'm going to stick with it, all right?
That is so rude.
And then I tell him, don't worry. You're going to lose all your hair by the time you're 20, kid. Just really mess with him.
All right. It only makes sense, since Game 3 is tonight, to dive directly into Mavericks Celtics. I've got some questions and potential adjustments.
All right. I hope you have some answers, too.
Okay. Do role players actually do better at home?
Yes. When you're role playing at home is the best place to do it. On the road.
No.
What's that?
Role players in the context of a sports team in their home arena, not whatever you were saying.
Almost all the time in basketball. To be honest, I have no clue about hockey.
Okay. We can stick with basketball here.
Baseball, no. It doesn't seem to matter too much. It's not like, look at the Rangers. Baseball, no. You'd think it's the biggest advantage because you get to hit last.
I could see that.
But there's really not much of an advantage to your role. Like Leody Taveras isn't like, I just can't hit on the road, but I can hit at home.
Then you play at St. Louis and everybody's cheering for you and you're just like, oh, this is great.
I know.
Unless it's the World Series and you gave up.
Yep.
You know what I'm talking about.
All right, I got numbers for you on this. And I want to see if you think this is enough of a difference. So, Dallas Mavericks players not named Luka or Kyrie in the playoffs. On the road, 46.1% from the field. At home, 48.6%.
That's a lot.
Yeah, so 2.5%. 46.1 to 4. I might have said 0.6. My apologies.
Because I heard you. I wrote it down as 41.6.
Sorry, my apologies. 46.1
okay,
to 48.6. So that's 2.5%.
So
from 3.
Okay, this has to be different.
34.7% up to 38%.
Okay, there's a difference.
A 2.5% adjustment overall, and then a 3.3% adjustment from 3. Now, you just said it's a difference. So for both of you guys, that's what it is statistically. Is that good enough? Or are you like, that's cool, I still need you to do better than that?
Well, you're looking at overall.
That is true.
If you look at the 2 games in Boston, literally you made 2 3-pointers last game, not named Luka Doncic. If they do that, they're going to lose. There's nothing you can do to overcome that. Literally the Mavs cannot win a basketball game, and it's amazing how close they actually were if you look at just that stat.
Yes.
There's other things to say, how did you not win the game?
Yeah.
But if Luka makes 3 or 4 3-pointers and the rest of the team makes 2, you lost. Game over.
Probably.
So you're going to have to make a minimum of 10 3-pointers tonight. And that's a minimum. That still scares the death out of me if you only make 10. You're going to have to get closer to, let's say, your season average of 14.
Is scares the death out of you a saying?
I guess so.
Okay.
It's better than crap.
That's true.
Yeah. But they have to. They have to shoot more to their average. And maybe in this game, it'll be interesting with kind of the desperate team theory versus a team that's up 2-0. I don't know what Boston's energy level is going to be like, but the majority of energy levels in this is low from the team up 2-0 and very high from the team down 0-2. So
Boston's got a rap of throwing a clunker in a series.
Yeah, so I'm really hoping that, yes, Dallas plays up to the highest expectations, plays above their averages, like you're talking about percentages of shooting, and that Boston plays below their averages of shooting.
So you're 8-7 right now, and Luka versus the team in 3-point shooting. That's like in that you said
Holy
2, and they
moly.
had 5. They had 5 in the first game, so it's 8-7.
Not good.
Yeah, that's bad. Like he's your primary ball handler, he's your scorer, he's the dude that does everything on the court, and you can't do anything to help.
Yeah,
that's where that has to be. Yes, Kevin, it has to be a dramatic change tonight. Now, listening to Danny Green and on Monday. He was like, it looked like they were aiming shots.
Yeah.
It didn't look like they were free with their shot, feeling the flow of it. It looks like they're aiming shots, and that's never good. Mike, you can attest to that when it comes to pitching. You never want your pitchers aiming their pitch.
And one of the things that really stinks is that Boston's leaving some guys so open, Josh Green, Maxi Kleba, Derek Jones Jr., they have all the time in the world to think about it.
Yeah.
Don't think, meat. Just shoot.
Yeah.
And so that is the deal when you watch Boston, and not that they shot the ball great in game 2. They didn't. But they are catch and shoot. It doesn't matter if you're closing out on them or not. It's catch and shoot. It's not take my time, think about it, make sure my feet are right. That's honestly, for NBA players, seems to be the worst thing possible, is to give them too much time to shoot the ball. And so for the Celtics, they're like, let's give them too much time. And instead of like, I'm open, catch and shoot. If he passes it to me, I'm shooting the ball. I mean, that's, as much as sometimes we rag on him at times, that's the Tim Hardaway Jr. philosophy. If they pass it to me, I'm shooting.
Yeah.
And there's no other option. And so for the Mavericks, some of these guys tonight, whether you make or miss, you have to be ready to shoot before you get the ball. So you've already shot the ball before they pass it to you. So you know if you get the pass, you're putting it up.
Now, I don't have the numbers to back this one up, so this will be more opinion than anything. Do you think that missed free throws are contagious?
Yeah.
Yeah?
I do.
Okay.
I do think that if one guy misses one, then the other guys start thinking about it a little bit too.
Yes and no.
And free throws is a tough place to be anyway.
From Kyrie and Luka, yes.
Okay.
When let's just say the first play of the game, they foul. Why am I drawing? I guess I'm just lost. I got 3 seconds of sleep because of the Rangers last night. Our big guy,
Derek Lively,
the other one,
Gafford.
He's going to go 1 of 2 at best. You're just praying that he makes 1. That's who he is. That's not going to affect, I think, the other players, that he goes to the line.
They do not care. And Boston, by the way, does not seem to care that they foul him.
Right.
They're like, it's fine.
He's about I don't know what he is in the playoffs. He might be under 50% in the playoffs for free throw shooting. But if Luka goes to the line tonight, one of the first 3 possessions of the game, and goes 0 for 2 like he did, I think it is contagious. So I think if Kyrie goes to the line early in the game and he goes 1 of 2 from the line, it's like, dude, these are the guys that can't miss. The other guys I understand, the big guys, but you can't miss, and you're going to miss. You go to the line 10 times. You go 8 of 10. I'll take 8 of 10 from both of those guys. I get it. But if you go to the line and you miss your first 2, if they're nervous or inconsistent shooting free throws, what does that do to the rest of your guys? I do think it affects their mentality.
I have Gafford at 61% in the playoffs.
Oh, way better than I could have
That
imagined.
is a lot better.
Which is a horrible percentage, but
that is true.
It's better than I thought.
On the flip side, then, do you think making free throws can be contagious? So let's use Gafford as an example. He gets fouled twice early on in the act of shooting and drills 4 straight free throws.
Yeah, better.
There we go.
We're going to win.
Yeah.
If we start off the game and Gafford's launching threes, I don't care if they go off the glass every time. If he makes 4 threes, we are in.
Yeah, I'm in. I'll take that.
Okay.
Yeah, make his threes.
But free throws.
Well, let's say it was free throws then. Do you think it'd be more likely to trickle down and be like, holy smokes?
So you're saying he shoots a 3 and then makes 3 free throws?
He just shoots 4 straight free throws and makes them all.
Yes.
Do you think that trickles down?
I do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because then it's like, crap, he's making them? We're in good shape.
Yeah. No, I think Mike's dead on right there. And what it does, too, is Boston goes, oh, crap, we can't just foul him and not care about it. If he's making them, then we're in trouble. We got to come up with another solution. We have to actually play defense.
I'm surprised in these playoffs that teams haven't, with 4 minutes to go or 5 minutes to go.
Gonna hack it.
Oklahoma City has done it. You don't have to just pick Derek Lively. There's Gafford to pick. There's now Kleba to pick. There's Derek Jones Jr. to pick. I wouldn't. PJ Washington, I'm not super scared that he's going to make both if I'm the other team, but there's a more likelihood that he'll make both, and he's gotten better as this playoffs have gone along. But I'm just surprised how bad the Mavs are at shooting free throws. Teams don't take more of that strategy. You go, it doesn't have to be Derek Lively. Like, these guys are good at going 1 or 2 from the line.
The number for turnovers, this is actually higher than I would have guessed. What's a number of turnovers that you're like, let's say you turn the ball over 10 times. You're like, we can be in this game.
100%.
Is that the number? 10?
I would say 12.
Okay.
3 times a quarter.
Okay. Is that sound?
I'd prefer 10.
Okay.
Like, that's my preference.
So would I.
Yeah.
The interesting thing for the Mavs is because they had 15 turnovers in game 2.
That's too many.
That seems to be their tipping point for a number, because when they have 15 or more turnovers, they're 15-19.
That's potentially 6 points, potentially 9 points.
Yes.
Which you lost by 7 points.
Yes, exactly.
So
if you commit less than 15 turnovers in the playoffs of the regular season, the Mavericks are 47-20. Now, I still think 10 to 12 is the area that you need to be in, especially given how efficient at times the Celtics have been turning those turnovers, to Corey's point, into points. But anything, if you hit 15 again in like game 2, that's another reason you lost.
Yeah, and then also you have to look at points off of turnovers, because there's sometimes, I'm not saying there's ever a good turnover, but if your turnover goes out of bounds, it's not as bad. You get to walk back
as
on
if you get
defense.
stripped near midcourt.
At the end of the game, and it's a turnover by Luka. And I don't know this. The one thing that I never went back and looked because I was just mad is, did they consider PJ Washington over the half-court line and then it got ripped from him and then he threw it back?
I think that is correct.
Then it wouldn't have been an 8-second violation because he got the ball over half court. But I don't think he did, and I know Luka obviously didn't think he did from his angle. He's like, crap, I just have to throw it over the half court line and hope for the best. Those are horrible turnovers, especially late in the game. So you want to take pressure off of Luka and Kyrie dribbling the ball up? I still have a problem with it. Don't you dare do it with 12 minutes or less to go in the game. When the fourth quarter starts, no human being on the Mavericks can dribble the ball up the court except for Kyrie and Luka after whatever, rebounds. They can't do it. I don't trust PJ, Derek Jones Jr. I don't trust those guys. Josh Green. I don't trust Josh Green to dribble the ball past half court in the fourth quarter.
Exum.
Maybe, but I don't know how much he would be in the fourth quarter.
Kevin, to add to that, it's the ones that get sailed out of bounds that frustrate me. Where were you throwing that ball?
Yeah.
I've seen a couple different times trying to do no-look passes, and you're like, you didn't need to do that. Just make sure it gets to the guy. And I understand there's part of that, part of the element of the game there, but man, make sure those things happen, because then you look clunky and you look foolish, and that's worse.
Now, be remiss if we didn't mention, and it got broken on Sean or RJ, the death of Jerry West, who iconic across the board, not just for his time as a player, but everything he did in the front offices of basketball. That 1960 draft, because I know he was second in that draft, and I thought, some team made a mistake, but the Cincinnati Royals took Oscar Robertson. So they're like, we probably did pretty good too.
Then they moved to Kansas City.
He was the MVP of the 1969 finals, despite the fact that they lost that finals. He was first team All-NBA 10 times, finally got his title in 1972. But then I feel like a whole lot of people know him for his executive stuff as well.
More than anything else.
Multi-time executive of the year. Obviously, the logo, a huge contributor to the game of basketball in the history.
Yeah, he's one of the greatest of all time. And the thing that I think about Jerry West, which is so amazing, because there's been a whole bunch of Nimrods who've come along and said change the logo to LeBron or Jordan or Kobe. When Kobe died, all the Nimrods were out saying change the logo to Kobe. And it's like, Jerry West never wanted to be the logo. He didn't say, I'm the logo, or want to be the logo. He was always humble about it. He's always been humble throughout his career. He's the greatest basketball person in the history of basketball. because he's one of the greatest players of all time and arguably the greatest executive of all time. And if he's not the greatest executive of all time, he's top 5. So he's a top 20 player of all time, top 5 executive of all time. So to me, that puts him as the greatest basketball person of all time. And yet he was humble throughout the whole thing when he's like, I don't even like being called the logo. Please don't do that. It's somehow somebody decided to take me dribbling a basketball and make it the logo. So I've just always really respected, as much as I hate the Lakers, I've always respected just how humble he was through his greatness.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, what will the lineup look like and how effective will it be if KP does actually miss time? Let's do that next right here on the Fan.
All right, before we do that, let's talk about your
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Irving blocked by Porzingis. He's doing it all. Holiday, Hauser, three-pointer. It's a Celtic avalanche here in the first quarter, a 17-point lead.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the fan. From the 469, Chris from Plano. Good morning. Just honked at y'all driving by on 75. Did you hear that?
I did.
Did you?
Yeah, I waved back.
Okay.
Did you not see it?
I did not.
You ever been in an avalanche in Boston? Like, that's what I just want to know.
I have
He said
never
it's a
been in an
Boston
avalanche in general.
Huh. Me neither.
I would like to continue that streak of avoiding that.
You ever like want to just kind of look up and be like, oh, wow.
No.
I mean, same. I wouldn't either. That would be a really scary moment.
All right.
There's a good chance you're going to die.
Probably, yeah. No, I get it, yeah.
Hey, you want to feel death? Not really.
I don't.
What about from afar? Like, if you were like, you're on another mountain, but you see across the way, you see an avalanche mountain happening.
Assuming no people were over there, then I'd support it. I don't want to see like a group of you're like, oh, they're in trouble.
Not any specific group?
No.
Okay. You sure?
Yes, I'm sure. I don't want that to happen.
Okay.
All right. KP. The report now is the Celtics are optimistic that he can warm up. All right, look. If you're optimistic that somebody can warm up, I don't know how likely that means you're actually. I think that means it's very unlikely that you're going to play. But we don't know for sure yet.
You can temper so many things in warm up. You don't have to go full speed.
That's true.
You just get out there, try and see if you can shoot, for one. They're going to try, like, they would love to use him as a decoy if possible.
Sure.
Hey, can you walk over to the corner and stand there? Okay, all right. If they think that that's a threat, then let's do it. And if you can shoot and make one or two, that changes everything. But can you defend? No. If you can't defend and you can't do those things, you're not on the court.
Yeah, is that I mean, to me, this is crazy that they haven't ruled him out.
It's also gamesmanship at the same time.
I think that's
doing anything you can to put little doubt in their mind and make the opponent have to think about it.
And it's not like they need to, like, if there's this, hey, he can stand and shoot. I guess if there's 5 seconds to go and you're down by 2 points, you just go stick him in a corner and say, don't move. If we pass it to you, just catch it and shoot it. If it gets blocked, it gets blocked. Do not put the ball on the floor or whatever. We're just going to make you a huge threat that they can't leave. And if they do leave, we are going to pass it to you and just take the shot. So I guess he can suit out, but I'm going to be honest. If he breaks his leg in half tonight, I'm not going to feel bad because he shouldn't.
You think he shouldn't be out there?
He shouldn't be out there from what we understand. But hey, if you want to go chance it, and you want to Kevin Durant your career the way that he shouldn't have been out there with his sore Achilles, and it wasn't ripped yet. So I'm just like, I get it. Corey's right. I think it's gamesmanship. It's from the Mavs that I do think that he's going to, at this point, I do think he's going to suit out, and I think he's going to be in the layup line.
Yeah.
And I think he's going to suit out and be up in the layup line in game 4. Now, the issue is if he doesn't play in both of those games, which I don't expect he plays here in Dallas, these 2 games.
Yeah.
How much are you still fooling Dallas if he's not playing in games 3 and 4, if he suits out again in game 5 and just kind of lightly jogs and lays the ball up or lightly jogs and shoots the ball around before the game?
It's a good question. And Kevin, when it comes to what we kind of understand about this, those tendons could all just roll out from where they are secured by this other tendon.
It's scary,
just
dude.
Roll out to the side and
if he wants to risk his career, then fine, risk your career. But I'm not going to be like, oh, I feel bad for KP tomorrow if his leg falls off.
I honestly don't think. I think that dude would be like, I'm cool with it. I make all this money. So I'm guaranteed all this money, and I don't have to play 20 games a year. I'm
like, I hate saying it. Brandon Roy deserved what he got.
You don't think he should have been playing?
He shouldn't have been playing. He was told not to play on it, and he said, no, I'm going to do these certain things. And then when his career ended at 26 years old, it's like, you chose that.
Yeah.
So I decided to do some investigation and talk with a couple of folks about what the Celtics will do. Let's just say he's just out.
Yeah.
All right. Maybe it's just tonight. Maybe it's for both Dallas games. Maybe it's for a while. What is Boston going to do? All right, so here's what they're going to lose. KP is giving up field goal percentage in the paint, 44.3%. That is crazy low in the paint. Best in the postseason. Also, they've been able to take away the Mavs lob game. Obviously, you've seen that get neutralized. First 3 rounds of the playoffs, 54 lobs that they converted successfully.
Good God.
It is amazing. What's their personnel going to look like?
That's more lobs than I think the history of the Dallas Mavericks right there.
That I would believe that. I honestly think I would believe
Can
that.
I say this real quick? KP is a major reason, but we're also not getting lobs when he's out of the game either.
Okay, and that is concerning. Now, the good and bad news. The bad news, the Celtics are 30-5 without KP this season, and they can still go 5 out with Al Horford. So some of the defensive challenges that you've seen are probably still going to stay the same. But I want to focus in on 3 players individually. Luke Cornett, Xavier Tillman, and O'Shea Brissett. All right, so these 3. My thought would be, again, we're going off the basis that there's just KP's not playing in this game. Luke Cornett's probably going to get the first look. And this is somebody that we talked about leading into the series. Here's the positive for the Mavericks. He has Zubac written all over him in terms of getting hunted down in ISO basketball.
All right.
So I'm not saying he's a bad player, because I don't think Zubac is a bad player either. But when you look at the skill set of Luka, if it does go Luke Cornett first, yes, or Kyrie, that's a great point. If you look at the skill sets of those 2 players, if Luke Cornett goes out there, I think you have the opportunity to really hunt him defensively.
Yeah. No, then, and if that's, I did see Derek Lively say that they've been big game elephant hunting out there, and that's not their game. They don't care who's in front of them. They're going to beat them. But I understand what you're saying. Find the matchups. But I do wonder if that's kind of been a problem, is trying to find that matchup and not quite getting it yet. But
I think it has.
If that's the case, then get after it.
Just to give you an idea here of Cornett, who I do think will play a little bit tonight. He only played a total of 18 minutes in the Indiana series, so they didn't feel like they needed to play him. He only played in 2 of the 4 games. He did play in every Cleveland game, averaging 14 minutes, a little over 14, 5 points and 4 rebounds with almost a block shot a game. So that's what they go down to. They're going to have to ask other guys to pick up a few extra minutes.
And he hasn't played at all in this series.
He played 3 minutes of the blowout. So, I don't care about that. But so you're probably going to see if they're going to see if he can give them 10 to 20 minutes tonight. And then I guess their hope is obviously that he doesn't get too exposed, or he does get exposed, but then Kyrie just misses the shot, or Luka just misses the shot.
So then that pulls the focus in on 2 other players who haven't seen a lot of time in Xavier Tillman and O'Shea Brissett. Both of them are 6'7", just in case you wanted to know that. Now, there's good news and bad news with this. The bad news is the defensive rating for Boston with those 2 in the lineup has been elite. However, on the flip side, for the entirety of the playoffs, all of the rounds, O'Shea Brissett has played 39 minutes and Xavier Tillman has played 50 minutes. So small sample size against, we're still arguing inferior playoff opponents. Their defensive rating has been really good, but they haven't seen an extended run of play in any of these playoff series, and they haven't been up against closers like this.
Because they've played in such limited games and limited minutes, do you know if they've played any real minutes?
They have played some real minutes. I'll go back.
You know what I'm saying? Because I'm sure they got like 3 to 5 minutes in game 1, and I'm just wondering how many times did they get in and they're averaging 5 minutes for Brissett and then 8 minutes for Tillman. I'm just wondering how many are real minutes where the game's on the line.
Yeah, that is a good question. I think particularly one of the Indiana games, I'll check. Okay. I know Tillman got like a real run in a competitive game.
Thank you.
But to your point, he played a lot in that Cleveland game too, where they got run off the court. And so those were not like real minutes, to your point.
And maybe it won't matter, but think about how game 1 went for the Mavs for most of their guys. Their first ever NBA Finals game, and they were nervous.
Yeah.
So these guys, have they seen 2 Finals games in front of their face? Did they get in for 3 to 5 minutes of trash time in game 1? They did. But if they are here in Dallas and they have to be inserted into the game at the 4-minute mark left in the first quarter, that's a lot different than 4 minutes left in the fourth quarter when you're up by 20.
Yeah, I think the best example, I believe now I checked, it's game 3 against Indiana, where both of those guys
played minutes.
We're seeing like real, actual, factual minutes. But you make a very fair point of, hey, that's great against Indiana.
And now you help off of them. Now you play them, and Josh Giddey's way better than those two guys. But whether it's Josh Giddey, whether it's whether it's, I guess, Rudy Gobert, that's a different type of player. But like Cornette, I guess, would be Rudy Gobert. You just you help. Don't worry about him too much. You're more of a help defender than stay on your guy defender.
So I just wanted to run through the idea that no KP. Obviously, you can still see plenty of Horford and they can do 5 out with him. But then Tillman, Brissett, and Cornette are the 3 that you're taking a look at.
Well, Kevin, I want to throw something else out there for you real quick because I just saw a video of warm-up shoot-around.
Okay.
Derek Lively, not in the corner, but in the corner behind the backboard, drills a 3. Kevin, you said earlier 3 or 4 threes from him is what you're expecting tonight.
I do not
if Derek
want that
Lively
on
is
the
hitting
record
threes in shoot around, should he go ahead and be the next KP out there tonight?
2 to 4 weeks from now, we will have that discussion on how much do you want Derek Lively. I think next year,
become a stretch
I'm not opposed to Derek Lively taking 1 to 2 3-pointers a game in the regular season, because if you never try it, you're never going to know. But I don't want to try it in game 3 of the NBA Finals.
I think that is fair. We're the Kansas Mavs. Hey, I didn't say can't happen. I just said I think that counterpoint is fair. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassett.
Should you be allowed to forfeit? And Adolis Garcia next.
A secure retirement just doesn't happen by accident. When that day comes, what's most important to you? Are you sure to have more money than month? What about unexpected medical costs?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
And the 2-2. Swinging that one is hammered up the alley to deep right center field. It's not coming back. Ohtani leaves the yard on a blast that clears by about 6 rows to a deep part of the yard. A 2-run home run, and the Dodgers lead 9-1.
Oh my goodness.
Whoops.
Yeah, he did. We're the KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Don't forget, got Bruce Bochy coming up at 12:20. We've got Mavs PA announcer Sean Heath coming up at 11 o'clock. But right now, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassett.
All right, so I think most of you listening right now were lucky enough to be able to go to bed after 5 innings. Possibly you stayed up for that 6th inning where the Dodgers hit 4 home runs and then went to bed. It wasn't good. They had to bring in Andrew Kisner in the 7th inning with 1 out because
7th inning?
Because Grant Anderson couldn't get anybody out and Tinoco really couldn't get anybody out. And so they're just like, look, we're losing. I think it was 15-2 at the time.
He didn't give up a run, did he?
I think he gave up 1. He did give up 1 run. He gave up a sacrifice fly.
Okay.
He came in with the bases loaded and 1 out in the 7th. And you don't have to pitch the 9th inning when you're losing, so that saved the Rangers from having to do that. So Dave Valley brought this up on the broadcast, and so I'm going to bring it up with you guys. Should you be allowed to forfeit after 6 innings? If you're losing by 20, or last night you're losing by 12, and you're literally saying we quit.
Yeah.
And he was saying, look, this isn't entertaining for the fans in a way anymore because let's just say basketball tonight. I know it's the NBA Finals. I'm hoping the Mavs are up by 30 after 3. If they are, the starters will probably play 3 to 4 minutes in the 4th quarter, and then you would see. But the reserves aren't going to go out there and like lob the ball up to the basket and walk back on defense, and like they're going to try to play basketball for the most part. So you're like, yeah, the game's over. It's been decided, but we're still watching 5 NBA guys on the Mavs and 5 NBA guys on the Celtics run up and down the court and play basketball. Literally in baseball, it's kind of the only sport where you're intentionally not playing the sport. The closest we get is kneeling the football after 2 minutes, under the 2-minute warning. That's the only time where everybody's just forfeiting and making the clock run out. But in baseball, I ask you this question. With all the new rules and making the game faster, which I appreciate, I like, should the Rangers last night after 6 innings just say, we lost, we quit, we are quitting this game?
Can I ask you a question about that before y'all give feedback? Is that a question we can ask Bochy, or do you think he would be like old school baseball offended by it? Like,
no, I think it's a real question.
Out to the end.
He said in his post-game show he hates putting in position players. I mean, he sounded like it's the worst thing that he has to do. He's like, this is so bad for the game, so bad to do, but you have to at times. So I think it's a legitimate question to ask Boch at 12:20. Do you think with today's new rules that they should make a rule, and maybe it's after 7? Maybe you look, we have to play like a high school game is a 7-inning game. A doubleheader in the minor leagues is a 7-inning doubleheader if you're playing 2 games in one day. Should you have a forfeit rule that it's not an automatic, it's up to the team losing? I guess if you're winning and you want to forfeit, that'd be weird, but but after maybe 6 or 7 innings that you are allowed to say, the game is over. We're not going to throw any more pitchers. We're not going to try to score any more runs. We're not going to try to get these guys out. We're going to lob the ball up there at 50 miles an hour for the next 5 to 55 minutes. Should you just say, we're just not going to do that? We've just forfeited the game. You guys won.
I agree with the 903 here more than forfeiting. Perhaps they should use a run rule instead of forfeit. And the reason being is the mindset of quitting, I hate. Like, all right, we're just done. I love the idea that you can still come back. And it still makes it competitive up until it's until it's over.
I guess
it's a run rule. It's over. You guys, guys can still quit, but it's still, at least you're like, man, let's try and get these runs here, and then the game is officially called in the forfeit in the run rule.
I guess what I'm saying is maybe a team is down by 10 after 7. Like, no, we feel good. They're out of pitching. We think we can get to them. We don't want But then your point is score a run in the 7th inning to get it down to 9 then.
Yeah. Which feels like a fair request.
It gives them the chance to come back still. And I just hate that idea of quitting too. I don't like it.
I'm with you. So I think a good question maybe for Boach and now for you, Kevin, is should we just put in a run rule where it's not up to the manager and not like we throw in the white towel, we're done, we don't have any pitching left, and we're not going to try?
I think I do, because then to Corey's point, you can't be accused of like, how can you tell us not to quit when we quit on this game or whatever?
Yeah.
Like I know it's highly unlikely,
Yeah.
but at least then you can look at it and be like, it was 12-2 in the 7th. Like it's out of our control.
Did you guys, I hate saying this, but I felt like when Will Smith hit the 3-run homer in the first inning, it was over.
Just because of our offense.
Well, I'll be honest, I felt like before the game it was over.
Yeah.
It's the Dodgers right now, and the Rangers are in a bad way.
I just felt like with Paxton on the mound, he's left-handed. He had a really bad game against Pittsburgh his last game, but he's had a really good season. It's just he has had one really bad game. I just thought, I don't think we're going to score more than 3. And the likelihood of the Rangers scoring 4 is low. The likelihood of holding the Dodgers to 3 the rest of the game is low. And so it felt really demoralizing after 1 inning. It's 3-1, or I guess 3-1 after 1.5. It's like, we're not coming back. We don't score right now, and we're not going to score without Seager in the lineup. And so it just felt like at that point, this isn't going to go well. I didn't know it was going to go 15-2 bad, but it's not going to go well. Now, I have to bring this up, and I think these are being discussed a little bit on social media, but I don't want to put the offense all on one person. It's not fair. But if you want to look at one person right now and go, why is this offense so below average? In the month of April, Adolis Garcia hit 301 with a 929 OPS. It's amazing.
Yeah.
That's all-star like. In the month of May, he hit 165 with a 544 OPS. He had 7 extra base hits total. He had 3 doubles and 4 home runs in the month of May. 165 with a 544 OPS. Well, now we are to June 12th today. Adolis Garcia in the month of June is hitting 114 with a 358 OPS. He has 1 home run and no other extra base hits in the month of June. He has gone from all-star to he's arguably your worst hitter in your lineup.
Oh, no.
And I know he can be streaky, but is that all there is to it? Is sometimes you do get good Adolis, bad Adolis.
Has he ever, I need to go check, has he ever been this streaky for this long? 165, and now he's following it up with a 114.
The one I can think of is his first full season. That second half, he was pretty poor.
Yeah, he hit 118 with the Cardinals in 17 plate appearances.
Yeah, and this was 97 at-bats in the month of May for 165.
Yeah.
And right now you have 35 at-bats. And here's the deal. He's not getting on base. He has a 158 on-base percentage in this month. Last month, his on-base percentage was 224.
Yeah, he is. I think he's one of those dudes that something has to be on the line for it, and right now nothing's on the line for it. Maybe like future earnings for him personally.
Yeah.
But I also kind of feel like he looks at that and goes, "Is that a reality either? I just won the World Series and I was awesome and I didn't get a huge payday." So I do wonder if something needs to be on the line, like in the moment, for him to be a big hitter.
You just hit on something I'm fascinated by. It could just be the simple ebbs and flows of Adolis or baseball. Do you think, and I know we got to speculate, that there's any part of him that's still kind of like, dude, I was like the guy.
He's an emotional
that helped
hitter.
you get to the World Series, and this is what I got out of it, contract-wise, I mean?
I hear you. Why did he agree to 2 years and $15 million?
Because he wasn't getting anything else from anywhere else.
But you just go arbitration both years. If you believe you're that good. So here's the great thing about baseball. It's not like football where we just say, I don't want to practice and I want to smoke a lot of weed. And they're like, take whatever you get.
Deal!
You just say to yourself, all right, I'm not going to sign this contract. Agent, what am I worth? Man, I think we can go to court and we can get you $10 million in 2024. And if you follow up 23 with a 24 season, I think I can get you $15 million in 25. Well, now I'm getting 2 years and $25 million. There's actually a fair way to do this. They actually go to court and decide. And then a lot of teams are like, dude, we don't want to. If we think you're worth $7 million, you think you're worth $10 million, and you think you could be possibly worth $15 million the next year, then we have to try to work something out year to year where you're going to get more. But he agreed to 2 years and $15 million in December, January.
Yeah.
So he can't. To me, he can't. I understand as a player being upset with certain situations, and if you sign an 8-year contract, then you can be like, dang it, I should be making $28 million now, but I'm making 12. Well, I get it. You can be mad, but you decided to get the security for 8 years. Adolis decided on that 2-year fit. Nobody made him sign that contract. 0 people made him sign that contract.
Yeah.
He decided to do it, so he cannot be upset with that. At this point, though, if he doesn't turn it around, it doesn't matter that Corey Seager comes back. It really doesn't, because you're going to average 3 runs a game. Adolis is going to have to become Adolis, or you're in big trouble, because you can. I don't want to point to one person. A lot of other people are struggling, because we've even looked at Wyatt Langford and discussed, should he just go to AAA and work on his game? But if I compare Adolis's numbers to Wyatt Langford's numbers, Wyatt Langford is far exceeding Adolis Garcia now for over a month.
Yeah.
Well, that's a huge problem then, because for him, I think for him to be his best is for the Rangers to be good, competitive, and big moments being available to him. And the Rangers aren't there yet, and I don't know if he's willing to be the guy that says, I'm willing to climb with y'all back into that status. I think he just needs to be there for him.
We're grinded out in the middle of, man.
I don't know that yet. If I see it from him, if they come back in the second half of the season and do it, then we can go, wow, we just learned something new about Adolis.
Yeah. I know he's not this bad. There's just he's put up too many numbers to be this bad, but you're starting to now go, dude, this is 6 weeks.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, we welcome Dallas Mavericks PA announcer Sean Heath in studio, and he's got a bone to pick with somebody at this station. And for once, it's not Mike. We'll do it next right here on the Fan.
The North O'Reilly Mazda of Arlington and her studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Want to remind everybody, Sean and RJ's Firehouse Tour stops in Allen on Friday. They'll be at 310 Century Parkway, just south of McDermott in Allen from 5:30 to 10. Remember, that's sponsored by Palmer's Hot Chicken, Catfish and Shrimp, Firehouse Heating and Air, and Chill Boys Boxers. You got an opportunity to pick up that Tolo sweat towel while supplies last. I promise I'm okay.
Sweat tiles would be dope.
That would be awesome. Right now, we bring to you the man whose voice that you hear in the American Airlines Center. The man who was our third guest ever. It is Dallas Mavericks public address announcer, Sean Heath. Good morning, sir.
What's up, boys? Kevin, you just fell into the Texas accent, towel, tile, cow, tile.
Yeah.
You knew that was going to happen.
And I feel like usually that doesn't come up a lot, but
it doesn't. Well, you don't have a really strong accent.
You will hear it.
I want to, can we do some housekeeping? I want to go ahead and take this segment off the rails from the beginning.
Let's do it.
Number one, was talking to Mike during the break, and he said that, hopefully things are good for his son's thumb. So
yes,
good thoughts for that. Kevin, it's nice to see you. And Corey, I loved you in Goonies.
Oh, thank you
great.
very much. I appreciate that.
Or Lost Boys too, just spectacular work. But I do have a bone to pick with one Mr. Robert Julia. I don't know what his name is. Chopping, whatever it is.
Ralph James.
Yeah, sure, close enough. It's been 15 years, and his impersonation of me has not improved at all. If anything, it's gotten worse. And I feel a little disrespected. I don't think he's really putting in the work to really fine-tune it. I just I don't insult his inability to cook meat properly or the fact that he mows a yard like Fred Flintstone. I don't say those things. And yet, I'm just saying, put in some effort, man. I do things. He knows I do things other than just yell, right?
No, he has no clue.
Or should I just do the rest of the show like this?
That's actually what he thinks is your life.
That's what he thinks.
He thinks you do that all the time.
Okay.
And that's just the way Chop
Dating
is.
me would really suck if that's how I talked all the
Unless
time.
that was their thing,
Unless we'll have two margaritas.
Text in right now. Let us know. But he's been busy with his political impersonations. That's what he's really tried to fine-tune over the last 8 years or so.
I'm a polarizing figure.
Mm-hmm. I remember there was a time you couldn't come on the show.
A little something for the effort. That's all I'm asking.
Okay.
All right. What would you like to talk to me about? I find it amazing that I'm interesting now that I wasn't interesting 2 months ago. What about me is interesting now?
Wow.
Have I missed something? Oh, I want to say this. The temperature in the studio, very nice. I know you were having issues last week. I almost wore a Speedo today, but I did not. You're welcome.
Do you have a Speedo?
I do, sadly.
Mm.
It was a gag Christmas gift. And by gag, I mean it was bad.
Yeah. I don't have a Speedo. I've never had one.
That's how you derail. Kids, take notes. That's how you derail a segment.
We do it all the time to Kevin. So I'm glad you just jumped in on this.
You know what? I want to be part of it. Just happy to be part of the team, Corey.
Thanks a lot. Hey, why haven't you been here 2 months ago? There's your answer right
there. You are a fan of the Mavericks just as much as you are employee of the Mavericks. More so.
Yeah.
And that you get to sit in the best seat in the house.
Dream job. Best seat.
You are sitting, all the information's coming across your forehead the entire time too.
It's changed the way that I watch NBA basketball for the better.
Okay. All right. And yeah, you're hearing coaches, you're hearing all this stuff go on.
Oh, trash talk is so sweet.
Knowing this team and what it's developed into since the trade and since it's grown into what it is right now. What did you see in the first 2 games that you were like, that's not what I'm used to seeing?
I don't know what that team was. The team we saw in games 1 and 2 in the finals is not the team that we saw the last month of the season or at any point during the playoffs. Even the blowout games in game 1 against the Clippers and game 1 against Oklahoma City, they didn't look that bad. They looked absolutely just unprepared in games 1 and 2. But the crazy thing is, I think Boston gave the Mavs their best shot in game 1. They went 7 of 15 from 3 in the first quarter. They absolutely obliterated the Mavs, and it was still an 8-point game in the fourth quarter at one point. In game 2, Boston tried to give that game away, and the Mavericks gave it back to them with 15 turnovers that the Celtics turned into 21 points and 8 missed free throws. That's 29-point swing. If you make your free throws and you're not, and here's the thing, of the 26 turnovers that Dallas has committed, 16 of those were steals. It's
Which
just
usually get converted to points on the other side.
and their conversion rate on steals is 2.4 points per turnover. That's what Boston is converting. So they're turning those steals into either 2 dunks or made threes. It's impossible. You can't give another team 29 points to play with like that.
Not at all.
I mean, I put together, Kevin knows I love numbers, I love stats. And so I put together all kinds of stuff about the finals and 60-win teams and history and recency bias and blah, blah, blah. The bottom line is make your free throws, stop being careless with the ball, and Kyrie plays anywhere near like he did during the regular season, and the Mavs could be up 2-0 right now. So I feel pretty good about tonight. I heard some comments. I do think that the Mavericks that we see tonight is going to be Mavericks we're used to seeing. And if, in fact, Porzingis' injury is as bad as half of the organization in Boston thinks it is, and he doesn't play, then we get a much bigger diet of Al Horford. I'm okay with that. And Cornette.
Yep.
Like, fine, bring those guys in. As it stands right now with a healthy KP, Boston's a complete team. They have 6 guys that can all defend. They have 6 guys that can all shoot. They're a tough team. I mean, there's a reason they won 64 games. I mean, granted, they did it in the East, but they won 64 games. You can't take that away from them. You got to beat who's in front of you, right?
That's absolutely true. I mean, absolutely true. You get to see also their swagger when they walk up to check in, like their confidence. Do you see the same guys? I felt like PJ, a couple of the guys just kind of looked like wide-eyed, in my opinion, in game 1.
Well,
and obviously when you're getting blown out.
The fact that I was watching it on TV, I mean, you can see, you see that when they're checking in the midst of the chaos, like they seem a little like, okay, now I'm going to work, as opposed to, oh, it's on. Gotcha. There's a different sort of way that you carry yourselves. But, I mean, the Mavericks, they're a pretty young team, but they're a very consistent team. They haven't had wild swings other than that one stretch of, 6 or 7 games after the All-Star break when they had that losing streak. But after that, they snapped in. Something clicked. I don't know if it was part of it was the lineup change, but part of it is something Kidd said, something Kyrie said, something Lucas said, like something happened in that locker room that changed the mindset of that team and changed the personality of that team. I don't think anybody in the Mavs locker room is panicking. They're down 2-0. I don't think they are.
Yeah.
Because as I looked at it, I checked officially, you have to win 4 games.
That's still the case.
Yeah, it's still, that hadn't changed. I'm pretty sure.
Are we sure?
We're not doing a run rule. Oh, you've won 2 games out of 7 and it's over. By the way, I support Mike's thought of run rule in Major League Baseball. I think that's a great idea.
Well, I was looking at, Sean, thank you for supporting that. I was looking at the first quarter, and here's what surprised me in game 2. The Mavericks are 6 of 10 from the field with 0 turnovers, up 13-6. Timeout by the Boston Celtics. Almost we get to close to the 3-minute mark. So that timeout, I'm trying to see when it was called, but it was early in the game. Timeout 13-6. The next 11 possessions for the Mavs. The Mavs go 1 of 7 from the field with 4 turnovers and Luka's 0 of 2 from the free throw line.
Yeah.
That's not just Kristaps Porzingis entering the game. Like, that's the tough thing about the Mavs, and you say they weren't the team, is I'm not expecting them to shoot 60% from the field and make all of their shots and shoot 60% for the game. I get that probably won't happen. I hope it does. But to go 6 of 10, timeout, and then go 1 of 7 with 4 turnovers and go 0 of 2 from the free throw line, and the 0 of 2 was Luka going 0 of 2, that got them, and they still weren't even winning the game. Boston wasn't winning the game, but then you went right back to like game 1.
Yeah, it was, the thing about Boston, to their credit, is Dallas hasn't been able to force them out of what they want to do defensively. But you're going to make Boston switch? Okay, they'll switch, but you're not going to get them into the drop, pick, and roll. You're just not. They're not going to do that. They're not going to surrender that. They are incredibly stubborn. Those 5 guys on defense, man, they're on a string. You know what? They are defensively like the Mavs were in 2011. Everybody knows exactly where to be, when to be. There's no wiggle room. There's no missed assignments. They're just focused and dialed in. Now, you can beat a team like that, but man, your passes have to be pinpoint. You have to be able to whip it around the perimeter. You have to be able to get past your initial defender to try and force the defense to collapse a little bit so you get somebody open. They just won't sag off of shooters. They just won't. They're incredibly disciplined.
I know you're not doing the road games, but can you tell, since you are right next to the court, can you tell the energy level from role players in the playoffs? I know you're having to look at it from the visiting team standpoint because the Mavs role players obviously struggled in Boston, but you're not on the court in Boston. Can you
But
tell?
you can see the bench.
Yeah.
You can see shots of the bench and like, oh, wow, that guy's not normally like that, or, oh, he looks really reserved. They looked a little shell-shocked.
Like, I love Cason Wallace, for example. I think he's going to be a great player from Richardson. He had a great playoff series, but at the end there, you could see the inexperience take over his kind of body and his mentality. Do you think that Boston in any way, shape, or form that we're going to see nerves from their guys tonight on the road? I mean, if Pritchard's going to be banking in 3-pointers from midcourt and then big dogging it back to the bench like he meant to do that. I have a theory. I've never really said this out loud before, but I have a theory. Much like in the NBA, there is a real and true rookie wall. It exists. It happens. It's a physical fact. I think there can be a playoff wall. I think that if you have played in the NCAA tournament, you've played 2 or 3 high-pressure games in a small period, but you haven't played 16 pressure games over a month. And it's a different animal, and the finals is a completely different animal than any other round of the playoffs. It's not even it's almost not the same game. It's almost like, okay, if you were to break the NBA down into G League, Division I, and then we get to the finals, that's the pro level of the playoffs. It almost feels like that. And I think there's a possibility of a player who has never been in that type of ridiculous hype situation that you're able to block it out for a certain point, but at some point it just becomes so exhausting to maintain that focus that's necessary to be successful at that level, at finals level of performance, even if you're not in the game. There is a level of attention, a level of detail that you have to be able to focus. Even if you're the 15th guy on the bench, you still have a role. Whether towel waving, whatever your role is, you all have a role. And I think you can get fatigue at some point. Normally, you would think it would take a more extended period of time for that fatigue to set in. But if you have that situation in Boston with that crowd and that building and those results, I mean, if it doesn't affect you, you're not human. So I do agree that I think the role players can be overwhelmed. However, I think depending on the maturity, for example, Derek Lively will not play like he's lost. He won't. That kid is too strong mentally. He's been through way more than most of us in our lives. And I'm in my 50s. You're all in your 30s. You're welcome. Okay, late 30s. But he's not going to continue to be sheltered. He's not. He looked at what happened. He's like, okay. And he's going to shrug it off. He's going to come back tonight, and I think he's going to be the Lively that we saw. And I think every player has that. I expect big games from Kyrie. He's averaging 14 points. What was it? He's averaging 14 points, 2.5 rebounds, and 4 assists. His season averages were 25, 5, and 5.
Wow.
He's not going to continue to shoot half of his average. He's just not. Boston's good, but they're not a brick wall. They have weaknesses. There are doors that are open. There are windows that the Mavs can get through. They've got to have the will to force Boston to change the way they defend.
It feels like we've got a lot more to dive into. Can you stick around for another segment?
Sure.
All right, so we'll continue to break down the NBA Finals, and then we have come up with some suggested phrases to see if there's any way for you to potentially work them in to the game this evening. Don't roll your eyes yet. You haven't heard them. We'll continue with Sean Eve next right here on The Fan.
Or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We've got Mavs PA announcer Sean Heath in studio with us, breaking down the series, but also, if you don't like them, I'm going to blame Corey. We might have some suggested phrases or chants that we can get going. Do you want to go with game breakdown or go right to the chants?
You're saying no.
I just said, because you were going to talk.
Yeah.
No? I mean, Kevin, if maybe you'd have more success if Kevin were the one.
No, that's not the way that it works on this show.
That feels unlikely.
I have two options of things
that you want me to say on the microphone in front of people.
Yeah, so you can either...
There are options.
You can go with the ones that I think you can do.
Okay.
Or you can go with the ones that I don't think you should do.
Can they be do they have to be during live play?
Yeah, sure.
Or they could be during timeouts where I could sneak them in during a read or something.
Yeah, sure. That sounds good. Because I know back in the day you said that you could the league only allowed you to say certain things.
That hasn't changed.
And that hasn't changed. So I do have some suggestions.
Okay.
Do you want
hit me?
Do you want the ones you can do or the ones that you shouldn't do?
Which are the ones that Kevin does not want to hear?
Probably most of them.
Yeah, here, I'll give you the easy ones. All right, these are the easy ones. You take those. Here's what I'll do. You do one, I'll do the ones you probably shouldn't do and see how it goes.
I like it.
Okay.
So you can just read off the first one or whatever you want.
All right, so protect home court. I say protect this house all the time.
All right?
So that's good.
Do it like Mavs PA guy.
Now?
Yes.
Alec, are you on the volume in there? Okay. Protect home court!
I like that one. All right, here's mine.
Think I was prepared
here's mine,
for that.
Sean. Here's the one that I'll do then.
Okay.
F you, Tatum! What do you think about that? Can you do that one tonight?
You know what? Let me think about that one.
All right. Okay.
Yeah, don't do what I did, and I still regret doing it. When Pritchard did hit that 3 at the end of the third, I was on my couch and stood up and just said, F you, you
I think I've heard that. I think I heard that. I was up in Little Elm. I think I heard you say that.
I was just like, I shouldn't have said that.
It's like there's a disturbance in the force. I think Mike just yelled at the screen.
Yeah.
I may have said the exact same thing. We may have said that together.
Yeah, it just stinks when that happens.
So it could happen at the game.
I mean, it's okay that he made the shot, but don't walk back to the bench tough mugging like you. Come on, man.
All right, next one.
I know I can't say this one. This is PJ's stand on business. I will say it for you here, but I cannot say it in the arena. Stand on business.
I like that. That's really good.
I can't do that.
All right, I got one here. Patriots suck. What do you think about that?
Well, I agree with the sentiment, but I don't know that it's applicable.
All right.
In that.
I
Because I
understand.
don't predict they will have a lot of mass holes in the arena.
I like that. I like
Can
that.
you say
because
mass
I
holes?
don't think, I think finally that there is a protocol in place to prevent season ticket holders from selling their season tickets to zip codes of the opposing team.
That is
I
fascinating.
think that's a limitation that's placed on the website now, if I read it correctly.
Along that line of
Yes,
thinking,
I support that. You should lose your season
Okay,
tickets.
well, I was going to ask another zip code based question. How do you feel about if you're in a different zip code than maybe the one that you're with? Is that okay?
If you're in a different zip code, are we talking about
cheating?
A Corey
He's talking about
thing
cheating.
now?
I hope not for Corey. I don't want to speak to that.
I support the fact that a home team should not allow ticket sales for season ticket holders to sell their tickets during the playoffs to fans of the opposing team. I don't want to walk in that building and have it 50% Boston fans.
Yeah,
that's going to make me mad.
You hear that?
It's going to be scary if, just knowing this from the Rangers' perspective, when the Rangers won Game 3 and they went up 2-1 in the series, the Rangers sent a whole plane of their people, and I know the Mavericks would too. If the Mavericks win...
They sent people to Boston.
Right.
But it was only like 70.
But I guess if you were up 3-1, which is impossible, if you were up 3-1 in the series, then I'm sure the Mavericks and a lot of their fans that are longtime season ticket holders have the means to do. They would all flood Boston to try to get there to see the game, the championship winning game.
Although the thing in Boston is they are exact with their number of seats that they report, number of seats filled, attendance. It's always the exact, it's like 19,726 or something. It's some exact number. The Mavs sellout number fluctuates. Sometimes it ends with the number 77. Sometimes it ends with the number 11, the number 25. I mean, it changes. But Like Boston doesn't do standing room tickets and stuff like that, like Golden State started doing back when, in 16, 17, around then. So I do believe, but I don't know that Boston fans would sell their tickets to an opposing team. I was talking to a coworker at the Mavs. Boston fans absolutely adore their teams to an insane level. I don't think they'd sell tickets to someone from a zip code outside of Boston.
Okay.
You have to beat somebody up while you're walking in.
So the next one you have from here is make your threes.
There you go. Yeah.
Yeah, but I wouldn't say it that way. I would be like, make your threes.
Okay, yeah, that's
so it'd be different,
or
and the
free
vibe
throws,
would be
you could
weird.
sub in.
I told Corey as a former player, I don't want that. I don't need. I don't need Chuck Morgan telling me to throw strikes.
Yeah.
Like, I'm trying to already. I don't need more pressure.
Chuck Morgan telling you to throw strikes.
Your
attention, please.
John Gray.
Mike Bassick, throw a strike.
All right, here's my counter to that. We want LA. What about that? Just
I
if
mean, I
things
would
are going
prefer to be
bad.
playing LA right now in the finals, so it's a true statement and a sentiment, again, not applicable.
I know that as you were driving up here, kind of the news was obviously Jerry West has passed away. I'm assuming you're going to have a moment of silence.
I would
100%.
bet. I would assume, yeah.
Mike, we'll get to all that in just a minute, okay? Let me finish this real quick.
The beat LA.
We'll get to that in just a minute, Mike.
And because of what Mike just said, I cannot read this next one that you gave me. You said it on the microphone before the break, before your show started in Crosstalk, so I cannot read this one. I can't.
You can't do that. No one's dying.
Cannot do that.
No one's dying.
Cannot do that one.
All right,
You could see how that would be.
It might not play well.
Here's one that for tonight, it kind of seems like it would fit. All right. KP and rare injuries are synonymous. It doesn't have that kind of
wordy
cachet. It needs a little more beat.
You want to go KP can't play?
KP can't play.
I mean, if he doesn't play tonight, it'll extend his streak from 20. He hasn't played a game in this city since 2022.
And you don't think that's a coincidence, do you? I'm not saying this time.
I think,
but other times.
Other times have been.
Yeah.
But this time, I don't think so. And I don't wish for anybody I don't officially wish for anybody to get hurt. But I mean, Luka's getting injections for thoracic contusions. I'm not gonna feel sorry for another team if they have injuries.
Yeah.
I like this one.
All right.
Although I'd have to change it. Bring me whiskey.
Yeah, I like that one.
You had bourbon, but I like whiskey, and then I could get Irish whiskey, which there you go.
There you go. That would be.
That's very much a Bob Uecker one. I would take that one. I do like this last one. I want to ask Mike before I do this. Does I hate to go back to Choppy, but he's in my head. Does he give you crap consistently about Coach Ballsack? Because that was brilliant. Does he still bust you over that, or he talks to you about other stuff? Like he knows you can do other things, right?
Yes. And Coach Ballsack came about. If people don't know this, Coach Ballsack's pretty much dead. But when I went to Toronto to play the Blue Jays, you have to carry, as a rookie, you have to carry the Barbie backpack or whatever with all the candy and treats and everything. And they couldn't pronounce my name. And somehow, somewhere in Toronto, a guy near the bullpen said, "Hey, Ballsack, throw me a lolly," for like a lollipop. And so then the guys thought it was amazing. So then the rest of the year, I was just Ballsack to
I've
those
always
guys.
associated Coach Ballsack with we're playing a game with that rant. I've always, in my mind, that is Coach Ballsack's
factually
persona.
accurate.
And
That's who Coach Ballsack is to me.
Part of Coach Ballsack then also comes from Harry Spillman, which most people won't remember, but he was like a utility player, catcher in the big leagues with Houston and stuff, and he was my first ever professional manager. And man, I didn't know you could say so many cuss words, but I learned, and I was like, so then a lot of it is just thinking of Harry Spillman yelling at us 18 to 21-year-olds who are not understanding professional baseball.
I might be able to get away with this last one, Corey. You have one more?
No, well, my other one was from Boston, but you don't really want to do that. Not in.
This one, oh man, I really want to do this one. I don't know that I can do it, but
It's the
as the
defense sound.
cadence,
Yeah.
ball sack. I mean,
feels good.
I'm going to
try
take
again.
this one.
I wasn't ready with the clapping. I'm ready this time.
Ball sack, ball sack. You know what?
I like that a
I'm going to
lot.
take this Post-it note with me just as a reminder. I'm not saying no.
Right, yeah.
I'm not saying
put a pin
no.
in it, you know?
I'm not saying no.
Yeah, just put a pin in it.
I have one for you.
Oh,
I have
I
one
know what
for
this is
you,
gonna
and
be.
this is from the Rangers beating the Yankees on the Spanish broadcast.
Okay.
From
Because I do speak
Eleno.
Spanish, so I might be able to sneak that one in.
So this is what
Los
Eleno
Mavs.
said because of Alex Rodriguez and his time with the Rangers. This is the final call of the Rangers going to their first ever World Series.
Alex, on your face.
Alex,
on your face.
He meant to say in your face.
I didn't hear it.
Okay.
Oh no.
Wait, can we hear it? Let's see if we
Maybe I have his.
Alex, on your face.
Oh, dang it. He doesn't have the thing on.
Oh, I'm not up.
One more time for our fans.
Cool.
Alex, on your face.
So that could be great after a
Ball sack on your face.
Oh
Ball sack on your face.
I like that.
I don't
What do you
know
know?
if we're allowed to put
you're
those
bailing-
words
Kevin
together.
just bailed right on. No,
I
there
think
was
they're
a
going to call
pause.
Kevin McCarthy if they.
There was a pause.
I love that. I thought that was brilliant. What are you doing?
As a kid, going to Reunion Arena, Kevin McCarthy used to say, like, especially in the fourth quarter, they'd play the shout, and then Kevin McCarthy would say, "Your Dallas Mavericks and their fans."
Yeah.
I know that that's not you. That's something that Kevin McCarthy did. Is there ever a point where there's like something as the Mavericks are coming out of a huddle and the Mavericks are on a run and Boston had to call a timeout? What do you do in those situations to try to get the Maverick fans back into the game after like a 3-minute timeout and the Mavericks have momentum?
Oh, for me, it's always our Dallas Mavericks. I always say our every time. And I say several times during a game, you're part of this too.
Yeah.
I give our fans a lot of credit. I mean, I've been hammering them for 15 years. They're pretty dialed in. So if I say, you know, there are several times when the Let's Go Mavs beat starts up, and I don't even say it. I don't lead them into it. I just say, you know the rhythm. You guys know what to do. You go, and they do. Like, right? And I've said this several times. I said it the other day. I'm literally the Mavs fan who has a microphone in the building. If I wasn't sitting at the table, I'd be yelling the same stuff up in the 300s, which is the only place I ever saw a Mavs game before I got the job.
Wow.
And so I really feel like I'm trying to get everybody to say what I would say. If I was sitting there, it's funny. So my daughter's first game, she was 7 years old, and it was, you guys, we talked about this before. It was my first season. Game against Utah, we're down 17 in the first half, and Dirk scored 29 points in the fourth quarter. He abused Mamedo Core. And my daughter, that's the first NBA game she ever saw in that building, was me announcing that game. She is the best Mavs fan in the world. She'll give the stink eye to people in the section because she sits usually in front of the Maniacs. If people aren't cheering and yelling, she'll look at them like, "Why are you even here?"
I love it.
She's the best.
Mike can support that. Yeah,
right. I mean, right. You bought a ticket. You're here, and so there are times when I feel like the most I will quote unquote get on to our fans is, you bought a ticket, you're already here, you might as well be rowdy, proud, and loud.
It is amazing how, like, watching Texas A&M the other day play baseball or a college atmosphere.
Texas
it's
A&M
like,
baseball fans are crazy.
Hell yeah.
I know that, you know, we've tried to, in section 133, try to get that A&M vibe at a Ranger game.
Oh, man.
And it is crazy to me, and I get it. It cost a whole bunch of money to go to these games. But for people to maybe not really be into the game early on in the fourth quarter. I get it at some point in the second quarter, maybe a little bit, but I'm like, I'm standing at home right now pacing because I'm so nervous in the moment. And I'm just like, it's amazing how some people can still just look at their phone with 5 minutes to go in the fourth quarter.
What could possibly be more important and exciting on your phone other than this that is happening in front of you?
Yeah.
My biggest moment, Sean, was you were in the room. It was Game 5 in 2011, and I'm up in the press box, and I can't remember. I'm sorry, I don't remember which order it was. Jason Kidd or Jason Terry hits the three. The whole room goes silent while the ball's in the air.
Yeah,
over LeBron,
and then it hits. They go insane, and then they start the chant on their own. And then Jason Kidd hits the three, and they were the wave.
Yeah.
They were the wave in the room. They felt the team on its ride, and they became the wave that just collapsed Miami in that moment. And I remember texting you, and you said, this room's perfect.
Yeah, I didn't have to. Here's the thing, and I say this, and people tell me I'm full of it every time I say this. I would love my perfect experience for Mike, for example. Mike goes to a game. My perfect experience for Mike. Or when he comes to see his beloved Chicago Bulls or Spurs.
That is my son's beloved Chicago
whatever.
Bulls.
You allow that to happen in your house.
Hey, guess what?
I'm just saying.
He also wants to go to the University of Texas. I have failed on numerous levels.
Wow.
Yeah, it's weird.
I don't. Oh, I'm so sorry. We need to get a therapist in here for Kevin. So, anyways, my
Talking
perfect
doctor
experience.
today.
So let's walk. I'm going to give Mike Bassick the perfect experience.
Okay.
He comes to a game at AAC. The Mavs win. It's a close game, but it's a good game. It's good basketball. It's not 27 turnovers per team. It's good basketball. And the crowd was into it, and everybody had a great time. And Mike leaves, and his voice is hoarse, and he's like, was Sean there?
Yeah.
I think he must have been there, but you don't notice that I'm there.
Yeah.
That's what I want. All you noticed was the energy, and I was part of that, but I wasn't it. I don't want to be it. I want everybody to do this because it is difficult to carry 18,000 people on your shoulders and be excited when the team's down 25 in the fourth quarter. It's hard to do that. I'm going to do it, but it's hard to do it. But that's not fun for the fans. I want people to have fun when they come out. I want them to enjoy it. I want us to win, obviously. And my second goal is I want everybody to have a good time. I don't want that. I don't need the negativity. Oh, we're down 2-0. Who cares? 2 teams in the last 10 years have come down from being down 2-0 to win the series.
Yep.
Here's my theory, Sean.
And one of those teams had a guy named Kyrie Irving on it.
Yep.
If you were to win Game 3 tonight, which obviously the Mavs know they have to do.
Absolutely. It's call it Game 7 because that's what it is. They have to win this game.
This is my optimism here, trying to be. What's the difference between winning Game 1, Game 2, or Game 3? You're gonna be, let's just say you're gonna be down 2-1 because we have all the 86%. If you win the first 2 games, 86% of the time that team wins the NBA Finals. We get it. But if I were to win Game 2 and lose Game 3, I'm still down 2-1. But now the stats don't say. Now we just have to look at the stats that say being down 2-1. So the Mavs just need to win this game. Obviously, you can't go down 3-0. But I'm like, it doesn't really matter what game you win, but there are stats to say
it does. Well, it matters a little bit. I mean, your premise is correct. I'd tweak it a little bit. If you lose Game 1, you make some adjustments for Game 2, but maybe they weren't perfect adjustments. And the team, Dallas only lost Game 2 by 9 points, right?
7 points?
7? Was it 7? I thought it was 9.
I thought it was 8.
Was it 8?
Oh, crap.
Anyways, we lost by single digits. I blocked it out because it's very painful. And again, as Corey pointed out, bring me bourbon.
Yeah.
There may have been, I'm just saying. So if you lose Game 1, then you make adjustments. That's why Jason Kidd coach teams don't panic after losing Game 1 because it happens. But they always come back in Game 2 having made the proper adjustments. Boston's a different animal. So you made some adjustments, so you closed the gap a little bit from an 18-point defeat in Game 1 to an 8-9 single digits in Game 2. So in Game 3, number one, you're at home. You've slept in your bed. You haven't been in a hotel for 9 days. Like the length between Game 1 and 2, don't get me started on that. But you're home, so it's different. So winning Game 3 at home almost, in my mind, should be expected because you've had 2 games to make the adjustments you can make. Boston doesn't have another gear to go to. Dallas hasn't even gotten into gear in Games 1 and 2. So I think Dallas wins tonight. When you win tonight, then Boston's thinking, oh, man, did they figure out our secret sauce? Maybe we have to make some adjustments, which plays into Dallas's hands. If Boston changes what they do defensively, they're going to lose this series, period. They're just going to. They can't change from what they have done this entire playoffs. Now, granted, Dallas has played 5 50-win teams on the route to the finals, and Boston hasn't played a single 50-win team on route to the finals.
Sean, we're up against it. We got to go to break, but I really appreciate not only the content that you bring to us, but the enthusiasm that you bring to the arena and the fact that you hammered home to everyone. You're just a giant Mavs fan. I love it. I love it. I love it. And thank you for coming up here as well.
Always a pleasure. Let's go Mavs.
There you go.
Let's go
Mavs! Let's go Mavs! Let's go Mavs! Let's go.
RJ Shop here by your friends over at Soda Weight Loss. Do you know that losing weight without a plan, without coaching,
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas, this is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the fan right now. It's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Here we go!
Stop now.
And we start. Man, I love everything that Alec brings to the table here at the company, except for that part right there.
And Mike loves
I
that.
love everything else.
Mike loves that and all the other stuff except for his Dallas hats.
Oh no, Alec, you be quiet.
That's a good point. All right, let's start.
He played that about himself.
I didn't get to compliment Alec. Can I get?
Whoa, Sean Heath is
Sean
still
Heath,
here.
Yeah, you can compliment.
Oh,
Alec.
was I supposed to leave?
No.
I didn't get to compliment Alex on his ink. That microphone ink on his right arm. Solid move.
Let's go.
And he has good shoes.
Thank you. I needed that.
You want
Compliments.
Kevin just
to
destroyed
accuse me of jumping on your compliment, Corey? Is that okay? Okay, cool. Sorry. Proceed.
Christian McCaffrey doesn't believe in curses. Now, more specifically, he's talking about the Madden curse. I don't know if he expanded on his thoughts about general curses or the show The Curse on Showtime. I have no idea about any of that, but he does not believe that he is cursed to have a poor season because he's on the cover of Madden 25.
What if something happens? Because I don't want to throw anything out there because I know the McCaffrey family has come after the station before.
I know
that is a true story.
Yeah.
That is a million.
It was a G-bag, got in a little bit.
It was kind of like how we were talking about KP after game 1 or game 2. Game 2, obviously, he did get hurt. It's like, boy, if he doesn't play, that could really help out the Mavs. And Christian McCaffrey's mom took it as we are now wishing the worst injury in the history of God to Christian McCaffrey. And it's just the reality of sports is right now the Mavs have an advantage if KP can't play.
Yes.
We didn't somehow talk to demons and angels and get it done.
I would
it just
definitely
happened.
agree with that.
So if McCaffrey gets hurt, does he curse when he gets hurt, or he's against that too?
Oh, wow. That's a good question, Kevin.
I will look into that. I'm not sure. Now let's go to Aaron Rodgers, who will be skipping mandatory minicamp for the Jets. Not because of a specific thing. It's just more of a vibes deal. So Diana Rossini said he prefers to be like in not somewhere else away from football right now.
What? Like where?
Like somewhere else.
Just anywhere else with the vibe.
Yeah.
Sweat lodge.
In that room, yeah, that
I don't know if it's the dark room or whatever he called it, the blackout room. I don't remember what that was called, but I can't confirm. And you guys have got some really good follow-up questions I clearly wasn't prepared for today.
Okay.
So I apologize for that. I will work on it.
You
nugget.
think he's standing around a fire, like getting like willing
No.
the flames to get into
If
his
you're really asking, I a million
loins?
% think he's sitting around a drum circle with a whole bunch of other people, at least at some point in this little journey of his. All right, let's go from that to, I was a little surprised by this. Year-end top 50 NFL sales list, and this is for all merchandise that's officially licensed by the NFL. So this will include not just jerseys, but, you know, fat heads and all posters and all kinds of stuff right there. Who do you think was the number one seller in all of the NFL? And then I'll tell you why you were incorrect.
He has the same thing all the time, but I guess my guess would be Patrick Mahomes.
Patrick Mahomes, number 3.
Kelsey?
Travis Kelce?
I'm going to need
And that would make
specification on that.
Oh, dude, then that means Jason Kelsey went way up.
All right, I'll just take whatever Mike just said.
Which Kelsey do you pick?
I would take Travis because of Taylor Swift.
Travis Kelsey, number 4.
Jason Kelsey.
Number 2
Okay.
on the list, which I was stunned by.
I honestly have no clue.
When did this come out?
This was for March 1st through February 29th. So they just got all the data together.
I mean, CJ Stroud was the best rookie. They're usually high because it's
Have the right position.
So the
Are we
position's
gonna hate
quarterback.
Yes.
Dak
Yes, you
Prescott.
are.
No.
I know.
Why would we hate that?
Oh, I'd
we
love
love
it.
Dak.
I forgot. I'd love that.
Dak Prescott, by the way, number 20
Okay.
on the list.
Yeah, beat Green Bay, and that changes.
Aaron Rodgers?
Look, I'm betting. Is it number 1?
Yes.
Brock Purdy?
Jalen Hurts.
Brock Purdy's number 8. Jalen Hurts,
Okay.
number 1 on the list. So the top 10 goes like this.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense, Sean.
Look, neither does Jason Kelsey at 2.
No, that makes total sense because he's large and huggable.
Okay. Just like me. So Jalen Hurts is 1.
You don't like being hugged.
That's
you
true.
do. Yeah, you
don't like
qualify.
pie. You don't like being hugged. I mean, it's a whole thing with you.
It's a miracle I got kids. Jalen Hurts 1, Jason Kelsey 2, Mahomes 3, fake Jason Kelsey 4, Christian McCaffrey 5,
Fake Jason
Aaron Rodgers, but you got it. Aaron Rodgers 6, Joe Burrow 7, Purdy 8, Micah Parsons 9, and Justin Jefferson 10. So Micah's 9, Dak is 20. There's one more
Micah's
Cowboy
clearly the leader
in
of
the
this
top
team.
20.
CeeDee Lamb.
That is correct. CeeDee Lamb, number 13.
Tony Pollard.
On the list. No, Tony Pollard doesn't even play for the Cowboys
Bill Bates.
anymore. What? Bill Bates? Is that what you said?
I will say this is amazing that the Cowboys are this low.
I am
like
surprised
usually they have
about
2
it as
guys in the
well.
top 10, if not 3, no matter what.
Yes.
Does that mean Jerry's like, all right, I'm making a change?
Maybe. Not the right now,
Your
but like
jersey
at the
sales
end of
have dropped.
Okay, let me ask you a question. I swear I'm being dead
Oh,
serious.
what kind of team would that be if you based your team
Okay.
on jersey sales?
All of you guys be honest. Do you think it's more likely that Jerry would change because of that playoff loss or because of falling
merchandise?
The second thing you said before you finished the sentence.
Okay.
the business stuff.
All right. Well, there you go. So the Cowboys have 3 in the top 20. By the way, I mentioned Joe Burrow in the top 10. Did you see Joe Burrow getting like all philosophical about things?
Oh, dude, whenever you're injured like that, your mind can wander.
And his cigars are not just cigars.
Is that like a
crack?
Gotcha. What?
No.
No.
Speed.
So he said, do you want me to read it?
Black tar heroin.
Do you want me to read it implying what Sean just said about how cigars are not just cigars?
Yeah.
Quote, it's like when the injuries start to stack up, man, your football mortality, it just kind of, I don't know, it comes into the back of your mind. So that's definitely something.
Whoa.
That I thought about and something I've had to fight through,
This previous statement brought to you by some sponsor with the word shaman in it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's something like that.
There you go. So he's thinking
Trusted
about
Labs, yeah.
his football mortality because of injury.
He's like 24.
He's a thinker, He's one of those guys.
I'm right. He's like 24, right?
He's 27.
Oh, well then
Sorry, I didn't
he
want to
should
dunk.
absolutely be thinking about his mortality, as should we all.
Okay, I didn't want to dunk on you there, but it is interesting. You get that though, Mike, right? Like if you get injured, not Joe Burrow
There's
specifically.
a lot of time to think.
Yes,
Just
lot
like
of time
in the minor leagues on buses, there's a lot of time to think.
Oh, man. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. That, ladies and gentlemen, was Gridiron Gravy. You're welcome. Coming up next, the top 3 reasons the Mavericks will win tonight. 877-881-1053. Want to get your feedback. Frankel and Frankel, injury attorney text line, plus YouTube, plus the Twitch. We'll do it all next right here on The Fan.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to talk Mavs here, your top 3 reasons the Mavericks will win tonight. But first, I have a vocabulary quiz for you. I'm going to use this word in a sentence. Michael Wilson, the wide receiver for the Cardinals who graduated from Stanford.
Wilson!
The volleyball Wilson.
Go, trees, go.
He said that Marvin Harrison Jr. is perspicacious. Gentlemen, no, don't look it up. Do you have any idea
Yes.
what perspicacious means? Do you, Sean?
Yeah.
I think it's when you sweat too much.
Sweaty
I was going to say that.
Nope.
I believe perspicacious means that he is perceptive.
Yeah, that's a pretty good definition. That is a good definition. So
You really changed throughout you saying yes on that.
Yeah, you kind of
you
went
know,
with a
like-
50-50 to 100% yes.
I would go with 80% because it says having a ready insight into an understanding of things. So I think that's a pretty darn good answer.
I thought you did.
It was
great, Sean.
perspicacious of me
to
know that.
Yeah,
Thank
it
you.
was.
Great
All right.
answer.
Where's your perspication?
I just read the words.
You know, normally just a little anti-perspication.
Yeah.
You just put that on and you're good for the
I
day.
thought we were done with you like 2 seconds ago.
Are
2
you
seconds
ready?
ago, Sean. That's Sean Heath.
Why am I still
man.
here? Why is the door locked
Man,
every
I can't
time I
believe
try
I
to
wish
walk
the
away?
finals game was at like 2 o'clock. You're like,
I honestly love that Sean Heath is here for this segment because I do think he can help us out with this. I do have my number one.
Okay.
My
Reason
number
Mavs will win tonight.
Reason Mavs will win tonight, and I think this is the easiest one to solve, is that Kyrie plays like Kyrie. Is that he's, in a weird way, I hate saying this, I do think he may maybe need to play above average, but if he just plays like average Kyrie, like at this point, I believe in him. I don't know why. Obviously, there's reasons why he didn't play well in Boston, multiple reasons why, but number one is Kyrie has to play up to his standard, and I do think he can play above his standard, but he has to at least play to his standard tonight.
Agreed.
I agree 100%. You're right. That is the key factor of tonight's game because Luka's going to be Luka. Everybody else, everybody's going to play better, but Kyrie's the key. He really is.
If he doesn't, it puts pressure on this one, which I do think it has to improve. But if Kyrie, let's just say, plays at 16 to 20 points, then this one really has to come through.
We have to have more than 9 bench points. If Kyrie only scores 20, you got to have more than 9 points off the bench.
And I didn't have that one. That's a good point, Sean. Is I had the 3-point shooting.
Okay. Can I jump in on that? And
Well, that's only 2. He gets one more.
No, but go ahead.
We'll swing back around, I promise. Okay, so what I put on there was Dallas asserts itself specifically in the corners. So going into the finals, the Mavs had put up 32 more corner threes than any other team in the postseason, and they were making them at a clip of 39.4%. In the finals, 2 for 8. So not only are you not making them, you're not putting up a lot. And I know Boston is really good at taking
They're the best in the league at preventing corner threes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so this was a battle of wills. This and the mid-range rebounding that we talked a lot about going into the series that haven't gone your way. So I agree with you. I focus in specifically on the corner threes for that.
And this also, so that confirms the first thing. Mike's right. It's got to be Kai, first place. Second, corner threes are very important. And the role playing that Corey wants to do will play into that because Josh has to make those. Hardy has to make those.
Yeah.
Anybody who gets the ball in the corner, they have to capitalize. They have to make those shots. You just have to because there are so few windows, so few weaknesses in Boston's defense. If you get a corner three, you have to make it.
Did you hear JJ Redick's podcast with LeBron where he was saying that Boston is just saying you can't. We're not going to give it to you. So Derrick Jones Jr. and PJ, somebody has to hit the above the break threes, and that's going to change that. That'll change for the.
I trust PJ on that. Derrick doesn't shoot a lot of those. It's Luka, Kai, and PJ on those above the break threes.
In a way, I don't have faith in this. I think his shoulder is still really jacked up. Kleba does get those looks up top, but he doesn't even look like he wants to shoot right now.
And when he shoots, it's really flat.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's hoping gravity takes over right when it gets to
you can see, you watch a play in his first game back, the ball that was on the floor that Maxey 99% of the time would have Divin. He would have jumped on the floor on that ball, and he would have gotten it. And you can't. He's coming off that shoulder separation. He can't dive on the floor after a ball. He just can't. It's not even a business decision. It's a human decision. And so if Maxey is Maxey, that helps a lot.
All right, so this goes to point 3, which the Mavericks have zero control over, but you just mentioned how Kleba is playing with the shoulder. He's having to protect it a little bit more, and he just doesn't look like he can shoot the ball from that range with the shoulder that he has. Mavericks have no control of this. Number 3, Porzingis can't play. Or Porzingis is playing at such a level that so this was before we got the news yesterday.
Yeah.
This was one of my 3 before we got the news on Porzingis. I assumed that he was going to play before we got the news, as I thought he just can't play this good. He's good. I'm not trying to take anything away from KP. He's a good basketball player when he's healthy. But I'm like, will he play like that in Dallas? Because we just saw Kyrie play in Boston the way that he played, and what my hope was is that Porzingis never playing here has those kind of, I don't know, demons, what the word is, but just the lack of ability to play up to his ability. But now that Porzingis is hurt, number 3 for me, because I figured you guys would have more, is I wanted to throw Porzingis is out and he can't play. That will help out Kyrie tremendously. It will help out, at the basket, finishing at the basket tremendously. So my number 3 is Porzingis is out.
I told you about the corner threes. I want to go with this and be very specific. Dallas scores at least 108 points. All right. You go through the playoffs. The Mavericks have scored at least 100 points in 13 of their 17 playoff games before the finals. Clearly in the finals, 89 and 98. But in the Western Conference Finals against Minnesota, Mavericks scored 108 points in 4 of those 5 games. To me, I think that's my magic number.
Was it the 4 they won?
Actually, believe it or not, one of them, it wasn't. That makes natural sense. Believe it or not, I think they won 105, 100, and then they lost one that got higher scoring. But that makes perfect sense. But yeah, if you can get up to that number, clearly that means you've done either a very good job shooting, a very good job against a Boston defense, maybe both. That's my number right there.
108 points against this defense would be impressive.
Yes.
And it would definitely be a key to a victory.
And absolutely, I agree with that. And that number could be high, but I decided 108. Now, the next one I wanted to throw in there, the fast break is no longer a dud for the Mavericks. All right. In game 2, they scored 7 fast break points. In game 1, 6. Before the finals, the lowest they had in any playoff game was 8. Now, I realize, again, this goes back to how good the Celtics defense is and how they can backload guys on their defense, and it makes it difficult in transition. But getting more done on the fast break, I think, is a huge key for me.
Being able to get Boston out of their defensive sets will play really a big role in helping the fast break points, because Boston's perimeter defenders don't have to crash down and follow their guy down into the lane.
Yes.
They're not playing a zone, but they're staying on their guys so much that they're closer to midcourt than they're not below the free throw line very, very often. And so they're able to get back and have a relatively solid and extremely consistent transition defense. So fast break points will be huge.
My 3. The score ends with the Mavs having scored more points.
That's the best one.
You know what?
Than
You win.
The Boston
You
Celtics.
win. I didn't even think about that. Man.
Number 2.
That's the best analytic that
It
still
is.
hasn't been beat.
Wow.
Thank you.
Is that still a thing? That's still a thing?
It is still the way they keep score.
Okay.
Number 2, Boston is undefeated on the road in the playoffs this
true.
year. They're due. All right, so that's a reason that they win, is that they're due.
So the first 2 is we have more points and they're due?
Yeah,
I like both of those.
Hopefully, they're due twice.
Yes.
Yeah.
Do.
Yeah, do is the way that we want it to be in the next
Don't
2 games.
encourage these.
And everybody says that Corey is the child. I like Mike brought some whimsy there.
Thank
I like
you.
that.
And then finally, Luka doesn't get blown by 13 times in the next 2 games.
Okay.
Hold on, sir.
What?
Is that a stat?
Slow down.
Yeah.
I can give you the specifics if you want.
I know the blow-by numbers.
Uh-huh.
Do you know his steal numbers? Quit bagging on my man's defense.
6.
Thank you.
Yes.
You know who Boston's the leader in Boston with steals?
Jaylen Brown.
How many?
4.
6.
Okay.
So stop
How
saying
many times
Jaylen
does
Brown is an
get blown by?
all-world defender.
How many times did he get blown by?
Here's the thing. He can't get blown by because he has secondary help because of the way their defensive scheme is set up.
And whenever Luka gets blown by in our defense, it just breaks everything.
Absolutely.
So that's why I'm saying Luka has to be on his. He has to be on his roll.
I will not stand for any slander.
I'm not slandering.
Okay. Will you
I'm
stand
asking
for
better.
a better? Will you stand for better than a 1-to-1?
He's asking for what, Kevin?
Will you stand for a better than 1-to-1 assist to turnover ratio?
Yes,
for
please.
Luka?
Yes,
Okay.
please.
Okay.
All right, so being a white dude playing at Duncanville, I could get blown by a lot. Okay?
I don't believe that. That doesn't sound right.
So what I would do is, I know it was a long time ago, but I dare the person to shoot and just put a hand up. I do think this is Luka's situation here. They're bringing him into pick and roll or pick and pop situations and making him switch and making him guard Tatum or Jaylen Brown one-on-one. He can either. We can't have that. He just stays in front of him and plays like Jaylen Brown. He can't. He physically can't. So here's his option. So I'm going to give you the reality of the options here. He either does what he does, he reaches for the ball and he gets a steal every once in a while, or he plays so close that they get the move on him and they blow by him. Or he plays 5 feet off of him, a good arm's length away, and he lets him shoot an open jumper and he just puts his hand up. Those are your choices. There's no other choice. I'd love to say, hey, he plays like Kawhi Leonard, a one-on-one defense.
Yeah.
He can't. So here's your choice on it. Do you want him to keep playing so close where they make move 1, he sticks with a move 2, he sticks with a move 3, bam, he's by him, or he gives those guys room to shoot and just puts his hand up and hopes he misses? Those are your choices.
Yeah. And
that's the
you
reality.
don't feel great
of it.
about any of them. Yeah.
I mean, every once in a while he does, but it's really tough the way that they allow players to dribble the ball now. It's tough to stay in front of them, especially with the foot speed of a Luka Doncic. So he can play off of him and not get blown by, but it's going to be kind of an open jumper with just him getting his hand up.
Sean, I don't know. If
That's true. I do have 3.
Okay, go for it.
I will endorse fully Mike's Kyrie take. Absolutely. I think that's the most important thing. Although technically, Corey, you're also 100% right in the score.
Thank you very much.
But I'm going to take Mike's over that. The second thing is I will take Corey's. The Boston is due for the Mavericks to play their game.
I agree.
Okay.
The Mavericks have not played Mavericks basketball yet, and I think the Mavericks are due, or Boston is due for that. So I will take that. And the third thing is there's going to be some role playing going on, I believe that at home, PJ and Derek and PJ, both Dereks, Gafford and Lively, Daniel Gafford, Derek Jones Jr., I believe the role players will settle in and they'll play at the levels that we're used to seeing over the last month and a half. I believe it's called reverting to the norm. I think everything will revert, or reverting to the mean. Whatever. We're going to get back to normal Mavericks basketball, and in my mind, Boston is maybe a little better defensively, but not better offensively if Dallas plays normal Dallas Mavericks basketball, and that's all you want.
Yes.
I mean, keep it close.
I know the volume won't be the same, but do you think that the Mavericks have to have a better 3-point shooting percentage than Boston?
You can't go 6 for 26. Oh, better than Boston?
Better than
Boston's shooting like, 39 a game? That's insane. I think the 86 Celtics didn't shoot 39 3-pointers in the entire series in the finals. It's just crazy the number of threes they're putting up. Part of that is because they're just wide open. When I'm open, I'm going to shoot it. It's been 2 swing passes to a wide open shooter to get a corner 3. Of course he's going to shoot it. Boston tried so hard to give game 2 away.
They did.
They had 7 for 39 or some absurd 24%. It was crazy.
And you only made 2.
I know, you just can't. Yeah, you just can't.
So I would say this, shoot your average. And you average 14 makes a game.
Yeah.
So if you can make 14, they'll win this game. Now, obviously, if Boston made 16 a game, if they make over 16, then I'm going to be very worried.
From the 469, Sean Heath is a great guest. From the 206, having Sean talk is giving me much more optimism. So thank you very much, Sean. Thank you very much, Sean, indeed.
It's Bruce Bochy time now.
That's right. Coming up next, we will talk with Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Time experts.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You know, if you're looking to spice up your game day grub, reach for the original Louisiana brand hot sauce, the official hot sauce of the Texas Rangers. The original Louisiana brand hot sauce flavor favors the bold. They also bring to you this interview with Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Now, we were talking about this earlier in the show, and I would love your feedback about it. Obviously, no one wants to have to put a position player out there to pitch. Are there any other alternatives, though, about, I don't know, wrapping the game up, having a run rule or anything like that so you could avoid pitching or position players having to ever pitch?
Yeah, I don't see that happening. I mean, you got to have, 9-inning games. It's our game. So, who knows down the road, they might come up, with something like that. I mean, we did have some pitchers. We just didn't want to use them, or I didn't want to use them. So,
Boch, are you still there? Sounds like we lost him. It sounds like the call dropped.
What's that? What does that sound like? Does it go like this? Boom, boom.
Well, I was going to ask from there, I know we're going to try to get him back here in a second, I was saying how hard it is watching the game last night, how hard it is to throw the ball 50-something miles an hour where you want. We know Kisner can throw the ball mid-80s at least. I'm not telling him to do that, but I would be like, why? I mean, it worked, but like they're intentionally lobbing it.
Yeah.
I guess you're intentionally lobbing it to try to make it even harder to hit.
Yeah.
Instead of just throwing like what we'd consider batting practice.
Okay. So
because you're not going to get hurt throwing at 75 miles an hour.
You don't want to get hurt, Kevin. Like that's the key there.
That's one of your biggest fears, like Canseco, right?
Yeah. Yeah. So we got Bochy back on here.
Yeah.
Hey, Boch. When it comes to
yeah, sorry about that. I'm not sure what you heard on that, but we were talking about coming up with the mercy rule type deal, and I don't see that happening. So we'll maybe hear about it down the road, but right now I know baseball's not talking about it because you get stats and things like that, and don't want to change that, I guess. So anyway, we did have some pitching. I didn't want to use them in a game like that. I wanted to keep the bullpen in order for this road trip.
And I know that hopefully when we're talking about this at any other point, it's the Rangers who have gone up by 10 or more runs. But when Andrew Kisner comes in, and I know he's not supposed to throw the ball hard, but I was saying to yesterday I was doing the post game, I was like, it's really difficult to lob the ball where you want it to go. And I know you don't want the guy to throw hard and hurt his arm. Are position players coming in and intentionally lobbing the ball to try to get an out that way? Because I know that if he threw it 75, he's not going to get hurt.
Yeah, we actually tried to get him to go softer because it's harder for these hitters to hit a ball that's being lobbed up there. If you get to where you're just throwing it and, close to a straight line, now you're looking at batting practice. They see that every day. So, initially, I thought he was, came out throwing it a little bit hard, but then he took something off, and as you saw, they had trouble timing that pitch up, and it's kind of like an eephus ball, and you're saving their arm, you're making it tougher on the hitters.
Coach, I'm kind of curious with a lot of the fans. Me being a fan my whole life here, I'm very interested in seeing some of the guys come back and things kind of turning around, maybe righting the ship a little bit. And I've always been kind of curious when it comes to guys coming back and maybe a group of them all at the same time. Does it turn around instantly, or does it take time? What do you see in a clubhouse whenever guys come back from injuries?
Yeah, we talked about this toward the end of the last homestand. And just talked about, we're going to get Josh Young and Corey back. But you know what? Last year they went down. We kept pushing. We kept, focusing forward, and that's what has to happen. we can't wait on those guys to come back, and I can't tell you, something's going to happen right away. Now, there's no question that's a shot in the arm because you're getting your guys back, and it should help things. But still, it's going to take everybody, in that lineup to do something to contribute. We've had too many games we've been shut down, and to get 2 runs yesterday, I just thought, we might come off a well-played game at our last home game to where we may come out with some fire, with these bats, especially in the environment playing here in L.A. And I thought, that would get their juice going, but we just could not get the momentum going there. That's what's frustrating. And so it's not going to be just Corey or Josh Young bailing us out. We got to get these guys throughout the order, doing something to help out.
Obviously, this wasn't the primary focus yesterday, but since you brought up the environment of Dodger Stadium, what'd you think about, or how happy were you to see Corey Seager get a hero's welcome return there?
Yeah, well deserved. He's definitely earned that. This guy did so much for the Dodgers, World Series MVP, and so that was cool. I think cool for Corey, with the history that he had here in LA, and we all gave him a nice hand too, in the dugout. So cool moment. We're lucky to have him, but you also realize he did a lot of great things here in LA.
When you're in LA and you're the manager of the San Francisco Giants versus the manager of the Rangers or the Padres, what's the difference in a Dodger-Giant game in LA versus a Ranger-Dodger game or a San Diego Dodger game?
Yeah, you know what? I'll be honest. I probably don't quite have the same, for lack of a better word, hatred. And when you are playing the Dodgers, I'm not saying from my standpoint, but in the stands, because you're looking at logistics here. So there's a ton of Giant fans that come down or Padre fans that come up. So you hear it in the stands. It's just a little bit different because it's a rivalry, more so with the Giants, the Dodgers, but also with the Padres, Dodgers, and be similar to us, Texas and Houston. But if there's another club playing Houston, it's not going to quite be the same. But so anyway, that's probably the biggest difference. And just a quick story I'll give you. When I got when I went up to San Francisco, Tommy Lasorda and I were pretty good friends, actually. And so in those winter meetings, I'll never forget, I hear this guy screaming how no good I was, and, there's some pretty good curse words going in there, and it was Tommy because I was with the Giants. He goes, I used to talk to you, but I'll never freaking talk to you again, and it's just so much history with that. And so anyway, and we really didn't talk much after I went up.
I'm not going to lie. I kind of feel like that's the way it should be. Like, I love that story that you just told. You were talking about it's not just Josh Young coming back or Corey Seager coming back. It's the whole lineup. One of the people that is just beloved by fans here, and for good reason, Adolis Garcia. Obviously, he had a tough month of May. It's been a tough go to start June. Is this just part of the ebb and flow of baseball, or the ebb and flow of Adolis, or have you seen something else in particular over kind of like these last, 6 weeks?
Yeah. Believe me, we're working on it. And I can tell you this, he's working on it. And, you see his frustration. He wants to do all he can to help us win, and he's trying to get on track. Watch him work his way. He's preparing before the game, and he's not getting the results, and it's killing him. And he's a little embarrassed. He's got a little pride, and part of it is the ebbs and flows of the season with individuals. They're going to have their moments. He did last year. He went through a tough stretch there, but I moved them in the order a little bit. change things up. I told him change his luck. He wanted to change. He's willing to do anything. So, at some point, I don't know, we may be burning sage in the clubhouse again to see if we can get all these bats going.
This is not specifically about Adolis. I'm just curious, when a player is frustrated like that in general, do you ever have to talk to them and say, hey, you getting really pissed off right now is not going to help anything? Like, we have to stay focused.
Yeah, everybody. I do. Hitting guys, that's our job. So we try and get these guys going and keep their confidence up. But also, sometimes they need a kick in the tail too. And that's what we're here for. And so we'll keep trying to get this offense going. I think more than anything, with Dolly, he does have to realize how good he is. And even though you tell him, when he goes out there and has a couple rough at bats, sometimes, he can let that affect the other at bats. And I think he's gotten better, but he could get a little down because he thinks he's letting the team down and the fans and everybody.
I am I know Kevin was like trying to focus on being focused and being within yourself and everything, but did you ever have a player that you were like, oh, he's at his best whenever he's pissed off, and you just send him up to the plate and you're like, he's about to rock one because he's mad right now? That's who that guy is.
Well, that was Barry Bonds. He had to play pissed off.
Oh, wow.
He did. He tried to be the nice guy, and he said, man, this ain't working for me, man. I got to be grouchy and ticked off. And, he had the attitude that I didn't get a hit. And, the guy on the other team, he was not going to get a hit to left field. And that's how he played. He played with an edge. And Caminetti was one of those guys. Some guys play better that way.
The other thing, too, I was and this isn't about any particular player on your team right now. It could possibly be about Max Scherzer, maybe, but I was looking, Kristaps Porzingis for the Boston Celtics is injured right now, and he's trying to go out there and play in the finals and everything, and the team is kind of like, we have to temper this. We don't know. And I was kind of curious, when do you tell a player that he can't go out, no matter how bad they want to be out on the field?
That they can't go out on the field? What, are you talking about playing?
Yeah.
Like Max Scherzer's like, I'm gonna pitch, and you're like, you can't pitch. I understand you want to, but you might blow out your arm for the rest of your life if we let you go pitch right now.
Yeah. Oh, well, of course, we got to control, what, especially some players, even Max a little bit because he was so hungry to get back on the field, but. I think that's the case with everybody. I brought Josh Young in yesterday. He's going to face live pitching today. I said, I just want to know from you, do you think you're ready for this? Because I don't need him to blow out and hurt that wrist again. So I need you to be honest. We don't need to rush you here. Let's take the time if we need it. And he says, I got to tell you, I couldn't have felt better today hitting the BP. I'm ready to face live pitching. So, that's critical, I think, for us to let them know that.
I'm fascinated, specifically since you brought up Josh Young. Is the most important factor after that then, was it just how he swung, how he feels after, how he feels the next day, maybe all of the above? Like, what are the next steps when you make that determination off of just a BP?
All of the above. How he feels, where he's at with his strength. Does he feel like, he can get through the ball? You saw Corey Seager when he came back. It took a while for him to get that strength and stamina he needed. And I told Josh, you're going to go through the same thing because he's missed a lot of time. And so anyway, and that's counting spring training with the calf injury. So it's starting to come for him now. So you can see him and the confidence that he has now, where a week ago he was getting a little concerned, I think, because the ball just wasn't coming off the bat like he's used to. Well, now it is. So now, to your point, after today, we'll check on him, not just after he swings, but tomorrow will be a big day to see where he's at and how he feels swinging.
Thank you very much, good sir. We always appreciate having you on. We'll catch up with you next week.
All right, guys. Good talking with you. Thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, there he goes. Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy right here on 105.3 The Fan. You guys want to talk about anything from that interview, or do you want me to tell you a nonsense story from the text that might make you smile?
Oh, I love nonsense stories, and then we'll get back to that.
Might make you sad, too. From the 817, I have a colonoscopy today. Yesterday, I started my prep. Haven't ate anything in over 24 hours. Drank all the laxative. It's been a long 24 hours so far. Hanging out in the bathroom. Just checked my phone. Realized my colonoscopy is actually July the 12th.
Oh, man.
And not June the 12th. And I kind of hate myself right
Yeah.
now.
I've done that before.
That's awesome.
Not for,
Is it? Not for that person, though, right?
What's awesome about it, Mike?
He just made his life miserable for 24 hours.
And you're taking joy in that.
Yeah, I think that's funny.
I did that with Lucy a while back while Adrian was out of town. I got her ready for a certain dress up day at school.
But you didn't go through 20 hours of diarrhea and starvation.
No, it was very different. I just got up early and got her ready, and it was the wrong day. But yeah.
I mean, that dude went through diarrhea and starvation.
And you have the biggest smile on your face about this, Mike.
Why do you have to do that part?
You have to.
Why?
Your body then turns everything in. I don't know what that solution is, but it turns all of your insides into water.
Oh, is it the Go Lightly stuff? Yeah.
Do you not know what happens for a colonoscopy?
No, I haven't done that yet.
So you have to take a drink.
All right.
And
Shots. Let's go.
That drink, this is the only thing you can have, and then you can have water. And so your whole body then just liquefies everything until it's literally everything is out of your intestines. So then you can have this. So you're starving while going to the pot every 30 minutes to 2 hours to it's like a gully washer that's happening in your body. It's like...
That's what my grandfather says when it rains hard.
Yeah, that's what's happening inside your body. And it rains hard out of your rear.
Do you know what a gully is, Kevin?
Fern gully. Yeah. I do.
And that guy just did it all. And he has to do it a month later. That's funny.
Now he's going to dread it even more later in a month.
I think it's in a way, I'm not saying this is great. Yeah, it's like a little healthy for you. Yeah. I don't want to be that healthy. But
okay. Just a quick Mavs update for you. A bettor today at the Hard Rock bet dropped $1.5 million on Boston to win Game 3 on the money line, so plus 105 for his bet. So, big time money right there. Now, it's time for Mike Likes It.
All right, so let's go back to the NBA Finals. We haven't really talked about this. We've talked about it a hair, but not really. How much do you get into I know Brian Broaddus takes credit for this, and he's goofing, but the desperate team theory, because we've seen this so many times, especially in the NBA, a team up 2-0 and you're like, hey, this is over. They're better. They play better. They're better. And then the desperate team theory kicks in and the team that's been getting destroyed wins by 20 points.
Yeah. I do take that into account, and you can't be much more desperate than tonight. I mean, I know some people would say, some people would say Game 3 or Game 4 if you lose on Friday, but in the history of the NBA, no one's ever come back from 3-0. So this feels like a must win, and you're at home. I feel like you got to be pretty desperate.
The thing that's crazy to me is in these situations, and I'm going to say 66% of the time, 2/3% of the time, Boston just jogs up and down the court and allows themselves to lose by 30 points. The Mavericks have done it. Every team has done it in the history of basketball. How much do you put on? I don't want to bet on this, but that Boston is just like, oh, guys, we can't have this happen. We know that we got a situation. And then they are 15 minutes into the game and they're like, let's just quit. We're fine. We're going to be up 2-1.
I got two thoughts on this thought here. One is I definitely buy in on what Sean Heath was saying moments ago, and I've kind of been feeling the same way. You made your adjustments. They weren't perfect. Now let's adjust to it again and see if you can force Boston into something different. But I've always wondered, if you're down 2-0 and your guys look tight, like they look like they're not doing what they typically do, why don't you just tell them, guys, we're done.
Yeah.
This series is over anyway. Y'all just go out there and play. And Jason Kidd tried that, didn't he? He's in the locker room telling the guys, go out there and have fun. because he wants them to loosen up a little bit. Don't aim your shots. Get out there. How many times do we see a game is over and now guys are hitting their threes because they're not so tight about everything? Maybe just tell them today, guys, it's over. Let's just move on with it.
I think the Mavs are going to win in a close game. So I don't think the desperate team winning by 20 is going to happen. I can't see Boston performing like game one and blowing out the Mavs, but I really can, guys, because of how many times I've seen this in the NBA. I can see somehow, some way that Boston is almost disinterested in this game. I can't believe this happens as many times as it does.
Yeah.
But I can see the Mavs winning this game by 20 points.
I would love that.
I'm not betting on that. I wouldn't bet on that, but it's random that you see it so many times in the NBA. A team up 2-0 just feels like they have it in hand, and then they just almost give a game back to the other team, and then they come out and they play really good in game 4.
It is amazing how much that pressure can shift off of just one game. Obviously, if the Mavericks lose tonight, they're done.
Yeah.
If they win tonight, now all of a sudden they're looking at game 4 and being like, we're right back in this series. We can put some pressure on Boston and everything like that.
I'm going to jump right back to the NBA Finals here in a second. I didn't get to this on Monday because of NBA Finals talk and everything. John Miller, Hall of Famer, is with the Giants, has been with the Giants now for a long time. It might be 28 years with the Giants, but he's been around. You've heard him on ESPN. You've heard him. I didn't know he called Ranger games back in the 70s, but
I did not know that either.
We had him for an inning on Saturday in the third inning on our Bally Sports Southwest broadcast, and it was so awesome to just get to sit there. I kind of had the inning off where I just got to sit there and listen to John Miller talk about when he used to call the Ranger games. And then, kind of his career in general and stuff like that. So anyways, just wanted to, he's not listening, but give a shout out to John Miller, but how awesome that was. Hopefully Ranger fans got to enjoy that third inning with John Miller and Dave Raymond really taking over that inning. Okay, next one. Back to the NBA Finals. How scared are you that Jason Tatum is actually going to break out? We are talking about Kyrie and how he has to break out, and he will break out. There's no way Kyrie is this bad. I mean, I hate saying this, but I think Boston could be saying we're up 2-0 and Tatum has played like crap shooting the basketball.
The thought has definitely crossed my mind. I am concerned about that. The one thing I do appreciate is that he's contributed in other ways,
100%.
like especially on the boards and everything like that.
Assists.
Yes, that is true. And so I wonder if they're like, hey, points, no, but look how much I've been contributing. Because I have to look at it that way, because the prospect of him turning into a triple-double machine a la Luka is terrifying and will mean this series is over.
Yeah. I would like it more if he was like, I'm not contributing enough into all this, and he goes into the locker room and he tells all the guys, start giving me the ball more because I'm ready for this now, guys.
Especially
I'm the star
on a
of the
mid-range
team.
pull-up.
I deserve to be the MVP of this.
Man.
You guys are just here to help me get to my goal. That's what I would like for to happen.
Cosign.
Because I think that could fracture the locker room.
Okay. Oh, for sure. For sure, dude. Yeah. Hey, jackhole, we're winning this together.
If I don't win the MVP, I don't even want this championship. It kind of sounds like Jerry with coaches. It's like, I mean, Jerry doesn't want to win the Super Bowl unless it's all his. So, okay, now we move back to the NBA Finals. Here are, I don't know if I'm going to get to all of these. I will start with the most recent and then work backwards, because if I run out of time, then you guys won't hear about 1958. Okay? Here are the 10 biggest injuries in NBA Finals history that changed the series.
Okay.
The last one, 2019, Kevin Durant's Achilles and Klay Thompson's knee.
And they were screwed after that.
And they were screwed. Durant lasted 12 minutes in Game 5 in Toronto before his Achilles ruptured. Thompson went up for a dunk in Game 6, took contact from Danny Green, and suffered a torn interior cruciate ligament, and that swayed the series tremendously, and Golden State had no chance. So that's the latest. Hey, in the NBA Finals, an injury happened, and then the series kind of was like, well, this series is over.
Yeah.
I don't think Boston is dealing with that big of injury. Obviously, Durant and Klay Thompson.
I agree. It feels more like Tatum and Holiday, something like that.
Yeah. Okay, 2015. Well, it is a guy who's playing in this NBA Finals. In 2015, Irving, Kyrie, injured or fractured his kneecap in Game 1 against Golden State. Losing Kevin Love to a dislocated shoulder in the first round was tough enough for the Cavs, but having Irving postseason end in the finals opener left LeBron James relying on guard Matthew Dellavedova and center Mozgov as his primary help. Warriors win in 6.
Is that Timothy Mozgov, if I remember that correctly?
Yes. All right.
Timothy Duncan.
2010. This is being nice. The Celtics lose Kendrick Perkins. The Celtics center landed awkwardly in the first quarter of Game 6, suffering a right knee sprain. It says the legacy Bryant Kobe was named Finals MVP for the second consecutive year. The Lakers defending their 2009 title. Boston coach Doc Rivers still saying the praises of his team, noting that the Celtics were never eliminated with its starting 5. Obviously, Perkins being one of those guys intact. So that's 2010. 1999, major injury in the NBA Finals, and I do believe this one was very impactful. Patrick Ewing's Achilles. Ewing's partially torn left Achilles tendon in the Eastern Conference Finals against Indiana. It says the Knicks survived against the Pacers, but were outmatched in the finals against San Antonio, a team anchored by David Robinson and Tim Duncan. So once they lost their center, they really struggled to then defend a team that was led by 2 big guys.
Yeah, that's a good one.
1989. This is where Pat Riley overworked his guys in practice.
Magic?
This is Magic Johnson and Byron Scott. Byron Scott suffers a torn hamstring in the Lakers practice before the finals, and Johnson strained his left hamstring in the third quarter of Game 2. In the book, Showtime, which became the winning time. They were having practices that they said were tougher than the Western Conference Finals games. They were going after it, and they couldn't understand, but Patrick Riley was like, we are going to go after it because they had such an easy way to the finals, and Byron Scott rips his hamstring in practice, and then Magic in Game 2 rips his hamstring. 1988. This one, yes, major impact. This is Isaiah Thomas rolling his ankle in the third quarter of Game 6. Thomas had already scored 14 points in the third quarter to nudge the Pistons closer to what might have been their group's first NBA title. After getting hurt and leaving briefly, he returned to score 11 of the Detroit's finals 15 points to give them an 81-79 lead. But on one leg proved a bad strategy. The Lakers end up winning Game 6, and then the Lakers win by 1 point and take Game 7 against a limited Isaiah Thomas.
Man, so they were already up in that series 3-2 when they lost Isaiah.
They lost both games, and Isaiah, if Isaiah doesn't get hurt, then probably the Lakers don't win that championship, and Detroit wins 3 in a row, not just back-to-back. 1980, this one didn't cause the Lakers to lose at all. It's Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's ankle. The MVP of the regular season, Jabbar, steps on Sixers guard Lionel Hollins' foot in the third quarter of Game 5. But then Magic Johnson says, I can play center, and goes for a 40-point, 15-rebound, 7-assist Game 6 as a 20-year-old.
All-time iconic finals performance, right?
Yes, especially because he's 20 years old. Yeah. And they win, and then Magic gets the MVP of the NBA Finals.
That should have been the moment where we saw what's happening today in the NBA. That should have been the moment where, like, oh, that guy can do all those things too, as well as be the center.
That's an interesting point.
And score, not just out of the block, but he can do all these other things as well. But that should have been the turn of the tide. But nobody could really ever find guys that could do that with those skills.
The next one didn't lead to a championship loss, and this was Willis Reed's thigh in 1970. He comes out. He limps out on the court. He makes kind of a free throw line jumper. That's the only thing he did in the whole game.
But people lost their minds.
People lost their minds at Madison Square Garden for Game 7, and the Knicks hold on, but it was a major injury. And then we get to one of just the passing today of Jerry West. Rest in peace. his hamstring and Wilt Chamberlain's knee in 1969. West battled through a hamstring strain to help the Lakers reach Game 7 against Boston, playing with a heavily wrapped left thigh. Later that night, Chamberlain landed awkwardly with a rebound and hobbled out with a bruised knee. West was named Finals MVP for the first to win the new award, but the only winner of a losing team.
Yeah.
So if West and Chamberlain don't get hurt, they could have beat the Celtics in 1969. In 1958, Bill Russell hurts his ankle, and they lose to the St. Louis Hawks and don't defend their title.
Man.
So there have been injuries in the NBA Finals. These are the 10 most noteworthy ones that led to 8 of the 10 teams losing the NBA Finals based off of the injuries.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Why Alec is furious and Mike is bewildered. Next on The Fan.
Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Got the C block coming up in just 1 second, but Corey, I think you're going to love this. Not only are Slovenian fans in Dallas for the game tonight, so is the Slovenian Prime Minister. How much does that change your opinion of how this game plays out?
They'll be sitting next to Miriam Adelson, I believe.
That makes sense.
Like usually, was it one of Luca's coaches from back in the day was sitting next to her?
I have no clue what she looks like.
You haven't seen her on the
She looks like Penny Marshall.
She looks like
I'll look her up.
what
Miriam.
I don't want to say anything
somebody
bad.
named Miriam would look
I
like.
do not want to say anything bad because she
that's bad.
has lots of money that she donates to
What's her last name?
politics. And B,
Adelson.
she also is very she's in the
Okay.
casino business, you know?
Have they showed her on the broadcast?
A couple of times I saw her sitting on the baseline.
But they don't really recognize her, do they?
They don't talk
She
about
is not the governor, even though she is the owner. She does not represent them as the governor. I did see a story, Kevin. I don't know how true this is. I did see a story that sources were like, hey, because of her political toxicity, that she's radioactive when it comes to like some of her politics.
Oh, I had not heard that.
We've discussed that. She's one of the biggest donators to Trump. His donators. Is that how
Robert
it works?
Golob?
Like we want a bunch of lobs in this game.
That's the prime minister.
Oh,
there we go.
I was just looking him up. I was like, he looks young. I mean, I don't. When I say young, he looks like he's in his 50s, I guess.
And 817, Luca's going to score 100.
Okay,
we're used to like our presidents and prime ministers looking like they're about to die, right?
Yes. That's how it's supposed to be with all of them.
No, I got it, Mike.
Guys, 877-881-1053. You can text in right now. What are you doing to irritate that Celtics fan in your life? Or
not talking to him. They're up 2-0.
Look.
Or what are you going to do to ensure that Sean Heath's job is easy tonight?
Can I answer the first one?
Absolutely. I have a story too.
One of my really good friends is a diehard Boston Celtics fan, and I did not engage him in conversation after game 1 or game 2. But you best believe yesterday afternoon in a break around 1:16-ish, I engaged him once we got news, and I was like, we're back in this thing. So, yeah, if we can draw it back even, I might trash talk some more, but it does feel weird to trash talk down 0-2.
My buddy's wife is from Boston, and I mean, massive from Boston.
Does she talk like that?
Oh, yeah. And her sister, even deeper accent.
Is it wicked annoying?
Oh my gosh. Now it's funny, in spells. I'm just joking. That being said, I did tell him in our text group, every time Kyrie and Luca make a 3, you should throw a peanut at her because he eats peanuts during the game.
Oh.
And so he has been doing that, but he was like, I'm not throwing very many though. It's become like she's got the upper hand in this. So tonight's the night, though. Tonight's the night where you get the upper hand, Mavs fans. They're coming to your house. Do not be a good party host. All right, be one of those. Be one of those that's just like, you know what? I'm gonna really get into their head tonight.
Corey, do you feel like the Rangers did the Mavericks a favor because somehow Kevin put this thing on? They need to lose for the Stars and the Mavs to win, and they won 5 out of 6, and that's when the Stars got eliminated from the conference
I see
finals, and so they're like, let's lose 15-2.
Yeah, Rangers gave up the booty last night.
So
for
the Mavs can win game 3.
They gave it up.
Do you think that's what happened, Kevin, in your magical world?
I'm just pointing out the trend to you. I didn't create this trend. Really want that to be clear.
You're the one that brought it to light, though, and then forced us to choose.
I didn't force you to choose. I just said you need to choose.
Yeah. What's the difference there?
The Mavs played Sunday night. The Rangers won Sunday afternoon.
But then there was no Stars.
The Rangers can't do anything about tonight. They don't start their game until 9:10, and the Mavericks start at 7:30. So you would say the Rangers did their job in a great way last night. I mean, they made sure.
I would say that.
So would this be a Mavericks blowout win because the Rangers intentionally got blown out so the Mavs could win Game 3?
I like it. That makes sense to me.
From the
See, you get it.
Lots of texts coming in from the 214. As an Uber driver, I'm canceling rides if I pull up and they have any Celtics gear on. They're just not even giving them. See you later. I gotta go. Turn around and go somewhere else.
Can you take me down to the park? Be like, nope, I'm not going. I'm not taking this ride.
806. My favorite coworker lives in Boston. Huge fan. He's opposite of the massholes. He's been nice and supportive and not talking smack. It's hard to respond. 1-4 in a row. Now Mavs in 6. Let's go. Sending from 469, sending the videos of Grady Little leaving Pedro in Game 7 in the 2003 ALCS.
Because you just assume, I know this is not always the case, but you assume if somebody is a fan of some team in that city, they're a fan of all teams in that city.
From the 972, I choose not to be friends with anybody from Boston, period. From the 682, my old former buddy is a diehard Celtics fan. I smashed his ex recently.
Oh my gosh. For that to really
I felt great about it.
For that to really be revenge, though, you have to tell him, right? I smashed her.
Kevin, I'll be honest. I got...
She created a smash box.
Yes, she
Damn
did.
it.
But I'll be honest, I got to...
And then what happened?
I'm not repeating that again.
I got
You sung it, too.
I smashed his ex recently, and that's when I realized what happened in that text. So that's where that happened for me. So there's continue to text in, and I agree from the 682. I hope the AAC starts some European type chants and makes that place loud.
I agree.
When you see the overseas environment and how wild of a party that is, and Mike was part of it. Was it 2 years ago, Mike, where you went down there and you were like, this is the loudest I've ever heard the American Airlines Center. You had a headache the next morning.
Oh, that was
Mavs Clippers.
Yeah, that was COVID year that we could go, but like the first 8 rows were blocked off.
And you were like, it was just loud.
Well, I think we started off the game 21-4 or something like that. It was like, if the Mavs, when they get off to that start, they can't miss, and then they're getting the defensive rebounds. They're creating the turnovers. It was just euphoria, and then we lost. So I would like for the Mavs to get off to a 21-4 start or whatever, but then to keep it going.
I like it.
By the way, Dallas Mavs shop, otherwise known as the Hangar, down there at the American Airlines Center, today put on sale. Well, not like on sale, but they put out there to be sold true brand hats that say Dallas on them and have the finals logo on the side.
God.
And Kevin,
are they upside down?
It is upside down Dallas, Mike. In less than an hour, they were sold out. And that is why Alec is furious and Mike is bewildered, because Alec wanted to add one of these finals true brand hats to his collection. How many of them do you have at this point?
I just got a new one last week that I ordered after we made the finals. I'm wearing it right now, so I think I'm up to 7.
Okay, 7.
You know what? If
It's a sharp-looking hat,
we
too.
win the finals, I'll get you one of those damn hats.
I'll take your deal on it.
I know he said they're sold out. We'll figure it out.
We will go find somebody and rip it off their head and leave them in the Trinity.
Somebody tried to steal mine at a concert last night, by the way.
What?
Yeah, I'm just standing there and my hat just magically gets lifted off my head.
What played out from there?
I turned around and I said, give me my hat back, man. And I took my hat back.
They heard his voice and they went, that's Alec.
Punched him in the nads.
I hear him on the radio. There's no way I'm not
Because
getting
he's
this hat
shorter,
back.
and so it's easier.
Hey,
Okay, instead of
understood.
like the faces.
You couldn't have just said he flexed on him and they were like, whoa, sorry, bro.
But Mike is bewildered because he still does not understand why anybody would ever buy a hat.
I have one of those stupid A hats at my house right now.
What?
Did your son get one?
No, but one of his friends, they had a sleepover on Friday, I believe, and like 3 kids spent the night, and one of them had one of those stupid A hats on, and they left it at our house by accident, and I just want to
throw it in the garbage.
Yeah, I do. But I love Dallas. I just like it being right side up and spelt correctly.
On the 903, what concert?
I want it to look like super dyslexic Dallas.
Somebody wants to know what concert Alec was at last night.
It was a group called the Concrete Boys at the House of Blues.
All right. So if you were the one that took that hat, shame.
I'm writing your number down.
They didn't take it.
Well, they attempted to.
Yeah.
If we find them, do you want me to just ring a bell and say shame while we walk around behind them for a while?
That would make me feel better, yeah.
Like Game of Thrones.
That
and
is
make 'em
like
walk
Game of Thrones,
naked through the streets and we throw poop at them. That's what you want?
Just the first part.
What else do we throw at them?
You don't have to throw anything at them. They're
Tomatoes?
just getting shamed.
Tomatoes
that's
are great.
better than poop, I guess.
Boat anchors?
No.
Rocks would be worse than
Rocks?
poop.
Large rocks.
No, don't throw anything at them.
Then why are they walking through the street naked?
Batteries.
We're not gonna be able to throw
I never
stuff
said
at
they
them.
were naked.
Batteries and snowballs. You got to put it in a
This isn't
snowball.
Philadelphia.
From the 512, what are you doing to irritate that Celtics fan in your life?
I'm scared to irritate them because I don't want to be like, oh, look at us. And then Porzingis doesn't play and they win game 3. I'm like, I quit.
Okay, I understand that. I get it.
I will quit the Mavs for 2024 if they don't win this game
Dude,
tonight.
they got to the NBA Finals.
You're not going to watch game 4? My ass. And they win games 4 and games 5. You're just going to sit out game 6.
You won't.
There is no way you'll do that.
You won't.
I'll punish myself.
By how?
I won't watch game 4 if
Will
they
you
lose
cut
game
something
3.
off, though?
No, I didn't have to cut anything off for the last thing that I knew wasn't going to happen.
We can't say that on air.
No.
If you look, this will be our tease for whatever our next live appearance is. We'll tell you what Mike actually said he was going to do.
Carter, can we, I don't know how to do this. Can we get a shot of your shirt that you're wearing right now somehow? Carter Freeman, our video guy. He is wearing a shirt that has all the words on it. It says one for all. And it has 2023-2024 finals.
In gold.
Though all of those shirts are laying over the seats tonight. So in addition to protect the home court flappers, those shirts are laying there. What percentage of our arena will be wearing those shirts tonight during the game?
50%.
You think 50% of people will wear that shirt, Kevin?
Most of the upper deck, 25% of the lower bowl.
I could see that. 50% sounds right to
Do
me.
you agree with Jared that the Edmonton Oilers style, everybody's in orange, is cooler than the way that our fans do it?
It is intimidating to me. Look, I know
Really?
I know you're supposed to focus on the game, but if you skate out there and everyone's all raucous and dressed as one, you're like, good Lord.
So
we better not fall behind.
Would you give a speech, Kevin, to all the people out there telling them, you know what, I don't care that you're hosting a client at the NBA Finals tonight. You need to put that damn shirt on over your button up and get that place loud.
I think Dallas is like
The worst place for this.
I got this meme that obviously we cannot play on radio, but it was a motivational speech. It's like some kid is on a bus saying, we can't, and then just another kid yells, shut the F up.
That would be me during that speech. I was like, I don't need to hear your damn
I feel
speech.
like that is the city of Dallas when it comes to like these t-shirts are cool and everything. And I wish everybody would just put on the blue shirt, but people are wearing, I don't know, $200 tops or $1,000 tops, or, they got the fake boobs on. And they're
They
like,
probably have them on all the time.
yeah, and they're just like, I'm not doing it. Shut the F up. And it's just that's how our city is. It's not that important to them.
Yeah.
That's the one thing about losing. It'll hurt us tremendously. For a lot of these Dallas Maverick fans, it's not going to hurt that much.
Okay, well, then, you know what? I'm going to tap into that for a faux speech here. You think that gal with the big fake boobs, if you can win 4 straight and you win the NBA Finals here in Dallas, she's going to be much more interested in hooking up than if you just walk out as a loser and you're down 0-3.
That's right. I thought there was more to the speech.
No. You know how I feel about speeches. That's it. It's the... Oh, man.
You almost did it.
It is
You almost cussed.
I
You
did.
almost Sandlered it. Were you gonna censor the next word?
It's the NBA Finals. Like, what the hell motivation do you need? Just go frickin' do it.
Yeah, go bat you know what crazy out there.
Man, but he
said the word.
He did.
That is Jared Sandler for you. We've always known that's that guy. At any point, that could happen.
He's a potty mouth.
How blue will this city be tonight?
No blue, because we won't be sad.
But I'm talking about downtown. Usually the whole city's lit up in certain colors. Is it going to be all blue down there tonight?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I
It'll
love
be
it.
lit up in blue, but no one will be sad.
It's one of my favorite things to see is when our city, the way that it's a really awesome skyline. And back in the day, I was kind of like, compared to others.
With the horsey?
Yeah, it's grown into one of my favorites. So there you are. That's the C block, ladies and gentlemen.
From the 817, Corey, you'll love this. My wife works for a company based out of Boston. She has to present to her group. I told her at the end to yell, "Go Mavs."
Kevin, I just saw this from the AP.
Oh.
This is breaking.
Oh.
Sony Pictures Entertainment has acquired Alamo Drafthouse Cinema.
Is it coming back?
I have no clue what that means for Alamo Drafthouse Cinema, but Sony Pictures has acquired it. So we'll keep an eye on what's
My
going
gift card that I bought from Sandler Charities, Sandlot Charities, might still be alive.
Man,
Is that what you're saying?
Jared thought you wanted a refund on your charitable purchase. Amazing.
Well, I might if they come back as Sony. I'll be like, hey, can you just get it switched over?
We're the KNC Masterpiece in your face charities right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the Mavs obviously need scoring outside of Luka, but where is it actually going to come from? 877-881-1053. Let's do that next right here on The Fan.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
2 seconds. 1 second. West throws it up. He makes it. West threw it up and makes it. Over half court. The ball game is tied. Jerry West made it from the other side of the midcourt stripe.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the fan, where if you missed the news from earlier, it got broken on Sean and RJ. Jerry West passed away at the age of 86, an all-time great player, the logo, and an all-time great executive as well. You've seen tributes pour in from LeBron, Jordan, everybody.
Yeah, Jordan's was fascinating to hear. He was like, I wish I was his teammate.
Yeah. After he said, I wish I could have competed against
Yeah.
him, and then he was like, maybe teammate.
That's fascinating. And I guess if you can kind of help me understand it even more. I know the Kobe story. I've heard that one. It's a tremendous story. His eye for talent, though, I always heard that he was that guy that he could just pluck a guy and be like, that's the one. Do you have any other names that kind of stand out over his time that as he was putting things together?
Just real quick, I wanted to say Luka. There is a quote from a little bit ago where he said Luka will be better than Dirk. I mean, that's a pretty damn high bar to be better than Dirk, and so far, obviously, you hope that we're on that trajectory. Well, we are on that trajectory.
I don't think it was a hard decision, but I mean, they had the number one pick. He took Magic. I mean, that's not a hard one to take, but obviously he was very good at this. So even though they'd won 2 championships with Magic and Norm Nixon on their team, he was like, I think Norm Nixon's career is coming to a close. I think there's a better fit. I love this kid from Arizona State. I'm going to trade into the top 4 picks here, and I'm going to trade Norm Nixon, an all-star who's won 2 championships with Magic Johnson and Kareem. I'm going to trade him to the Clippers, and I'm going to get this pick. And from Arizona State, I'm going to take this kid, Byron Scott.
Turned out to be a good one.
And then look what Byron Scott ends up being for the Lakers. And then he said, boy, I really like this kid. I think we need him. He had made bad picks too. Now, it's not like he made all perfect picks, but as the Lakers are winning a championship and championships, he goes, you know what? I think this kid AC Green can play in this league, and he's a first-round pick, but a later first-round pick. I'm going to figure out how to get AC Green here. And then when Michael Thompson was nobody anybody wanted, he was a number 1 overall pick from Minnesota and just stinking up his career. He said, you know what? Kareem's career is about over, and he just doesn't have much left. I got to go get Michael Thompson. Everybody thinks he's trash and didn't make it in Portland, and I think at the time he was in San Antonio, I'm not sure if it was vice versa.
He was.
He's in San Antonio, but he's like, let me go get Michael Thompson. And then, it's just, he would do these small things to keep the dynasty alive. And so, I don't know his whole story with Vlade, but I'm pretty sure he was with the Lakers when they figured out how to get Vlade.
Yeah.
And then obviously he traded Vlade to Charlotte to get Kobe, but getting Vlade was big too. He He was always figuring out something. My other story is Chris Owens, who's from Duncanville, played 1 year with the Memphis Grizzlies and a lot of years overseas. He's my buddy. And so he told me the story about getting to meet Jerry West, because Jerry West is the general manager of the Memphis Grizzlies at the time. And he opens up the door. He's going to talk to Jerry West for a minute. And Jerry West has a list of every player in the NBA today. And Chris asked him, he said, do you know every player in the NBA? And like he said, Chris, if you ever wanted to get into front office job, you need to know every player in the NBA, their strengths and weaknesses, because you never know when one of them would become available, or a certain player or trait from this player on this board of every player in the NBA might become available to help us out.
Wow.
So he told Chris Owens back in 2003 or 2, if I have my year right, you need to know every player in the league if you're going to do this job.
That's how your GM should be.
Just like Jerry Jones.
Nope. I knew that was coming. Now,
he knows 14 players in the league that are on his team. I don't think you can ask for more.
The Mavericks obviously need scoring outside of Luka. But where's it actually going to come from? Tonight, Friday, hopefully longer than that. So in this series, Luka's 8 of 21 from 3. The rest of the Mavs starters.
And I don't think that's good either.
No, it's okay. It's close to 40%.
Okay.
But not great. You're right. Not great. The rest of the Mavericks starters combined are 2 for 21 in this series from 3. So obviously that is problematic. Do you go to, we'll get into Kyrie in just a second, but I want to throw out 2 other players, especially given the potential with KP missing.
Derek Lively.
And
Daniel Gafford.
There you go.
I wrote this down on my points and decided not to make it one of my major 3.
Okay.
But I wrote, can Gafford and Lively be more consistent?
All right. Now
From
let's start there then. The 2 combined for 10 points in game 1, 15 points in game 2. I realize they're different players, but usually you look at the totality of what they bring, since a lot of times they're out on the court most of the time. We talked about in the Western Conference Finals getting 18 and 18 or 20 and 20 from those 2 as a combination. Obviously, they've had a tough time packing the paint against the Celtics, especially compared to the rest of the playoffs. I think they can do it. And especially if KP is not going to be out there, I don't think there's any excuse not to get 18 points, 18 rebounds, or 20 points, 20 rebounds combined from those 2. So I know there's a lot of other options, but I think Gafford and Lively, man, now's the time, and they got to step it up.
I have a question to both of y'all, though. A lot of their points do come off lobs.
True.
And they aren't getting those, and I don't think it's just KP that's creating that problem right now. So how else are they getting them? Is it just rebound tip-ins?
Yeah, offensive rebounds.
They don't have a lot of... They don't do a lot of working on the block.
That is true. I think offensive boards is a big part of it. And
you don't want them to get the ball on the block. I do not want them, and the Mavericks aren't going to do that.
And I know they won't always necessarily be lobs, but I'm curious, without KP there, how much you'll get, whether it's Kyrie, Luka, whoever, penetrating to the basket and then seeing the stop right there and just handing it off, or like a lay-in or a dunk. That's not technically a lob, but is pretty much the same thing.
So far, Porzingis has played 44 minutes in this series. So obviously 23, 21 minutes. So 22 minutes a game. That's 22 minutes tonight, I think, that KP won't be on the court. And if he is on the court, I just can't imagine he's the same player with the injury that he has.
I would attack. I mean, I see him on the court, I'm saying go right at him.
Agreed.
That's what I'm doing.
Yeah, I'm trying to be as physical as possible. And in a way, I hate saying this, but this is what you do. It's his right calf, left knee.
I believe that is correct.
I need to lift that right leg off the ground. So and I can only do this by showing you guys, but what I mean is this, is if I'm on his right hip and he's trying to box out, I'm ramming into that thing and trying to lift him up where he has to balance himself on that one bad leg that could snap in half. I'm not kidding. This injury, from at least my wife's perspective, and she's like obviously dealing with kids, it's different, but with no stability there, it could snap in half like Tom Browning or Dave Dravecki. Like you could see his leg, that horrible God. Louisville.
Yeah.
He's in that position now
Kevin Ware, maybe?
where it could accidentally just snap because guess what? If there's no tendon and no patella to take the pressure there, then all the bone has to possibly take it, or the kneecap, and it might just like, we can't take it anymore. We're snapping in half. So that's why I don't think he's going to play. I just don't think the risk and reward, I get he wants to win a championship and he wants to be out there for his team. The risk is it might snap in half. His whole leg might shatter and he might not ever be able to play basketball again. I just don't see the reward in playing. But if he's going to go out there, you have to put pressure on that leg to see. I hate saying it this way. This is too extreme, but to see if it'll snap in half.
Okay, I'm not disagreeing with your point. I just want to ask, since you have been there at the highest level, can you understand how, like, if this was you and they said your career could be on the line, but you had a chance to like win the World Series, you think you'd be like, I just can't risk it? Or do you think, can you see how somebody would be like, I risk it?
If they say my arm's going to snap in half, if there's a possibility my arm's going to snap in half,
then no go.
Then I'm like, it's stupid.
Okay.
But hey, go out there. But I'll tell you this, if I'm on the other side,
you're going to attack it.
I don't, if it snaps in half, if his shin bone snaps in half because there's too much pressure on it, it's not my fault. It's your fault for being out here.
And I definitely mean attack in a legal, physical basketball way, but you're right about that.
So, I mean, that's where people are like, oh, I can't. No, you do not go soft on Porzingis if he's out there. Just like this, they know all of Luka's injuries. You don't think that they're going to try to ram into his chest a few more times to see if the sternum doesn't feel that great?
Yeah.
Hell yeah, you ram into the sternum. This is for a championship. But to your point, it's all legal. Yeah. I don't take my fist and punch him in the shin, and I don't take my fist and punch Luka in the chest. Like, that's not legal. But through the game of basketball, there's a lot of contact. I make that physical, legal contact to see if his leg's okay. And the Celtics are going to do a couple of physical things to Luka to see if he's okay.
Where do you look for scoring from there? We brought up Gafford and Lively. I know Kyrie might be an obvious one, and we can dive into him, or is there another direction that y'all want to go?
I mean, obviously PJ and Derek Jones Jr. hitting their threes is a huge factor.
Okay.
Especially because they're not closing out on Derek Jones Jr. They're at least closing out on Gafford. They're at least respecting that he could make it. Sorry, Washington.
I need 6 from them combined.
All right. And
6 3-pointers.
Yep.
You feel great if that is the
that
case.
Happens, we're winning.
PJ Washington, by the way, 1 of 8 from 3 in this series. And to your point, like, think about this. Against Oklahoma City, he had 5 straight games where he had at least 3 3-pointers. So you said 6, 3 and 3. I don't know if it'd break down exactly like that, but you've seen PJ Washington can hit 3 3-pointers a game, and he can do it consistently. 1 for 8 in this series.
I would say you need 14 3-pointers made tonight.
Okay.
Now, that's from Luka, from Kyrie, from everybody on the team. I need the Mavericks to make 14 3-pointers. However that breaks down, I need 14 makes. That is their season average.
Yeah. And last game was 6.
Yeah, 4 from Luka and 2 from the rest of the team.
Yeah. Ooh.
Yeah, and I guess Hardy, I'd like to see, some basket points from him on those fast breaks. Maxi, I'm sitting here begging for something from Maxi, but I don't think he can. Like, that's the
and he was inconsistent when he was healthy.
Yeah, defensive wise, I'm like, okay, I know he can be out there and in front of somebody. I'm not expecting rebounds, Mike. I didn't think that until you pointed out a couple of years ago that Maxi's not a good rebounder, and then it became very evident.
I don't know what the numbers are today, but I remember a couple of years ago he was rated as the worst contested rebounder in the NBA. Wow. He's trying hard. It's just that when there's a contest to get the rebound, a battle for it, Maxi is one of the worst at coming away with that rebound.
So, Kevin, I'm going to need a barrage of threes from Tim Hardaway Jr. tonight, baby.
I'm not going to lie. I have seen that come up on the fan text multiple times. That is not my first choice. I can't say it won't happen.
Yeah. I would say then Hardaway is playing for Hardy and possibly even playing for Exum or possibly playing for Josh Green.
I could see Josh Green.
I could see Josh Green because where he is. Like, his defense has been fun, but other than that, it's not been fun.
I mean, the tough thing is I think they're going to keep attacking Luka because they're trying to wear him out physically for the fourth quarter. But Hardaway can't guard a human being in the NBA, and
You're
we've
right.
seen it for a while. If you want straight line drives, if you want blow by situations, Hardaway, it almost looks like he loves doing it. Like he'll allow the worst player in the NBA to straight line drive, and then he's like, "Where was my help?" And I'm like, you gotta kind of make him make a roundabout a little bit to get to the basket. If it's just a one or two dribble straight line drive, Hardaway, we can't help you.
And then obviously Kyrie himself said yesterday following practice, he goes, first thing I have to do is accept that I haven't played well or up to my standards or played as well as I would have liked. So that makes a lot of sense there as well. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3.
By the way, real quick, just update before we get to crosstalk.
Yeah.
My son had x-rays. He just texted me during that segment, not broken.
Oh,
So,
let's go.
Well,
that's good.
My son hurt his tailbone at soccer camp today, and he thinks it's broken. So we're going to have
What?
x-rays after the show today.
Are you
I'll let
serious?
you know tomorrow.
Oh, no.
I'm serious. Yeah.
You could see how you're like, he broke his ass. How I might think that you're joking about that. Right? Like, you could see how I might think that.
I get it.
Coming up next, unfortunate.
X-ray day.
Let's chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation and maybe ask the question, how many x-rays have you gotten in your life? We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
Coming up Thursday morning.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas, this is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
KT Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Leasing. So let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Terrific, Hagee. How are you?
I'm doing very well. I feel like optimism is flowing around here, so I got a question for you guys. How optimistic are you about the Mavs in Game 3, and how many X-rays have you ever had?
One X-ray ever. I fractured a wrist. I was actually trying to balance on a football. Football slid right out from under me.
How old were you when this happened?
I was probably like 9. I was young. I was in elementary school.
You're going to say 22.
I thought you were going to say 14. And I was going to be like, that's not what
this is what happened. There was no jury duty. I totally hurt myself.
Did they pick you for the jury?
Hell no. Thank God they didn't.
What do you mean?
Why? Is it a good thing? I did not want to sit there. I was so happy that they did not.
What if it's like on tax fraud and you're just having to sit
I'm
there?
so in on that. I'm a nerd. I want to get picked, and every time I don't, every time I don't, I'm sad.
No, I was very, very happy, and I'm hopeful that I don't ever get a jury summons again. I said a lot of bad things.
Nice.
There you go.
Yeah.
Tear him up.
I like that. I like the text too yesterday. What was it along the lines of got jury duty. Have a great show, boys. Yeah. Thumbs up or something.
Go get him today, fellas.
Trying
Trying to be motivational and a good teammate, but apparently it worked the opposite of that.
Said, shut the hell up.
My question is, when you were trying to balance on the football, are you balancing on the belly of the ball or the point?
Oh, there's no way the point stays on the
No,
ground.
it was the belly of the ball.
That's what led to the
Yeah.
Ooh, I'm not counting dental X-rays. A bunch of people like.
Is this like every time you go in the dentist, right? Yeah.
I've probably been X-rayed 15 times, various ankles and knees and shoulders and stuff. But as far as the Mavs go, I'm very confident tonight.
Okay.
This is probably desperate team theory in play.
Yes.
And when that happens, like guys just play as the best version of themselves. They find the extra defensive energy. They jump a little bit higher. So I expect the Mavs to play quite well tonight. Probably push this into the mid 1-teens.
You know what was interesting about Game 2 is the desperate team theory. The Mavs start off as the desperate team, down 1-0. They go 6 of 10 from the field, no turnovers. Their next 11 possessions are 12. 1 of 7 from the field, 4 turnovers, and Luka goes 0 of 2 from the free throw line. Like it looked like 13-6. Like this is where we're going all out. I've seen this team already. This is what they do in the playoffs. And then the next 5 minutes of basketball turned into crap for them and allowed Boston to be back into the game.
Yeah, and that I felt like that several times. There was a stretch in the fourth quarter as well that it just turned to blah, and those are going to happen against good defensive teams. And but I think taking Porzingis out of the rotation opens things up in a significant way on both sides. Defensively, the rim protection, but also the floor spacing that he is able to do. Like compromises defenses, and even though he's playing a limited role, I thought he had a very significant impact in making this 2-0. I'm still not picking the Mavs to win from this point forward.
Okay.
But the window of opportunity is significantly bigger.
Reviewing it as it a 6 or 7 in terms of the series, or
yeah, I'd probably, if I was going to pick today down 2-0, I would say Celtics in 7.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you follow?
I'm feeling good, man. I'm feeling really, really good about this thing. I think I've had more MRIs actually than X-rays. I can't really recall all the X-rays. I don't know if you get an X-ray every time you get an MRI, in which case it'd be roughly even. But you never forget going into one of those MRI tubes, and it's claustrophobic, and it's just a bit of a nightmare.
Did you ever have to get an X-ray on your back for carrying this show every day?
Oh, no. Brian, don't say that.
Don't tell that to
Or the
Brian.
Odyssey corporate.
You ever have a CAT scan?
Ooh, I had a CAT scan.
Yeah.
Yes, I had terrible migraines for a few years in middle school and bleeding into high school.
Me too.
So they had to figure out, was it a brain issue or whatever.
And then
there obviously were some things that they found, but none of them were contributing to the migraines.
Okay.
And then the migraines just kind of went away. Thank God for it, dude, because it was bad.
Right around 16, 17.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah.
You start. You get more opportunities at medicinals. And then,
you took the holistic approach to curing your migraines.
Exactly what I did.
A real Aaron Rodgers with it.
Natural medicine.
Full ayahuasca.
But I show up to mandatory days at work and school.
So you don't skip all show preps and go, it's just better if I'm not here in this radio space.
Exactly.
Until it's time for the show.
That's right.
All right. So everything's going to work out great with Aaron Rodgers, right?
Oh,
it's totally going to be
yeah.
awesome.
I mean, I'm sure this is totally fine. I mean, why would you want your quarterback there? You know, the quarterback is not the most important person. You don't need to be there. So I think everything's going to be just fine for the Jets because it always is, right? The Jets can have nice things.
No, they can't. Not since Super Bowl III.
What happened that they got cursed from there?
Joe Namath's like, I guarantee I'm going to turn into a drunk.
Okay.
I mean, I'll win the Super Bowl.
He probably had.
I'm sorry. He was already drunk. Okay.
I watched a documentary. He was a super drunk before then.
Okay.
But really good. And then it was like, he is amazing when he's not drinking, and we won the Super Bowl because he wasn't drinking.
Then he started drinking again.
Let's just get right back to it.
Not worth it.
The reason why we brought up the X-ray concern is this morning.
Just one
There's a
win.
concern that one of Basic's sons broke his finger.
Uh-oh.
But concern averted.
Which finger?
Thumb, left thumb.
Oh. Ooh. It's an important finger.
Yeah.
But now
Just a bad bone bruise.
there's concern that Corey's son might have done what?
Broken his tailbone. So he was playing, he's in a soccer camp, and I don't know. I have no clue exactly what happened.
Okay, well, let's guess.
But I have to go. Probably he slipped on, like, went to kick a ball or stopped the ball and slid and fell on his tailbone.
Might have been balancing on said soccer ball. Next thing you know, you fall, and he just landed
Do
straight
you
on the
feel bad
tailbone.
for that person, or are you like, come on, dude, don't sit on the soccer ball?
Don't stand up.
What if he took a header to the tailbone? Like the guy was jumping with his head, and then he missed the ball, but your son's tailbone was right there.
Even centipede. I get what you're saying. What do you guys got
We
coming
promised to never talk about that on air again.
I would never make such a promise, ever. What do you guys got coming up with the program today?
We'll go across enemy lines there at 4 o'clock. KJ Carson, WEEI, joins us.
Nice. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say, let's go Mavs, Kevin.
Let's go Mavs. Let's go Mavs. Let's go Mavs. I smashed her.
The North Texas Baseball Show of Record. Mazda of Arlington and her studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, buddy, here we go. Hour 1 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. We are set for some Mavs game action. There's Brian Broaddus in his shirt and bow tie. He's ready to sit on Media Row tonight and cover your hometown Dallas Mavericks as they go into Game 3 against the Boston Celtics here in the NBA Finals.
That's a special tie you got in Cincinnati.
The bow tie. Oh, yeah, we did that one time.
Yeah, the Cincinnati
Did we
bow
talk
tie,
about
man.
that?
You always
I was
brag
trying
about
to
it.
think.
You finally busting it out for NBA Finals time.
I tried,
Desperate team theory, dude.
Boston in 6, but I wore Mavs colors tonight, just trying to help the home team.
Oh, I know you got clovers on your undies.
Yeah, I actually got a green T-shirt on underneath this thing. I'm going to
perfect.
break
Yeah,
that
Boston
out.
Brian.
I'll be
Perfect.
there. I'll be there. Me and Joe Mazzulla will be arm in arm.
Yeah, it was
after
nice
this
to get
one.
a day away from
I
you
might give him a high five.
So
after this one.
does the Media Go jacket and tie here tonight? Is that what you're saying here with
You know
this
what?
upgraded
This is really
wardrobe?
strange to do.
Yeah.
But I feel like for the finals, you got to do that. Even though every home playoff game, I've worn shorts.
See?
I've worn shorts and like a golf shirt, like draft show shirt or whatever. I've just kind of worn something. And
Casual.
I felt, very casual.
Feels nice. It's hot outside.
I mean, I got the credential and I guess I'm working.
We've heard.
No, I'm
Hey,
working.
Brian with his credential.
I am one of the few credentialed guys in this station.
One of the very few.
One of the very few.
The proud.
The rest cannot meet the standards that the league asks
We don't.
of credentialed media members.
We don't work nearly as hard as Broaddus.
They don't want Eric to show up and eat all the food in the media area.
And
Uncle Sam is so proud of you making a virtue out of overworking yourself, by the way.
Real Boy Scout over there, Brian.
Man,
Look at me. I'm a real man. I'll work 90 hours
am
a
a real
week.
man.
Feats of strength, man. You're built for it. You're a different breed.
I don't know how much longer I have on this earth.
Yeah, you
know
will
what I'm
spend them all
saying?
working, though.
You know what? I will.
Yeah.
I will. But I just don't know. So I got to keep,
He'll let you know about it too.
Yeah.
I'll keep plugging. I admit it, that I am the only qualified guy in this station that deserves a credential.
Yeah.
I'm going to just say that. Yeah.
And you're not overcompensating for anything by dressing up the way you are.
No, I'm feeling like I'm going to run into somebody I know, and they're going to say, "Oh, Brian, nice tie."
Are you going jacket on though?
I'm not.
When you go
I'm
to
not.
the game?
No. I'm not.
So you're a jacket off kind of guy. Well, I mean, you are wearing it right now. No jacket.
That's what I was wondering. I didn't know if you had the jacket in the car.
No.
Okay.
I've got to ride the train tonight. I got to ride the train.
I'm proud of you for making that adult decision.
Yeah, I got to ride the train tonight because the NBA they do give us credentials, but they don't give us parking.
That's right.
Did I mention I have a
bet Big
credential?
Man's got
Did I
parking.
mention I do have a credential?
But I've never seen a credentialed man struggle with the idea of how he's going to get to the gym as much as you have. You know,
And you know what? And it pains me.
I know.
Because you know me, Dawson. I've already got our seats booked and all lined up for going to Oxnard. I've already got that taken care of.
You like knowing what the plan's going to be.
I
Full
have to have a
itinerary.
plan. And
Yeah.
the fact that yesterday that we got an email saying, hey, the little sticker on your car, the blue sticker, it doesn't work anymore. Okay, I could have shown up and like, wait a minute, I'm supposed to have I'm supposed to be here. That's where I'm supposed to park.
You know who you're talking to? It'd be Scotty Scheffler. But you probably wouldn't make it back for tea time.
You can get a handicap.
You like having the itinerary, but also, Brian, I'm sensing like maybe you're intimidated by being around the common folk. You know, I think as a man of privilege, you're like, I don't know about this public transportation. Is it safe? You know,
you're going to be a bullseye with that bow tie situation on that train. You're going to stand out like a sore thumb. It's going to be nothing but Mavs
Is that what
t-shirts.
is that what this is really about?
Oh no.
Are you a little intimidated?
No, I'm curious because you're asking me. You're the man who like hates being around people. I arranged the seats on the airplane just so you wouldn't have anybody on your right side.
Yes, but that's claustrophobia.
And I didn't put anybody in front of you.
Yes, I appreciate that.
So all you have to do is deal with somebody to your left. But the one time you did enjoy it was when the lady took her pants off when we went.
That was appreciated.
That was a decent.
appreciated.
Very athletic build on that. Gal.
Did you miss
this
lady took? Yeah,
I did miss
that
the
a solo
pants off
flight?
situation.
No, we were going to camp.
Holy crap.
We were going to camp.
Yeah,
or maybe spring training. No, it was. It
Sounds
was
like you were
going
to
California. Yeah, we're going to California.
And right before the flight gets ready to take off, this gal just stands up and takes her pants off
Right
sitting
next to
her
Dawson,
husband.
yeah.
I was like, holy cow.
Yeah.
I've never seen something like this. Right. And so she sat there under a blanket for the majority of the flight.
Did you act like you'd been there before, even though you had never been there before?
Yeah, for the most
you kept
part.
Your composure?
Yeah,
He had a book.
I acted a little startled. I did.
He had a book.
I was reading a book, and so the flight it runs its course and everything. She stands up right before it's about ready to land and puts her pants back on, and then I swear her and her husband tried to pick me up on the way out of the plane.
Swingers.
Wow. Yeah.
Was there anything going on under the blanket you could tell about?
I don't think so.
Did
I
she
was into
have
that book though.
Pineapples on her undies?
No, they were just white. The way I remember it.
But yeah, it's
Can't
funny
get
you
that
asked
image
me
out
the
of your
question. I don't mind being around people.
No, you don't.
No, I don't mind being around people.
You're very social.
I hate the unknown.
Okay.
I hate the unknown. Like Chief is telling me this is like, oh, bro, easiest trip you're gonna do. Walk on, walk off.
It's the only way to do a Mavs game.
And
He's right. It is. It is.
So when you're on vacation, do you have a plan for every day?
No,
Hey guys, we're going to the tour bus.
No. You go on vacation with me, there's something we call the broadest rules. Of course, they call it the broadest rules. I make an announcement in the morning that, like, hey guys, I've got deep sea fishing, golf, dinner, all booked. If you want to go, you're more than welcome to go. If you want to stay at the swim up bar and do that all day, I never ask you on a vacation. I'll organize things.
Okay.
But you can show up on your own.
So these are voluntary team activities.
I'm not going to make you go ride dune buggies with me.
That sounds fun. I'm probably in on that.
Okay, but I would organize it. I would say when we went to Cabo and I spent my Super Bowl playoff share on a house and all my buddies to go, I organized like various events. But if you just want to stay around and get drunk all day at the pool, that tab was open too.
That sounds lovely too.
Sounds like a hell of a day.
Yeah.
So
you put together quite the option list for your boys.
I don't plan. I mean, I plan if you want to go do stuff, but I don't make you go do it. So that's like,
it's a democracy when you're the dictator.
Yeah. But see, this is the problem with my day today. Is Reggie and Blake are involved too. And I feel bad for them. They've got to do an hour and a half show today.
Yeah, Wolchuk was thinking about doing some solo 90-minute action to make up for yesterday, letting the boys get over to the arena early.
See how the wife feels about that.
Wolchuk might just take this
might
thing
be
solo.
okay with that.
Wolchuk might just go ISO.
I just don't know.
7 to
It's the
8:30.
unknown. It's the big unknown for me. This could be the easiest thing, or I'm going to have a hell of a story tomorrow to tell everybody.
All you need to know tonight is that the Mavericks are going to go get a gosh dang victory, and that should put a smile on your face, and that should put the upset tummy.
I got a
should
Cohiba
put you at
cigar
ease.
in the scouting bag right now.
Oh, for after
So
the victory?
rather than get there on time, you're actually considering just waiting for them?
I was going to wait for Reggie and Blake to do their show.
Were you just going to sit on the casting couch in here and wait for them to get done with their work?
I was going to watch the game, maybe get a little emotional about it.
We
When
got
the Celtics go down by 20.
We got a team that radio to the NBA Finals for free, dude. You get your ass there.
Oh,
On time.
I'm going to.
I
going
prefer
to
you get your
drive
entire
over.
body there.
No, I'm going
Just
to.
the bum.
I'm going to drive over and get on this train. And like I told you guys, this is either going to be an incredible story or something really bad's going to happen to me along the way.
It's going to be a lot easier than you think.
There might
It's
be a
gonna
silver
fine.
report tomorrow. You guys might have to answer a silver report.
You didn't get off at the stadium. You kept
No,
going.
I'm
Ended up
in
Louisville.
Waco or something. I'm already, I'm
How many people are going to find out tonight that Broadus is a Super Bowl champion just in the 2-minute train ride that he
Check
takes?
out my ring, boys.
Oh,
I would probably put that in your pocket. Yeah. Don't wear a dart.
Yeah.
Don't do
I
that.
wore my.
Brian Broadus,
Hey,
Former
Super Bowl
NFL
champion,
scout.
96 with the Packers.
It's much easier when they would just let your team bus into the stadium instead of having to take
I had
dart.
my Super Bowl ring on one time in Philadelphia, and a guy was looking at me. He goes, "You missed your stop, didn't you?" And I go, "Yeah." He goes, "You need to jump off and get back on the other train to go the other way. You don't want to go any further. You need to go back." And I was like,
And
"Man,
that's the last time you took public transportation, isn't it?
you know what? It was.
See? I knew it. I knew it.
It was.
Sniff that out.
He's got like some people have flight fear, but he has dart
Jeez.
fear.
I was worried about going all the way to Fern Rock in Philadelphia, and that could have been a problem for me if I had gone all the way to Fern Rock.
You're going to be all right. The dart's a great experience. It's going to be.
Is it air
it's really fun.
Save you a bunch of time.
Yes,
It's really fun.
Yes.
After a Mavericks victory, when you get back on that dart
Yeah.
for a couple of stops, it's
Yeah.
just a party in there.
It's a
dude.
party.
It's awesome.
Oh yeah,
It's
dude.
awesome.
Yes, boarding the dart after the game after
Everybody's
a big
just
dub.
good
Finals
vibes,
victory.
everybody fives, dude. Championship
gosh.
stogie. You want to puff? You
But what
want
if
to
they
puff?
find out I was pulling for Boston the whole time?
Well, just keep that to yourself.
Yeah, you're going to want to go ahead and bite your tongue on that.
You're not
one.
polling for Boston though. You just picked Boston, right?
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good
Did I?
clarification.
He
was saying we and
I'm
us
looking like
yesterday. in
I'm looking like
reference
a
to
damn
those.
genius right now. That's what I'm looking like.
Yes, you are. As we go into Game 3 tonight, Lucius Alexander is in the Pimp Cup over there at Master Control. You do have Wolchuk and Chia follow. Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. You can watch us at 105thefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. I'm feeling a little underdressed for the occasion. I believe all four of you are dressed for Game 3 in one way or another. Lucius
Yeah,
is
you're
probably,
not in the uniform of the day.
No, I need a Mavs t-shirt.
Look at you.
Dawson went with Boston black today, like the black uni.
The NFL would find you for a uniform violation
Like
like
you
this.
fell out of bed and just showed up here.
It's softball practice,
Yeah,
Lucius.
that's what that is.
Yeah, he just
doesn't
had
even know what day
softball
it
practice
is.
before he got over here. Yeah.
I really expect a win tonight, though. I'm not just hoping for one. Desperate team theory's in effect.
Hey, the midday show laughed at my desperate team theory. They said, Broadus kind of jokes around with the no, it's a serious thing.
Yeah.
I fully expect the Mavs to win tonight. I really do. KP or not. If KP, I expect Dallas to play really, really well tonight.
You're welcome about the KP injury, by the way. I went full Tanya Harding on that knee yesterday, boys.
Driving around?
Oh, yeah. I had the crowbar and everything.
You and the whole jury.
They may not have gotten out of jury duty pretty early, but I still took it upon myself.
Hey, can I tell the truth real quick? How quickly were you out of jury duty?
Very, very quickly.
Like matter of minutes?
When you had texted us,
I had gotten up to shower and get ready to go when I texted you, which was at 7:38, not at 8:30 something like Brian tried to say. It was
I think
early.
I saw it at 8:38.
No, the summons was for 8:30, but it was my maiden voyage.
That.
I didn't know.
I want to make sure I make sure we had that
I already
right.
fact checked it there, Brian. I was watchdogging your comments there, like you were watchdogging my jury duty, bro.
Yeah.
But then, so you left jury duty, and then you went and committed a crime, which was
allegedly. Just saying, I was cruising around trying to find KP. That leg, he ain't playing tonight. I'm just letting you
were
know.
looking for that reticulum.
No, I can't find it, man.
No, there are. As soon as we landed in Arizona, boys, and I went ahead and departed and waved goodbye and said, "Hey, I'm getting on a bird back on Southwest Airlines to Dallas. My baby girl was born. There are no days off. I'm going full Bill Belichick
day
right now.
by day.
Yeah.
No,
I love your
days
commitment.
off. Day by
and
day.
your dedication to civic duty at the same time.
Yeah, well, I'm hoping I never get another jury summons again.
Did you keep the $5 they give you?
No, they didn't give me anything.
They don't give you money?
No, I didn't get anything. Maybe if you get selected, they give you something.
How impressive.
No, for showing up, they're supposed to give you money.
I got nothing.
They turned him away at the door.
I will say, when you tell them like what you do, like I work in radio, I think that is definitely like, okay, we don't want you here.
Yeah, we could have told him that to start the day, but you just said that you're going to be
next
a jury
time,
duty
Brian.
guy.
I'll have you call. I'll be like, "This is my dad. He's letting you know I can't show up today, boys."
Yeah,
we have.
We missed you yesterday.
Well, I did miss you.
Wolchuk. Luka entertaining, by the way, the Slovenian Prime Minister tonight. He is headed to Dallas amongst other international dignitaries to watch Luka ball.
No wonder I can't park at that place.
Oh my gosh, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, they got all the security detail.
That feels like a 50 burger situation to me, Dawson. Not gonna lie to you,
dude.
bro. Is that a guaranteed 50 spot?
I think so. One thing's for sure, he was feeling it, and however many injuries he has, it's not affecting his shooting.
Toradol.
The Toradol I think helps, no doubt about it. And it's a fun storyline. I'd love to be able to get my hands on some of that Toradol just to, go through life at this point with how many injuries I have. But it kind of makes me wonder, like, why don't players do this more often? Why are we just hearing about this? Is this a finals only situation? Is that Toradol pretty rough on the system?
I think there's got to be something going on there. You want me to ask?
Yeah, I'd love to know more about this.
From my understanding, there are football players that take this for all 17 games.
Wow.
So
that's got to do something to your liver. You got to process that somehow.
You can't be healthy doing this.
No
Does
way.
ibuprofen do that to your liver?
Yeah, absolutely.
And this is like ibuprofen times, I don't know, 1,000. It's going to numb your entire body. You won't feel pain for a while.
Well, God bless him. Maybe he was trying to play through it, and then Game 4 against OKC, he was like, okay, let's put me on the T train, man. I'm ready to, I know Shaquille O'Neal talked about how he could have later in his career been a better version of himself, but he was just done with the anti-inflammatories. Like his doctors were already giving him warnings, like you've put your body through a lot. If you want to keep plugging away on this, it can impact your organs, in the future.
Icy hot only at that point.
Yeah, icy hot only. And I don't know, maybe that contributes towards the end of his career. Kristaps Porzingis did arrive at the gym and was walking, without a limp or anything. I think, people in Boston are interpreting that as, it looks like he's good to go. But, the more opinions that I hear about this, medical opinions about this, it's just too risky to play. Like, what he could further do to himself. So I'm 100% convinced that Porzingis probably needs a surgery of some sort or a very extended recovery period.
Yeah, if he dies, he dies, right?
That's the big credit to Wolchuk, man. The attention to detail on the phantom injuring of Porzingis yesterday. Your ability to tear his medial retinaculum and dislocate his posterior tibialis
tendon. Were you close on that one, or did you get it right?
I think so. I probably added.
I think you nailed it. But there's a reason he said it's kind of a random situation because he didn't see me. He doesn't know what the hell happened to him.
People forget you're quick.
Cat-like reflexes when I want them.
Better watch out. His mom might call you a bad name for doing that.
That's okay. I've been called bad names before.
What a wild story. Then wasn't Troy Aikman dating Nancy Kerrigan there for a while?
Was he?
Was there a thing? Yeah, there was Troy Aikman, Nancy.
Wait, is it Kerrigan or did Skip Bayless get that memo?
Tanya Harding was the one whose boyfriend and her idiot friend Jeff Gillooly and Shane Stant went and whacked Nancy Kerrigan in the leg.
Okay.
Tanya Harding was the one who benefited from it.
Right.
It's got to be still the craziest sports story ever, right?
She's the antagonist, right?
Wow.
Yeah. She's ridiculous.
Quite a piece of work there, that Tanya Harding.
Yeah.
Should have just called the bully.
Did some videos for you.
I'm always here.
All right, we got to run, Nation.
I don't see any Tanya Hardings on there yet, but I do see a Sandra Bullock. Yo, my man Troy Aikman. Yeah, a little Sandra Bullock. She's like the light-skinned Michael Jackson.
Got her probably on the miscongeniality time.
She ain't mad at you, dog.
Yeah.
Respectfully.
I mean, that's Michael Ower's mom you're talking about over there.
Yeah.
Okay, I was just double checking that. I was Googling the Nancy Kerrigan thing. I guess I misremembered that.
It's okay, man.
I thought maybe that was his type or something.
That's weed.
All right, we got.
Oh, why you got to put that on him like that, though?
We got to run. G-Bag of the Day coming up at 2:30. When we return, the C-Note, the NFL summer is here. Lots of Cowboys headlines, and then the best audio of the day coming up next to the Nation.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It is The Nation. We are 6 minutes now from the G-Bag of the Day. Segments brought to you by Soda. That's state-of-the-art. It's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. And it's brought to you by our friends at the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wreck in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to frankelfirm.com. Let's jump into some Cowboys news of the evening, news of the afternoon. All three Cowboys preseason games are going to be airing on the NFL Network, so I guess that's pretty cool. I like the network coverage. Prefer the network coverage. You can read more about that, bloggingtheboys.com. How far away are we now? What, about a couple of months from a preseason game? July, August, September?
Yeah. Probably right around
April.
2 months exactly.
Yeah.
August 12th, or so. 13th, something like that.
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, the
Right
12th.
on. Right on. That'll be fun. Of course, we'll be in Oxnard here before too long, and great news on that front. If you hadn't heard, Brian Broaddus going to be out there the entire camp.
Yeah.
Even when the three of us come back to DFW after the first couple of weeks, Brian, you're going to stay there and continue to do our show for us live from the tennis courts.
Absolutely. I appreciate you guys as great teammates allowing me to be a part of that and still be on the show from Oxnard. Derek Eagleton and my crew here, that everybody that made this possible. So, yeah, I will be out there the whole entire time and being on all our shows, the morning show, midday show, our show, whatever we need to do, we're going to get it done out there. But we'll have eyes on the practice field the whole entire time, and I believe we're the only radio station in Dallas-Fort Worth that's going to have somebody out there full time that
awesome.
way. So, again, thanks to Gavin Spittle and everybody making that possible.
Yeah, it's a big win for the Tolos as well, getting Broaddus's eyes and ears there. The content will be flowing. There's a story in the New York Times Athletic about Jake Ferguson and how he plans to take the next step. What are the next steps for a player in Ferguson's situation, Brian?
I think he becomes the second most targeted player on your offense, and I think that those targets turn into double your receptions. And I just feel like that the more opportunities you give Jake Ferguson, the more chances or more receptions he's going to pay off for you on that. So I have a feeling when it's all said and done at the end, it's going to be CeeDee Lamb, great number of receptions, and then you got Jake Ferguson. The blocking stuff, don't worry about all that stuff. Just worry about Jake Ferguson catching the football and helping Dak Prescott. Those guys, the first downs, the seam routes, the stuff down in the red zone. That's what you need Jake Ferguson to do, and he's going to be better than whoever your second receiver is, in my opinion.
He did address blocking in this story. He says the tight end's supposed to block the big defensive ends. He's supposed to run routes against linebackers or safeties. You're just going to have somebody else do that.
Yeah, there's plenty of other bodies that they'll figure out how to get around that. They just need Jake Ferguson to be the mismatch player that we all know he can be.
Is there technique things that he can clean up? That was the other part of his quote. He says, there's just a lot I need to clean up.
With the blocking or the route running?
Route running.
Yeah, you know what? It's funny that to me he was maybe he could work a little bit more on his separation, work a little bit more on his quickness, because even those seam routes, man, he was making contested catches. He does not have a problem with somebody hanging on him making a play.
Or getting ready to hammer him.
Exactly. So he is as tough as they come. The separation, that's the thing. If maybe work a little bit more on some foot quickness there and try and develop a little bit of separation. Maybe clear the line a little bit quicker than he has been.
And this story about Tyler Guyton fired me up. His quotes after minicamp as far as the heat. He was asked if it bothered him. He said, I love it. That's football, man. That's the game you signed up for. You want it to be hot and nasty. We're putting in work. Everybody's doing this bleep together.
Yeah.
We have one collective goal, and we're doing everything we can to reach it. I think those are the kind of things that I think make great football teams, finding those kind of traits. It's interesting, though. I mean, in a similar situation to Tyler Smith from a couple of years ago, that you kind of look at the college film and you're like, wow, there's a lot of holes in this guy's game. He says he's learning a lot of different techniques and all that, and that's exciting. At this point, though, you got to trust that the Cowboys know that they can take this ball of clay and mold it, or because they know what they're looking for.
They do. They've done a great job with their plug-and-play offensive linemen. The OTAs, they had him down on the JV field, him and BB and those guys, Thomas, they were all working together. They were all getting a lot of reps. I'm looking forward to when we get to Oxnard, those guys working with the ones, getting a lot of work in the preseason games as well, and then trying to find a way to win the jobs. I mean, I asked you guys the question, who's there pressure on, and I know some people probably think there's a lot of pressure on Guyton to be that starter at left tackle. They're going to need I think they could cover their position at center, but they're going to need to cover the left tackle, and hopefully Guyton is that guy.
Yeah, I mean, great natural athlete, awesome size, and a hard worker. If the Cowboys identify you, I believe in you. We'll check.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. That's how I know the offseason has been a little underwhelming in terms of outside signings besides Eric Kendricks. But that's how you end up having a season that is, better than we expected it to be. You hit on your draft picks. The Saints did that several years back. Ryan Ramczyk was a first-round pick for Marcus May at safety. You end up hitting on Guyton and maybe BB. All of a sudden, your offensive line now is fixed. This team could be a little bit better than we expect.
Yeah, Kendricks can turn back the clock a little bit, and Leo Fowle can be like a good rookie linebacker.
Maybe Nealon gives you something as a rotational edge.
It's a lot of ifs, but I think it just comes down to being able to run the ball and being able to play balanced, good defense. Here's Lucius Alexander in the Pimp Cup. Your G-Bag of the day.
Yeah, I woke up for some money. Hey, brothers, I appreciate this Cohiba Black. Appreciate it.
No problem, sir.
Yeah, much appreciated.
I got a guy, like I was telling you, man. I got a guy at the Mavs.
Yeah.
And I'm hoping I got him one, and I'm going to hand it to him afterwards, and hopefully it's a victory for them, and they can smoke them up, and I hope you do the same, man.
I hope it is a victory.
Yep. I know you like some cigars.
Yeah, I'm pretty. Yeah, Cohiba Black is a good one, man. I like Cohibas, Davidoffs.
Davidoffs. That's another one my guy smokes.
See, yeah, I like those. I usually do like the Romeo and Juliet's, but that's on vacation. Those guys walk up to you and be like, hey, you want a cigar? You're like, yeah, I'm feeling it, dog.
Yeah.
Hook me up. Yeah, I want to see the Mavs win. I need Luka to play some damn defense.
Yeah, there you go.
They're running through that boy like Taco Bell.
They are.
It's really
Jack
sad.
in the Box?
Yeah, running through like Jack in the Box the other night. All right, our winner right here. Texas Rangers insider for the fan and future star. He's already a star right now. He's shining. He's him. It's Jared Sandler. He censored the wrong word when he was talking to RJ and Choppy show the other morning. Which one of these fools is Choppy? Yeah.
That guy's in town.
Censored the wrong word. Who is?
Stephen A, right? Wasn't Stephen A the one that said?
Oh, no, that was Pat McAfee.
Yeah. Oh, Pat McAfee. Yeah. I thought that was a Stephen A. Which one of these guys
I
is
would
Josh?
never be Stephen A. Matter of fact, I was looking at Stephen A's arms the other day.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah.
They are just really strange. They're really long.
Yeah.
Too long.
He is. He's a lanky
I
guy.
always thought that was a Stephen A. line when he came on with the guy.
He's screwed up the name of he's like 105 the fan.
Yeah.
Like he's screwed it up.
RJ and Choppy show.
My apologies. Yeah.
They said Sean and RJ. They said Shin and RJ. And then they said, which one of these guys is Chop?
That's my guy, that Chop guy.
So that's why I repeat that. Which one of these fools is Chop? Here's Texas Rangers insider Jared Sandler censoring the wrong word. 5 o'clock in the morning.
Tonight, I'll be able to better answer that question when there are 40,000 people at Dodger Stadium and they are bat. You know what?
Whoa! You know what?
Oh, yeah.
Has it been that long since you've been on the radio, Jared? Jeez.
Did you get that, Peyton? Did you dump that?
Yeah, my bad. I left out the wrong word there. 5:30 in the morning. I did the you know what for the wrong word.
I did the you know what, yeah.
Clearly, bro. Yeah, let's see if we get the vibes real quick for y'all. Ew. All right, let's see here. All right, we got a lady that called the police on someone because this man, he's new to the neighborhood, and he parked in her spot that she usually parks in.
Oh, I've done that before.
Okay, now this is not assigned parking where he's parking, but this is where I usually park. So everybody in the neighborhood kind of understands this. He doesn't know that. She called the police. She's being the quote-unquote Karen. I hate saying Karen because my mother-in-law doesn't like anybody saying Karen because she's a Karen. And have a haunt Karen. Yeah, check this out.
It's public property. So if you want to take this to a lawyer, then by all means, I don't care. Go take it to a lawyer.
That's the cop right there talking, by the way.
Okay.
Just to let you know.
It's public property. So if you want to take this to a lawyer, then by all means, I don't care. Go take it to a lawyer, okay? No crime has been committed. You guys need to get out of here. You can go in your car. You can go in your car. You can get your groceries, and we can stop this whole thing.
I need his phone number because I am going to talk to
I
him.
will give you my phone number.
There you go. If he wants to give you your phone number, then he can. If he doesn't, he doesn't.
And I really don't want to, but I'll give it to you for the sake of, look, we live in the same place. If we can't have good energy here, that's a bad thing.
I don't know you from Adam. You just bought here from Massachusetts or wherever you're from, Maryland. I've lived here 15 years.
Okay.
You're a newbie.
I moved here a few months ago.
I need your phone number.
Being a newbie has nothing to do with this. So you don't need to judge him.
I need a phone number so I
If
can.
he wants to give you your phone number, he can. If
Yeah.
he doesn't, then he doesn't.
What is it so I can tomorrow?
1-800 up your butt.
Yep, there you go.
You're a newbie here.
Man, that's the way to keep the vibes immaculate, bro.
Yeah. It's off to a great start.
He tried. That was good.
He did try.
He really did.
He did. He tried.
He really did. Let's go to Sunday here on the Fan. Alex Red Medford.
Yeah, little red.
And fan phenom winner Blake put himself in a damn blender. I mean, put himself in a damn blender. I don't think he even realized it, even at the end.
How close is Denver and Colorado?
What?
Huh?
What?
What did you just say?
That's marked. That's going to get
Yep,
marked.
thanks for that.
Well, they're saying the Denver Nuggets, and Denver is the state, Colorado's the city. And it's the other way around. It's one of the two. It's one of the two.
Oh, no.
I know it's one of the two. You're not going to get me.
G-Bag of the Day will be
Got you,
tomorrow
son.
at 2:30.
You're not going to get me.
Right here on the Fan.
Just sending that one in now.
I just wanted to make sure we appropriated the Denver
You
Nuggets.
just said that Denver is a state.
So it's Colorado's the state. I caught it then. Colorado's the state. Denver's
You
the
did
city.
not catch it. What do you
I
mean?
caught it. What do you mean?
You saw it on text, baby.
The future's bright here at the station.
Blake.
That one ups, dude. That unseats Walchuk's going overseas to Mexico. Okay. And that pulls me out of the doghouse for thinking Milwaukee was a state. I think that
so.
completely takes the cake now for worst geographical brain at the station.
100%.
You might have just got some company in the doghouse. But yeah,
we're probably never getting out of that.
You say that Milwaukee
I do
was a
like to
state.
try, though. I do appreciate
I
that.
tried to get us all the way out, but I just want them to be wrong with me.
I appreciated it.
That is so good. I now have to rethink my considering Blake of a rising star.
Wow, you know, I'm so glad he knows
You didn't say it was a
he knows
bright
his
star.
basketball.
He does.
He knows what questions to ask in basketball. And I'm glad you got that, son. Lean on it. Lean on it.
Just don't ask him to count to 10 in Spanish either. That was pretty great.
Yeah, counting in Spanish was tough.
You know, that's when you show you when your son brings home all D's.
Yeah.
Like, you ever seen a plumber, son? Let me show you something here. Help you out. You ain't about to eat my pockets up for the rest of my life.
About to major in labor.
Yeah.
I'm a labor major.
Oh, man.
That's weed. That's weed.
Oh, let me get up.
How close is Denver and Colorado?
All right.
Oh, that's classic, dude. That's going to be hard to beat.
What a question.
1-800 up your butt was great too.
That's fantastic. He was trying to be peaceful with her too.
Oh. You want to vote?
Yeah, sure, man.
Okay. Is it Bat Bleep Crazy Jared Sandler, the parking situation, or my vote, Blake? Chief, how about you?
Ooh, yeah. I got to give it to Blake, man.
Yeah.
Lucius?
Yeah, Blake, stand up. Stand up, son. You shining right now. It's shine time on Blake.
Yeah.
You know where you at right now? You in a blender, bro.
Oh, man. Yeah, Blake's your winner, but I'll go 1-800 up your butt.
That deserves some love.
And I'll vote for Jared Sandler just to give him some love too on the way out.
3-1. And your new G-Bag of the Day champion, it's Blake Elliott. You can hear him tonight, the Get Right with Reg. 90 minutes of action.
Yes, can't miss now. What else is fool gonna say?
That's an all-timer right there. Okay, speaking of all-timers, it's time for Krusty's Corner. Where are we going with that, sir?
Yeah, I get an update on some medicine stuff, but I also want to know, which offense do you prefer? We'll talk about those next.
All right, I want to chat Twin Peaks, though. It is your ultimate sports lodge with a menu to match. You can pair any of their made-from-scratch menu items with a frosty 29-degree.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Well, thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Looks like Blake's mom is listening, and she's in on the Franklin injury attorney text line.
All day, every day. She told those, bro. I told Carter, I was like, oh, man. I think Kimberly heard that. Sure enough, she popped on up.
Salute. It's time now for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. Gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's the king of the Krusties, Brian Broaddus.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. Hello, Kimberly. I hope everything's good. She is a super fan, by the way, as far as going to these games and stuff like that, man. She puts her money where her mouth is. She shows up for these things.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping maybe now silver lining. Obviously, I'm massively hoping for a Mavericks win tonight. But if that doesn't come together, I was kind of hoping that tickets would come down into my price range there to take Abby to the finals.
Yeah, see,
Friday night.
this was the game 4 was the most expensive game because everybody was thinking that Dallas might be a closeout game. So that's
the Boston fans will buy them all up. I mean, at least probably in the lower bowl, you would think. But
yeah, I didn't see when we were downstairs when we were downtown grabbing our credentials and stuff. I didn't see many Boston fans. Usually when you see like you're in another city, remember we were like at the Super Bowl or World Series, where you see fans walking around, kind of checking things out.
Yeah,
I have not seen many Boston fans. Now maybe that'll be different tonight when we show up at the game, but usually they're milling around the city, and I just didn't see that.
Right now we're looking at $517 there for 300 level behind the basket per ticket.
It's not bad.
No, it's not horrible.
No.
Cheaper than the Rangers.
Yeah, see, there was I saw somewhere they were like $1,400 a piece.
Wow.
$1,800 a piece,
Yeah,
but that was
absolutely.
game 4. I saw a deal where game 4 was the highest priced ticket.
It is right now. It's $750 right now.
Yeah, of all the games.
I think if it becomes a potential sweep, though, in Dallas, I think the price on that plummets. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, we'll see. Well, hopefully Dallas gets a victory tonight and makes this interesting series for sure. That'd be great.
It will.
I got an update. We were talking about that. Was it Toradol, right?
Toradol.
Toradol. Yeah.
Wait, say it again.
Toradol.
Yeah, you got it.
All right.
You're only missing 1 or 2 letters.
It's not the Torah. It's the Toradol.
Toradol. right?
Toradol. There's a D in there.
There is a D in there.
Toradol. What's the thing he says where he adds? Oh, it's the name. Who or is it Bassick? Bassick always adds a T to something. You were talking
Al Hortford.
Al Hortford.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Funny.
Okay. I was trying to pin that one on Chief, but I couldn't.
No,
somehow
that's not my brilliance.
Somehow I was trying.
Bassick brilliance.
Yeah.
I mean, Bassick has a good excuse because he's illiterate, so there's that.
You think
legally he carries around that card?
Do you think the people at Bally's have figured that out?
I don't know. Of course they have.
And they
maybe that's why he was asking for help on KMC the other day. Like, what can I do better?
Yeah. Look, listen, I shouldn't. Adult illiteracy is a serious issue, Brian. I'm sorry.
Why are you looking at me like that? You. I see what you were doing. You're like.
I just wanted you
you gave me the eye. You gave me the eye.
It's a serious issue.
We're a walking embodiment of that issue, Rodgers.
Brian. Okay. We're talking about it yesterday and how, Chief wanted to know if this was, I guess we all wanted to know, because football players tend to be a part of this, with that particular drug.
Yeah, Toradol is synonymous in football, has been for a long time, with these guys having to mask pain. So I wondered if it bled into other sports, and apparently it does.
Yeah, it does. But I asked the question to a couple of different trainers, and one of them got back with me. I said, can you take this stuff for 17 weeks? Because I was thinking maybe there would be some side effects. You can't do that.
Yeah, like, is there players that get it before every game because they're now like a veteran and their body hurts?
Yeah.
Are you sacrificing the future health to try to get this done?
Liver
Is it a River Phoenix starter kit?
Yeah. Liver issues, anything like that. No. Phoenix, what? River Phoenix.
Starter kit,
I got you.
R.I.P., man.
Get your junk down.
Gosh.
That Michael Jackson nap.
Bringing us down, bro.
My bad. I'm trying to push some little punches in there.
This is non-narcotic, though.
Yeah,
Toradol
keep
is.
that in that clip, Lucius.
Yeah.
You could take this thing for 17 weeks. They do. Some teams do this, and there's no fear. They say you absolutely can, but they monitor blood work.
Okay.
Every 6 to 8 weeks, they monitor your blood work when you're taking it. So to make sure that everything's okay.
It doesn't get thick or something. Your blood doesn't get thick.
Man, I said, can you please expand? Maybe I'll have to
expand on the thickness.
Expand on why you said.
Give us more details on this thickness if you don't mind.
That doctor's supervision's good though. That's the kind of stuff they get into at Men's T Clinic.
God.
Yeah, 6 to 8 weeks. They look at your blood. What?
I want to pull that, man. I like that. I like the way you said blood that first time.
Blood.
Your blood.
Look at your blood. That's kind of like Dracula. Blood.
I also want to pull Wolchug saying, I'm going to go with 1-800 butt. What is
up
it
the
again?
butt, up your butt.
1-800 up the butt, man. That's great.
Yeah, I was wondering if it was available somewhere. You could probably buy that.
Somebody's claimed that one.
Yeah, okay.
Do you think it is available?
I don't know. That was late 90s when they had that 1-800 run, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I bet somebody cornered that up the butt market.
Okay. All right. My friends that, me, I'm finding out. I'm just looking at this Pro Football Focus. These people, I pay money and I love what they're doing. I really do. I hated them for a long time and I like their work. They're doing something, but they're doing something on offenses. Offenses going into this campaign, and they have them clustered in a mathematical technique grouping and some observations and things like that. So to me, I'm kind of these clusters of the 2023 NFL offenses. And with my time with you guys today, I want to see, okay, I'll just give you an example. Cluster 1 contains teams that were pass heavy, fairly successful when throwing in 2023. The teams in this cluster earned at least a 70% grade from Pro Football Focus, their offensive grade in 2023, and have a high average pass rate over 63%, but they're not as successful as cluster 2 when passing. Okay, cluster 1 teams: Cincinnati, Denver, Green Bay, Houston, Jacksonville, Kansas City, Chargers, Minnesota, Saints, Seattle, Tampa Bay, and your Commanders. Okay, that's cluster 1. 63%.
Sounds like a cluster bleep to me.
Okay, this is here's cluster 2. Cluster 2 contains explosive offenses, both passing and rushing, in 2023. They march down the field and often convert to a new set of downs 32% of the time on average. These teams had a high average offense of a grade of 88.4 and a passing grades of clusters of 87.3. The teams in Cluster 2, your Dallas Cowboys, your Detroit Lions, your Miami Dolphins, your San Francisco 49ers. That's Cluster 2. Okay, I'm going to read you Cluster 3. I'm going to tell you what Cluster 3 is. And at the end of this, I'm going to ask you, would you rather be in Cluster 2 or Cluster 3 with this group when you start to think about these offenses? Cluster 2 offenses, one more time. Dallas Cowboys, Detroit, Miami, San Francisco.
Pretty good group right there.
That's a good cluster to be
Tough
in.
to beat. Man,
Cluster 3.
Cluster 3's got its work cut out for it, Brian. I'm going to tell you right now.
Hang in here, boys.
The Chiefs in there.
Here we go. Cluster 3 teams were the best at converting on fourth downs in 2023, doing so 62% of the time on average. They also recorded an 80-plus offensive grades and played most of their snaps in 11 personnel, 69% of the time.
Nice.
It'll be the Baltimore Ravens, the Buffalo Bills, the Los Angeles Rams, and the Philadelphia Eagles. Okay. You've heard the two clusters. Nobody wants to be in Cluster 1. You're not winning football in Cluster. Well, there's some winning football in Cluster 1, but Cluster 2 with Cowboys, Lions, and this is what they said about the Cowboys. The Cowboys earned the highest passing grade in the league last season at 90.2. They were right behind the 49ers in conversion rate, but at passing at 38.2. So
it's amazing considering their offense really didn't get going until 6 weeks into the season.
Okay, if you had the choice and you said our offense could be either a Cluster 2 offense with what you've heard, you like where you're at, or would you rather be in Cluster 3 with the other teams that were mentioned? And I'll do it one more time for you just so you can think about it. Cluster 2 is Dallas, Detroit, Miami, 49ers.
Yeah.
Cluster 3, Baltimore, Buffalo, Rams, Eagles.
I'll take 2. The only team that has me like, okay, I always want to be Sean McVay and the Rams. I love what he's doing. But otherwise, you've got Miami, San Francisco, and Detroit. All have been amazing offenses with great offensive minds. Give me those.
Same here.
I want to try something different for these Cowboys, Brian, because this ain't working.
You want to be in Cluster 3?
Yeah.
That's interesting. I personally initially thought that Cluster 2 was good for me. But then, like, crusty old scout guy, like, I was thinking the physicality, too, of some of these teams, like the Ravens, Bills, the way they just mauled the Cowboys in the running game last year. The Rams, the way they kind of spread you out and throw the ball all over the place with the crossing routes and stuff. And the Eagles, you mentioned this on the fourth downs. Like Eagles with that tush-push thing, man. You can't stop that.
No.
I kind of find myself gravitating towards Cluster 3.
I mean, I think
if you let me be one of these
Cluster 2 is going to win awards. I think me and you in Cluster 3, we're going to win big, Brian.
Like just being the physicality and stuff.
The analytics pros are going to be like, wow, what are these guys doing?
Yeah.
We have the more physical football team. You know what I'm saying?
Tell that to Man Campbell in Detroit, who's sitting in Cluster 2 with me and the freaking bully.
Right, and the two teams that are in the
hanging out
NFC Championship game.
That's all we're doing. We're just going to NFC Championship games,
No big deal. Go to a Super Bowl. I mean, we'll lose to Mahomes, but hell, we'd take that.
We'll take their kneecap with them.
That's right. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Krusty's Corners brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. Okay, when we return, we have finals true or fart coming up at 3:20. That'll be fun. But Wolchuk's going to rock some NFL news of the day. What's percolating out there, buddy?
Where do you think Aaron Rodgers is? We got Travis Kelce on a potential retirement. And do you agree with Jordan Love? That's next.
Mazda of Arlington and Hearst Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. NBA Finals, Game 3 tonight, 7:30. Cannot wait. Of course, Rangers baseball will be on The Fan tonight as well at 9 o'clock as they'll be back in action against the Dodgers. Ooh, smarting a little bit after last night's game. But they'll get back after it, and we believe in them. Okay, getting real healthy here real soon. So final days and maybe a couple of weeks of these kind of Ranger experiences. And as CY told us yesterday, they had a stretch very similar to this last year, a 6-week stretch. So just a matter of time before they get that championship swagger flowing again. Here's Wolchuk with your NFL news of the day, buddy.
877-881-1053. Where do you think Aaron Rodgers is? This was Robert Saleh yesterday at Jets minicamp announcing the absence of not just Aaron Rodgers, but another player. And does he say a certain word and use this appropriately?
One, obviously, being Hassan. Spoke to him over the weekend. Appreciate the dialogue. He's in a really good place mentally, working his tail off like we already know. And but he's choosing to sit out this one inexcused. The second one is Aaron. Aaron and I spoke before OTA started. He's been very good in communication. He's been here the entire time. It's inexcused, but he had an event that was very important to him, which he communicated.
Both are inexcused.
Both inexcused, yes.
So are they getting fined?
They're both subject to the CBA fine schedule.
Inexcused. And the reporter kind of was like, it's unexcused, right? It's not inexcused. Thought that was interesting. Maybe it's unacceptable.
That's the limits of my English language.
Inexcusable.
It's inexcusable.
You could say.
But it's unexcused,
but
right?
It's unexcused.
And even people that have been quoting him have actually put it's unexcused and not inexcused. But I do wonder where Aaron Rodgers is right now.
Storming the Capitol!
That was so important for him to not be at Jets camp. I know that we had Diana Rossini, who certainly has been talking about the dumpster fire that is the New York Jets, and she said Aaron Rodgers is skipping all of Jets' mandatory minicamp this week because he prefers to be somewhere else away from football. That's his choice. Now, I saw we've got several things going down. There's a 10-day ayahuasca retreat in Peru going on right now. We've also got a 11-day retreat in Colombia that actually ended yesterday. So I don't think that's the one. There's also a 7-day ayahuasca retreat that then will start up again in Colombia that will be starting today. So, I mean, one of these places, that could be likely where he is. If you have any other suggestions, 877-881-1053. But I imagine most teams who start in quarterback not there at mandatory camp, they're not going to be thrilled with this.
Is this ayahuasca season? Like, why couldn't you have taken care of this in February, March, April, May?
It's a great question. I mean, I don't know that much about ayahuasca. I need to kind of educate myself on when the ayahuasca retreats are. Maybe it is June. Maybe this is kind of the hotbed of the ayahuasca retreats.
I think it's much like Cowboys player acquisition, man. It's open 24/7, 365.
Whenever you want to retreat, it's there.
I imagine he needs more than just one ball tripping with the boy excursion in the offseason. This is probably number 3 or 4 for him. He's got these things lined up.
Isn't it wintertime in South America right now? We're dealing with summer here, or soon to be summer.
Yes, like I know in South Africa, it's winter right now.
So this might be a situation where their retreats are winter retreats.
Winter retreat.
And not summer retreats.
Maybe that's better for the ayahuasca freakouts.
I don't know. I'm just saying why they might have them at certain times of the year, because you're dealing with winter right now.
I mean, we could guess a family event, but he's estranged from his family.
Yeah, it's not a family event.
And I was thinking the Reawaken America tour.
Oh, yeah.
It's very possible.
Thinking maybe that
actually could be spot on.
He's into politics now.
Yeah, when we've heard about some of his takes, that could actually be the winner there, Lucius. I like that idea. Yeah. But either way, not there for the Jets. Neither is Hassan Reddick. I mean, he wants a new contract. I can understand why he's not there, much like CeeDee Lamb. But Aaron Rodgers not around for mandatory minicamp.
It is pretty amazing. The only quarterback in all of the NFL who's not there is tripping balls with his bros.
And it's just accepted.
Like, that's what's happening.
It's okay. Hey, Aaron, it's no big deal, dude. We'll see you when you get here for camp.
That's pretty awful. I mean, how could you look this dude in the eyes if you're his teammate? You're like, you don't actually care, dude.
Yeah,
you don't
no.
care. You're going to talk about all these different things. You want to be the MVP again. You want to be a Super Bowl champion. You clearly don't. This is the same thing we talk about with Micah. Like, if you actually wanted to show up, like if football was actually the priority for you, you would be here. But it's not, and it's inexcusable.
I mean, if there's really zero value to it, I would appreciate a hard take right now from Micah or Aaron, just saying like, listen, you guys are making too much out of this. It's a crap mini camp. They're just checking in to make sure we're not fat. We know our jobs, and we'll see you at training camp. There's going to be plenty of time, but I don't feel like they can say that because there's so many guys on the coaching staff and on the team, on the roster, that cherish and value every opportunity to try to get better. You know?
Well, we're getting a lot of love on the text line. Some intelligent Tolos. No winter in Colombia, apparently.
Oh, it's not South America. We're not dealing with
No,
winter
it's
time.
always summer in Colombia. I guess they're so close to the equator that
I
it's
was
always
scratching
just
my
hot.
head when he said that. I was like, damn, I guess I don't travel enough. Huh?
It's always just hot.
What the hell's going on?
Hey, move over, Blake. We have a new dumbass of the day.
No, seriously, I thought in
I know in South Africa that's how it is, but
yeah,
I didn't know.
I thought it was below the line.
South Africa, South America, tomato,
tomato, potato.
It's not America, huh?
Yeah, it's not America. 972, he is a frequent flyer at the Ayahuasca Center in Costa Rica. They own an Airbnb out there and hear about Rodgers sightings all the time.
Yeah.
So I guess he's year-round ayahuasca retreating. But this one was so damn important. And who knows? I think maybe Lucius is correct. Maybe this is not ayahuasca related. It's political.
He calls the in-season bye week high week.
Yes,
actually,
it's high week. It's high
amongst
week.
his buddies.
It is the high life. Okay, let's get to Travis Kelce, who we know his brother Jason just retired. So Travis, what about you? Are you thinking about retirement anytime soon?
I can't put a time frame on it, man. I love coming to work every single day. Obviously, I know that there's opportunities outside of football for me, and I think you got to keep in perspective that I'm still a little kid when I come into this building, man. I know I'm 34 years old, about to be 35, but I have a love to do this right here. In the middle of the heat in June, I love coming to work every single day and doing this. So I'm going to do it till the wheels fall off, and hopefully that doesn't happen anytime soon. But I can definitely understand that it's towards the end of the road than it is the beginning of it.
There you go.
And I just got to make sure I'm set up for after football as well.
Yeah, and you don't want to be delusional while you're at it as much as possible. Believe in yourself. I get it, but I swear at least one lug nut came off last season.
Yeah, the wheels seem to be a little shaky right now. You might need to go ahead and get some repairs, but then he also went on to say, like, okay, well, Travis, what about the wear and tear on that body?
Wear and tear me, baby. I'm ready for it, man. Put the load on me. I love being accountable for the men and the women in this building and Chiefs Kingdom. I love the aspect of everybody counting on me to try and make that play for the team.
This is the last ride. Wear and tear me, baby, says Travis Kelce. And I'm sure that he is going to go out and try and get all the receptions and all the yards and all the touchdowns. They're going for 3 in a row. If they get that, Travis Kelce rides out into the sunset, and this is the last year he plays. I don't think we're seeing Travis Kelce past this season.
I mean, you never know when you're dealing with the fact that he's got GOAT level quarterback play.
Sure.
That could keep you around. And he could just do the T.Y. Hilton thing, like, I'll see you guys after Thanksgiving, and still go probably contribute with Mahomes as his quarterback in the postseason.
Play around with that as well.
Like, you could tell there was a different level of Travis Kelce come postseason time.
No
like
doubt.
He was like, all right, now I'm actually going to play my 100% self.
The true alpha came out.
So, like, he's got 3 or 4 games in him every single year. We can go balls to the wall, and he could probably keep that up here. Hey, Andy, I'll see you after Thanksgiving. I'll show up in the playoffs for the next half decade. You got Mahomes at quarterback? I'll see you in the postseason.
And I'm sure Andy would say, hey, man, that's fine. Make sure you bring over a cheeseburger when you come back, and we'll save a spot for you on the roster. Because why the hell wouldn't you? But I don't know. I'm kind of feeling like the workload he's asking for there, and I understand he does feel like he is one of the best players still on that team, best tight end in the NFL. But I would not be shocked. With Jason having just retired, if they accomplish their ultimate goal, I think this might be the last season we see Travis Kelce in the National Football League. The other news that I want to get to, Jordan Love. He's optimistic that they're going to get a long-term extension done before training camp. Curious those numbers and what they look like compared to, of course, we're waiting on what happens with Dak Prescott. But he also said, and they were one of the few teams that didn't have a true wide receiver one last year. They went wide receiver by committee, and it worked out for them. He said, quote, I think you don't have to have a number one receiver. I think it works out well when you can spread the ball out and you got different guys making different plays, and you can put them in different areas. I think it puts a lot more stress on the defense and the calls that they can get in. So I think in the long run, it helps not having a number one guy, a true number one guy. But I think all those guys can step up and be one any given day. Brian, would you agree with that? Over your course of your NFL career, when you've seen teams,
I'm trying to figure out this temperature deal right now, Zach. I appreciate
Columbia.
you asking. Yeah, thanks.
But receiver by
Columbia is smack dab on the equator.
Poor guy.
No, I'm serious. I'm reading about when the best time to visit Columbia and all these places.
Well, there's probably times where it's like super, super, super hot, and then maybe just a little bit less hot.
Well, no, depending on where you are in the country, has something to do with that.
Oh, really?
Is what they say. Yeah, I'm reading about this travel guide.
I didn't realize Columbia was that big.
Yeah.
What?
No, they're talking about certain points.
No, I'm talking about Zach over here.
Oh, how big Columbia was.
Yeah.
Okay.
The more we contribute to this conversation, the dumber we're going to sound.
I see it, man. Exposing ourselves.
No, I was just curious because I've
never been to Columbia.
I always thought below the equator that you were dealing with
map either.
Or dealing with the.
It's about the size of California and Texas combined.
Okay, so it's pretty damn big.
Yeah.
It's
a pretty big country.
Columbia's huge.
But I think it probably has a mountain range that cuts off like the coastal climate from the desert climate, depending on how hot you want to be,
And that would divvy up.
The high desert is what they call it.
But in order to get like legit winter, you got to get down into the southern side of South America, which would be like our Canada.
Chile, they say if you go below,
Chile,
below Bolivia and all those places. Yeah.
La Paz?
I didn't see that one.
That's the capital of Bolivia.
Maybe Uruguay.
Yeah. But no, I didn't listen to a word you said. I really didn't care because I was trying to figure this out.
You've been awarded 0 points. And may
What did
God
you
have
ask
mercy
me?
on your soul, Brian
Just
Broaddus.
Jordan Love's trying to say that not having a true number one wide receiver actually puts more
That doesn't
pressure
work.
on
That's
the
a
defense.
terrible idea.
Yeah.
Back to you.
Thanks, buddy.
Well, I think when you have a bunch of good bunch of good
isn't
ones,
it proven? Like the Cowboys proven that.
They're literally the only team I can think of. The Chiefs did as well. But when you've got Mahomes, maybe that's the one thing where you're like, hey, I don't have to have. And we wondered all year long, is that going to come back and bite them?
Yeah, it worked for him last year. I mean, I think when you're running out Allen Hurns and Terrence Williams, yes, you're like, holy crap, we don't have any receivers. But when you're running out the guys that they're running out, which is a bunch of young dudes that are just getting better and better by the day, and last year were able to put up a ton of points on you in the playoff game and go toe-to-toe in San Francisco.
Yeah.
If your quarterback's good enough, which maybe Jordan Love actually is, and you have a play caller that knows what the heck he's doing, Matt LaFleur does, and then you got a bunch of, I guess what, you got like 4 number 2 wide receivers? Okay. You can
those
get
guys
by.
are so
You clearly
young.
did. You got the Cowboys got a number 1 wide receiver in CeeDee Lamb. They mopped the floor with him with a bunch of, I guess, wide receivers 2 and 3s.
They sure
I don't
did.
know.
Yeah, and they're the only team I can really think of that was able to do that. Now they're so young at the position. Maybe one of those guys does elevate, like Jaron Reed or somebody, and he becomes a true alpha number 1. But yeah, Jordan Love seems to like what they've got going on, and certainly the play caller helps. But it is funny because the other guys that we think of as like the best play callers in football, McVay. He's had Cooper Kupp. Right, he's had Brandon Cooks there. He's had Robert Woods there. Now you've got Puka Nacua. He's Brandon Ayuk, Deebo Samuel, good receivers there with Kyle Shanahan, Amon-Ra St. Brown with Ben Johnson. They all do seem to still value having an alpha receiver, but maybe LaFleur and the Packers, they're rewriting the script on that.
I mean, and they had a pretty good season, and then they got to play the Cowboys, who they ran all over. They had the perfect offense, a good physical line. Their runner had a tremendous day, and then they scored 21 against the Niners. Right, Jordan Love had a pretty good year. Maybe a borderline Pro Bowl type of year, and certainly better than I thought he was going to do. Like, salute to Jordan Love for doing that, but it's not like that offense is totally blowing the doors off the NFL. Now, if he does that, then maybe you're looking to that Mahomes rival.
Maybe.
Like, if you can go next level this year with those weapons and really take it to the NFL and have elite stats, not just, pretty good stats. Very impressive, though. Okay, we got to run. Let's talk some hoops. NBA Finals, true or fart with Wolchuk is next right here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Fellowship at its finest. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan and our Odyssey.
DFW Security. If your system is older than 5 years, it's time to upgrade. Get DFW Security, your local experts for over 30 years.
DFWsecurity.com.
Shoot ya. Welcome back, Nation. Segment here. Some NBA Finals, True or Fart, is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels for that free consultation. 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to frankelfirm.com. Now, here's Wolchuk with the NBA Finals, True or Fart.
Let's do it. Game 3 tonight. Must win, boys. Got to get this one to have a chance here. Can't go down 3-0. You got to take home court here and get the victory. So let's do it. If it's your first time playing with us here, True or Fart, I'll go ahead and give these boys a statement. They tell me if they think it's true or if they think it's fart false. And this game was born thanks to the greatness of this ESPN on-air host.
All right, we've moved to the red zone as far as the running back conversation goes here on this SportsCenter Fantasy Draft Special. True or fart false? Marshawn Lynch matches last year's production.
Ah, yes, and that turned out to be a big time fart there, Mr. Flores. But I will begin with you, Gavin Dawson.
Come on.
Kyrie Irving bounces back with at least his playoff average of 22 points and 6 assists tonight. True or fart?
Oh, that's absolute truth. Wouldn't surprise me if he has it by halftime, Wolchuk. Thanks for the question.
Let's go. Yeah. Brian?
True. And it snows in Brazil in June and August, by the way, at higher elevations.
We have snow.
We have snow.
We have chilliness.
Yes. Wow, he's going to be all over this thing.
No, I just wanted to make sure I wanted to make sure that I wasn't totally speaking out of turn.
South American expert Brian Brown.
Doing your thing, bro. You're going to be the new Mr. Peppermint of the radio.
Tell you what, man, Mr. Peppermint back in the day, I don't know, him or Bozo the Clown was better. I saw a kid say Kramit Clown one time to Bozo.
Kramit Clown.
Yeah, he tried to do it. That's a Bozo. No, he goes, oh, Kramit Clown.
Make me a bicycle clown.
Make me a bicycle.
No, this was a TV show. Like Bozo the Clown was a TV show.
Bucket number 1.
Yeah, bucket number 1. That's how my generation learned to play beer pong.
Really?
By throwing stuff in buckets.
Hysterical.
Yeah.
Bucket pong.
But he's talking about Mr. Peppermint, and that guy was a local legend.
Yeah.
Channel 8. Yeah. He actually wore a red and white striped jacket and a hat, like a hat.
And he talks to like some little gopher on his hand.
Yeah.
Play cartoons for the kids.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Teach them stuff like that. Where teach us about Columbia and snow and everything.
Yeah, exactly.
I thought that was cold.
What a guy.
But yes, Kyrie, big game tonight. Sorry, Boston.
Kyrie.
Back to you, Wolchuk.
Thank you. Eric, what do you think? True or fart?
Kyrie's history in game 3s in the NBA Finals is 34 points, 5 rebounds, 5.5 assists, and 52% from the field. Bounce back games guaranteed.
Heck,
Wolchuk.
yes. Let's go. I'm going to go true on that as well. I do think Kyrie bounces back, has himself a big-time night.
Yeah, that was just inevitable, but especially the Porzingis thing, and now things open up at the rim for you. He will be attacking. He was so aggressive to start game 2, and it felt like, okay, he's kind of back to being himself, and then everything went haywire once again. So I think the aggression will be there, and it'll be there for 4 quarters.
Yeah, and he's going to hit some threes tonight. I mean, he's got to.
Yeah, hope.
I mean, to not have a single made three-pointer in 2 games, Kyrie Irving is too damn good for this. You brought up KP, Eric. How about this? True or fart? Kristaps Porzingis, the sissy ninny that he is, plays at least 15 minutes tonight.
No, that's a fart. He won't even play 15 seconds.
Yeah, I love it.
Okay, sorry, Wolchuk. I've been tracking down this Trevor Bauer story.
Okay. Is he about to sign with somebody? Houston?
No, he replied to a Jared Sandler tweet.
Oh.
Sands was asked about Bauer on X. He said no one wants him around. There's a reason no one has signed him. Bauer 15 minutes ago quotes, "No one wants him around," is objectively false. And says, be better.
Oh, he's telling
Sandler
Jared to
just
be
got
better.
told by Bauer to be better.
Yeah, I love it.
Shut up, bitch.
Wow. Ooh, will we get a clapback? Will we get a response from Jared here? That's the question.
Dude, clapback Jared was definitely rolling last World Series. I mean, it was
receipts.
Amazing what was going on there. So I am.
He
here
saved
for,
the receipts.
Yeah,
I guarantee
he did. I'm here for
Sandler triples down on professionalism right here. You know?
You think so?
Does
He's
that
going to
mean
be
he
like,
leaves it
hold
alone?
up.
Or?
Apparently I'm wrong. I need to do some research
Kind
here.
of like me in the South
I need to reach
American
out to
deal
my
here.
sources to see who does in fact want Trevor Bauer.
Yeah, there's got to be
around.
one person in Major League Baseball
Yeah.
that wants him around, that's friends with him.
I thought he
That's
was
at least
signing with the Astros. I was hearing some whispers that maybe
They're getting pretty desperate. That wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah.
I mean, Rangers, we just don't need them. You know,
The starting pitching,
now that-
shockingly, has not been an issue, even
Can
with
he
all the
hit?
injuries.
right?
Yeah, can he hit?
bat,
Maybe they
yeah.
need to put Michael Lorenzen in the lineup to bat.
There you go. I like your idea.
Lorenzen can hit, man.
And the Astros are clearly okay with signing bad guys, so it's a good fit.
They are. Okay, KP, true or fart, at least 15 minutes tonight, Gavin.
Oh, that's
a fart, right? That's a juicy
he's
one.
Dunsky. Okay, this is career threatening for Porzingis.
Wow, we're not even saying just finals, but career maybe over here, Brian.
It's gonna be hard to see him rebuilding his balance and power and stuff like that on that leg.
It's just a broken man.
Yeah, that's fart. Man, I'm just talking to people. It's a rare injury. Come on.
I don't think he plays again in the finals. I'm going absolute fart that he is not doing that. That guy can go bleep himself. All right, let's go Boston Brian here. Jason Tatum goes off tonight. He has 30-plus points. True or fart?
No, I think he does have big game problems, so I'm saying no on that. That's fart.
I think maybe the Mavs make a pivot and how they're defending him and maybe let him get his and take away his driving kicks a little
Kind of like what they're doing with Luka?
I think you're onto something there.
That could be on. Yeah. That might be smart. I mean, I could see him getting some points that way.
Yeah.
Eric?
No, I will once again, I will fart on that. I don't think he's touching 30. And I think there might be some opportunities to sort of attack him. And I've seen some analysis that involves, they're putting Tatum on your bigs at times, and Gafford had some success against him. You might be able to get him in some foul trouble if you actually go to that. Gafford post up on Tatum. That's what the Celtics are allowing for.
Would love that.
And it's 3 for 3 with Gafford.
Yeah, and you think that Gafford and Lively could both go ahead and absolutely post him up, back him up in there, drive to the rim. I mean, they should dominate that matchup. Speaking of Gafford and Lively, Gavin Dawson, they will combine for at least 30 points and 15 boards tonight.
Oh, that's a lot. How about I do 20 and 20?
20 and 20?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I guess I'm going to say fart on that. That's a lot of points. But I think they will definitely have a revival game.
Fart. Yeah.
What's the numbers on that? You said 30 points.
Gafford and Lively combined for 30 points and 15 boards.
I'll probably fart on that as well. I think the 20 and 20 is actually probably more likely than them getting 30 would be a little bit of a stretch.
Okay, I'm going to go true. I think Lively has a big game tonight, especially without KP.
You think he puts up like 20 of those 30 points?
I think he could put up 15, and then Gafford might have 15.
You putting your money on this tonight, then?
Putting money on it.
Are you prize picking with these guys tonight?
I am. I'm going prize picking the more on both of them. Yeah.
Are you? Okay.
All right.
That's what I was asking.
Yeah. And then 15 boards, I think they cover easily. I mean, each of them could have at least 10 boards. But I think both of them could hover around double-double territory tonight. And if so, the Mavericks are winning big.
972 says Sandler may go bat bleep crazy. That's from Scott. Salute to you, sir.
That's very true.
Yeah.
Okay.
Bob Sala looks tired, by the way, standing up there.
Well, he's probably just beaten down by all of this stuff, man. Yeah. I mean, that guy's got 1 foot out the door, 1 foot out the parking lot. Yeah. Lucius?
I didn't say that.
Oh, okay. I thought you were jumping in. No. Okay. Let's go back to you, Eric.
Back to me.
Everybody's been clamoring in the national media and even some Tolos. They want THJ. True or fart, Tim Hardaway Jr. gets some playing time tonight, and he actually gets hot from deep.
No, I will fart on that. How could anybody? I mean, the playing time thing, maybe that happens, but how can anybody just bank on tonight's going to be the night that Tim Hardaway Jr. starts cashing out? Broadus, who is wearing his Celtics cape, remember, is asking for THJ because it's sort of addition by subtraction kind of deal where, like, the more that he's in there, the worse that the Mavericks actually are.
Don't put words in my mouth, sir. Play that, man. That's a true. Yeah. Watch him. I probably will miss warm-ups, but I think a little of him tonight might get them going.
That's wishful thinking for you. You are rattled with this Porzingis injury. With your prediction.
I am rattled. I'm sorry.
But Jason Kidd has clearly turned the page on Tim Hardaway Jr. The only real reason for playing him in the regular season was you needed guys, you needed depth. It's a long season, and you were trying to trade him. As soon as he appeared in the playoffs and had one bad game, he was like, I've seen enough.
Yeah.
You know, every coach gets to a point with a player, you're like, I don't want to see this happen again.
This is gum on it. This is gum on Kidd's shoe. This guy's coming back. He's going to launch a few for you tonight.
Tim, Tim Hardaway Sr.'s been annoying him.
Get ready.
I don't doubt that he'll
voicemails.
launch a few.
Oh, he's going to launch a few because that's what they need. They need to try and hit some shots. And he's going to give them the shots tonight.
Yeah,
he's going to be my Hager Slacks Big Play Award winner tonight.
Okay.
Watch.
All right, so how many points are you saying for THJ?
Yeah,
17.
are you prize
17?
picking this thing? Are you putting your freaking money where your mouth is?
How do I get the app?
Just download the Prize Picks app. Go to your app store.
He's still.
Do I get any kind of award for starting?
Like, use code TOLO, you're getting $100.
I'd put 100 on this.
Yeah.
Still can't even download the Uber app. What are you talking about?
What about the Lyft app? Do you have that one?
No, I've got to ride a train tonight. This will be I'm
Run
scarred.
or ride?
Ride. I said ride.
Ride.
You knew exactly what I said. You tried to twist words.
Ride.
Over there. You're such
Blood.
Blood.
All right, last one here, Boston Brian. This one's for you. True or false?
Fart.
Luka Doncic.
Oh, no.
40-point triple-double tonight, baby.
I'm going to say fart, but I'm going to say close.
Close?
I'm going to
Maybe
say
like 37. He
Yeah,
just misses the
I think
40.
this is a 30, 35, 36-point game.
One of those farts that you were almost able to hold in, but you couldn't quite.
I'm telling you, I would say true, but my man
so you
can't.
cough at the same time or something?
Yeah.
Try to cover it up real quick.
My wife's on to me with that.
My man
one.
can't hit free throws at times.
You'd lean the 40 if it weren't for THJ coming to get 17.
I'm just telling you, though, if my man could hit consistent free throws, then he would have 40 points tonight.
Sorry, I was.
Yeah, there you go.
I was jamming over here.
Welcome to my world.
I'm loving this.
This
Okay.
is 3 segments in a row. Nobody's paid attention
This is
to anything
amazing.
he's
That's
done.
what
I've been all over this thing, dude.
You've been
I've been
crushing
all
it.
over this thing.
I love it.
Let's see a follow answer. Maybe I can figure it out with context clues. Okay. Well, we know that there's
Why
going to
don't
be
you
like.
just admit it? You weren't listening.
He did.
I think that like the prime minister is going to be in town or something.
Yeah,
like
Prime Minister.
This
I mean,
dude's going to.
Slovenia is here. They're representing.
Yes.
This is big time show statement. NBA Finals must win. Game 3 at home for Luka.
I can't park because of this guy.
Eye of the Tiger. No, you can't. He's hoarding all the damn parking.
He's taking all my parking spots.
I think this is a 50-point triple-double night. So you saying 40-point triple-double, Walchuk? That's a no-brainer. True.
I'm going true as well. 40-point triple-double. We'll take it more.
I don't want to fart on the party, but I'm going to say false as Luka's finding the corner shooters tonight, baby.
Okay.
They're going to collapse on him. It's an alley-oop night.
Ooh, maybe a 20-dime night.
Let's go.
I'm here for an alley-oop
For the
night.
Don?
Let's get
Either
the
way.
party going.
I am
They are playing
tweeting.
the Celtics. Remember this, guys.
I'm tweeting at Sandler here, though. See if we can get a response from him in this Trevor Bauer story. Trevor.
Police! Help! Help!
Bauer calling Sands reporting objectively false. Sands, do you have a response to this? Follow us at GBagNation. Follow us when you get there. You can find all of our Twitter handles. In the bio. Yeah. Okay. When we return, a proper rim session, Chief. What's in store?
RIP logo and Mavericks keys to domination next in the nation.
I want to chat Window Nation with you before we do that, though, because if you want or need new windows at the house, Window Nation has your back, baby. How about 50% off all new windows?
Game begins at 8:30 on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com, y'all. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Oh, thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. KJ Carson, WEEI, talking Mavs Celtics. That's the Boston sports radio station. That's coming up at 4 o'clock. Here's the Chief.
Let's go ahead and cut the lights out and put the kids to bed. G-Bag Nation's going all 56 inches around that Game 3 finals rim.
Let it rain! Rain dance!
Rain dance!
I got a joint here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
It's a very sad special occasion as we pour one out, RIP style, to the logo, Jerry West, 86 years old, no longer with us.
I didn't know
Any
anything
eulogies?
was wrong with him or anything like that.
You didn't know anything was wrong with him?
I didn't hear.
I don't even know.
I mean,
he's 86. I didn't know if there was something wrong with him or if he was just, hey, you're
I've
86.
seen him in some interviews and stuff like that. He seemed like everything was kind of rolling right along. He was Jerry West, you know. He was had an opinion out there, you know. You're kind of like, whoa, that's pretty strong. But I didn't know. I mean, maybe it's natural causes and stuff like that. But I didn't actually. I've seen him play. I mean, I got to see him play.
Wow.
That's how, way back in the day when I was a kid. And that guy was, you talk about get your shot off, get the ball and all of a sudden it's just like in his hands, out of his hands. Like, I can imagine his records would be hard to beat if they had 3-point shooting back then. The way he was able to play at West Virginia. He was such a decorated collegiate player, pro player. And then as an executive, God, you wish you had the career as an executive that guy had, picking players, finding guys, building championship teams.
He almost did it in Memphis.
Yeah.
Grizzlies.
Crazy.
He left the Lakers because it was too intensely competitive for him. It was getting bad for his health.
Yeah.
So like in the early 2000s, he left the Lakers, built some incredible championship teams there, but couldn't watch the games. That's how much he cared, you know?
It's crazy.
So he goes to the Grizz.
Go back and watch that Winning Time. Go back and watch Winning Time if you want to know who that guy is by personality-wise.
Toxic relationship with winning.
Yeah. Tells a great story of him. So I think he got mad at the character, right? John C. Reilly's character?
He did.
That's how you know it was hitting.
Oh, yeah.
That's how you know it was good.
Too real.
Yeah. Too good.
Yeah.
I mean, they do. I saw Paul Hembo illustrating what may be the greatest week in sports executive history.
Well, we traded for Kobe and signed Shaq?
Yes, on July 11th of 1996, he trades Vlade Divac for Kobe.
Yeah.
And then a week later, on July 18th, 1996, he signed Shaquille O'Neal as a free agent.
Yeah.
It does. I mean, that's as good a week as you can have in that particular industry. Though I think my favorite tweet in regards to this was from Burned Goat on Twitter saying that man would rather die than see the Celtics win another championship. Respect.
Which is probably true.
But that's not going to happen because Kyrie Irving and the Dallas Mavericks.
Nope, about to be 2-1 and soon enough 2-2 headed back to Boston.
You know, one of the things that's been frustrating, we talked about this after Game 2, it feels like they're getting I mentioned like a puck luck situation that kind of balls bouncing their way a little bit, the rebound, some of these 50-50 opportunities, but that's obviously not giving enough credit to the Celtics for being the, at times, more desperate
Drew Holiday
and motivated.
Attacking the rim when nobody blocks out, and he just grabs the ball and slams it.
Yeah, I mean, there is some of that. But I saw, as a part of Iztok Franco's write-up for what needs to be done here in Game 3, I like this paragraph. He says, winning the possession game has been Dallas's mantra against great offensive teams like the Thunder. And that's especially important against Boston. The best way to beat the math behind the Celtics' leading three-point volume is to get more cracks at the apple. Deflections, steals, blocks, offensive rebounds. That's how the Mavericks have traditionally compensated for their lack of shooting. This shooting nightmare that they're in right now, though it is like when everyone outside of Luka is shooting like 8% or whatever from three, yeah, that's like really, really bad. That's not just like an off game. That's terrible for 2 straight games. But we've seen the Mavericks go through lulls, shooting lulls throughout the season and still be able to win games because of their great defense and because of the way that he mentions here, which is obviously trying to steal more possessions, and that involves getting deflections, the steals, the blocks, the offensive rebounds, all these different things. And so, but that hasn't happened in this series. Boston dominating in the paint right now, shooting 68%. To your point, Drew Holiday just feasting on you, especially in Game 2. But then this is the one right here. The Celtics also have a 30-17 edge in combined steals and blocks. And the Mavericks are just not punishing their switching on the offensive glass, and this obviously is going to have to change. And part of that just feels like being the desperate team, actually hustling and trying to get in the mix here and garner as many steals and blocks and loose ball opportunities, offensive rebounds, whatever it is, getting those deflections. I think some of that is just having the energy to do it. Hopefully the home crowd tonight and the desperate factor of this is must win, you kind of get back to being yourself, because through 2 games you can tell the team that they kind of want it more. The ball, is the ball bouncing their way, or are they just showing up there a half step quicker than you?
Yeah, and we've seen the effort level that it takes for Luka to be a good defender. You know, it's not like just playing a normal night. He's got to be inspired and firing, you know, to meet the level, because the level on the other side of the court is great athletes who are the best coached, incredibly fast, and anticipating at a very high level. I don't know if the Mavs can get to that level of perimeter defense. What Boston is doing to them, you know, is championship level defense as far as the anticipation of getting in those passing lanes. And I just feel like the Mavs have to be playing with desperation to meet them at that level, and that's why I'm so confident they'll get it done tonight.
Yeah, I am too, but I will say if they play defensively like they did in Game 2, that's good enough to win. They've got to be better at the free throw line, and you got to have your role players step up, and every single one of them said all the right things yesterday at Media Day. Josh Green said, hey, we've stunk, we need to be better. They know, but they got to go out there and execute it. To me, the defense won the issue in Game 2. They played much better defensively. Maybe they can take it to another level. Luka might just be effed. I mean, you talk about the injuries. I don't know how much he's got left in the tank, and you need him on the offensive end, or else you're in a world of hurt. So it's like you can't hide him, but I think I'm just at a stage of acceptance. Whatever you get defensively from Luka in this series, awesome. I don't know that he has enough to be able to do it both sides right now.
I think he gets beat down when his teammates don't deliver. You know, his ability to he wants to get everybody involved. He wants to see guys, you know, the alley-oop games and stuff like that. I mean, when he gets going, when Luka's really getting going, everybody else around him is getting going too. I think there's a level of frustrations by him. Some of those passes, just throw the ball behind you and hope for the best pass. You know, there's a little bit of some frustration. Yeah, I think there's some
guys with wide open looks. Yeah, and they have not come through for him.
When Luka, I think really feels it in a game is when he's on it and he's got everybody else playing at a high level too. And that's where we see Luka get involved in defense. You know, but there's been a lot of standing around when we're missing shots here.
Yeah.
You know, I think he's like, oh, geez, what else do I have to do?
I mean, in the regular season, you got teams that say, okay, we're not going to let the Mavs shoot from the corners tonight. We're staying home, guys. Make Luka beat us. Let's see how it goes in one of 82 games to try this strategy tonight. And in those games, the paint is available. Right now, Boston's refusing to make the paint available. You're just not making shots.
Yeah.
And Boston's defense is good enough that if they've decided to take something away, damn it, they're going to take it away. And now you get Kyrie saying, oh, I can't drive in there. Luka's saying, well, can't drive in there. I'll shoot over the top. And luckily in game 2, he just made a crap load of them.
He did.
Yeah. Kept him close.
And that's going to be impacted big without KP. If he's not good, he can't play, which we don't think he will. I mean, he's certainly been awesome for them defensively.
He's 7'4".
He's unreal.
Yeah. It's the closest thing to Wemby as far as a deterrent to drive.
Yeah, like
Porzingis.
The plus minus stuff. It's been dead even with Porzingis off the court. He's been the thing that really is the difference maker for them.
Really,
in terms of just if you look at the minutes with him off the court compared to when he was on the court, like they are dominating when he's out there. So I do think that the Porzingis stuff is a huge factor. Now I have the most bet game 3 player props here.
I'm sorry. Did y'all roast Luka for his defense and the turnovers?
Yeah.
We got to get that in there.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I just don't know.
That was looking awful.
Yeah, the defense, I'm not sure.
He's standing still, bro. People going right by him. And then, like Eric said the other day, my man is throwing passes behind his back, not even looking in panic.
Yeah.
There's a whole lot of turnovers, and those turnover buckets, are becoming buckets.
Yeah. No question about it. Those turnovers are absolutely killing you right now. He's got 12 through the first 2 games.
Yeah, some of them are frustration style, but some of them are very careless. And I don't think you can do the full court highlight reel pass against the Celtics.
No.
You think that's open, they're too tall, they're too fast. They're going to get there. And I don't know. I don't think that they get enough credit for how well they are coached in this half-court set. And I know it's frustrating. Jason Kidd wants the Mavs to speed up and get more transition opportunities, but when they try to do that, there's really only one player that can do that at a high level. If anybody other than Kyrie Irving is trying to lead the break, they're either too slow with Luka or going to make a horrible decision at the end of it once they get into the lane.
Yeah, because you've seen it with Exum. Like, Kidd tried to do that with Dante Exum to push the pace, and then he just kind of looked in a world of like, oh, what do I do now that I've crossed half court?
Yeah, I mean, I'd play Hardy. If you want to do that tonight, put Hardy out there for 25 minutes, give him a green light.
Someone dropped $1.5 million on the Celtics to win Game 3 tonight. Just money lined it for a $3 million payout.
Holy cow.
Whew. Dave Portnoy, I bet.
I got money.
Hopefully it's Drake trying to make his money back off the Mavs bet.
The most bet Game 3 player props by total tickets are Luka over 32.5 points, Jaylen Brown over 23.5 points. I don't think he's done that in either game, though.
I don't think he has either.
Kyrie, he hasn't needed to, but Kyrie Irving over 23.5 total points. Drew Holiday over 13.5 total points after a monster performance the other day. And Doncic over 9.5 total rebounds. Those are the most bet tickets coming into this one tonight. I do like the idea of all the big men. You're talking about the big men working, getting back the the paint presence without Porzingis not going to be there. Do you guys like tomorrow's Game 3 victory headline? Mavs tied the series 2-1, and it's because of the Duncan Derricks. Doing a little Duncan play on with Boston, both Derricks perhaps, or the Duncan D's. Maybe it's Daniel Gafford D and Derek Lively, the Duncan.
I like the Duncan
D's.
His Lively has not been good, and I really need my guy to perform tonight in Game 3. I think both those bigs, especially with KP not out there, that's going to tell the story tonight.
Celtics are 2.5-point dogs tonight. This is just the third time Boston has been an underdog since January.
January?
That is correct.
Holy.
But Celtics lost each of the previous 2 games by double digits.
Okay.
So in the 2 times that they've been a dog in since the new year, they have actually lost the game considerably.
Thank you so much, Chief. A proper rim sesh most afternoons here during the NBA Finals, and we have a guest coming up next to share with us the Boston perspective. How concerned are they at WEEI? KJ Carson joins you next right here in the G-Bag Nation. I want to chat Frankels before we get there, though, because the Frankels are the best. They're going to be the guys that make sure you don't settle for less when you've suffered an injury.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Shoot Chats, hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. Rangers in action tonight, pregame at 8:30, first pitch 9 o'clock as they take on the Dodgers. But joining us now to talk NBA Finals is KJ Carson, WEEI, and a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
Fellas, what's going on? How are you?
Man, we're doing great. We're, building optimism to try to get back into this series. How much of an impact will a Porzingis absence have if he indeed cannot play?
Well, that's funny. That's where your optimism lies if you're Dallas, right? Like, if he's not there, you feel like we've got a chance. And let's just call it what it is. Porzingis is the ex that's coming back to town that you hope doesn't show up, right? Like, not dressed, not prepared well, bad foot or what have you. Look, I don't think it's going to be a foregone conclusion that he's out of the game until maybe about 45 minutes before tip-off. I think he's going to miss tonight's game. I thought after game 2 when, Zach, I had you on in Boston, I said I do believe that Porzingis is hurt. And I think that they're going to try and figure out one way or another to get him 5 days of rest. So this would be that best opportunity saying, okay, you feel like Dallas is going to get one at home. Maybe you could steal game 4 and then try and end it in Boston with game 5. If you run Porzingis and he gets hurt tonight, I think Dallas has the potential to win the next 4 games, and it's over in 6. So that's how, I don't mean to say delicate of a foot this is, but you almost have to say, don't play Porzingis tonight. See if you can run him for game 4.
And by the way, KJ, yes, Porzingis is our ex, but we broke up with her because she's totally unreliable in every way.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes when you've got bad feet issues, I can't take you out to dinner, can I, babe?
Hard to go dancing that way. Well, Chuck, you know what we're talking about.
It's very. Well, KJ, when we were talking the other night, and I know you and I were texting back and forth, you did mention, hey, Boston can be vulnerable in the paint, and you think that's where the Mavs need to post up and attack them more inside. Without KP, it seems like they should stress that even more.
Oh, absolutely. I think before the series started, I wondered because Joe Mazzulla and Jason Kidd both being point guards, but Jason Kidd being the point guard who's been here before, doesn't pull kind of a kabuki surprise and go double big to really put stress on that front court of the Celtics. If you're talking Al Horford, Luke Cornett, and an injured Porzingis, I would show you how that whistle is going to blow with somebody with 2 fouls for the Celtics in that front court very early. Not that you're saying you're trying to run your offense to Daniel Gafford or through Derek Lively Jr., but you're saying make those guys defend for the Celtics, and if you know they have no rim protection and they've got to manage fouls, then who really can stop the lob? Who can then really stop Luka from really now going into the paint and making a move to the basket without having to worry about someone getting their hand in the shot?
KJ, is this the game where Jason Tatum maybe feels like, okay, this is going to be the game that he actually has a more efficient night? Does he get the 30 points? Like, where does the offense come from without Porzingis?
Well, it has to be him, right? If the way we've seen NBA playoffs work in the past, there's always a role player or two that gets their shine in a series, but that's already happened for the Celtics, right? So it's got to be Tatum, it's got to be Brown, it's got to be one of those guys. Really, the two of them are going to have to combined for about 60 to 65 points. I think the game's just going to be that super close. You figure that Luka's going to give everything he can on that court, though he did coming out look like they had just unwrapped King Tut. I was like, oh, come on, man. It's a bit dramatic there. You know, he went a little bit Hollywood there. But I think you're going to get probably a 60, 65-point combination effort from Kyrie and from Luka, and Brown and Tatum are going to have to match it. But if Tatum can match that, because I give the Mavericks a lot of credit, the game plan they put together to slow down Jason Tatum from a points perspective has been damn near perfect. So Tatum is going to have to he has to break through that juggernaut first. And that's what you'll have to see if he can do that tonight. That's what it's going to call for.
KJ, how do you feel like the Celtics so overall have played in 2 games?
Highly efficient. They stepped into their defensive identity. If this game was in the 120s, 115s, somewhere in there in the 1-teens, that tells me that Luka's getting his points, Kyrie's getting his points, and P.J. Washington is hitting corner threes.
Sure.
But because the corner threes haven't been happening, Luka has kind of been a one-man band, and Kyrie hasn't shown up. That's because of the defensive pressure that the Celtics have put on them. Ime Udoka, the former coach, used to say that an ideal quarter from the Celtics was not giving up more than 24 points in a quarter, 24 times 4. I know we don't do math here on these shows. That's 96 points, give or take 3 or 4 points each quarter. So if the Celtics can keep a game in the 105s, 108s, they have a very good chance of beating you, because that means there's a good chance they're keeping you either below 100 or just at 100.
It's KJ Carson, WEEI, with us. What was Indiana doing that so far the Mavs haven't been able to do? Is it as simple as just making shots?
Yeah, one game. The other part is running, right? Indiana runs up and down, up and down, up and down. And, of course, when Kyrie came to Dallas, I said the NBA might finally introduce a 2-basketball possession game, because you would need 2 basketball for those guys because they're so ball dominant. Obviously, Dallas has made the correct adjustments, and you now have more of a team than you do of an individual with Luka. But you're starting to still see a bit of that with Luka, where it's going to be very ball dominant for the first 10 to 12 seconds of the shot clock, and then going to the offense. Where Indiana, they were getting up, running up and down, run. And it caused problems even for its front court, because if you got a Siakam or Josh, I can't remember his name, Miles Turner,
right,
being able to do it from outside and go inside, that's gonna put stress on your bigs. You don't have that with Luka. You know what Luka wants to do. You know where he wants to get to. And if you say, hey, Luka's got to beat us with long threes after getting beat up and having to play defense towards the end of the game, you're the Celtics. You take that chance.
KJ Carson, WEEI in Boston, with us here in the G-Bag Nation. How big of a topic, and what were your thoughts on Jason Kidd claiming Jaylen Brown was the best player there in Boston?
You know, it's kind of the faux outrage. I don't know why I'm talking French. I don't know what it is. But the national narrative made it seem like it's like, oh, yeah, well, he's better than you. Where in Boston, all we just care about is just winning a championship. I mean, if Peyton Pritchard goes off for 30 points tonight and wins the game, nobody's going to sit there and say, see, clearly Tatum's not the best player on the team. Whoever can get the job done, get the job done. Now, you might see a co-MVP situation if the Celtics win this series. I think we're just really feeding into the AAU-ism of basketball that exists now. It's like, oh, man, but he wasn't the MVP of the finals. Who cares? Andre Iguodala won the MVP of the finals off of one play. So it's all about winning the championship at this point.
KJ, you had probably an idea of what the Dallas Mavericks were going into this series. Where do you think they are right now?
That P.J. Washington is kind of still wearing a Grant Williams jersey. Like, that was the concern, was if P.J. Washington hit those outside shots from the corner threes, the Celtics were going to be in trouble, because then you would have scramble, leaving big men for Dallas there to get offensive rebounds, putbacks, lobs. It would free up the court. Now, P.J. Washington has not had a bad series. It's just that what he does most effectively to spread the floor for the team, he hasn't been able to do that. So I said, damn, Grant Williams may get a ring from either one of these teams because of, what P.J. Washington doesn't do or what the Celtics don't do. So I think really the key is P.J. Washington. If he could be that corner 3 guy, then that spreads out the defense for the Celtics and leaves them really exposed in the middle.
And Jones Jr., believe it or not, was on fire up until this round from the outside.
Right.
Yeah. KJ.
No, him too, right? Right. Even at the start of game 1, you're like, uh-oh, he's already on fire. And then that's it seems like that's the last 3-pointer he's hit.
So Porzingis plays 20, 23 minutes a night so far these first couple of games here. How does that get allocated now? Is Horford playing more minutes? Like when he plays more than 30 minutes, he's not the same version of himself. Who are these backup bigs that come in, and are they able to spread the floor anywhere close to like what Porzingis can offensively?
So, yes, Al is going to have to play more minutes, but the other bulk of the minutes are probably going to go – they're going to go to Luke Cornett, where you got a bigger sized body. He'll be able to stop the lob attempts going to the rim because he's going to have a thicker body that he put up against Derek Lively Jr. He's going to struggle with Gafford. Even towards the end of game 2, I thought you kind of got a sneak preview of if Dallas can do this through Gafford, the Celtics are going to have big problems. And that's how Dallas was able to kind of cut into the lead in that second game, is when they started going to Daniel Gafford in the paint. The Celtics had no real answer. I don't think Cornett will be that answer either. So Al's going to have to play a lot of minutes. Cornett's really not going to do a whole lot for you in terms of perimeter defending, but be able to do some rim protection, probably some key. He might be able to get key rebounds. He might get a block for you. So he's going to be that guy that has to be the intangibles plus, but not necessarily a points maker.
It's KJ Carson, WEEI, talking NBA Finals. Is Drew Holiday overlooked by the national media as far as his importance for how this thing comes together on both ends?
Yeah, I think so. I think because, when you're coming from a team where you're on a team with Giannis and Giannis's brother, clearly you're already going to be third fiddle just behind Giannis and his brother. So I mean, there have been rap posses that haven't been that impressive. How does this guy take up like 3 bench spots and get rid of 2 coaches? So Drew Holiday was kind of lost in the sauce, especially in the finals where when Milwaukee lost, you were like, well, wait a minute. Okay, Drew Holiday really wasn't able to keep up to speed. Oh, I think it might have been in a conference final. Forgive me if I'm wrong. But when he came to the Celtics was really designed to stop whatever Milwaukee would do or get in terms of Damian Lillard. Well, clearly they didn't make it that far. And so we always knew here in New England that Drew Holiday was always going to cause issues for any team that depended on its backcourt for its offense. It's probably some of the reason why Kyrie has struggled is because Drew Holiday has been there in the mix, Derek White as well. They don't have the size to keep up with Luka. That's why you've been seeing Tatum switch on him. But Drew Holiday can move to everybody from Jones Jr., he can cover Kyrie. He can move over to P.J. Washington to frustrate, even if P.J. Washington is hanging out on the outside. So Drew Holiday is he can guard at least 3 of your guys on the court.
Celtics bringing this whole thing back next year?
If they win, yes. If they don't, it's very interesting now because with this KP foot injury, you almost wonder now, are you sitting on futuristic damaged goods, right? Like, this is what this is what Washington's known, this is what Dallas has known, this is what the Knicks have known, and now this may be what the Celtics are finding out. The difference would be is that if you win it, then you'll be able to get more closer to the veteran minimum guys to come in and be providers on the team and won't have to worry about expending as much because in 2 years, Tatum's max kicks in. So you're going to have one guy who's averaging about 60 and another guy's going to be averaging close to 90. So when you get to those numbers, hell, we could probably make the team at some capacity, just make it what we get, So they have to win it this year. They could probably run it back next year. And then after that, it's really gonna be pretty interesting in what they're gonna have in terms of flexibility for the team.
How much praise is Brad Stevens getting for the job he's done since moving into a front office role? And you mentioned Drew Holiday, who we've talked about. KP, we'll see how the series ends up going. But it did seem like 2 moves that seemed to put Boston over the top to be able to finally bring back the Larry O'Brien.
Brad Stevens is very much like the guy who's at the party who left right before all the good stuff at your parents' house got broken. You're like, wait a minute, how did you escape what was near a disaster, and now you're looking good because nobody could say you were there? So by Brad Stevens acquiescing to his players and saying, okay, maybe we're kind of oil and water. You guys pick your coach. Tatum and Brown say, okay, let's get Ime Udoka. Then they say, okay, what is Ime doing in the office? I got to get rid of Ime. He gets the guy that's at the end of the bench, not one of the assistants, and says, hey, Joe, you've been around here. Jump in there. So credit to Brad Stevens, and then also knowing what those guys needed to move forward. I always thought it was some form of rim protection that you didn't have to depend on to be another scorer. They got that. Drew Holiday, I think, is kind of, like we just mentioned, is the real steal in this because Marcus Smart was becoming the guy who says, don't forget, I'm a lottery pick too. And it's like, dude, you're in one of the worst drafts and you went sixth. You're not really a leader here. So by being able to get rid of Marcus Smart, who was one-time Defensive Player of the Year, get almost just as good quality defense from Derek White, you got for almost from nothing from San Antonio, from his previous relationship with MA. Drew Holiday is a top-line defender. So Brad Stevens gets a lot of credit for not only stepping away from a situation where he might have been about a season away from getting fired because the way things were going with the players and himself, to saying, okay, I've stepped back. The guy got fire-moded. That's what I called it. That's what happened to Brad Stevens. He got fired and moved upstairs for the most part. So, he's one of the great fire-moded guys that now gets a lot of credit for being able to step back and assess things and put the right things in place to make everybody happy.
Outstanding stuff, KJ. Thank you so much. Enjoy the game.
Anytime, guys. You too.
Salute. KJ Carson, WEEI. That was a good conversation, man. Appreciate his perspective on this series. Okay, top 10's coming up next. Chuck, what's the subject matter?
Well, we had J.J. Barea discussing the greatest Maverick of all time. We'll get his thoughts on who are the top 10 Mavericks in the history of the franchise. That's next on The Fan.
I want to chat Men's Tea Clinic with you.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
.1053 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. It is time now for the top 10 at 420. Brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. And here he is with his top 10. Zach with an H. Your Wooly Bully.
Oh, baby, the NBA Finals are here in Dallas. Game 3 tonight. A historic day in Dallas Mavericks history. 877-881-1053. Who are your top 10 Mavs of all time? We'll get to J.J. Barea's thought in just a second for who is the greatest Maverick of all time. Is Luka with a championship? Can he take that mantle away from Dirk, or will Dirk forever just be the greatest Mav of all time? But I mentioned historic day, not just Game 3 here at home, but on this day in Maverick history, a championship happened.
And the Heat will not foul. Sean Marion dribbles it out. And the celebration will begin. The Dallas Mavericks are NBA champions. The first title in franchise history. The emotions of Dirk Nowitzki. What he's always dreamed of. Hoping to have another chance after the bitter loss in 2006. An unlikely playoff run capped off by Dallas upsetting LeBron James, Dwayne Wade, and the favored Miami Heat.
Unbelievable. A day we'll never forget, and hopefully we can add to that finals history with a Game 3 win tonight. Make this thing a series, 2-1. Heck, all of a sudden, now you're thinking, can we get 2 at home? Can we go back to the Garden, tied at 2? I'm optimistic. I'm feeling it, fellas. But J.J. Barea, friend of the station, big-time contributor on that Mavericks Finals championship team, he was recently discussing, okay, what do you think about Luka? Can he take over for Dirk? Can he be the best Maverick of all time? Here's what J.J. thought.
Mark Cuban, friend of the show, for the playoffs, said that Luka is the best Maverick of all time, like above Dirk. There's some conflicting, we don't know if we agree on that. Do you agree with that?
No. Dirk Nowitzki's an all-time Mavs forever. Like, there's no way. Luka,
Yep.
Luka could be the best player in the world forever, and Dirk could still be the Maverick of all time.
My man's got a street named after him. It's a little early. It's a little early to be thrown in Luka.
Street statue. His logo was on the floor, for Christ's sake.
I mean, come on.
He made the Mavericks what it is. So
he's still there. Like this is weird.
Yeah, that was Run It Back, courtesy of FanDuel with Chandler Parsons, Michelle Beadle, Lemon Pepper Lou. We're all talking there. But I kind of get what JJ's saying, and I think that he might be right. Like, for me, Luka certainly with a championship, I think he is the greatest Mav of all time. But in my heart of hearts, Dirk will always probably be number one.
Well, it's difficult to like Luka as much. I mean, his personality is significantly different, and he hasn't brought us a championship yet. Once, if that does happen, then you have a fair discussion. But I don't think there's any amount of production or playing right now that Luka could do, that would make me feel like he's the best Mav ever. That's a little bit bigger of a conversation than who produces the most for winning.
Sure. All right, top 10 Mavs of all time as we get you set for Game 3 in the NBA Finals. Do you have any Mavs that you think 100% they've got to be listed in the top 10? I think, obviously, Luka and Dirk. They're going to be up there, maybe even 1-2. How high is Luka already on this list? We'll find out shortly. But some names that come to mind for you that it's like, yeah, they're a top 10 Maverick ever.
Mark Aguirre.
Mark Aguirre, absolutely.
Give me Jason the Jet Terry.
The Jet is on the runway. I agree with you.
I really loved watching Nick Van Exel play.
Yeah. Nick Van Exel, honorable mention, as is Tyson Chandler.
Personally, I like Deshaun Stevenson a lot.
Dude.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Deshaun Stevenson.
Deshaun Stevenson.
It took LeBron off this game.
Yeah.
Distracted LeBron. Yeah, I like that.
He was so damn good in that entire playoff run, too.
Yeah, he sure was. Gave us some sauce.
Finley?
Michael Finley, absolutely.
Of course.
Still with the team. Number 10, friend of the station, was just on with KMC last week, Sam Perkins.
Yes.
Sammy P.
Yes.
Drafted by the Mavs using the 4th pick in the 84 draft, went on to play 6 seasons in Dallas. 6'9", averaged 11, 7.4, 1.6 in 28 minutes as a rookie. Ultimately left for LA, but before he left, he helped the franchise reach the playoffs for 5 straight seasons. And in those playoff runs, averaged 15, 8 boards, and 2 assists along with a steal per game. He was fantastic.
One of the most beloved at all of his stops, too.
Yeah, and they talked about, like, man, how much would you be crushing in today's game when you see with Dirk and what he was able to do, and now Carl Anthony Towns thinks he's the greatest big man shooter. But he was one of the originators there, Sam Perkins, at 6'9", being able to drop it in the bucket from 3.
Where's Jim Jackson on that list? Mr. Jim Jackson.
Yeah, absolutely. Number 9, Jason Kidd. Now, I think Jason Kidd might be able to move up this list when you consider what he's doing now as a coach as well. But most of his prime was with the New Jersey Nets, but he spent 8 seasons in Dallas, making him one of the franchise's best players through that period. He was a 10-time All-Star. He came back, of course, was a member of the 2011 championship team. They're not getting that without him, but his ability to shoot the 3 later in his career in 2011, but also defensively, what Jason Kidd brought to the table was incredible. Jason Kidd coming in at number 9. 8 is indeed Jason the Jet Terry.
Wow.
And
above
Jet was,
Kidd?
Yeah, above Kidd. Yeah. So he was the 6th man of the year in 08-09. Averaged 16 points, connected 38% of his three-pointers during that stretch. And then in 2011, I mean, the LeBron stopper, he called his shot, did Jason Terry.
A lot of people are getting credit for that one, I guess.
Man.
He's the 6th all-time league scorer in Mavs history.
Mavs history?
Yeah.
Doesn't he have a Celtics tattoo, though?
Yeah, because he went to Boston afterwards.
Yeah,
and I think he tried to
wow.
recreate what happened in Dallas where he got the Mavericks finals.
That's when
tattoo.
LeBron got some level of at least personal revenge on him with one of those dunks.
It's kind of nasty.
He got facial.
It's like your girlfriend leave you, that she do too much with the next relationship, posting and stuff all the time, trying to get you jealous type of vibes. That's how I felt.
Next time you see her, she's got a tattoo on her left breast of his name.
Yeah.
He's wearing low-cut tank top just to show it off.
So how you been? Look at here.
7 is Steve Nash, which is getting texted in quite a bit.
Steve.
That one hurts. I mean, of course, he leaves and goes to the Suns in the summer of 2004 and becomes a multi-time MVP. But 8-time All-Star, maybe would have ranked higher if he indeed got another run with the Mavericks. But he was brilliant, playing 6 seasons alongside Dirk.
You know who's not going to make this list?
Peja.
I don't think you're going to say Brad Davis.
I'm not going to say Brad Davis.
Brad Davis has his number retired in the rafters.
He does.
Move over, boy.
He does. Yeah, I mean, Brad Davis probably. I think a lot of Maverick fans.
When you didn't say Brad Davis in the last 2 names, I'm thinking he's not going to get his name mentioned.
He's not. No. He's not in the top 10.
Derek Harper should be.
Harper will be. 6 is Michael Finley, Brian.
Okay.
6'7", what Finn was able to do in 9 seasons with the Mavs. 5, we have Derek Harper.
Yeah, Derek Harper.
12 seasons in Dallas, 6'4", averaged just under 15 points a game, along with just under 2 steals. After everything was said and done, 2-time all-defensive team, finished his career as the Mavs' all-time leader in assists and placed 4th in total points scored. 4 is Rolando Blackman. 11 seasons with the Mavs.
Second all-time leading scorer for your Mavs.
There you are. 3.
That's when the Mavs seats were cheap. My dad used to go for dinner.
I bet.
What you want, man? You want pizza or you want to go to the Mavs game? What you want to do?
You want to sit on the floor?
What you want to do, man?
Yeah, floor seats.
Want to meet the guys tonight or what?
Dude, the custodian's getting a lot of love here.
The custodian, I mean, he is.
He's a fan favorite.
Honorable mention,
Well,
absolutely.
if you
fan
do that,
favorite.
Bill Whittington deserves some credit. Him and Uwe Blob.
We were getting some Sean Bradley on here on the text as well.
You ain't no athlete. You Sean Bradley.
Jamal Mashburn. Absolutely. I mean, Jamal Mashburn.
Lamar Odom. I mean, Rajon Rondo. It's endless, dude.
I do love that Eddie Nahara text that we got. Bo Bond.
Mayo. What was
Do you
that
think
guy?
Mark Cuban?
OJ Mayo.
OJ Mayo.
Player. Mark Cuban goes like it's Luka, it's Dirk, and then it's Roddy Boubois.
Rodrigo
Yeah, he
Top
was an
3.
untradeable. Him and Jerk and Profar were the two
Untouchables.
untouchable, non-tradable guys.
And then
They
number
should-
4 on Cuban's list is Dwight Powell.
Chandler Parsons,
Yeah,
number 5.
He did love Chandler Parsons.
Oh my
absolutely.
gosh, dude! Chandler Parsons has a terrible basketball take that we'll address later.
Gosh, I can't wait to get to
What'd
that.
you guys think of Josh Howard?
Ooh,
Honestly, that
Yeah.
06 finals run, like Howard was awesome.
That's weed.
And yeah, he did have a lot of the.
But we always just think about the brain fart.
Yeah.
I think he's most synonymous with that, even though he was a really good
Damn.
player.
But he was so damn good.
Pothead can't have a brain fart in the middle of work. You know what I mean? It's a bad look for everybody.
You're not going to get any grace from anybody.
Never go full J.R. Smith. Don't ever do it.
Do you remember when he joined Richie and Grego asked him, "Do you still smoke a lot of weed?"
Yeah, I'm high right now. What kind of question is that?
Yeah, that man's a pioneer.
Damn right he is. He was before his time.
Yeah.
What the hell? Number 3 is Mark Aguirre.
There you go.
2, we've got the Don, Luka Doncic, already at number 2, which is 25 years of age. But number 1, your greatest Maverick of all time, Dirk Nowitzki.
Yeah, baby.
Dirk. Dude, we got Dirk in our studio right now. Look at that face. Look at that smiling face.
Dirkalicious Def.
Looks good.
Dirkalicious Def.
It's great to see him there courtside some of these games, showing love for the guys.
It is, man. I always love seeing Dirk there.
Alrighty, thank you so much, Wolchuk. His top 10 at 420. How the Mavs went from lottery to finals in 12 months. We have more basketball content for you coming up. It's the G-Back Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat with you about
In Grapevine, they are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, Craig, with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you very much, Lucius. Jared Sandler's going to join you coming up at 5:20. He tweeted that nobody wants Trevor Bauer, the shamed and disgraced former pitcher of the Reds and Dodgers, I believe. Indians, maybe? Guardians?
All of them.
Yeah, so, and since then he's been pitching in Japan and Mexico. Nobody wants him. Trevor responded, and we'll see what Jared has to say about that coming up in the Expressway at about 5:20. In addition to the finest is coming up at 5 o'clock. John Hollinger in The Athletic has a backstory on how the Mavs went from lottery to the finals. And obviously tanking and getting Derek Lively was a big part of that. But he points back to the Mavs against Charlotte last year on 37 losses. And this was a back-to-back game, both against the Hornets, that if the Mavs wanted to make the playoffs, they needed to win both. Well, P.J. Washington went the hell off in those games. He averaged 25 points. Hornets win. He defended Doncic in a lot of big possessions, showing, the Mavs exactly what he was capable of on the perimeter. So it simultaneously pushed the Mavs into the lottery, or down the path of deciding to tank in the final week because they were like, well, crap, if we can't even beat the Hornets, it's time to go. And it pushed them towards appreciating P.J. Washington a little bit more. John writes, no doubt the humiliation of how last season ended helped accomplish the goal. And several teams, including the Warriors in 2012, used the same strategy where the league is actually looking at considering eliminating the ability to have picks 5 through 12 protected in the future because of the temptation for those teams to tank instead of being one of the last teams into the playoffs.
You can't mess with that.
I know.
You can't do that.
I think it's too much nitpicking. If a couple of teams do it over,
if you get to the end and you determine you're not good enough, and your best way of doing this is to not play hard the last few games, you can't do that to people. It's a strategy. It's a good strategy. You play hard all year, and all of a sudden, hey, we're not good enough. We're losing too many games. We're too banged up.
Yeah.
Let's try and turn our fortunes around.
Yeah, you don't need to be so myopic and so small-minded thinking about right here and right now. We're trying to have some big picture winning here.
Yes.
So
we're trying to get better. We're not good enough. We don't want to be on that treadmill that Mark Cuban used to talk about. Treadmill of mediocrity.
Yeah.
We're gonna tank this thing up. And we're gonna, we have confidence that the position we're in, we got a player that we like, that we potentially can get that'll make a difference here, and it did. I mean, they made some trades, they drafted a key player, and all because of losing games to Charlotte. They determined they weren't good enough, and that's every team has that crossroads when they get to the end.
I admire the self-awareness.
I absolutely do too,
and how open they were about it too. They just okay. That's what we're doing.
That's what the NBA did.
That's true. The NBA. That's fine. The Mavericks went ahead and paid their fine, and now they're sitting here.
No,
in the
usually with the Mavs, usually with the Mavs, that strategy doesn't work. Like Cuban will do something that F it up or something like that.
Yeah, when he tries to outthink the room, it has not gone well. But dang it did when they tanked for Luka, and it did when they tanked to get Lively ultimately. And it's funny because of how much of a battle that conversation has been in DFW over the last decade. And, to the point that Mark Cuban was actually at one point late in Dirk's career leading the We Don't Tank Brigade.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And so many of his fans and employees, I remember, would yell so loud at Mike Bassick on the text and on social media about this. And it was a big debate. And I do think this development forever ends it, because that is one huge thing. You see what's going on with San Antonio, and to Brian's point, I don't think you can do away with tanking entirely. It's already been a huge part, and I think they have a pretty good handle on it with how they currently stack the draft lottery.
Yeah, but what they need to figure out, and correct me if I'm wrong on this one, guys, Detroit has been the worst team the last couple of years with this, with their record.
Yes.
And the fact that they're picking 3, 4, or 5, I don't
see the issue with the draft lottery.
Yeah, see, I'm not for that. I mean, I think the NFL does it the right way. If you're the worst team, you get the first pick, And I I look at Detroit and I'm thinking like their fans like, man, we've sucked bad the last couple of years, and we got the 3rd, 4th, 5th overall pick.
Yeah, you definitely don't care about the fan base of of those teams for sure.
It turned into a tank fest though for like the bottom 10 teams as soon as they got to Halloween. They were like, all right, guys.
Yeah.
But we don't care about those teams anyways. We care about the good teams. We care about probably 5 teams, and that's it. So as long as you got 5 good teams that are going to be awesome when we get to the playoffs and we got legit matchups and this is cool. Awesome. I don't want to watch Detroit whether they're trying or not.
Well, no, I would like to see teams have that fan base have the opportunity for their teams to get better.
No,
Detroit is not going to get better picking like being the worst team, and then all of a sudden they have the 5th overall pick.
Which was my whole argument a couple weeks ago for the draft lottery.
I think they got pushback from their television partners, though. Like, we don't want to put on horrible,
how is this helping? They were just horrible and atrocious.
So many.
But you got to give them a chance to get better.
Right. Now they don't have the chance to get better, so now they're still going to suck really, really bad, and then they're not going to get the number 1 overall pick, and so they're going to pick the 5th best player, and it's not going to be a franchise-altering thing, and then they're going to suck again, they're going to suck again, and they're going to suck again.
And they're bad because they're genuinely bad. They're not even tanking. They're just not good.
Well, there was a lot of tanking going on. That's why they adjusted the lottery format.
No question, there was 100%, but I still don't even know that like the lottery is the reason why we're not getting tanking. I still think teams are or will.
Well, they've de-incentivized it so hard that now teams aren't putting their veterans out to pasture like, no, please go away after the All-Star break.
Yes.
We want you to stay away from the gym.
That's true.
At least as a fan, you have credible NBA-level veterans that you're going to go watch, where a lot of them turned it into basically a glorified G League. I think, and if you're a cable partner throwing in billions of dollars, maybe it doesn't make that big of a deal, but you need that assurance for your clients that this isn't going to turn into amateur hour, a third of the way into the season. I think at least that's what the NBA was working on here. But other than Washington, Gafford, Lively, what are the other things you look at as far as what has made this Mavs team so much better? I think obviously the coaching staff.
Kyrie.
Yes, you already had Kyrie last year at this time.
Well, I'm just saying, if you talk about moves that they've made along the way
to get here, the other two that were this year, it's certainly, as you mentioned, the draft with Lively. I mean, he's been better than anybody thought, and credit to Nico Harrison for that, right? Nico Harrison went back, and he's like, I'm watching AAU Derek Lively. That's the type of dude that I'm envisioning here, not Duke version of Derek Lively that we were all talking about, like, that guy, that's the dude you're expecting to be like a dominant rookie center. No, Derek Lively's been awesome. And then, of course, Derek Jones Jr. And I get it. Derek Jones Jr., the first 2 games of this series, offensively, he's giving you nothing. But for the majority of the season and this postseason run he had, and you cannot go ahead and deny what he's done for you when it comes to the defensive end of the floor. He's been brilliant.
Did you mention about coaching?
I did. Yeah, briefly.
Didn't last year at this time, like the Mavs had, like they changed up offensive coaches, defensive coaches. They went out and got new guys on the bench. And then all of a sudden, it's like that didn't really, really work, and they changed things back again.
It's a good point.
That's like with Gary St. Jean, and I'm just throwing. I think he was a guy, but there were names that they brought in, like that they were like, okay, these were guys that maybe Rick had, and like, okay, we're going to move on from. But then they turned back and they said, okay, wait, maybe we didn't do the right thing. I think them shuffling their coaching staff this season from what it was last season might have turned things around for them a little bit too.
Well, they've come up with incredible answers and built an awesome defense. I think you look at Jason Kidd, you look at the ability of Luka and Kyrie to figure out their late game situations and make it the most clutch team in the league after struggling to even figure out who was going to take the final shots in the few games they did play together last year.
They had buzzers going off with the ball in still one of their hands because they couldn't figure out who was supposed to. And it was like, oh, now dang it, the buzzer already went off. We're not even getting a shot off here.
Yeah, but yeah, Sean Sweeney, Marco Milic, Jared Dudley, Shamgod, Keith Vaney, Josh Broghammer. These guys, I think, deserve a ton of credit, even though I don't recognize some of their names. Eric Hughes.
They did. They tried.
The Brohammers are a basketball family.
They tried to do some things with like you said, I mentioned Gary St. Jean. I think they got him from the Lakers.
Yeah, it was a hell of a pull. Gary St. Jean.
Yeah, and they got all these guys, and all of a sudden you're like going, well, damn, I mean, none of these guys are helping you get any better. The offense not getting any better, defense not getting any better. Teams
Special
falling
teams.
apart. And they absolutely did. I mean, adding Jared Dudley and guys like that, I think kind of I think that kind of turned some things around. Sweeney, from what I understand, Sweeney was an offensive coach. He started off as a defensive coach, played better there, and they made him an offensive coach, and then the defense started struggling. They put him back on defense, and they played a lot better. So there's some shifting around there that has made a difference for these guys.
Getting rid of Cuban, says Black and Gold B. That's going to pay huge dividends. Cannot wait to see this team with a full calendar year of not having Cuban behind them. In addition to the finest coming up next, Chief, where are you taking it?
Monster sports news that I can only hope is not a ball sacking, plus quarterback quotables next year in the nation.
Let's chat D&M leasing before we get there.
Arlington and her studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. It is time now for an edition of the finest. Here's Eric Chiafalo.
All right, yesterday we got the extremely unfortunate news that developed into a terrible take from Broadus about a great American, Joey Jaws.
What the hell were you saying about my guy Joey?
He says
he's
that
watchdogging the dogs?
He's bored of his greatness. Joey Chestnut, due to his new sponsorship deal,
We'll
with
actually have competitive eating now in a good way.
No, we won't. We got a bunch of slap Ds that aren't very good.
Slap Ds are going to
listen.
It's going to be very competitive.
Nobody's going to get to over 50 dogs.
I've got good news on
That's
this
okay.
front.
No, it's not.
We'll have to count them all.
The ratings are
It's
about
going
to
to
be
be
the
an
lowest.
asterisk next to those guys when they win.
No.
Damn right.
Everybody else they're just giving out silver and bronze. They're not even doing gold
Asterisks
this year.
on all you guys.
No, I'm not even going to tune in. And I think a lot of the people aren't going to tune in boycott.
How often do you really watch?
Every single year, Brian. Every single year. For the last 15 years I've watched it. July 4th, Nathan's
so
Hot Dog.
you're not going to watch this because
No.
you're not going to watch this guy. You don't care?
I'm boycotting. I don't care anymore. If they want to pull this kind of crap, hashtag let Joey eat.
You wouldn't even be patriotic if you watched this time around.
No.
I'm watching.
You're going to take out an American hero like
I'm going to
this?
say I haven't watched in 15 years. How about that?
Okay, you can watch the worst hot dog eating contest in the history of the contest.
It'll be super competitive.
No, it won't be.
It will be.
Well,
There might be a tie.
Well, Chuck knows the best thing is just watching to see if Joey can beat his all-time record.
Yes, you're looking
That's
for
the
greatness.
suspense.
I
That's the
watch for
drama.
greatness.
And can anybody stand up to
How often
him?
has he
Yeah.
beat his own record?
Like 3 different times.
When's the last time?
3 years ago.
3 years ago?
Yes.
Okay. So 3 years ago, he did something. He beat his previous. So the last 2 times, he hadn't come close?
He did not come close the last 2 times.
Yeah. Well, time to mix it up a little bit, boys.
But he's the only one that gets even within spitting distance of said record. Nobody else is
who cares?
Nobody else is within 20 hot dogs of him.
Who cares?
Everybody that cares about the event.
Yeah, he was
America, Brian.
getting close to a decade of
No, he shouldn't have went for the bag. He went for the bag. That's the American way, right? He went for the bag.
Damn right.
Yeah.
He's now endorsing.
He shouldn't be
He's
allowed to
endorsed-
do so.
He turned his back on you. He said, "Listen."
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did.
He did not.
He did. He no longer eats Nathan hot dogs.
He does
That's your
eat the
beloved.
Nathans.
Your beloved contest. He eats not even real beef.
You know how many
ears.
people endorse products that they don't use, Brian? I think
How many,
I
Dawson?
hate that.
0%.
a lot of people do.
I
that.
hate that, especially
A
the
lot.
celebrity endorsements of things that they don't even do, like Snoop Dogg with liquor and he don't even drink.
All those celebrities out there are endorsing products
Oh.
they don't use. So Joey, he got the bag from somebody. He said, "Give me that damn
He got
bag."
the bag, and
He's still eating beef hot dogs.
He's not eating beef hot dogs.
He is.
He's not.
He
He's
is
not in
still
the
eating them.
contest. He's
Oh.
not. He's out.
Hey.
All right, we're about to wake you up to some news here, Brian.
We've got-
He got back in?
Here's the thing.
Oh, jeez. What are we
It
doing?
was a 4-year, $1.2 million deal with Fake Lab science experiment meat.
Nathan
Okay,
pony up?
Nathan's decided that they didn't want him in their all beef hot dog eating contest on July 4th. Joey Chestnut responds to the news. He says he was gutted to learn from the media that after 19 years he's banned from. I love the verbs or whatever he's using there, adjectives. 19 years I'm banned from Nathan's July 4th hot dog eating contest. I love
Rightfully
competing in
so.
that event. I love celebrating America with my fans all over this
gosh.
great country on the 4th.
He's
and I've been
right.
training
Patriotic hot dog eater
been training
for
to
America.
defend my title.
for America.
And then he says, sadly, this is the decision that Nathan's and Major League Eating are making, and it will deprive the great fans like Walchuk and myself of the holiday's usual joy and entertainment. To my fans, I love you and appreciate you. Rest assured that you'll see me eat again soon. Stay hungry.
I think you bury these mofos. Oh, there's an update. Sorry.
Yeah. No, it's
Cut you
okay.
off.
This is the breaking news here that I
GoFundMe, get in.
sincerely hope I'm not being ball sacked on.
You're
but
not, because I've
triple
fact-checked
checked
this on multiple platforms as well.
A rivalry simmering for 15 years. Chestnut
There's no way Kobayashi's coming back to eat hot dogs.
Yes, he is.
versus Kobayashi.
Let's go!
Unfinished beef.
Yes!
The ultimate hot dog eating competition will
trouble.
air live on Netflix Monday, September 2nd for all of the
That's
world.
Labor Day, right?
Chestnut, Joey Jaws versus Kobayashi. I do think this whole, this sad
I thought
story about
Kobayashi gets,
Kobayashi.
like,
He
throws
might have
up.
been milking it. He's supposed to have CTE of competitive eating.
He's supposed to be getting nauseous every time his eyeballs see food.
Yeah, but what gets the fuel going
just
is
building
you
the
take
drama.
one look. Joey Chestnut.
So he's going up
I got
against
redemption here.
He's going up against a guy that hates eating now.
Yeah,
right?
bleep
sob
your-
story may
bleep
not
your
be.
Nathans and bleep your eating contest. The only thing they should do is switch it from September 2nd and compete right against Nathans
There
on
you
July
go.
4th.
I agree.
Because everyone's going to watch that.
Kobayashi
Nobody's
ain't
eating
ready.
the
It's probably the
contest.
logistics factor.
Kobayashi ain't ready
Yeah,
to eat.
Kobayashi, I don't think has eaten anything in like 3 years.
That could be right. Maybe he needs some warm-up time.
I think he's on like a 3-year fast.
Yeah. Warm up. He might eat 2 hot dogs and call it a day.
If he does,
over there
He
eats
might
50.
smell them and just throw up.
Exactly. My guy Joey. Unfinished
I think
beef, he's gonna win.
Kobayashi's ball sacking us
This-
the whole
this
time
is
on
kinda
this
like-
whole
this is kinda like
eating
we did-
disorder situation.
We did national TV where we opened up like John Dillinger's safe or something like that on national TV. And it was a big bag of nothing. This seems like a big bag of nothing.
Okay, more
Talking about, oh, gosh.
Al Capone.
Al Capone's vault.
safe. Yeah. Okay, it's
that man's
Geraldo
name?
Rivera here.
Yeah. Geraldo.
They made this big television production. They opened up Al Capone's vault, and they found like 10 cents in there or something.
Okay,
like that.
what mano-a-mano event are you looking forward to most now? Is it Tyson versus Paul, or is it Joey
I was
Jaws
looking forward to
versus
that
Kobayashi?
one. I was.
I'm ready for Joey versus Kobayashi.
Which one's going to be more competitive?
Determined that Kobayashi's not fit.
We haven't determined a damn
It
thing.
sounds
None
like
of us have seen
Netflix
him or
has
heard from him.
determined that he was pulling a fast one on us.
You want to sit there and watch basically a preseason game at the new 4th of July hot dog eating contest.
I don't
with
think-
these
I want
Joe
to watch
Schmoes.
that dude introduce everybody. That's what I want to do.
He's great, but I ain't watching anymore.
Chestnut's record, 76 dogs in 10 minutes. Kobayashi's best was 50. He did 56 different times. But Chestnut owns
Yeah,
the
back in
top
2009.
10 spots on the all-time record book.
We're in
He's beat him by
2024.
20 dogs.
He owns the record for
in
most records, I
2024.
believe. Wow.
Kobayashi hasn't been allowed to compete in 2009 because guess what? They banned him. For whatever reason, this team likes to sabotage themselves this eating contest in Nathan's. We're just banning our best prize fighters. Why?
He probably got too popular and started getting side money.
No, he couldn't play. Go ahead and compete one year.
Wolchuk
he
is
rushed-
loving that
he
Georgia
rushed the
Wolford
stand,
game.
is what he did, and then they went ahead and banned him. It's like, okay, give him a fine. Don't ban him from competing.
So they've been robbing us of Chestnut versus Kobayashi this
they
whole
have.
time.
It's been a them thing.
It's been a long time coming. You know, I can't wait to see the alternate
Me
production.
too. I'm ready
About
for
time
this.
they ran them both off.
Well, I'm circling it on the calendar, man. Monday, September 2nd. Move
Sure
over
you are.
Monday Night Football.
We're gonna have
Make
a fan
place
watch
for
party.
Joey
One dude
Jaws.
eats 70 dogs, the other eats 50 as his best.
Well, I do think Joey's going to kick his ass.
Tonight, Georgia versus Wolford. From Sanford
That's
Stadium.
what you want to watch, basically.
No,
at the
that's
new hot
you.
dog
More like
eating
Georgia
contest.
versus FSU.
No, that's you. You're going to
No.
watch a guy who eats
I like to
50
watch
hot
greatness.
dogs to 70.
People, the best eaters don't even care about this anymore. Why? Because it's a joke. They made a mockery of the event. Matt Stoney doesn't even want to compete. Won it once. He's like, I'm good. It's ridiculous.
I'm interested in the lady event now. Lady
Well,
hot
speaking
dog
of
eating
ladies,
contest.
Paige
Sonia Thomas is still good.
Paige Spiranak is offering to replace Chestnut in the hot dog eating contest a bit.
877-881.
That would get ratings.
What?
Yeah.
And I can put to bed rumors that Zion was going to be filling in for him. That was just an internet rumor. That's
I'd
not
love to
happening.
see that as well.
I've heard he's more of a marathon eater than a speed eater.
Who would you most like to see replace Joey Jaws in the Nathan's hot dog eating contest? Is it a Spiranak? Is it name that athlete, name that celebrity? Who do you want to see in the
I'd
mix?
like to see you myself, Jake.
Yeah?
You know, I think you give these guys a run for their money. Now that Kobayashi and Chestnut are out, I'd bet on you.
Well, I do appreciate the vote of confidence on that. Walchuk's the only one that's actually done he's actually, he's put his mouth where that wiener is.
Yeah.
And
A lot of competitive eating.
9.5. 9.5, right?
9.5 dogs in 10 minutes.
And as soon as he started doing the dip,
That's legendary, dude.
as soon as he started soaking that thing,
It was on the G-Bag Nation, actually. We filled in for you guys.
Let's go.
that's
Thanks,
right.
yeah,
It was a July 4th takeover, and so we had
The ratings
10
were
minutes
booming.
of glory. Yeah, it was wonderful. But I'm serious. His pace skyrocketed the final 2 or 3 minutes when he went for the full dip in the water.
It is.
bit.
It's disgusting,
It really
but it does
makes all
make
the
a
difference.
huge difference. It helps you eat them faster.
You're making me sick.
Yeah, I felt sick.
All right. Well, that is your big breaking news here. Joey Jaws versus Kobayashi. It's happening.
He's
It's
going
live
against
on
a-
Netflix.
He's
This
going
is going to
against
be
a wounded guy.
It's appointment television, and I look forward to it. And the build-up is probably going to just be awesome. So everything is good on that front. Now to the footballs. As we are in the midst of football's finest here, we have Anthony Richardson saying,
That's your guy.
That is my guy.
It is your guy.
That is my guy. I do like me some Anthony Richardson.
Yeah.
And he's saying that the NFL is actually a little bit easier for him than college because a couple of different things. He's like, playing in the NFL, it's easier than college. He says in college you got players that are good, and they know they're good, but they're not as confident. They have to rely on other players. And so I feel like I'm trying to have to make every single play. Every play I make has got to be a big play. But in the league, everybody's trying to work to stay in it, and they're trying to keep their job, and everybody's trying to ball out. And so they let me know that I don't have to do too much. I got to do my job, and he's got to do his job, and it's going to work. So Anthony Richardson, he's like, there is a little bit of an easier way to go about it here. I don't feel like I have to be Superman, but he did know, like my first practice, he says, with the vets, he threw 3 interceptions, and I was like, these dudes are fast. I had to get my mind right, but it didn't take too long to adjust to the game speed.
Yeah, it's like the Mavs playing against the Celtics defense now. They don't have any more time to adjust, but yeah, I like that. I could see that being the case. Like there's less pressure on you, but in college you were capable of beating an 11-man defense by yourself someplace. And now that's no longer possible. So you need your teammates a little bit, but I like that, less to do. I think that's probably taking a good approach to the team asking him to simplify things here a little bit more.
Just amazing in his 4 games. He's like, whew, this was way easier. Way easier than college, man.
As they broke him in half.
Well, he didn't have much of a larger sample size in college. He played like 10 college games.
His last year was the most that he played.
Tough watch.
But he was really athlete, dude, and I'm hoping the best for him.
He was really good.
He was very good.
Last season. In the few games that he got to play.
Oh, here we go.
So I am looking forward to it. Can he stay healthy? That's the big question. They got things cooking over there.
Yeah.
In Indy. I like that. Is
Brian's
this
watchdog in your scouting, I think.
He is. Will Levis guy over there. He likes Will Levis.
Yeah.
That's a Browns
Levis
problem.
had some moments last year.
Yeah, he had some moments, all right.
Well, it's the kind of the same thing as Anthony Richardson.
Big Paxton Lynch guy, weren't you, Brian?
Oh, yeah. Also, I was.
I can't wait to settle this one on the gridiron this year.
You were also a big Justin Herbert guy, and apparently, according to Jim Harbaugh, head coach of the Chargers, quote, he could play tight end here. He could play edge rusher here.
Ooh, are they going to switch positions?
That feels like an indictment on the rest of your roster, bro. Sounds
like he's gotten big.
That's not building up your quarterback. That's tearing down the rest of your team. Your tight end room is looking at you sideways now. Your pass rushers
Did you
are
just
like,
see
really,
the quote?
coach?
Just that individual quote?
Yeah. No, I know that he was talking about
he'll crush the workouts.
He'll move
his
quotes
conditioning
around.
test
But
was cool.
I would love to see him go ahead and line.
Any quote that he gives, you just
context does matter there. I don't think that he was really calling out anybody else on the roster, but I would love to see him play some
I
tight
don't
end.
either. Everything that comes out of my mouth, borderline satirical. Okay, we're just trying to have a good time with Jim Harbaugh saying his quarterback could be an edge rusher and a tight end.
Herbert, I get serious.
He's Antonio Gates and he's Sean Merriman, lights out, all put together into one San Diego Charger package. And oh, by the way, he's got a little Phil Rivers to him as well. He can sling it.
He's got
if
11
you said
kids?
Wes Chandler involved or any of that, I would really
Dan
appreciate
Fouts or something.
Dan Fouts.
Some Kellen Winslow Sr.
Louis Kelcher, maybe. Yeah, come on, let's go.
I'm
Got
not,
any more?
I'm not
Vincent
familiar
Jackson.
with Kelcher.
Good use of satirical, though. That was nice.
Thank you.
Satirical.
Yeah. I mean, Walchuk knows better than anybody. If he's going to take any of this serious, that's going to be on him.
He's taking a lot of things serious.
Here's another quote for you.
You just make some crap points over there.
I did not.
The Joey thing's ridiculous. You've got me upset.
David Njoku's excited about playing in the Browns' new offense with Ken Dorsey calling the shots.
9 hot dogs.
Thank you.
9.5.
I don't think I could do that again.
Who the competitive eating things we've done, you two on the air? Didn't you do? What'd you do? Pancakes?
Oh, waffles.
I did the waffle. Yeah, the waffle.
Did that just punish you?
They were way bigger than I even thought they would be.
Those waffles.
Were huge.
I thought they were like paper thin, and they were not.
Was
dude.
the boomstick thing the hardest thing you've ever eaten on air?
Well, yes, because that was one that I actually had to complete. The waffle challenge. I just couldn't do it. I couldn't complete that mission. That was supposed to be you have an hour to eat 10 Waffle House waffles. And I ate like 4.5.
Well, it was. We realized
what
you
happened?
Can do the meat. It's just the bread.
The
breading.
No, this guy's never full.
What the hell happened to you?
This guy's never full.
But when it's
the bread.
Seriously, I saw him.
Just bread.
I bought him like a sausage. I bought him a sausage dog, and I turned around and it was gone.
He'll do that.
I was like, "Whoa, what just happened, bro?" I mean, oh no, I had to.
That's why Dawson gave me the vote of confidence to fill in for Joey Jaws.
Yeah,
that's my wheelhouse. We all have our wheelhouse.
But it probably breaks down at 4 minutes, 3,
But 4 waffles just punished you?
4.5 waffles was all I could consume in 60 minutes.
Who did the donuts?
3,000 calories.
Did Reggie do the donuts?
I know Reggie did. I think Reggie did do donuts. He also did Reese's. He did Reese's Pieces one time. Maybe RJ did the donuts. That's where we got the chocolate donut.
We need to try chicken
I think
wings.
Parker Hillis did like 100 nuggets or something too.
Oh, Parker
McNuggets.
did.
He did some type
Dang,
of
look at
nugget
Luka,
challenge.
Luka coming into the game with a suit on.
Nothing nearly as difficult as the raw
It's
steak.
like his first
that I ate.
Sunday for Luka, right?
Yeah,
first Sunday at church with the cream suit on.
That's Easter.
He's getting communion today.
Yeah.
The prime minister's in town. You know, he probably just had a meet and greet there with the leader of Slovenia.
Hey, that's a look good, feel good situation. Play good.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what's
I
going to
hope
happen
so.
tonight.
I hope you're right about that.
I got that suit from Levine's.
Yeah, Russell Wilson.
Probably in style in
Ford.
Slovenia.
Yeah.
Is he?
The best of the best.
Pack of smokes in the pocket.
Oh, guaranteed, dude.
No filter.
As soon as right before the camera turned on, he just flicked that heater right before he walked
that'd
into
be
the
so awesome.
AAC.
He came in and all of a sudden he just hit it one last time, just boom, just flicked it while the cameras were on. That'd be great.
Russell Wilson, what is missing from this quote here? He says, I feel the fountain of youth. I feel revived in every way, mentally, emotionally, and spiritually.
Okay. He's watching Justin Fields practice.
What do we always ask, though?
Yeah.
Best shape of your life?
Is your body ready?
Yeah.
All he's talking to me about is mentals, emotionals, and spirituals. I got nothing about the physical.
Yeah.
Nothing about the body.
We need you to get that foot speed back here.
How quickly are they going to hate him? Week, 3, 4?
I would say quarter 3 or 4.
He's going to win. Minute 3 or 4.
I think that team might have secretly
National
been
anthem.
one of the
Yeah.
most talented in the AFC for the last decade. They just haven't been able to find a quarterback. I think they'll do well. His stats will be all right. He can manage a game a little bit.
All right. Dawson.
Yeah.
Throwing it
Yeah.
out there.
Yeah. Mark that
Yeah,
down.
yeah.
Yeah.
What do you
believe-
rides?
Don't believe a word I just said. Yeah.
All righty. It's time to hit the expressway. Jared Sandler was mixing it up a little bit. Cy Young caliber pitcher responded to him saying nobody wants him. Sands will join us to defend that reporting and the latest on the Rangers as they visit the Dodgers at 8:30. Then we'll talk finals game 3, 4 things to look for. That's coming up next. The G-Bag Nation 105.3 The Fan.
But let me talk some highly Mazda. What is up, my Tolos? Do you want to have just a